I am this type of woman. Chapter 120 to Chapter 147. The soldiers were very guilty. They didn't dare to look into Ban Han's eyes. They were all grown men, but standing in front of Ban Han, they were like quails that had done something bad. Ban Han was wearing small leather boots and a silver hedgehog soft armor. Her hair was tied up with a gorgeous jade crown. She was valiant and had an imposing aura. If a woman who didn't know her gender saw her, they might fall in love at first sight and never forget her. Patter patter. Ban Han held the sword at her waist and walked in front of the soldiers. She circled around them. It's late at night. Why aren't you men sleeping? What are you gossiping about? The young soldier in silver armor was still young and couldn't keep his cool. Princess, we're just trying to help the common people. Oh, I see. Ban Han nodded in understanding. Then she sniffled. What are you roasting? It's a cheap thing that was brought in from a small country outside the border. It's easy to grow. But if you eat it, it's easy to do indecent things. So not many people grow it. The young soldier in silver armor took out a black round thing from the fire. But it's good to eat it occasionally. Did any of your ancestors work under my grandfather? Ban Han felt that this young soldier looked familiar. He seemed to be one of her grandfather's soldiers. Princess, this soldier's grandfather had the honor of being a vanguard officer under the Grand Marshal. At the mention of Ban Han's grandfather, the young soldier's eyes lit up. I didn't think that Princess would still remember him. When I was very young, your grandfather came to my residence as a guest. Ban Han remembered that he was a very energetic old man. He also brought her many small things that could only be found in the south. Grandfather said that your grandfather was a very great general. These words of praise made the young soldier in silver armor feel as if he had drunk honey. He couldn't help but straighten his chest. His blood was boiling and he was ready to go into battle right now. But right now we're in the military camp. Generals, you don't need to call me by my title. Just call me General Ban. Ban Han squatted down and reached out to peel the sweet thing's shell. But it was very hot. She couldn't help but shake her hand. Even though I'm not as good as my grandfather, but I still know the rules of the military. Please don't be prejudiced against me just because I'm a woman. The generals watched as she poked the sweet potatoes with her fair fingers like a curious child. This made them unable to call out the word general. But because of this scene, they, who were originally nervous because they had spoken ill of the imperial court. General Ban. Because Ban Han had the halo of being a descendant of a famous general, the young soldier in silver armor, who worshipped Ban Han's grandfather, naturally called Ban Han General. Just now, my words and actions were inappropriate. It had nothing to do with you generals. You're right. Ban Han tasted the soft inside of the sweet potato. It was very sweet. It was a very good thing. Who would be willing to harm their own innocent compatriots? The generals didn't think that Ban Han would say such words. They looked at Ban Han in surprise. After a while, the oldest general said, Jinju is exaggerating. We just said a few words of complaint. We definitely wouldn't dare to rebel. He was worried that Ban Han would say this on purpose to get them to speak the truth. It doesn't matter what you want to say. Anyway, the person sitting above. Ban Han put down the sweet potato and wiped her mouth. Ever since we were young, we haven't gotten along well. The hatred between us can last for 3 days and 3 nights. If you want to scold him, then scold him. Listening to you scold him, it'll also relieve my anger. Hearing this, the generals looked at Ban Han with some sympathy. His family had been left in the capital as hostages. They had enjoyed glory for more than a decade. Now, they had been stripped of their titles. No wonder they liked it when they scolded the current emperor. I've wanted to scold him for a long time. Silver Armor scolded. His Majesty has just ascended the throne, but he can't wait to indulge in pleasure. In the past 2 years, there have been disasters. The people have no fixed place to live, and there are starving people everywhere. He and those evil officials in the imperial court only want to enjoy themselves. What are the people in their hearts? He was so angry that he slammed his fist on the ground. I'm not satisfied to work for such a person. The others fell silent. They were all people with a conscience. Who would be willing to stain their swords with the blood of the people? It was just that they couldn't disobey the emperor's orders. They had no choice. Ban Han looked at these angry generals and let out a long sigh. Perhaps this was the reason why the Ban family had been willing to protect the border for generations. Some of them were illiterate, some of them were vulgar, and some of them had even committed unforgivable mistakes. But most of them were full of passion. They shed their blood for the people. They didn't understand romance, nor did they understand poetry, but they knew who their swords should be pointed at. A general's success was built on the bones of thousands of people. The change of dynasties, the struggle between countries, the people who suffered the most were always the people. At that time, she didn't understand why her grandfather was full of emotion when he talked about his comrades. Now, she understood. If her grandfather hadn't been schemed against on the battlefield and was seriously injured, perhaps he would have guarded the border for many years until he could no longer pick up a sword. Then, he would have lived a peaceful life. The sweet potato in her hand began to cool. She handed it to the young general. "What's the name of this?" "It doesn't have an official name. Everyone calls it sweet potato." The young general in silver armor pulled out a few more from the fire and distributed them to the others. They had a big appetite. The porridge they ate at night wasn't enough to fill their stomachs, so they always tried to stuff something into their stomachs. Whether it was prey they hunted or grasshoppers they caught, it was all food that they could swallow. Ban Han sat cross-legged with these generals and talked about the weather and topography of various places. If the young ladies in the capital saw this, they would definitely not believe that this was something that Ban Han would do. Princess Fuel had always paid attention to enjoyment in life. This was something that almost everyone knew. She had good food and clothing, and when she went out, she rode in a luxurious carriage. Sitting cross-legged on the cold ground and talking with a few stinking men was undoubtedly a scene of red rain. When Xianxia came over, Ban Han had already eaten more than half of the sweet potato in her hand. Her white cheeks were stained with ashes. She looked embarrassed but cute at the same time. However, Xianxia felt that his heart was being squeezed by something. It was very uncomfortable. He remembered that Huahua had said that she admired generals and soldiers. However, she didn't want to be one because the life of a general was too hard. She couldn't bear it. But now, she was wearing the cold silver armor. She didn't have any exquisite jewelry or perfect makeup. She was even eating something black with the generals and soldiers. This made him feel so uncomfortable that he couldn't breathe. He wanted to give her the best, the most honorable, and the most beautiful. He didn't want her to suffer. "Xianxia, you're here?" Before Xianxia came close, Ban Han was the first to turn around. She waved at Xianxia. The generals who were sitting cross-legged stood up and saluted Xianxia. In the beginning, they looked down on Xianxia because she was just a scholar and didn't know how to fight. However, along the way, Xianxia had subdued all the troublemakers. The generals and soldiers were also full of respect for Xianxia. A cultured person was a cultured person. They couldn't help but admire her ability. "Generals, please make yourselves at home. There's no need to pay attention to these rules in the army." Xianxia copied Ban Han and sat cross-legged beside her. The generals looked at each other and also sat down. "What are you eating?" Xianxia saw that Ban Han was eating the half-baked thing with relish. She reached out and put some in her hand. The sweet potato was a little cold. It was not as soft as before, but the sweetness was not reduced at all. "This thing?" Xia's expression changed slightly. "What's its name? Is it easy to plant?" "This is called sweet potato. It's said that it's easy to plant." The young general in silver armor scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. "I secretly brought these in to fill my stomach. I don't know how to plant them." "It's okay." Xia smiled. Although there was a rule in the barracks that prohibited bringing things in, there wasn't enough food to go to war outside. As long as the generals and soldiers didn't disturb the people outside, if they secretly brought in food to fill their stomachs, many people would turn a blind eye to it. "It's good that you know its name. This thing tasted good." If it was easy to plant, it could also alleviate some of the people's hunger. After eating the sweet potato, Xia wiped the corners of her mouth. "Generals, you are all veterans in the army. I have heard about your characters. Today, there's something I have to tell you. The oldest general immediately said, Marshal, please speak. Xianxia felt in her chest and took out a golden seal. Prince Ning is leading troops to force the emperor to abdicate. His Majesty and the Crown Prince are trapped. I want to suppress the judge and save His Majesty and the Crown Prince. I ask all generals to lend me a hand. Tiger Tally of the three armies? The old general immediately cupped his fists and said, seeing the Tiger Tally is like seeing the National Protector Commander. I am willing to listen to Marshal's orders. Ban Han looked at the old general in confusion. Just now, this person had acted very cautiously. Now, Xianxia casually said a few words, and this person couldn't wait to loyally lead the way. Was this person hired by Xianxia? I am willing to listen to Marshal's orders. The hot-blooded young general in silver armor was the second to speak. I am willing to listen to Marshal's orders. Ban Han, wait, this is to overthrow the current emperor. Aren't you guys agreeing too casually? Ban Han didn't know that after Prince Ning ascended to the throne, he suppressed the generals everywhere. The generals who were already low in status couldn't even get a salary now. The soldiers under them were also starving. Therefore, in the hearts of the generals, Fengming Emperor was a hopeless and incapable ruler. In addition, Xianxia already had people in the military camp, so it was very easy for Xianxia to control the military camp. Although these soldiers weren't very educated, it didn't mean they were stupid. Since Xianxia dared to say this out loud, it meant that he was certain they would agree. As for not agreeing, no one wanted to think about what would happen if they didn't agree. In the court, Prince Ning drowsily listened to the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue arguing over food. He rubbed his forehead and said impatiently, it's only food. The army will pass by so many places. Just collecting some food will be enough for them to eat and drink. Do you want me to personally deliver it to them? Your Majesty. Minister Zhou Bingan quickly said, how can we easily collect food from the provinces and counties? Official Zhou, the entire world belongs to me. What's wrong with the people donating some food for the soldiers? Jiang. Luo coldly interrupted Zhou Bingan, or do you think my orders are useless? I understand. Zhou Bingan took a step back and didn't speak again. The court instantly quieted down. The officials who still had a conscience felt their hearts turn cold at the emperor's words. Now that there were riots everywhere in the court, it was time to calm the people. Yet, the emperor was still collecting food. Did he think that there weren't enough people rebelling? If the court had properly calmed the people after the drought instead of sending troops to suppress them, how could things have gotten to this point? As an emperor, he viewed the people as weeds. How could such a person be fit to be the ruler of a country? 3 days later, there were officials who planned to enter the palace to save the crown prince. However, they were exposed and Fengming Emperor was exposed. That day, he beheaded more than a dozen officials. More than a dozen officials were sent away. The head of the instigator was even hung at the entrance of the market for public display, attracting countless people to watch. Minister Zhou Bingan claimed that he was sick and resigned. Fengming Emperor didn't ask him to stay. He didn't even give him an honorary title. He agreed to his request on the spot. After Zhou Bingan resigned, Zhang Qihuai and Zhao Weishan followed in his footsteps. The only officials with a conscience left in the court finally left the court. The entire Day dynasty was like a building that was about to collapse. Any random storm was enough to destroy the dynasty. However, Jiang Luo was still in a drunken stupor. Power, wine, and women made him lose his last shred of rationality. He was like those famous fatuous emperors in history. He didn't know what day it was and thought that the entire world was under his control. Now that there was no empress in the palace, Xia Wanyu, who was once Prince Ning's concubine, had an awkward status. Although the people in the palace called her Nyang, she had no rank or rank. She lived an awkward life in the palace. The other concubines in the palace didn't dare to cause trouble for her because they were backed by the Empress Dowager. Although His Majesty was absurd, he still had to give some face to the Empress Dowager. However, the Empress Dowager didn't want to see His Majesty. She spent her days in Funing Palace eating vegetarian food and praying. It was as if His Majesty's glory had nothing to do with her. Even the imperial edict that His Majesty conferred her the title of Empress Dowager was thrown out of Funing Palace by her. Although Xia Wanyu wasn't liked by His Majesty, the Empress Dowager Xianxia would occasionally see her. Just based on this, the other concubines in the palace didn't dare to provoke her. Xianxia, the palace maid who was dressing Xia Wanyu, saw her dark and gloomy appearance and couldn't help but say, "You should dress more brightly." His Majesty liked these flowers and powder. Her Xianxia was clearly the first wife, but she had fallen to such a state. It was truly hateful. Why should I dress him? Xia Wanyu smiled coldly. I think this is very good. Xianxia, a young Taijian, ran in and knelt in front of her, crying bitterly, Lord Xia Dalong has passed away. Xia Wanyu's eyelids trembled. Her cheeks were deathly white, but not a single tear fell. She touched her dried cheeks and said in a trembling voice, I know. You can leave. Xianxia, my condolences. The Taijian used his sleeve to wipe the corners of his eyes, covered his face, and left. Hearing the sobs in the room, Xia Wanyu said sternly, What are you crying for? What's there to cry for? You're not allowed to cry. Xianxia. Xia Wanyu's dowry palace maid knelt in front of her, Don't be like this. If you're sad, just cry it out. Xia Wanyu slowly shook her head, What's there to cry about? If there's someone to blame, blame it on. If there's someone to blame it on ourselves. One wrong step led to many wrong steps, and we ended up like this. She turned her head to look at herself in the mirror. Her voice was hoarse as she laughed, Today's clothes are exceptionally suitable. She stood up with the support of the table. The dark gray skirt swept across the chair. It was like a long shadow that couldn't be dispersed, blocking the hearts of the palace maids. Xia Wanyu walked out of the palace gates. Not far away, she heard the singing of a woman and the laughter of a man. The joy was like a paradise on earth. She walked in the direction of the sound and saw Jiang Luo and a woman seeking pleasure under the peach blossoms. The two's posture was intimate. It was so absurd that people couldn't bear to watch. Engaging in debauchery in broad daylight, it really was using the earth as a bed and the sky as a blanket. If the heavens had eyes, how could such an animal be the emperor? She turned and left, not looking at the man and woman behind her again. Your Majesty, that seems to be the empress? The concubine in Jiang Luo's arms said frivolously, When she saw you, why didn't she come to greet you before leaving? What empress? It's just something that Jin doesn't want to see. Jiang Luo stole a kiss on her neck, leaving a red mark. It's right that she didn't come, so she won't spoil Jin's appetite. This concubine instantly laughed. She proudly raised her chin. So what if she was the first wife? So what if she was the daughter of a noble family? Right now, she couldn't compare to a woman who came from a brothel. It really was laughable. There were people at court who discovered that after the expeditionary army reached Zhongzhou, they stopped advancing. The rebel army was clearly in front of them, but they didn't move. What did this mean? After a sycophantic official heard this news, he immediately went to Jiang Luo to complain about Rongxia. Jiang Luo was so angry that he sent out 3 imperial edicts reprimanding Rongxia. He also hinted in the edicts that if Rongxia didn't immediately advance, then the Ban family remaining in the capital would immediately lose their lives. But before these 3 imperial edicts could be sent out, there was an urgent message that came from 800 li away. Marquis Qing'an led an expeditionary army that was said to be 100,000 and rebelled. He also raised the banner of righteousness, saying that Fengning Emperor had persecuted the retired emperor and the crown prince. No, the retired emperor's intended successor wasn't the Fengning Emperor, but the crown prince. The most shocking thing was that not only did Rongxia have the 3 army tiger tally, but he also had the imperial edict that the retired emperor had given to the crown prince. The imperial court was caught off guard by Rongxia's actions. Jiang Luo wanted to kill the Ban family to vent his anger, but he was stopped by the courtiers. If Rongxia really attacked the capital, the Ban family would still have a bargaining chip to negotiate with Rongxia. What bargaining chip? Jiang Luo was so angry that he smashed all the memorials on the imperial table. Rongxia is a hypocrite. He doesn't care about the Ban family's life or death. Why would he change his plans because of the Ban family? Zhen was deceived by him. What deep feelings for Princess Fuel? What infatuation? These were all for him to see. He doesn't care about the Ban Han at all. What he wants is Zhen's throne. Jiang Luo gritted his teeth and went to the place where Emperor Yunqing was being held. The Emperor Yunqing had already been tortured by Jiang Luo to the point that he didn't even look like a human anymore. The once high and mighty emperor only had 2 or 3 eunuchs to serve him. He also had to endure Jiang Luo's abuse from time to time. Emperor Yunqing was already so angry that he couldn't move and couldn't even speak. Your illegitimate son is finally preparing to rebel and attack the capital, Jiang Luo sneered. Tell me, is he here to save you or to fight with me for the throne? Emperor Yunqing's eyes widened. He shook his head fiercely, but he couldn't say a word. Pfft! Jiang Luo suddenly crazily smashed all the tea sets on the table to the ground. He's just a bastard. He wants to fight with Shen? That's just wishful thinking. Emperor Yunqing watched Jiang Luo leave without looking back. His throat made heavy breathing sounds. Your Majesty, Wangda's hand was still wrapped in gauze. He went forward to help Emperor Yunqing up. How are you? Emperor Yunqing stretched out a trembling hand and pointed in the direction Jiang Luo left. His eyes were full of anxiety. Your Majesty, please calm down, Wangda wiped his tears. Marquis Qingyan will definitely come to save us. Emperor Yunqing's eyes widened, but he couldn't speak. Wangda didn't understand what he meant. In the end, he fainted from anger. The imperial court originally thought that Xianxia would fight with the other rebel forces. The two sides would kill each other and the imperial court would reap the benefits. Who knew that Xia's expeditionary force didn't have any conflict with the rebel forces? Instead, the rebel forces seemed to have gone crazy. They suddenly respected Xia as their leader and all of the rebel forces fell into Xia's hands. Xia only had 50,000 expeditionary forces. They also didn't have enough food. No matter how you looked at it, these rebel forces shouldn't be led by Xia. What ability did Xia have to be able to coax these rebel forces into submission? The useless people in the imperial court were still confused. Zhou Bingan, Yao Peiji, Zhang Qihuai, Zhao Weishan, and the others faintly guessed a possibility. Could these rebel forces be related to Marquis Qingyan? Among the 4 of them, only Zhang Qihuai didn't have much of a relationship with Xia. Therefore, he didn't have any scruples when he spoke. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? These rebel forces came aggressively, but when they met Xia, they bowed down to him. The expeditionary force didn't have enough food and equipment, so where did Marquis Qingyan get the confidence to suddenly rebel against the imperial court? The only possibility was that the rebel leaders in Dongzhou, Shizhou, and Xuezhou were mostly Xia's people. They were waiting for the day Xia came. This? Yao Peiji opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. He turned his head and looked at Zhou Bingan. The Zhou family and the Ban family had a good relationship. If Marquis Qingyan rebelled, it was hard to predict whether the Ban family who stayed in the capital would be able to keep their lives. It was a pity that the 4 of them were now nobodies. They didn't have any face in front of the Fengming Emperor. Even if they wanted to help, they were powerless. He owed the Ban family a great debt of gratitude, so he couldn't just watch the Ban family die without doing anything. Zhao Weishan shook his head. The people imprisoned in that courtyard might not be from the Ban family. He had been secretly communicating with the Ban family for many years. As early as the day Xia led the army out of the city, he received a golden goose sent by a stranger. The goose flew south, so why would it stay in the capital? When Yao Peiji heard Zhao Weishan's words, he actually breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that it's not them. It's good that it's not them. But how did Zhao Weishan know? He had doubts in his heart, but he was too embarrassed to ask. He just changed the topic. What does Marquis Qingyan want to do? He caused such a big commotion, and even took out the imperial edict and the 3 armies tiger tally personally written by the emperor. Was it really just to save the emperor and the crown prince? The 3 armies tiger tally. Minister Zhou Bingan was Emperor Yunqing's confidant. He knew some of the secrets of the imperial court. It was lost 20 years ago. Lost? The other 3 looked at each other. When they realized what had happened, they were shocked. If the tiger tally of the 3 armies had been lost, how could it have fallen into Marquis Qingyan's hands? Back then, the tiger tally of the 3 armies was in the hands of Marshal Ban. Later, Marshal Ban was injured at the border. After returning to the capital, he retired and became a leisurely duke. After Emperor Yunqing ascended the throne, there were no more wars at the border. The tiger tally of the three armies was never seen again. They thought that His Majesty was afraid of the current generals, so he didn't give the tiger tally of the three armies to anyone else. They didn't expect that His Majesty didn't have the tiger tally. Could it be that the tiger tally was originally in Marshal Ban's hands? Yao Peiji whispered. When Marshal Ban was injured, it was very sudden. If he didn't hand over the tiger tally and told His Majesty that it was stolen. The former emperor didn't like His Majesty and preferred Prince Hui. Perhaps His Majesty really believed Marshal Ban's story. No wonder His Majesty tolerated Prince Hui for so many years. He was probably worried that Prince Hui would suddenly rebel. After the death of the king of the Hui kingdom and his wife, His Majesty raised their children in the palace. Firstly, he wanted to promote his benevolence. Secondly, he wanted to control them and prevent them from acting recklessly. The things that he couldn't figure out in the past suddenly became clear after the appearance of this tiger tally. The Ban family had been loyal for generations. Why would Marshal Ban tell such a big lie? And this tiger tally of the three armies, was it given to Marquis Qingyan by the Princess Ban? I know. Zhao Weishan was a former subordinate of Marshal Ban. When he thought of the once awe-inspiring marshal, his voice became hoarse. The marshal wasn't injured by the enemy. He was attacked by his own people. In the end, the former emperor found out that a general did it out of jealousy. In order to avoid disturbing the morale of the army, the general was secretly executed. Even his family wasn't implicated. Not long after, the previous emperor became seriously ill. Zhao Weishan recalled the past. Although he was calmly narrating, it was the deaths and blood of countless people. He lowered his eyelids. Later, the previous emperor did not have time to leave behind a posthumous edict. His Majesty, as the crown prince, naturally ascended the throne and became the emperor of the Great Yi dynasty. Zhao Weishan didn't want to talk about how many plots and machinations were involved in this. The other officials also knew in their hearts that they were all useless now. Even if they had the heart to work for the people, they were powerless. The Crown Prince and Prince Ning don't have the ability to govern the world. If it was Marquis Qingyan. Yao Peiji admired Rongxia's talent very much, so when she spoke, it was inevitable that she was biased. Fortunately, he was still rational. He knew that if he continued to speak like this, he would be suspected of rebelling. I know what you mean. Zhao Weishan smiled. Didn't we learn to be loyal to the court and do two things for the people? It's good to let nature take its course. The heavens have eyes and are watching the people of the world. In his early years, he had seen all the struggles in the court. He really wasn't a particularly loyal official. Rather than saying that he was loyal to the Great Yi dynasty, it was better to say that he was more loyal to the people under the rule of the Great Yi dynasty. Perhaps the heavens had eyes. When the peach blossoms were all in full bloom in March, there was a sudden earthquake in the suburbs of the capital. A strange stone was revealed. This stone was in a strange position, like a blue bird soaring into the sky. Legend said that the blue bird was the bird that accompanied the Queen Mother. Its appearance would bring news that would change the world. The patrol quickly rushed over, but when they saw the words carved on the stone, their expressions changed. The Jiang family was heartless. The world was in chaos. In troubled times, there was a benevolent ruler who saved the people from fire and water. After a soldier who had studied for a few years read out these short words, his entire body trembled like a sieve. His upper and lower teeth chattered together, making a clattering sound. He actually felt that the stone was incomparably majestic and didn't dare to look down. Nonsense, this is just a scheme of the rebel army. The patrol leader pointed at the giant stone. Why aren't you erasing the words on it? Yes. A soldier drew his sword and stepped forward, but strangely, he had only taken a few steps when his mouth and nose suddenly became crooked and his entire body convulsed and fell to the ground. The remaining patrol soldiers didn't dare to step forward. Someone hurriedly dragged the twitching soldier back and carried him to the city to find a doctor. The doctor said that he had been frightened by an evil wind that had entered his body. He had been frightened. The patrol soldiers who had seen the strange stone were even more suspicious. It wasn't until the soldier woke up that someone asked him what he had seen. I saw a dragon. It was circling around the stone. Its eyes were like lanterns. Before the soldier finished speaking, he hugged his head and screamed. He had lost all reason. A day later, when the officials of the imperial astronomer went to see the soldier again, he had already gone crazy. His words were incoherent. One moment he said there was a bird, the next moment he said there was a ghost. He was crazy and didn't say anything useful. The news about this strange stone had already spread throughout the capital within a day. It was said that a few people who had seen this giant stone had gone crazy. The rumor spread more and more fiercely. Some said that the Jiang dynasty was about to be destroyed. Some said that the current emperor was heartless and caused chaos in the world. Some said that the destined benevolent and righteous ruler had already appeared and was waiting for the day to replace the Jiang dynasty. In the end, the rumors became that if the Jiang dynasty continued to unify the world, there would be one disaster after another. The people would have no way to make a living. Only the benevolent and righteous ruler would be the son of heaven. Jiang Luo was furious. He invited a few famous monks and Taoists to perform rituals beside the giant stone. However, the news had already spread. Even if he invited the so-called experts to deal with it, what use would it be? Abbot Yun, what do you think is on this stone? A thin old Taoist looked at Abbot Yun with a smile that wasn't a smile. Abbot Yun chanted, "There is a human heart on this stone." The old Taoist laughed, "Whether it is a human heart or a miracle, I am just an outsider. I didn't want to interfere in this matter. Unfortunately, the emperor threatened me with the lives of the juniors in the monastery. I had no choice but to obey." Abbot Yun's seemingly benevolent eyes revealed a smile, "You are a true expert." The old Taoist sighed mysteriously and made a gesture of invitation, "Abbot Yun, please." This kind of trick was still used by unorthodox cultivators. Coincidentally, he and Abbot Yun had the opportunity to discuss Zen scriptures 2 days ago. Today, he made a choice. Although he was an outsider, he was still a human. Even if he couldn't save the common people, at least he wasn't willing to help the evildoers. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Abbot Yun and the old Taoist used some unknown method. The words on the giant stone finally disappeared. However, the two most famous monks and Taoists in the capital vomited blood and fainted. The court officials who were originally skeptical about this matter believed the words on the giant stone without a doubt after seeing the fate of the two monks. However, they didn't dare to express their thoughts. When Jiang Luo wanted to send troops to stop and kill the rebels, no one in the court dared to volunteer to lead the troops. They dared to go against people, but how many people were willing to go against the heavens? Even the courtiers were afraid of being punished by the heavens. Jiang Luo was so angry that he killed a few more people. Seeing how cowardly these people were, he became angry. After returning to the palace, Jiang Luo vented his anger on a few eunuchs. He still felt unsatisfied. "Your Majesty, this servant thinks that Shijin might be useful." "What use could he be?" Jiang Luo kicked the eunuch who spoke to the ground. "Last time, you said that Xianxia was a good candidate. What happened?" "This servant is guilty." The eunuch kowtowed repeatedly and begged for forgiveness. He didn't dare to say more. "You are guilty," Jiang Luo said hatefully. "If I had known earlier, I would have killed Xianxia long ago and not let him lead the troops out of the city." Who would have thought that he didn't care about Princess Fuel's family at all? The eunuch rolled his eyes. "Perhaps Princess Fuel hates him in her heart. Why don't we find a way to contact Princess Fuel and have her be our spy? Ban Han, that woman, only knows how to eat, drink, and play since she was young. What can she do with her pig brain?" Jiang Luo subconsciously belittled Ban Han. "What can she do to help me? Drag me down?" The eunuch was silent for a moment. "Your Majesty, although Princess Fuel's personality is straightforward, she is still a woman. What can a woman do? When a woman hates a man, she can do anything." The eunuch respectfully kowtowed on the ground and pressed his forehead against the ground. "Why don't you try? No matter how much a woman hates a man, she is still a man's accessory. What can she do?" Jiang Luo was actually amused by the eunuch's absurd words. "What does a castrated man like you know about women? Leave and kneel at the door for 2 hours." "Yes, Your Majesty." The eunuch obeyed and left. In the military tent, Xianxia was looking at a map with several subordinates. Zhao Zhong saw that Rongxia's face was haggard. After the military meeting ended, he laughed and said, "My lord, please rest well." "How can I rest well? The longer we delay, the longer the people will suffer." Rongxia pinched his forehead. "It has been hard on you these past few years. To be able to serve my lord is this subordinate's honor." The only thing that Zhao Zhong didn't expect was that his younger brother's fiancée, who died young, had married his lord. Although he was the provincial governor of Shui province, he had heard some rumors about Princess Fuel. Her fiancé would rather elope with a prostitute than be with her. Beautiful appearance, bad luck to her husband. Her first fiancé died at a young age. It must be her bad luck. His mother had a very good relationship with Andine. The relationship between the entire Zhao family and the Ban family was also good. The Zhao family never believed the rumors about her being a bad luck to her husband. His younger brother didn't die because of Princess Fuel's birth characters, but at the hands of Prince Ning. That year, his mother brought his younger brother into the palace. Who knew that the second prince would knock his 3 or 4-year-old brother into the water? His younger brother suffered from cold and shock. When he came back, he fell ill and couldn't recover. In the end, medicine was useless and he was tortured by the illness and died. Later, His Majesty gave the Zhao family a noble title that was neither too high nor too low, and the matter was suppressed. The pain of their Zhao family losing a son, in the eyes of the imperial family, was nothing more than a small title of nobility. It was a pity that Princess Fuel, who was 2 months younger than his younger brother, didn't know anything. Because of this, she carried the name of a bad luck to her husband and was talked about in the capital for so many years. He and his lord had met up in Zhongzhou for 2 or 3 days. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to see Princess Fuel. As a man, it wasn't good for him to ask about the whereabouts of his lord's wife. Therefore, he wanted to apologize to Princess Fuel, but couldn't find a suitable opportunity. Rongxia patted Zhao Zhong's shoulder. "Zizhong, I've already had people move your family out of the city, so you don't have to worry about this." "Many thanks, Lord." Zhao Zhong was a little emotional as he bowed deeply to Rongxia. "There's no need to be so courteous with people on the same side." Rongxia drank a mouthful of tea to refresh himself. "Is your son in the barracks with you right now?" "Yes, my wife and my 2 sons are in the barracks with this subordinate. If your son and your son are bored, you can come to my tent to talk with Junju. She has a restless personality. When the time comes, please don't dislike her." I don't dare." Zhao Zhong's heart was happy. He wanted to find a chance to see Princess Fuel. Now that his lord had spoken, he would let his wife go see her and chat with her for a while. Ever since Rongxia had met up with the other rebel soldiers, Ban Han didn't worry too much about the affairs of the army. She was a lazy person who would stand if she could sit, and not sit if she could lie down. Now that Rongxia had the soldiers under his control, she didn't have to worry anymore. Therefore, when she had nothing to do, she would bring her personal bodyguards to compete with others in swordsmanship and archery. Although she didn't have the prestige of the imperial court's right general, she at least got along well with many soldiers. After mingling with these soldiers for a long time, Ban Han was addicted to being a big sister. She would ride a horse and shoot wild geese, climb trees to get fruit, and catch fish in the water. She brought these soldiers back with her and actually brought back many things for the soldiers to eat. If it wasn't for her fair skin and beautiful appearance, the soldiers would almost call her brother Ban instead of sister Ban. There was nothing they could do about it. Although Ban Jin's words and actions were so heroic that they were convinced by her, as long as they saw her face, their rationality would tell them that she was a famous beauty. Calling her brother would be a disgrace to her face. She was indeed worthy of being the descendant of a famous general. Her boldness and ability couldn't be compared to 10 men. On this day, Ban Han defeated a few young and energetic soldiers on the martial arts stage. When she heard her personal bodyguard say that Madame Zhao wanted to see her, she cupped her hands and said to the soldiers present, "Brothers, I'm sorry, I have something to do. Please take your time. Sister Ban, take care." The soldiers uniformly returned the greeting. Even the bearded men in their 20s and 30s respectfully called Ban Han sister. If they weren't wearing armor, the commoners would have thought that they were a gang that came out to collect protection fees. Madame Zhao anxiously sat on the chair, her heart feeling weak. After coming to the barracks, she had heard many rumors about Princess Fuel. It was said that this Junju was extremely beautiful and that the Lord loved her very much. He didn't even separate from her in the barracks. It was also rumored that this Junju's martial arts were outstanding and she was highly respected by the soldiers in the army. She was a woman who only cared about the harem. If she said something wrong, would the Junju look down on her? Just as her thoughts were running wild, the curtain at the door was lifted. A young and beautiful Gongzi wearing brocade clothing and a jade crown walked in. Madame Zhao's heart trembled. Because of this young man who was several years younger than her heartbeat quickened. After she came back to her senses, she remembered that this was the Lord and Junju's tent. Who was this young man? He actually dared to come in dressed like a noble. Sister Zhao, please sit. Ban Han saw Madame Zhao looking at her in a daze and patted her male clothing. I'm outside and dressed casually. I've made a fool of myself in front of Madame. Greetings to Junju. Madame Zhao didn't expect this beautiful young man to be Junju Fu Lu. She took a few deep breaths to calm her beating heart. Junju Fu Lu is too beautiful. This concubine was dazed and forgot to greet you. Please forgive me, Junju. It's fine, it's fine. Please sit. Ban Han sat at the head of the table and smiled at Madame Zhao. Madame Zhao had an oval-shaped face and fair skin. Her hair was tied up with a few wooden hairpins. Perhaps it was because everything was simple in the military camp, but her clothes were mainly casual. However, it could be seen that she was a very easygoing woman. After the guards served tea, Ban Han asked Madame Zhao to drink as he said, I remember that you have 2 children. Why didn't you bring them along? My children are young and don't understand. I was afraid that they would disturb you. It's fine. No matter how noisy the children are, I have ways to deal with them. Ban Han waved his hand, I don't mind. Madam, please bring them along next time. Even though Madame Zhao had an easygoing personality, she didn't know what to say at this time. However, what surprised her was that the princess actually knew that she had 2 children. This was really too strange. I have a good relationship with Miss Zhao in private, so sometimes I hear her mention you. Ban Han smiled, my mother is also very concerned about you. When you return to Jing, you must visit my parents. She will be very happy to see you. Madame Zhao was amused by Ban Han's relaxed tone. She nodded and said, when the time comes, I will definitely visit your Fu. They were still rebelling. Hearing Princess Fuel's tone, it seemed that they had already succeeded. No wonder the Lord liked Junju so much. Junju was the one who had the most confidence in the Lord. What visit? Ban Han thought, there are many men in the barracks. If you are bored, you can come to my place. With Madame Zhao's personality, she was probably too embarrassed to go out of the barracks. Coming to her place for a walk would relieve her boredom. Madame Zhao also understood that this was Ban Yu's good intentions, so she agreed. Before marrying into the Zhao family, she had heard that this Junju originally had an engagement with the Zhao family. Unfortunately, her younger brother-in-law, who she didn't have the fate to meet, had left early. She didn't have the fate to meet this Junju. After bidding farewell to Princess Fuel, Madame Zhao returned to her own tent. Seeing her return, Zhao Zhong said, Madam, did Princess Fuel make things difficult for you? Madame Zhao smiled and shook her head, Junju is good and warm. She even asked me to stay for a meal. I thought that the Lord would go back to eat with Junju, so I refused. Hearing this, Zhao Zhong relaxed, fortunately, you didn't. Otherwise, the 2 children and I would have to eat alone. Nonsense, Madame Zhao, her husband, and the children sat around a simple table. Seeing the 2 children eating happily, Madame Zhao put 2 more pieces of meat in their bowls. Turning to Zhao Zhong, she said, Princess Fuel is a special woman. I saw that the people in the main tent all respect her. That's good. Zhao Zhong nodded and relaxed. Junju also said that if I was bored, I could go to her place. Good, Zhao Zhong immediately said, I was worried that you would feel uncomfortable. Being cooped up in the tent all day. This is good. Princess Fuel's place is a good place to go. Isn't that so? Princess Fuel is dressed like a man. She is very handsome. Madame Zhao couldn't help but say, if I was a young girl in my teens, the first time I saw her, I would be moved and wouldn't be able to look at other men. Zhao Zhong was speechless. Rongxia led the army through Zhongzhou's territory without any obstructions. Sunzhou was adjacent to Zhongzhou. Rongxia's vanguard had just arrived at the city gate. Before they could attack the city, they saw Sunzhou's city gate open. All the soldiers and officials in Sunzhou were dressed to welcome them. They didn't show any signs of resistance. They stayed in Sunzhou for 2 days. The soldiers didn't disturb the people and didn't force them to collect food. This made the uneasy people feel touched and relieved. When the rebels left Sunzhou, some people came to send them off with fruits, rice, and noodles. Rongxia didn't accept chicken, duck, fish, fruits, rice, noodles, but he accepted a water bag from a century-old man. I appreciate your kindness, but everyone's life is not easy. How can I bear to see everyone starve? Rongxia raised the water bag high above his head. Water is the source of life. I've accepted the water bag from the old man, which means I've accepted your kind intentions. Please take care of yourselves. I'll take my leave. Sunzhou was moved by Rongxia's attitude and words. He knew that the rebels had all left, but there were still people standing at the city gate who didn't want to leave. Good man, good man. The century-old man stood up with the help of his children and grandchildren. He looked up at the sky. God has eyes. We finally see hope. The people around were affected by the century-old man's emotions. They all hoped that Rongxia could become the emperor. After the rebels left Sunzhou, their next destination was Jingzhou. Just like Sunzhou, Jingzhou opened its city gate to welcome them. However, after Rongxia and his people entered the city, they found that the local officials were incompetent and took advantage of the people. Therefore, they convicted these corrupt officials and beheaded them in front of the people. For a while, the people rushed to spread the news that a good official had finally arrived in Jingzhou. The people didn't care if the official was from the imperial court or the rebels. As long as he could uphold justice for them and didn't take advantage of them, then he was a good official. What? You said that this handsome young official could become the emperor? The current emperor was muddle-headed and incompetent, then you must let the young official become the emperor. What's the use of keeping an incompetent emperor? Keep him for the new year? If you raise a pig, you can kill it for meat during the new year. What's the use of keeping an emperor who takes advantage of the people? Ban Han followed beside Rongxia. When he saw the people beheaded because of the corrupt officials, he smiled with satisfaction. He was moved. These people didn't know what loyalty to the emperor was, nor did they know poetry. They didn't even know the name of the current emperor. They worked hard every day to make a living, but they were so easily satisfied. As a high-ranking emperor, even if he wasn't willing to work hard for the people, he should at least think about them and consider them a little. At least, he could let them live a little more peacefully. After the corrupt officials' properties were confiscated, Rongxia arranged for a few people to take care of the affairs in Jingzhou. After the people accepted these people's management, he continued to lead the army in the direction of the capital. Perhaps because Rongxia killed the corrupt officials in Jingzhou, the officials in the other provinces and counties were fearful. They didn't dare to welcome Rongxia into the city, so some people began to resist fiercely. Some people, before the army led by Rongxia arrived, took their wives, children, and treasures and hurriedly ran away, leaving only the soldiers to resist. There were also some officials who purposely spread news that Rongxia was a murderous demon. Wherever he went, there would be rivers of blood and wails. They encouraged the local people to resist. This tactic wasn't very effective, because most of the people had already heard the news from other provinces and counties about how good this Marquis Qing'an was, how tolerant he was to the people, and how he punished the corrupt officials along the way. When the people found out that the officials had purposely lied to them, their anger couldn't be suppressed. Therefore, when Rongxia and the others arrived at Taizhou, which was relatively close to the capital, the city gate of Taizhou was opened by a group of angry people. The soldiers guarding the city gate didn't stop the people. They didn't even draw their swords and allowed the people to open the city gate. Ban Han rode on his horse and tilted his head to Rongxia and said, "Rongxia, are we really rebelling? Why did it seem like a joke? How corrupt must the Great Yi dynasty be for the people to hate it to this extent?" Ban Han was a very lazy person. She was too lazy to think too much and was too lazy to think about schemes and plots. However, this journey had been too smooth. It was as if someone had already planned ahead and was just waiting for them to arrive. I have arranged people in Taizhou City. In the room, Xianxia smiled at Ban Han, who was lying in the bathtub. Madam, do you need me to help you bathe? Help me massage my shoulders. Ban Han held the edge of the bathtub with both hands. Her long black hair was soaked in the bathtub. The steam lingered in the room and the temperature in the room rose. Xianxia could not help but lightly bite her shoulder, leaving a light pink mark. Are you a dog? Ban Han covered the place where she was bitten. She reached out and pulled Xianxia, who was neatly dressed, into the bathtub. Looking at his wet and disheveled appearance, she reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. Do you want to bathe with me? Xianxia looked at her white and tender chest and breathed deeply. Hua hua, it is said that many years ago, there was a female demon on the sacred mountain. Anyone who saw her would be infatuated and would be willing to offer their heads to her. The tip of his tongue brushed past Ban Han's ear. Are you that female demon? Whether I am or not, won't you know once you taste it? Ban Han laughed softly. It was like a fuse that lit the fire in Xia's chest. The temperature of the two people in the bathtub began to burn. Du Jiao? Zhao Zhong walked out of the courtyard. This house was originally the residence of an official. However, because this official had abused the people, he had been tied up and thrown into prison by the local people. He saw Du Jiao standing guard outside the main door of the courtyard and asked curiously, I didn't see Mr. Wang Chu this time? He can't walk, his hands can't write, and his eyes can't see. How can he follow the army? Du Jiao did not mention what Wang Chu had done. If he did, it would only make his lord unhappy again. When Zhao Zhong heard Wang Chu's words, he guessed that Wang Chu might have violated his lord's taboo and ended up like this. He looked around, patted his butt, and sat down on the stone steps. You are all old people who have followed the Lord. I have no intention of inquiring about the Lord's private affairs. It's just that Princess Fuel and our family have some old ties, so I want to know how she is doing. I don't want anything else, just to have peace of mind. I think you are confused. Du Jiao walked to his side and copied him as he sat down. Junju is the wife of the Lord, how can she not have a good life? Old Du, we've been friends for many years. You don't have to say such things to me. I don't like to hear such things. Zhao Zhong smiled bitterly. It's not like you don't know the relationship between our Zhao family and Princess Fu Lu. It's because I know, that's why I don't want to say more to you, Du Jiao said irritably. You may not know how much the Lord values Junju because you haven't been in Jing these years, but how can I not know? If I were you, I wouldn't mention the relationship between your family and Junju in the future. What's the point of bringing up the matter of fate? If you don't mention it, then don't mention it. I'm relieved that the Lord and Junju have a good relationship. Zhao Zhong's temper was good. Hearing Du Jiao say this, he wasn't displeased at all. Instead, he smiled generously. The two naughty children of our family, ever since they interacted with Junju a few times, all day long they keep calling her Junju. I really don't know who their father is. Du Jiao snorted and said in a self-satisfied manner, that's nothing. There are so many brats in the capital who have to properly bow in front of our princess. It's not strange that those two brats in your family like to listen to the princess's words. Hearing Du Jiao call her Junju, Zhao Zhong couldn't help but laugh. Was Du Jiao one of the Lord's people, or one of the Princess Fuel's people? But according to the other strategists, Du Jiao had been very useful in front of the Lord these years. Even after Princess Fuel married into the family, she was very close to him. This was probably what it meant that honest people had an honest way of living. Wang Chu was full of wisdom and didn't lack scheming and wisdom, but in the end, his position wasn't as stable as Du Jiao's. Husband and wife are one. Junju likes your children, isn't that the same as the Lord likes them? Du Jiao simply said it more clearly. Junju is proficient in writing, shooting, and martial arts. If your two children can learn a move or two, it's enough. Zhao Zhong suddenly understood. Du Jiao was telling him how good the relationship between Marquis and Junju was. The Lord strategists were all considering the power behind Princess Fuel. They were also considering whether the Ban family would disagree with the Lord's ascension because of the Princess Royal. They didn't expect Du Jiao to hit the nail on the head. Husband and wife are one. These words might not necessarily apply to other people, but the Lord was different. He didn't have any important relatives by his side. The closest person to him was probably Princess Fuel. Also, the 3-army tiger tally that the Lord took out these days. If it wasn't given to him by Junju, who else could it be? If they had the 3-army tiger tally, why would they have to endure until now? Princess Fuel gave such an important thing to the Lord. How could they, as outsiders, look down on this friendship? The army rested in Taizhou for 7 days. After preparing enough provisions, they heard that the imperial court had sent an army to destroy the Rong dynasty. They planned to destroy all the rebel forces in one fell swoop. Xianxia only had a total of 150,000 soldiers. The Rong dynasty's army was said to have 350,000 soldiers. After removing the water from the army, there were about 200,000 soldiers left. This battle would be difficult to fight. Ban Han wondered if his mouth was poisonous. A few days ago, he said that the rebellion was like a joke. Today, the imperial court's army was approaching. She sat in the deputy's position. After listening to the soldier's report, she asked, "Who is the person leading the army?" Chongqing of Gojouzian is the Grand Marshal of the army. Shijin is the Grand General of the army. Chongqing of Gojouzian is the Grand Marshal. Shijin is the Vice Marshal. It's them? Ban Han was surprised. Isn't Shijin one of the Crown Prince's people? The Shi family's lives are in the hands of the tyrant. How could Shijin not obey? The silver-armored young general had some admiration for Shijin, but the disgust he had for Jiang Luo was even stronger. It is because of this that he dares to let Shijin lead the troops into battle. Ban Han shook his head. He didn't know if he should sympathize with the Shi family or sigh with regret. After being in the limelight for so many years, in the end, after being tossed around by Jiang Luo, he was truly disgraced. Even the dignified prime minister's son had to do things against his will. Xianxia glanced at Ban Han. Go and find out more information. Yes. 3 days later, Xianxia led the army into Yongzhou. Yongzhou's terrain wasn't too dangerous, but if they wanted to conquer Yongzhou, they had to cross the Xianxia River. When Xiao's army arrived, the iron chain bridge on the river had been destroyed. Xiao looked at the army on the other side of the river across the calm and spacious river. He didn't say a word. 2 hours later, a boat rowed over. There were 3 envoys on the boat. They tried to persuade Xiao to surrender and promised many benefits. One of the conditions was to restore the Ban family's title. Since he had already reached this step, how could Xiao surrender? He looked calmly at the 3 messengers and asked in return, "Do you think the people of the world suffer or not?" The 3 envoys looked uncomfortable. One of them cupped his fist and said, "Marquis Qing'an, as an official, we should be loyal to the emperor. As an official of the imperial court, we should love the country and the people. I am not talented. Although this move may be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, I also want to save the people." Xiao stood up and looked at the 3 envoys. "I admire your loyalty, but for the people of the world, I am willing to bear the infamy of being disloyal to the emperor." The envoys blushed when they heard this. Marquis Qing'an was a modest gentleman. Today, he came to this point. Was it just because he wasn't loyal enough? Maybe it was because he was a gentleman that he couldn't bear to see the people suffer and couldn't stand the emperor. They were not as good as him. Today, they came to persuade Xiao. They were just following orders. They knew very well that they couldn't persuade Xiao. Marquis is righteous. One of the old men with white hair and a beard bowed deeply to Xiao. We understand Marquis' thoughts. We will go back and report to the marshal. Xiao raised his hand and made a gesture of invitation. The 3 envoys walked out of the tent. Seeing the momentum of the Rong army, and thinking of the imperial court army's lack of fighting spirit, they couldn't help but shake their heads. Unless Marshal Ban was still alive, the imperial court army couldn't stop the advance of the rebel army. But Marshal Ban's descendant had married Xiao. Even the 3-army tiger tally had been handed to him. No one could guarantee what the country would be like in the end. The imperial court army and the Rong army confronted each other on both sides of Xianxia River for 3 days. Neither side had the intention to use force. On the morning of the 4th day, the imperial court army on the observation platform found that the Rong army was singing and dancing as if they were celebrating a festival. He was puzzled, so he reported the news to his superiors. Soon, the news was passed to the Chongqing of Gojoseon and Shijin. It's just a trick to confuse people, the Chongqing of Gojoseon sneered. Rongxiao likes to look calm, but we don't know how anxious he is inside. Their food is limited. If they want to fight a war of attrition with us, they will cry. Shijin looked at the geomancy map on the table. His eyes fell on Xingsong County next to Yongzhou, but he didn't say anything. There was also a bridge over Qingsha River in Xingsong County, but the iron chain bridge was much smaller than the one in Yongzhou. The terrain on both sides of the river was narrow, and the road was winding and difficult to walk. Without a local familiar with the road conditions, it was easy to fall into the turbulent river. With Rongxiao's cautious personality, he wouldn't choose such a road. He didn't have much friendship with the Chongqing of Gojoseon. After entering the military camp, the Chongqing of Gojoseon didn't want to be divided by him, so he was on guard against him. Even if he told him his guess, the Chongqing of Gojoseon wouldn't believe him. As expected, when he proposed to lead the troops to Qingsong County, the Chongqing of Gojoseon flatly refused. If you take some of the troops with you, and the Rong army suddenly attacks, what should we do? The Chongqing of Gojoseon said with certainty, I've been in contact with Rongxia for many years. I know what kind of person he is. He must be waiting for us to take the initiative to divide the troops so that he can sneak attack us at night. Shijin sneered in his heart. A rebellious marquis who had the tiger tally of the three armies but didn't let anyone know about it. Even if he had been in contact with you for many years, how could you be sure that he wasn't feigning civility? Since Prince Ning ascended the throne, the Chongqing of Gojoseon was promoted from a commandery prince to a prince. No one expected that he was in cahoots with Prince Ning. Now the Chongqing of Gojoseon was in the limelight in the capital, and no one dared to offend him. The Chongqing of Gojoseon was a man who thought he was smart. He was conceited and arrogant, and the thing he hated the most was others questioning his decisions. Shijin had a calm and steady personality. He had to think carefully before doing anything, and he didn't like to act willfully. The two of them were almost polar opposites. If the generals didn't get along, it would be detrimental to the morale of the troops. Most of the time, Shijin didn't want to argue with the Chongqing of Gojoseon. He even had a strange thought in his heart that even if the world was overthrown, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Sometimes, he clearly felt that the decisions made by the Chongqing of Gojoseon were wrong, but he chose to go with the flow. After 2 days of fighting on the other side of the river, the Rong army suddenly attacked at night on the third night, intending to lay planks on the bridge and attack the other side of the river. However, they were discovered by the imperial army, who was well prepared, and had to retreat in a hurry. The Evergreen King stood on the watchtower and watched as the Rong family army was beaten up so badly by the imperial court's army that they threw away their armor and fled pathetically. An elated expression appeared on his face. He knew that Rongxia was used to putting on an act like this. Rongxia couldn't sit still anymore. Grand Marshal, should we fight our way to the other side of the river? No need, the Chongqing of Gojoseon smirked, Rongxia is waiting for us to cross the river. I won't let him have his way. In the next few nights, the Rong army sent people to try to cross the river, but they failed every time. Gradually, the imperial army found that the Rong army was no longer in the mood to sing and dance. Even the smoke from the kitchen chimneys gradually decreased. The imperial army was almost certain that the rebel army didn't have enough food. Just as they were waiting for the rebel army to surrender, an urgent report suddenly came from Qingsong County. The rebel army had crossed the river from Qingsong County and intended to break through the gates of Qingsong County. They wanted to ask for reinforcements. What? The Chongqing of Gojoseon looked at the soldier in disbelief. Why would Rongxia lead troops to attack Qingsong County? He was tricked by Rongxia. From the beginning, Rongxia didn't plan to attack Yongzhou. He deliberately let the soldiers attack for several nights in a row to make him believe that his focus was on Yongzhou. Grand Marshal, what should we do now? The Chongqing of Gojoseon looked at Shijin. After a while, he said with a pale face, Shijin, you lead troops to Qingsong County to kill the rebel army. Rongxia is very cunning. I'm worried that only a small portion of the rebel army is attacking Qingsong County. The main target of the rebel army is still here. Yes. Shijin clasped his fist and walked out of the tent. The soldiers in the tent all remembered that Shijin took the initiative to lead troops to defend Xianxia County. However, the Chongqing of Gojoseon didn't agree, which led to the current situation. However, seeing the Chongqing of Gojoseon's angry appearance, no one dared to add fuel to the fire. This time, the Chongqing of Gojoseon guessed correctly. The Rong army that attacked Xianxia County was indeed only a small portion of the rebel army. The leader of the rebel army was Ban Han. She was wearing silver armor and didn't say a word as she listened to the curses of the soldiers on the city gate. Does Xianxia have no men under his command? He actually wants a sissy like you to lead the troops? The general standing on the city wall laughed out loud as if he had just said something ridiculous. If you surrender obediently and crawl under my pants, I will spare your life. Sometimes, when the two soldiers were cursing at each other, they would say all kinds of nasty things. Du Jiu and Zhao Zhong, who were standing behind Ban Han, were worried that she wouldn't be able to take the provocation. However, who knew that Ban Han would actually shout at the top of her lungs? You look like my grandfather. Why don't you go find a beach and look at your butt? How could you give birth to someone like me? Ban Han threw the silver spear in her hand to Du Jiu and scolded with her hands on her hips. You grew up so hard. Do you even have a wife? Are the children you gave birth to yours? Don't think that all the men in the world are your sons or grandsons. Thinking too much is a disease. You should think about which unlucky bastard is willing to be your father or grandpa first. Then you can put on airs in front of me. Bah. The Rong army was stunned by Ban Han's scolding. This is the Princess Kyul, right? She is their lord's wife, right? This scolding skill, why is it that she is like a veteran in the army? Damn, you little bastard. When I kill you, I'll use your 2 tails of egg wine to drink. You're envious that I have 2 tails. Do you have 2 tails of money on you? Ban Han scolded back, even if you drink all the egg wine in the world, you're just an ugly bastard. You can't do 2 tails. Gulp. Zhao Zhong couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He turned to look at Du Jiu and found that Du Jiu wasn't any better than him. Zhao Zhong immediately felt better. It seems that he wasn't the only one who was frightened. Ban Han argued with 10 people by himself. Finally, the general on the city gate was so angry that he rushed out with his soldiers. This man was 8 feet tall and held a spiked hammer in his hand. He looked like he wouldn't give up until he smashed Ban Han to death. Humph. Ban Han took out the bow on his horse and shot an arrow. The man who was still shouting was shot through the chest by the arrow and fell to the ground with a thud. When the soldiers he brought out saw that their leader was dead, they were stunned. They turned around and wanted to return to the city. Who knew that the sky would be filled with arrows and they would be shot full of holes? Ban Han coldly turned around and looked at the soldiers behind him. Remember, this is the result of showing off your courage. If you can fight, then don't talk nonsense and don't look down on your opponent. Just now, when he was cursing at the city gate, he should have found an archer who was good at archery to shoot down our royal flag. But he looked down on me, a pretty boy, and found an opportunity to humiliate me. Remember this lesson and don't make the same mistake. Yes. All the generals responded in unison. They looked at Ban Han with eyes full of admiration. Ban Han was very satisfied with their obedient attitude. He raised his hand and said, "Attack the city." Defending the city should have been easier than attacking it, but because the leader of the Xianxia County soldiers had been killed by an arrow from the rebel army, the morale of the soldiers was in chaos. Seeing that the rebel army was about to break through the city gates, many soldiers lost the courage to defend the city. General, Du Jiu wiped the blood that had splattered on his face. The resistance of the soldiers defending the city gate seems to have decreased. If the city is breached, then the morale of the soldiers will be broken. Ban Han pointed at a soldier with his spear and said to Du Jiu, "Tell our brothers to work harder and take down Xianxia County as soon as possible. If I'm not wrong, in less than 2 days, the reinforcements sent by the imperial court will arrive." "I understand." Du Jiu patted his horse's butt and began to encourage the morale of his soldiers. On the battlefield, there was no distinction between men and women, only between you and me. The Rong family army already knew that Ban Han had some skills, but they didn't think that she would be able to adapt so well to military tactics. She was also very good at commanding soldiers and killing enemies cleanly and efficiently. It was obvious that she had been trained. These soldiers who had followed Banyu to attack Green Pine County were finally convinced of Banyu's abilities, and their hearts were filled with admiration and worship. Peng. Xianxia County's city gate was finally breached and Ban Han led her soldiers to kill her way in. She originally thought that she would be welcomed by the fierce resistance of the soldiers and civilians, but who would have thought that the moment she rushed in, she would see a 10-year-old child crying and shouting, "I surrender." This boy was wearing armor that didn't fit his body. He was thin and small, and the hand holding his sword was trembling. Ban Han only glanced at him and he was so scared that he knelt down in front of Ban Han. The other soldiers weren't much better off than this boy. Their numb faces carried a bit of fear, and they didn't have the slightest intention of resisting. However, these people stood at the very front, and those behind them were the old, weak, women, and children in ragged clothes. Dujio, take people to count the number of people. Be careful of sneak attacks. Ban Han swept her eyes over the trembling women and children and added, if anyone dares to rape a woman in the army, I will personally cut off his head and hang it on the city wall. This subordinate obeys. After Xianxia County's city gate was breached, arranging for the people of Xianxia County was easier than Ban Han imagined. In other words, after these people realized that Ban Han didn't intend to kill them and even help them clean up the streets, they were very obedient to Ban Han's arrangements. If she told them to go east, they would definitely not go west. General. Just as Ban Han walked down the tower and was about to look at the list of names, a little boy ran in front of her and asked, "Are you really a rebel?" Ban Han reached out and patted his head, "We are not a rebel, we are here to save everyone." The little boy didn't understand what save meant. He stared blankly at Ban Han and after a while said, "You didn't steal our food, you are a good person." "Little brat, this isn't a good person, this is a human." Ban Han smiled faintly, "Soldiers who steal from the people are animals." My lord." A little girl around 10 years old hurriedly ran over and hit the little boy a few times. Then she looked at Ban Han in horror, "Little brother is not sensible and offended my lord. I beg my lord to let us go. Your little brother is very interesting." Ban Han saw that the little girl was so scared that she was stuttering, so she said in a teasing tone, "Don't be afraid, I don't bully children." She dug around in her purse and found a few snacks that she used as snacks. She put it in the little girl's hand, "Here, take this to calm your nerves." The little girl held the snacks and didn't dare to move. "You are quite cautious." Ban Han took another piece from her hand and threw it into her mouth, "Don't worry, there is no poison in it." The little girl secretly glanced at Ban Han. Just one glance made her blush. She lowered her head and held the snacks. She hurriedly pulled her little brother away. After walking far away, she dared to secretly look back. Who knew that she couldn't find Ban Han's figure? "Sister, that soldier is really good." The little boy stuffed a piece of snack into his mouth, "His snacks are also delicious." Eat, you only know how to eat." The little girl couldn't help but scold, "What if he is a bad person? Do you still want to live?" "But he is not a good person." The little boy turned his head and muttered. Suddenly, he saw a few men sneaking past the alley that he often passed by. He couldn't help but take a few more glances. Xianxia County was only so big. Who were the neighbors that they usually passed by? What kind of clothing style the people in the county wore? Everyone knew in their heart. The words and actions of those men didn't seem like they were from Xianxia County. "General," Dujio walked to Ban Han's office. "Just now, a child came to report that there were several suspicious adult men in the city." Spies? This was the first thing that came to Ban Han's mind. She calculated the time. It was about time for the Imperial Army to react. Tell the brothers to be on high alert. The Imperial Army should be here soon. This subordinate understands. Dujio hesitated and couldn't help but ask, "General, the people you scolded before the battle, what? You're not used to it?" No. This subordinate listened to it and felt relieved. "It's good that you felt relieved." Ban Han threw the pen to the side. She was the most impatient with these things. "My family supports a lot of disabled veterans. Their ability to scold people is superb. If you are interested, when you return to the capital, you can go visit them and have them teach you a thing or two. Dujio was surprised. So the Ban family secretly supported so many disabled and useless veterans in the eyes of the imperial court. For a moment, the Ban family became incomparably tall in his heart. Send someone to check the number of soldiers who were injured or died in battle. Bury those who should be buried, and give those who should be comforted by their families. Remember to send someone you trust to do this. Ban Han remembered that there were cases of embezzlement in the military camp, so he added, if anyone dares to do this, don't report it to the Lord. I'll personally chop off his head. Yes. Dujio's heart skipped a beat, his face filled with excitement. General, please rest assured. This subordinate will definitely handle this matter. Move the net. Ban Han watched him leave with great momentum and couldn't help but sigh. The female guard behind her looked at her worriedly. Junju, are you all right? Junju had been pampered since childhood. Although she had learned how to command troops from the old general, that was many years ago. At that time, Junju was still very young. How could she have truly experienced the cruelty of the battlefield? Now, she was with these soldiers all day long. She couldn't eat or dress well, and she couldn't use silk, satin, gold, and silver jewelry. When had their Junju ever suffered like this? I'm fine. Ban Han leaned back in her chair, closing her eyes to let the female guard massage her shoulders. Jiang Luo's conduct is cruel. If he isn't overthrown, not only will the people not be able to eat or sleep in peace, even my Ban family won't be able to live. But... The female guard hesitated for a moment. When the birds are gone, the bow is put away. This subordinate is worried about son-in-law. If son-in-law really ascends the throne one day, although Junju and son-in-law are married, people's hearts are fickle. What if son-in-law is afraid that Junju has the blood of the Jiang clan in her body? What should she do then? Even if Xianxia and I don't have any feelings for each other, at least he's a good emperor. In addition, my Ban family has treated him well. He definitely won't make things difficult for the Ban family. Ban Han smiled. As for other things, it's too early to worry. In life, one must always think positively. Otherwise, if one lives unhappily every day, then it's not worth it. Junju, you have a good attitude and are open-minded. The female guard was amused by Ban Han's words. You are right. This subordinate is too timid. There's a saying among the people, isn't it because you can't bear to cut off her body? How can you drag a beauty down from her horse? Ban Han raised his head seductively. Don't you agree? Isn't there a saying among the people that if one is willing to be cut into pieces, one can make the emperor? The female guard's expression changed and she smiled bitterly. Princess, you're teasing me again. I don't dare to say that. What's there to be afraid of? Aren't we doing the same thing now? Ban Han said confidently. It's okay. Let's talk behind closed doors. No one will know. The female guards all nodded in agreement, as if they would believe whatever Ban Han said. Qingsong County was a poor county under the jurisdiction of Yongzhou. The terrain of this county was steep and the soil wasn't fertile enough. Therefore, there weren't many agricultural products. When the weather was good, the harvest was good and the people could barely fill their stomachs. If there was a disaster, they would have to tighten their belts. If they weren't careful, they could starve to death. Ban Han's arrival didn't make the local people feel hopeless. Instead, it made them see hope. These soldiers didn't burn, kill, or loot. They also didn't use this opportunity to make things difficult for them. It could be seen that these rebel soldiers really wanted to save the people and had no choice but to rise up. Some people asked about the identity of the young jade-faced general. After learning that he was the second most powerful general in the army, some matriarchs even started to ask if this general had a family. After learning that he was married, many of the families that were considered prominent families in the county were disappointed. However, they still donated some food to the Rong family army in order to maintain a good relationship. At this time, gold and silver were not as popular as food. These prominent families wanted to take advantage of the situation. Secondly, they were worried that these rebel soldiers were just putting on an act. They didn't want to offend them, so they gave them some benefits. After Ban Kuei received the provisions, he registered them all and said to the noble families, I have engraved the righteous deeds of my fellow villagers in my heart. After I defeat the traitorous officials, I will be even more grateful to you all. General, you are too kind. We don't dare. These prominent families didn't dare to take these words seriously. After they left Ban Han's temporary residence, they only thought that they had spent money to buy peace of mind. After sending these people away, a soldier came to report that the imperial court's army had appeared 2 miles away. They're finally here. Ban Han stood up. Archers, get ready. Yes. Ban Han picked up the helmet on the table and hurried to the city gate. The imperial court's army moved very quickly. Ban Han stood on top of the city gate and looked at the word "Sure" written on the flag. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The one leading the army was Xianxia. I am Xianxia. I have been ordered by His Majesty to summon you all to surrender. As long as you surrender, the imperial court will not pursue your mistakes. Xianxia rode on horseback and raised his head to look at the soldiers on top of the city gate with their bows raised. The soldiers behind him raised their shields and blocked in front of him. What a loyal and righteous general, sure, Ban Han said loudly on top of the city wall. Now that the country is about to fall, the people have no way to make a living. I can't bear to see the people living in the abyss of suffering. Even if I have to bear the infamy of history, I will not back down. General Sure is loyal to the emperor and wholeheartedly works for the imperial court. You deserve to be praised by the historians for your loyalty. These words seemed to be praising Xianxia, but every word was harsh. Xianxia's face turned pale. When he saw who the speaker was, his face became as pale as ash. Greetings, Princess Fuel. He cupped his hands and bowed respectfully. You are a commandery princess appointed by the imperial court. Why are you wallowing in the mire with the rebel army? Fengming Emperor is heartless. He put His Majesty and the crown prince under house arrest. As a commandery princess appointed by His Majesty, how can I bear to see His Majesty and the crown prince be treated like this? Ban Han said righteously. If Fengming Emperor is not guilty at all, why doesn't he let us see His Majesty and the crown prince? Xianxia knew that Ban Han was telling the truth. However, the lives of hundreds of people in the main branch of the Sure family were in the hands of Jiang Luo. He had no choice but to submit. The soldiers on both sides did not speak. This silent confrontation became a psychological battle between the commanders. Xianxia felt guilty. He did not even dare to look directly at Ban Han's face. Commandery princess, if there are any misunderstandings, you can talk about it when you return to the capital. Now that there are so many people involved, how can you bear to do this? Xianxia lowered his head and said, I'm in my position. I'm sorry to offend you. Ban Han sneered. She knocked her bow and shot an arrow at the imperial court's flag. She said loudly, if you had taken a step forward, you would have such a flag. General, good archery. Dujio took the bow from Ban Han's hand. I admire you. My archery is not good. Ban Han shook her head. It can't be compared to an archer who has been on the battlefield. Dujio thought, if this is not good, what is? Archers, get ready. Fire. Under the city gate tower, the imperial court soldiers were forced to stop by the first wave of arrows. They retreated a few hundred meters. Seeing that the arrow rain had finally stopped, they rushed forward again. Brothers, they don't have enough arrows. Let's go. However, before they could get close to the city gate, pots of boiling water and hot oil were splashed down. The attacking soldiers cried out in pain and did not dare to get close. General. Xianxia's deputy retreated to Xianxia's side. The enemy is too cunning. They just attacked the city not long ago. Where did they find hot water and boiling oil? Xianxia looked at the stalemate in front of him and thought of a possibility. The people in the city were helping the rebel army, so they had so much boiling oil and water. He raised his hand and said, stop attacking. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Ban Han was prepared. They would not be able to gain any advantage if they attacked forcefully. Yes. General, they retreated. A soldier pointed at the city gate in surprise. It's just a delaying tactic. Ban Han narrowed her eyes. The imperial court's soldiers will not come back for 4 hours. You all rest here. Leave a few people to guard the city gate. Remember, keep your weapons with you. Yes. Ban Han leaned against the mottled bricks on the city wall and looked in the direction of the imperial court's soldiers with a calm expression. She did not know why Shurjin was willing to lead soldiers to eliminate the rebel army, but he was a very calm person. He was not as easily angered as the defending general of Xianxia County. Therefore, she had to be very careful. If she were Shurjin, how would she choose to attack the city? General Shur, what should we do now? Shurjin looked at the wounded soldiers on stretchers and shook his head. Apply medicine to the wounded soldiers first. General, we don't have enough medicine. We don't have enough medicine. General, there are problems with some of the weapons. I'm afraid they can't be used on the battlefield. General, the food that the imperial court gave us is moldy. I'm worried that the soldiers won't be able to take it if they eat it. Shurjin became more and more silent. The imperial court's parasites sent them to the battlefield to kill the enemy, but they gave them these things to eat. How hateful. Although Shurjin was a calm person, he could not help but become serious. Why would he still support the imperial court and the imperial court? General? The leading soldier saw the general's expression and asked cautiously, "Are you okay?" Shurjin shook his head. "Go and see what's edible. Let them fill their stomachs first. As for the rest, I'll think of something later." The leading soldier left the tent. Shurjin helplessly sat on a chair, rubbed his forehead, and sighed. In the middle of the night, the soldier guarding the provisions took a nap. When he opened his eyes, he hurriedly looked around. When he saw that no one was looking at him, he shook his head to wake himself up. At this moment, he saw a soldier walking out from behind a tent, mumbling something about having diarrhea. He thought of the bowl of moldy porridge he had eaten at night and looked at the soldier sympathetically. Judging from his young and delicate appearance, he probably had never been on the battlefield before. These veterans had eaten everything. Not to mention moldy porridge, they had even eaten grass roots, tree bark, mountain rats, and wild rabbits. After a while, the soldier came back holding his pants. When he walked past him, he whispered, "Big brother, don't you feel uncomfortable in your stomach?" "This is nothing. Young people like you have never seen the world." The guard bragged to the young man for a while. Suddenly, he felt the urge to pee. He said to the soldier, "Help me take a look. I'll be back soon." "Big brother, I've never seen this before." "Hurry up." The young man looked around and saw that there were only a few soldiers guarding here. He seemed a little scared. "We're already on the battlefield. Why are you still talking like a sissy?" The guard saw that the young man was still afraid of the dark and could not help but shake his head. "Just stand here. I'll be back soon." When he turned around and left, he felt a little proud. These new soldiers did not know how difficult it was to be on the battlefield. Ban Han threw all the phosphorus powder he had hidden into the warehouse behind him. After she stood a few steps away, he threw the lit paper ball into the warehouse. Bang! The phosphorus powder ignited as soon as it came into contact with a spark. A guard next to her noticed her actions. Before he could say anything, she covered his mouth and knocked him unconscious. Then, she threw him a little further away from the granary. "Fire, the granary is on fire." After shouting this, Ban Han quickly hid behind the tent next to her. After the other soldiers in the tent ran out, she squeezed into the group of people in a hurry. "Put out the fire quickly. Keep an eye on the surroundings of the military camp. Don't let any suspicious people escape." Shurjin was not surprised at all when he heard that the granary was on fire. He walked out of the tent and saw that the fire in the granary was quickly put out. He looked around and asked, "Did you catch any suspicious people?" At this time, a soldier came to report that he had just talked to a fair-skinned young man. A fair-skinned young man? Shurjin was secretly bewildered. Could it be that Ban Kuei had personally taken action? After the fire was put out, he found that some small flames were still emitting a faint blue light. Is that phosphorus powder? Phosphorus powder was something that vaudeville artists could use. However, these skills were generally not taught to outsiders. Only if one's family had this kind of craftsman would they know the inside story. It seemed that this was Ban Han's work. Everyone in the capital knew that the Ban family had many vaudeville artists. But what did she want? This small fire could not burn the granary at all. This was a pile of food, not a pile of flammable paper. He was puzzled. After the soldiers tiredly returned to their tents to rest, he went back to the main tent. As soon as he sat on the couch, a cold sword appeared on his neck. "Princess, you shouldn't have come." He closed his eyes. "If I make a sound now, you won't be able to walk out of this tent alive." "There's no such thing as shouldn't." Ban Han turned to face him and said with a smile, "I believe that many people are in a deep sleep right now. Even if you beat the gongs and drums, they won't be able to wake up." What she had just thrown in the granary was not only inflammable phosphorus powder, but also a hypnotic powder. Anyone who smelled the smoke would unconsciously feel sleepy. Shi Jin's expression changed slightly. "This is your main purpose?" Ban Han smiled but did not say anything. Shi Jin opened his eyes and looked at Ban Han, who was dressed as a soldier. Under the dim candlelight, her face looked a little dim, but her eyes were as bright as stars. He looked away. "Princess, you're good. I'm not as good as you. Didn't General Shi also send spies to sneak into the city?" Ban Han smiled. "We're in the same boat." Shi Jin raised his chin. "If you want to make a move, do it quickly." He hesitated for a moment. "After you make a move, leave through the west gate. The defense there is weak, so it's more advantageous for you. I want to kill you, but you're helping me think of a way out." Ban Han could not help but laugh. "You're really interesting." She glanced at Shi Jin's face. "You're so handsome. I really don't want to make a move on you." After saying this, she suddenly pulled back her sword and smashed it hard on the back of Shi Jin's head. Shi Jin fell to the ground with a thud. "Princess." A soldier walked in. He was the leader of the army. "Let's go." After saying this, he and another soldier who looked inconspicuous put Shi Jin into a black cloth bag and carried him out of the tent. The tent of the Imperial Army was quiet. Only the sound of intermittent snoring could be heard. Ban Bai looked around and said, "Surround this area and take all the weapons that can be taken away." She was not a gentleman, nor was she a famous general. If she could win easily with some tricks, she would definitely not refuse. This leader was the grandson of a former general of the Ban family. On the surface, he had nothing to do with the Ban family, but in fact, he was one of the Ban family's contacts in the army. As the leader of the army, no one was more suitable than him to put drugs in the food. In addition, the food was already moldy. Even if there was something wrong with the food, people would only think that there was something wrong with the food, not the food. The leader's drugs and the ones she threw in the granary were enough for these people to sleep well. She just hoped that they wouldn't be too shocked when they woke up tomorrow and found that they were naked and their weapons had been confiscated. After leaving the military camp, Ban Han led her personal guards back to Xianxia County. However, before they entered the city gate, she immediately felt that something was wrong. She hurriedly raised her hand to stop everyone. "Put out your torches. There's something wrong with the city gate." The personal guards put out their torches one after another, jumped off their horses and dodged to the side to prevent the archers on the city gate from shooting arrows at the place where they were previously. However, there was no rain of arrows on the city gate. Instead, someone lit a torch and stood on top of the city gate. "The person below, is it Junju?" Ban Han felt that the voice was familiar. It seemed to be Zhao Zhong. She glanced at the personal guards beside her and signaled them not to move. She trotted to another position and said, "It's me." Hua Hua, Xianxia suddenly appeared on top of the city gate. He appeared next to the torch and said to the dark city gate, "I'm coming down to pick you up." Ban Han stared blankly at Xianxia on top of the city gate. Soon, the city gate opened. Xianxia rode a white horse and wore a golden armor. The red torch illuminated his cheeks, looking very festive. Ban Han stood up from the ground and looked at Xianxia, who was holding a torch and looking around. She couldn't help but say, "I'm here." Xianxia jumped off the horse and walked quickly to Ban Han with a torch. He reached out and touched her cold hand. "Come, let's go in." "Are you stupid? Don't you want to die by rushing out?" Ban Han let him hold her hand. "What if someone kidnapped me and deliberately lured you out? Will you still be alive?" "If they kidnapped you, they would be kidnapping my life." If I die with you, it would be good to be a pair of lovebirds. Nonsense, Ban Han couldn't help but knock on his helmet. Come on, shake your head. Let me hear if there's any sound of water. Is there water? After they entered the city, Xianxia found two soldiers carrying a huge black cloth bag. He couldn't help but stop and take a few more glances. What's inside? It seems to be a human? Oh, I just kidnapped their general. Xiao was stunned. General? Shijin? What's the use of kidnapping him? Just throw him away, Xiao said ruthlessly. As long as he fails, he will be useless to the imperial court. Useless to the imperial court, but useful to you, Ban Han said sincerely. This person has some ability. It's good that you can use him. No need. Xiao refused directly. Ban Han was speechless. What's wrong with him? Fortunately, the husband and wife didn't quarrel about Shijin. Ban Han and Xiao returned to the temporary residence. She took off her armor, yawned and lay on the bed. Why are you here? Wasn't the original plan for him to stay and attack Yongzhou while she came to Xingsong County? The plan has changed. Xiao saw that there were faint bruises under her eyes. He felt sorry for her and touched her eyes. You haven't had a good rest these days? Isn't that so? My head hurts from looking at those books and books. Bentley kicked off her boots and they fell to the ground with a clatter. She didn't even bother to take off her socks. In a daze, she said, I'm relieved that you're here. Then, she fell into a deep sleep. Xiao saw that she was so tired. He took off her socks and wiped her feet with hot water. He found two glaring blood blisters on her white and delicate soles. He found a silver needle that had been sterilized with wine and gently pricked the blisters. After applying some medicine, he tucked her into the quilt. At dawn, Xiao heard movement outside the door. He put on his outer robe and walked out with his shoes. What's the matter? Zhao Zhong saw that his outer robe was untidy and he was holding his shoes. He was stunned for a moment and then said, My lord, Shijin woke up. I'll go see him right away. When Shijin woke up, he found himself lying in a room covered with a clean quilt. He immediately realized that he had been taken away by the rebel army. He sat up on the bed weakly. Before he could get up, he saw a soldier push open the door and come in. The soldier took a look at him and then left in a hurry. Not long after, he heard footsteps outside the door. Xiao pushed open the door and walked in. When he saw that it was Xiao, Shijin sneered, Marquis Qing'an is really capable. You actually came to Xingsong County without anyone knowing. However, your greatest ability is not to hide from the Chongqing of Guozhouzian, but to make a woman risk her life for you in the enemy camp. When Zhao Zhong heard this, he wanted to ask Xiao for an explanation. However, he was interrupted by Xiao. I also admire myself for this, Xiao said with a smile. Lord Shi, if you don't like it, I can only ask you to forgive me. My wife is so good to me. I can't do anything about it. Are you still a man? Shijin was disgusted by Xiao's complacent attitude. Xia, if you are a man, you should protect her well. Don't let her take risks like this. Lord Shi, what right do you have to meddle in the private affairs between us? Xia raised his eyebrows. In public, you and I have different statuses. In private, our families don't have much of a relationship. Lord Shi, don't you think you're meddling? Shijin's expression turned ugly. Xiao's words made him speechless. Lord Shi, please be careful with your words and actions in the future. Don't meddle in other people's business. Xiao lowered his eyelids. It's more appropriate for us to talk about business. His Huahua was disobedient and risked her life. When she woke up, he would teach her a good lesson. Marquis Qing'an, what do you want to say? Please speak your mind. Shijin knew that he was in no position to meddle in the private affairs of a married couple. He tidied his clothes and walked to the table to sit down. Although he was a prisoner, he still carried the noble air of a young master from an aristocratic family. He didn't flinch at all. I would like to ask Lord Shi to lend me a hand. Ridiculous. As an official of the imperial court, how can I associate myself with a traitor like you? Shijin said without thinking, Xia, you don't have to waste your breath. I won't cooperate with you. In that case, I won't force you. Rongxia stood up, turned around, and walked out of the door. He had no intention of persuading the other party. His reaction stunned everyone present. Du Jiu looked at Rongxia in surprise, and then looked at Shi Jin, who was sitting silently at the table. He turned around and chased after Rongxia. Lord Shi. Zhao Zhong stayed in the room. He was born with an honest face. Anyone who saw him at first glance would think that he would not lie. Shi Jin ignored him. Zhao Zhong didn't care. He casually picked a chair and sat down. He slowly poured tea for the two of them. Lord Shi, did you go to the border a few years ago to work? Shi Jin's eyebrows moved slightly. He turned to look at Zhao Zhong, not knowing what he wanted to say. You don't have to be so guarded against me. I'm just saying. Zhao Zhong looked simple and honest. When I was young, I wanted to learn martial arts. But my family didn't allow it, so it was delayed these years. The border is bitter and cold. It's good that Lord Zhao didn't go. Shi Jin took a sip of the cold tea. When did you collude with Rongxia? It's not collusion. It's like-minded. Zhao Zhong sneered and turned to look out of the window. I was the provincial governor of Shuizhou for several years. In the hearts of the local people, I barely had some status. But when Shuizhou was hit by a disaster, I, as a parent official, couldn't get much help from the imperial court for them. 3 years ago, there was a flood in Shui province and many people died. The imperial court was afraid that there would be a plague in Shui province, so they sealed the city from the outside and only allowed people to enter and not leave. I know this is a way to prevent the plague, and I've never blamed anyone. However, after the imperial court sealed Shui province, they didn't send anyone to send food and medicine. Does the imperial court plan to starve everyone to death and make Shui province an isolated city? Zhao Zhong's eyes turned red when he spoke of this matter. Do you know how many people died in Shui province? 10,000. A total of 10,000 people. Shi Jin was silent. He remembered that incident from back then, but it was only in a letter written by his father. Because of the incident in Shuizhou, it didn't cause much of a stir in the imperial court. Later, it seemed that someone had resisted the pressure to report this incident and personally escorted the food and herbs to Shuizhou. During those days, the cries in Shui province never stopped. Mothers cried for their children, husbands cried for their wives, and children cried for their parents. Zhao Zhong's voice trembled. There shouldn't have been so many deaths. There shouldn't have been so many deaths. Later, Rongxia appeared with life-saving herbs. At that moment, he almost knelt down to Rongxia. He would never forget how he felt at that moment, and he couldn't forget it. Later, he found out that the incident in Shui province was reported by Rongxia under heavy pressure, so he offended some officials. Later, when they worked together in Shui province, he was fascinated by Rongxia's personal charm and was willing to join him. Shi Jin was speechless. Of course, he knew how decadent the imperial court was. Even his father was one of these decadent members. Therefore, at that time, he avoided the Ban Han and the heavy burden of the Shi family. He wanted to be a person with a clear distinction between black and white. He wanted to be a person who dared to love and hate. However, for the sake of his family, he didn't dare to be willful. He could only carry the family's big shell and move forward step by step. The Zhao family has a large population. Aren't you afraid of implicating your family? As long as one is determined, there will definitely be a way to not implicate his family. Zhao Zhong shook his head. Methods are all thought of by people. It's just a matter of whether one wants to or not. Shi Jin was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "You're a good lobbyist." I was almost tempted. It's not that I'm good, but that the Lord Shi still has a conscience and justice in his heart. Zhao Zhong smiled honestly. I'm not very smart. I say whatever comes to my mind. Lord Shi, please don't despise me for speaking incoherently. Now that I'm a prisoner, I don't have the right to despise others. Shi Jin saw that Zhao Zhong didn't intend to leave, so he asked, "How are the soldiers I brought with me?" The Lord knows that they're just following orders and have no choice, so he won't make things difficult for them. Don't worry. Zhao Zhong saw that Shi Jin was still concerned about the soldiers, so he had a good impression of him. The news of you being held captive will soon reach Chongqing of Gojoseon. At this time, even if we let you go back, the Chongqing of Gojoseon and the imperial court won't trust you anymore. It's better for you to work with us. When the Lord succeeds, not only will the people in the world live a good life, but even your Sure family will have a chance to recover. As for now. Zhao Zhong shook his head repeatedly. Your Sure family used to be the crown prince's subordinates. Fengming Emperor won't trust your Sure family. When Fengming Emperor abdicates and his descendants take over, who in the imperial court will still remember the once prominent Sure family? Fengming Emperor won't put our Sure family in an important position, but will Xianxia? The Lord is different from Fengming Emperor. He only cares about talent. As long as you do your job well, you won't have to worry about the Lord not trusting you. Zhao Zhong was very sure of this point. You're insulting my lord by comparing that tyrant Fengming Emperor with my lord. In Zhao Zhong's heart, he admired Xianxia very much. When Shi Jin saw that Zhao Zhong admired Xianxia so much, he didn't know whether to laugh or to take the opportunity to mock him. However, when he thought about the current situation where the people had no way of making a living, he couldn't refute Zhao Zhong's words. If others are capable, Xianxia will definitely trust them. Shi Jin turned his head and looked at the hibiscus tree outside the courtyard. But he won't have no grudges against me. You two have old grudges? Zhao Zhong was a little confused. Shi Jin and his lord didn't seem to have any conflicts, right? Maybe. Shi Jin closed his eyes and looked like he didn't want to say more. Seeing him like this, Zhao Zhong tactfully got up and took his leave. When he walked out of the courtyard, he saw Du Jiu standing outside. He looked around and asked, "Where's the lord?" He went with General Ban to visit the injured soldiers. Du Jiu was leaning against the wall with his sword in his arms. When he saw Zhao Zhong come out, he asked, "Did you persuade Shi Jin?" From what I see, he doesn't seem to be very loyal to the imperial court. I just don't know why he's not willing to be loyal to the Lord. He even said that they have old grudges. Zhao Zhong frowned. You've always been by the Lord's side. Do you know about the matter between the Lord and Shi Jin? Du Jiu suddenly understood. He reached out and patted Zhao Zhong's shoulder. Brother Zhao, this matter isn't your fault. If Shi Jin isn't willing, then let's forget about it. Then you should at least let me know what's going on. Zhao Zhong was even more curious. There are some things that the fewer people who know, the better. Du Jiu shook his head. Brother Zhao, don't be too curious. How could he say that his lord wouldn't be happy if he said that Shi Jin was interested in General Ban? As the lord's personal bodyguard, he relied not only on his skills, but also on his brains. After visiting the injured soldiers, Ban Han and Xianxia went to watch the soldiers practice. Among the large group of soldiers, they could see some soldiers wearing the imperial court's armor. These people's armor was mostly old and worn out. The breastplate only had a thin piece. Not to mention protecting them from arrows flying from the front, even a dagger could pierce through it. After the imperial court soldiers were captured, there were still some people who resisted. However, after the Rong family soldiers ate breakfast, their resistance decreased a lot. When Ban Han and Xianxia came over, lunch was about to be ready. Cornbread and thick porridge were carried out in buckets. The imperial court soldiers who were captured also received the same treatment. The only difference was that the Rong family soldiers had 2 side dishes, while they only had 1. However, they were still very satisfied because there was oil in the food. If they were lucky, they could even find a piece of meat in the food. This made them, who hadn't seen oil for many days, want to keep it in their pockets and only take it out to lick it every time they ate. The cornbread was crudely made, and the thick porridge was also cooked with old rice. However, there was no smell and it was still warm when eaten. Ban Han saw the imperial court soldier squatting on the ground and eating with relish. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. Although she had become one with these soldiers, she couldn't swallow the food. She could barely drink a few mouthfuls of the porridge, especially the cornbread that was stuck in her throat. She tried it once and almost spat it out. Lord! General! The soldiers who were eating noticed them and stood up to salute. Eat properly, Ban Han said with a straight face. No one is allowed to stand up and salute. If you dare to stand up again, I will pull you onto the platform and kick your butts. The soldiers roared with laughter. However, after hearing this, they became more relaxed. They secretly ate the porridge in their bowls while secretly looking at Ban Han and Xianxia. Xianxia already knew how Ban Han interacted with the soldiers. In terms of the way he interacted with the ordinary soldiers, Xianxia admitted that he was not as charming as Ban Han. Hearing Ban Han say such vulgar words, Xianxia didn't feel uncomfortable. When he first heard it, he was shocked, but now he was used to it. Furthermore, the soldiers were more suited to this way of communication. He didn't criticize Huahua's actions. In the military camp, Huahua didn't care how he interacted with his advisors, and he also didn't interfere with Huahua's actions. This was the respect they had for each other. The Rong army was relaxed, but the imperial army was somewhat restrained. When they saw Ban Han and Xianxia walk over, they held their bowls and didn't know whether to stand up or continue eating. When they woke up early this morning, they were tied together like grasshoppers. They were surrounded by the rebel army outside. They didn't even have the chance to resist and were brought over. There were more than 10,000 people. Even though many of them weren't tied up, they were still brought over obediently. They were so obedient that it made the Rong army's soldiers' hearts ache. Everyone is the same. Those who should eat properly. Xianxia saw the imperial army's cowering and numb appearance and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Lord, and I just came to see how everyone is eating. General, the head of the army cook smiled mischievously and came over. Although our food isn't as good as our homemade food, it's definitely filling. Don't worry. It's good that it's filling. Ban Han turned his head in satisfaction and looked at Xianxia. Does Lord still want to see? Forget it. If we were here, they wouldn't need to eat properly. Xianxia raised his hands and said, Soldiers, you've worked hard. I have nothing to repay you with but thanks. Finishing, he bowed deeply to all the soldiers. Lord. These honest men's eyes reddened. We swear to fight for the people, we swear to fight for Lord. Their shouts shook the sky. This was the persistence of a group of hot-blooded men. The imperial army looked dazedly at these people. They didn't know if they were frightened by the shouts, or if they were confused by their own actions. The military camp was very large and was divided into several large barracks. After Xianxia and Ban Han walked through them, Ban Han felt that his chest was sticking to his back. She rode on the back of a horse. You had people confuse the Chongqing of Gojosian. Are you preparing to attack from behind? Huahua knows me well. Xianxia nodded and said, the Chongqing of Gojosian is an extremely conceited and suspicious person. Is he also someone who thinks that he knows you well? Ban Han added, I still remember the 8th brother whose neck was broken in the mansion of the Chongqing of Gojosian. Who do you think taught 8th brother to say those words? It's not important who taught him. Xianxia saw through it clearly. What's important is that the Chongqing of Gojosian intentionally let you see this. The more people saw, the more innocent he seemed, especially Ban Han and Ban Heng, the brother and sister who were loyal to Emperor Yunqing. Ban Han suddenly remembered that there were some rumors about the Chongqing of Gojosian. Chongqing of Gojosian might have done this to make Emperor Yunqing believe that many people were targeting him and that he was an innocent victim. When you felt that a person was suspicious, you would feel that he was suspicious in every way. Ban Han remembered that during the autumn hunt 2 years ago, she and Jiang Luo had an argument at the hunting ground. In the end, the Chongqing of Gojosian reprimanded Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo did not refute at that time. At that time, she thought that Jiang Luo was somewhat restrained in front of the elders. Now, she felt that it was not out of respect for the elders, but because the Chongqing of Gojosian was his supporter. The Chongqing of Gojosian chose to support Jiang Luo not because he valued Jiang Luo, but because Jiang Luo was not smart and easy to fool. The Chongqing of Gojosian was ambitious. I didn't expect the Chongqing of Gojosian to be such a person. Although Ban Han did not have a good personal relationship with the Chongqing of Gojosian, she had a good impression of the Chongqing of Gojosian. It seems that my judgment is not good. Who said that your judgment is not good? You even found me. How good is your judgment? Xianxia said seriously. I don't agree with that. Even at this time, you still don't forget to praise yourself. You are really shameless. Ban Han rolled her eyes at him. She slapped the horse's butt and made it run faster. Xianxia hurried to catch up. They finally caught up in front of the temporary residence. It was already past noon. The guards brought the food for the two. Ban Han picked up the bowl and started eating. She was not picky. Hua Hua, you have suffered. After a quarter of an hour, Xianxia looked at Ban Han's empty bowl and felt even more upset. You know that I have suffered. Treat me better in the future. Ban Han picked up the herbal tea and rinsed her mouth. She wiped the corners of her mouth and said, when are we going to break camp? Now that Xianxia County was firmly under their control, except for the news that they wanted the Chongqing of Gojoseon to know, no other news could be leaked. Perhaps at this time, the Chongqing of Gojoseon was still fighting a war of attrition by the river in Yongzhou and did not know that Xianxia had brought most of the soldiers to Xianxia County. Tomorrow's weather is good, it's good to go out. Xianxia turned to look at Ban Han. But I have something more important to tell you. Speak. Bentley placed the helmet to the side and took off the heavy armor on her body. She took off the crown that bound her hair, and her fine black hair fell down. She was like a lazy cat, lying on the couch as if she had no bones. Xianxia could not help but look at her. But after thinking about what she wanted to say, she became serious again. I hope that you will not put yourself in danger in the future. I will be very worried. Ban Han widened her eyes. Are you talking about what happened yesterday? Xianxia walked to her side and sat down next to her. She said earnestly, no plan is foolproof. If something goes wrong, I don't dare to think about the consequences. What are you thinking? Many of the generals in the imperial army were former subordinates of the Ban family. Even if I am caught by them, they will not make things difficult for me. Ban Han did not care. The imperial army is like a sieve. What danger can there be? Hua Hua. Xia's face darkened. But there is always a what if in this world. I don't dare to take this what if. Ban Han sensed that his tone was not right. The lazy expression on her face gradually disappeared. But do you think that there is someone else more suitable than me? Even if you are the most suitable, I don't want you to go. Xianxia held her shoulder to make her understand how firm her attitude was. I have many subordinates, but only you. Do you understand? The room was extremely quiet. After a while, she pulled away Xia's hand from her shoulder. Don't let anyone else hear this. Otherwise, they will not work with you. Hua Hua. Xia was a little angry. Don't joke with me. I know what you mean. Ban Han's smile disappeared. But only I know how to contact these former subordinates. They only trust me. If it were someone else, the plan might not succeed. Those who achieve great things do not care about trifles. I know that you are an ambitious person. Why do you have to choose the most difficult path? Since I am the most suitable person, I will not let the other soldiers make unnecessary sacrifices. As generals, we cannot do things that will disappoint the soldiers. Our Ban family's ancestors were mostly generals in the army. They were not generals who would let their subordinates make unnecessary sacrifices for their own lives. Ban Han lowered her eyelids. She looked very quiet, but the words she said were not like a girl in a boudoir. I am a young lady who is afraid of hardships and tiredness. But I have been dealing with soldiers since I was young. I am afraid of the hardships in the army camp, but I also admire them. But since I am in the army camp, they call me a general. I have to be responsible for them. The Ban family does not fear death on the battlefield. Although I, Ban Han, am a woman, I do not want to disgrace my ancestors. Ban Han raised her head and looked at Xianxia. Her originally serious face suddenly showed a smile. But you can rest assured that I will never joke about my life. I will also not make you sad. Xianxia nodded silently. Okay. Ban Han reached out and touched his cheek. Don't be unhappy. Smile for me. Xianxia let her pinch his face and suddenly said, Hua Hua, if you were a man, I would also admire you. If I were a man, even if you admire me, I would not give up my sleeves for you. Ban Han smiled. There are so many beauties in the world. I must slowly appreciate them. How would I have the time to be with a stinky man like you? That's why I think you're better than Jiao Yi. Xianxia suddenly hugged Ban Yu on her knees and turned her over. She patted her butt lightly and said helplessly, if you do this again, I'll spank your butt so that you can't get out of bed. As a man, what kind of ability is it to hit me until I can't get out of bed? Ban Han was not angry after being patted twice. Instead, she snorted and said, "If you have the ability, no man could endure such words." Xianxia carried her over his shoulder and walked to the bed. This contest between a man and a woman was very satisfying. Although Xianxia did not make Ban Han unable to get out of bed, at least he was happy. The next time he went to the study to discuss with his strategists, he would smile more than usual. This matter was over. Only Xianxia and Ban Han's lips on each other's chest showed their bottom line. The next morning, the army set out. Xianxia left some people to guard Xianxia County, and the army rushed directly to Yongzhou City. Yongzhou and Taizhou were separated by a river. As long as Yongzhou was not broken, the Jiang dynasty still had hope. If Yongzhou City was broken, then it would be destroyed. The imperial court would lose their initiative, and it would be very difficult to turn the situation around. The imperial court also knew this. That was why they sent the Chongqing of Gojosian and Shijin, who could barely be of use, over. Unfortunately, there were too many parasites in the imperial court. Some of them cut corners on the soldiers' weapons and armor, and some of them embezzled on the provisions to make up the numbers. They let the horse run, but they did not let the horse eat grass. The imperial court was corrupt like this. How could they expect the soldiers to kill the enemy for them? If the army rushed from Xianxia County to Yongzhou, it would take about 2 days and 1 night to get there. Just as the Chongqing of Gojosian was about to send troops to cross the river to attack the Rong army, the outside of Yongzhou City was surrounded by the Rong army. Seeing the Rong army coming aggressively, the soldiers on the watchtower were so scared that their legs turned to jelly. They kept gesturing to the guards below to tell them that the Rong army was coming. "The rebel army is coming. The rebel army is coming." In these voices, there was more fear and escape than passion and anger. The Prince of Evergreen was still waiting for Xianxia to lead the troops to attack from the bridge. However, when he turned around, he heard a soldier report that the Rong army was attacking from the north. The north gate of Yongzhou was facing the direction of Xianxia County. "How many people are there?" The Chongqing of Gojosian thought it was the army led by Ban Han. He was somewhat dissatisfied with Shijin. He could not even stop a woman. What a useless piece of trash. "Marshal, I think there are more than 50,000. "What?" The Chongqing of Gojosian suddenly looked back at the soldier who reported the news. "How can there be 50,000? I saw the word Rong written on the flag of the leader," the soldier said with some awe. "I suspect that Xianxia is personally leading the troops. I'll go and see right away." The Chongqing of Gojosian climbed on the back of the horse and could not wait to rush over. At this time, both sides were still very restrained and cursed at each other. One side was comforting his family, the other side was comforting the other side's family. After they went back and forth, they did not even let go of the coffins of their ancestors. Cursing at each other seemed vulgar, but in fact, it was very beneficial. If they cursed at each other, the other side's generals would not be able to keep calm and may make mistakes when commanding the battlefield. Sometimes, a mistake could determine victory or defeat. "Your grandmother's leg, why did I give birth to a pig that is neither a pig nor a dog?" An old general of the Rong army slapped his thigh and scolded, "I only regret that I didn't piss you on the wall back then. That would be better than cursing at your father today. Bah, who do you think you are? How dare you take advantage of your grandfather?" The general on the city gate did not back down and scolded back. "General Wang, why do you keep this unfilial thing alive?" Ban Han suddenly said, "He is such an inhumane and unrighteous piece of trash. Why don't you kill him?" After he finished speaking, Ban Han raised his hand and gestured for a few archers who were already prepared to shoot at the person who cursed the most. It's better to kill such a disobedient junior to prevent him from harming the world. Ban Han's speed was too fast, and the two sides were in full swing. Although her arrow didn't hit his head, it still injured his arm. She fell in love with him. Ban Han's action was like a switch. The Rong army's prepared archers, under the cover of the shield-wielding soldiers, fired their arrows in unison. These people had all attacked Xianxia County with Ban Hua, so their cooperation was very tacit. From the beginning to the end, they adhered to the principle that if they could fight, they would never say a word more. Even if they did, it was to confuse the enemy and ignite the flames of war. The imperial court's army didn't expect the Rong army to be so insidious. They were clearly scolding each other, but when there was a disagreement, they attacked. This seemed to be a bit different from before. Despicable people, the soldier who was shot covered his wound and gasped, "Today, I'm here, I definitely won't let them enter the city." War was always bloody, the sound of killing, and the cries of pain. Some people were so bloodthirsty that they didn't know pain or fatigue. Kill 5 enemies and you'll get 5 taels of silver. Kill 10 enemies and you'll get 15 taels of silver. If you kill the enemy's general, you'll get an official title. Brothers, let's go. Dujio carried a blood-stained broadsword and rode his horse to the city gate. The battering ram hit the city gate again and again. The old city gate, which had been in disrepair for many years, finally lost its ability to resist the continuous impact and fell down. The imperial court's army that was hiding behind the city gate came out in full force. The two sides fought together, and the ground outside the city gate was dyed red with blood. Ban Han also wanted to rush in, but he was stopped by Xianxia. As a general, you can't be impulsive. Xianxia rode on his horse and looked at the imperial flag on the city wall expressionlessly. "This war hasn't reached the point where you have to fight." Ban Han pulled out his sword and held it tightly. "I understand. Marshal, the gate is broken." A soldier stopped the hurried Chongqing of Gojoseon. "You should leave quickly, the gate can't be defended for long." They didn't expect that Yongzhou city gate would be in such a state of disrepair. What were the local officials doing? Their mansions were luxurious and magnificent, yet they did not have the money to repair the city gates. The only thing they could do now was to protect the marshal's retreat and prevent the rebel army from capturing him. General Shi had already been captured. If the marshal was captured as well, then the imperial army would be completely wiped out. The battle cries outside the city shook the heavens. The Chongqing of Gojoseon heard the battle cries coming closer and closer. He gritted his teeth and said to the people around him, "Retreat." Yongzhou city couldn't be saved. He did not expect Xianxia to have so many tricks up their sleeves. The rebel army's armor and weapons were probably prepared long ago. Otherwise, how could they be better than the imperial army? Xianxia was so bold to have such ambitions at such a young age. Although the Chongqing of Gojoseon was filled with hatred, he knew that this was not the time to show off. He ordered his subordinates to pack up a few things, got on his horse, and fled. Because they were worried that the rebels would catch up to them if they ran too slowly, they threw away everything that was slightly heavier and inconvenient to carry. They used their actions to demonstrate what it meant to throw away one's armor. Xianxia stepped on a sea of blood as he entered the gates of Yongzhou city. The city was filled with the smell of blood and faint cries of agony. It made this place seem like hell on earth. Ban Han stood by his side, avoiding the blood on the ground. She turned and said to Dujio, "Take people to deal with the wounded soldiers. Pay attention to the imperial army lying on the ground. Don't get ambushed." "Yes." Dujio accepted the order and retreated. Hua Hua, Xianxia turned to look at Ban Han and held her hand. "Just stay by my side like this, okay? If your heart doesn't change, I won't let you down." Ban Han neatly adjusted her clothes. "Don't think too much. As long as you don't disappoint me, I will always be by your side." "Lord, General," Zhao Zhong rode a fast horse over. The Chongqing of Gojoseon escaped. "Escaped?" Ban Han sneered. "It's only been a few hours and he abandoned the soldiers and ran away. He really is a loyal Wang Yi." When Zhao Zhong saw the two of them holding hands, he dryly smiled. "Are we going to chase after them?" "No need," Xianxia said. "Rest in Yongzhou for now. Half a month later, go to the imperial city to kill the traitors and restore the court." "Yes." Zhao Zhong's heart warmed and his eyes lit up. The Chongqing of Gojoseon had fled the entire way and only felt safe when he hid in Mingyuzhou, which was very close to the capital. But now that he had fled, he had to give the court an explanation. He thought for a long time. He had his subordinates send gold, silver, and jewels to some of the officials that the Fingning Emperor trusted. He also wrote a memorial to the Fingning Emperor asking for forgiveness. The memorial was full of apologies, but every sentence hinted to the Fingning Emperor that it wasn't his ability to lead the troops, but that there was a traitor in the army who had leaked the military secrets. Who was the traitor? Of course, it was the crown prince's brother-in-law, Shurjin. Since Shurjin had been captured, he would take all the blame. The Chongqing of Gojoseon didn't feel any pressure. When Jiang Luo received the Chongqing of Gojoseon's memorial and with the help of his close officials, he really did blame Shurjin for everything. In a fit of anger, he killed the Shur family, demoted them, and sent the younger ones to be slaves. The once glorious Shur family had completely declined. Some people sighed, some people sympathized. Anyone with a normal brain could guess that the Chongqing of Gojoseon had lied. But the emperor believed it, so what could they do? In addition, when the Shur family was in power, they had offended many people. Naturally, no one was willing to stand up for them. When the news reached Yongzhou, Shurjin was copying scriptures in his room. "My father has been beheaded?" Shurjin's voice was hoarse. He sat on the stool in a daze. The ink on the tip of the brush spilled and stained the entire paper. But at this time, who would care about such a piece of paper? Seeing him like this, Zhao Zhong felt a little sympathetic. "Please restrain your grief." Shurjin shook his head blankly. He put down the brush and said to Zhao Zhong, "Thank you, Lord Zhao. I want to be alone for a while. Goodbye." Zhao Zhong left the room, shook his head, and sighed. 3 days later, Shurjin changed into a clean, plain-colored cotton robe. His hair was tied up with a silver crown. His complexion looked good, but there were still traces of blood in his eyes. He found Xianxia and bowed to him. "I am Shurjin. I am willing to serve Marquis Qingyan faithfully." Xianxia looked at the man standing under the sun. After a while, he asked, "Are you willing?" "Of course." Shurjin smiled bitterly. "I am all alone now. I have nothing to worry about. If I follow Marquis, at least I won't be condemned by my conscience. Mr. Shur is too polite." Xiao bowed to him. "Please take care of me in the future." "I don't dare." Shurjin bowed again. "Subordinate Shurjin greets my lord." Ban Han stood outside the door, wearing a watercolored dress. Shurjin's back was facing her, so she couldn't see his expression. Shurjin also didn't know that the woman he had a crush on was standing behind him. Ban Han stood there for a while. In the end, she didn't come forward to disturb them. She turned around and walked out of the courtyard, basking in the sunlight. "General." Madame Zhao held the two children's hands. When she saw her, she bowed and smiled. "The weather is good today. Why don't you take a walk in the city?" Ban Han reached out and patted the children's heads. She smiled at Madame Zhao and said, "Let's go. You two little monkeys must be bored." Previously, she was worried that there would be spies from the imperial court in the city. Therefore, the families of the soldiers were not allowed to go out. Now that the city had been searched over and over again, and some people had even started to set up stalls to survive, Ban Han was relieved to let the two children go out. "It's a little boring." Zhao Dalong nodded. "But it's bearable. You know how to endure at such a young age." Ban Han rubbed the whip on his head. "You take after your father." Zhao Dalong rubbed his head and smiled foolishly. His younger brother broke free from Madame Zhao's hand and eagerly approached Ban Han. He took out an ugly candy and said, "Princess, I saved this for you." "Thank you, Erlang." Ban Han took the candy. She didn't care whether the candy was clean or not. She threw it into her mouth and munched on it. Bringing along the bodyguards, the group of people walked out of the temporary residence. Ban Han used some money to buy a lot of small toys for the two children. Some stall owners didn't dare to take her money, so she didn't say anything. She directly threw down the money and walked away. She was very much like a moving money bag. When she walked to the foot of a wall, a child less than 10 years old was crying loudly. His face was dirty and his clothes were tattered beyond recognition. Madame Zhao couldn't bear to see it. She wanted to help the child, but Ban Han stopped her. "Madame Zhao." Ban Han looked at the child who was crying more and more sadly. His expression was cold. In times of chaos, sometimes children aren't necessarily children. "You should be careful." Madame Zhao's heart trembled. She carefully looked at the poor child. She couldn't see what was wrong with him. "Didn't you notice?" When the children who were fighting saw us, they unconsciously lowered their voices. Ban Han raised his chin. Children like these who don't have parents to protect them should be careful. Madame Zhao immediately understood. Thinking about her behavior, she sucked in a breath of cold air. If there really was a problem with this child, Ban Han gestured to the bodyguards. Take this child to the orphanage. Tell them to pay attention to him, but don't make things difficult for him. Yes. Madame Zhao looked at the dazzling Princess Fuel. Her heart was filled with admiration. She was worthy of being the imperial daughter that all the soldiers in the army admired. She acted cautiously and rationally. She was much more knowledgeable than a woman like her. Madame Zhao didn't know why, but she felt a bit envious. It must be very interesting for a girl to live like this. The child who was sent to the orphanage was investigated within a few days. He was really a trained young assassin. He hadn't been in the organization for long. He was chosen by the assassin organization during the snowstorm 2 years ago. Because of the recent serious situation, these young assassins were also sent out to carry out missions. This young assassin joined the assassin organization in order to earn a bowl of rice. This was the first time he acted, and the result was a failure. He saw that the food in the orphanage was not worse than that of the assassin organization. He was also caught, so he might as well tell them everything he knew. He hadn't been brainwashed by the assassin organization yet. His pragmatic nature prevailed. When he betrayed the organization, he didn't feel any pressure. Ban Han found out that this assassin organization was the one that assassinated Xianxia. It was also because of the heavy losses that they had to send out their children. After finding out where their base was, Ban Han decided that when he returned to the capital, he would dismantle this assassin organization. 3 days later, the army set out. The Rong army cut through all obstacles and swept away all obstacles. No one was able to stop them. In less than 3 months, they reached the state closest to the capital, Yujing State. Yujing State was a prosperous place. There was once an expert who said that only with Yujing State in the capital would the imperial aura be more vigorous. For the imperial court, Yujing State was their last line of defense. When he heard that Xianxia had reached Yujing State, Jiang Luo couldn't eat or sleep. He once wanted to abandon the capital and escape. When he found out that his escape route had been surrounded by Xia's people, he gave up on this idea. Yujing State and the capital were like a piece of fat meat that was surrounded and couldn't jump out. They could only wait for the day when they would be eaten. Unless this piece of fat meat turned into a hungry wolf and fought back. Compared to the panicked nobles and imperial family, the people in the capital were much calmer. They had heard that Marquis Qingyan's journey was like the help of God. In just a short year, he had occupied more than half of the territory of Day. Some states and counties even warmly welcomed his arrival. After Marquis Qingyan's army entered the city, they didn't disturb the people nor did they steal. They were much kinder than the imperial court's army. It was no wonder that God sent a miracle to remind the people that there would be a wise ruler to replace the incapable ruler. The wise ruler was Marquis Qingyan, and the incapable ruler was the one sitting on the dragon throne now. After the family closed the door, they couldn't help but secretly ask each other, did Marquis Qingyan attack today? Not yet. It's been a few days. Did Marquis Qingyan attack? Not yet. When would the Marquis of Qingyan be able to break in? The people had to deal with this brain-damaged emperor every day. It was very tiring. We can't leave, we can't attack. What do you think we should do? Jiang Luo smashed the teacup in his hand and scolded the minister standing below. Do you really want me to give up the throne to him? Your Majesty, why don't you send a minister who has a good relationship with Marquis Qingyan to persuade him to surrender? Give him the title of prince or something like that. It'll give him a way out. A minister who was usually quite respected in front of Jiang Luo said, our imperial court has shown our sincerity. If Marquis Qingyan still doesn't know what's good for him, then he will have bad intentions. You're right. We'll do as you say. But who should we send? Jiang Luo didn't know who Xianxia was on good terms with. In his impression, when his father was in power, Xianxia seemed to have a good relationship with every minister. Why don't? The minister rolled his eyes. Let Yao Peiji go? Okay, let's send him. After Yao Peiji received the imperial edict, he was at home playing with his grandson. The eunuch who announced the edict was arrogant. After taking Yao Peiji's pouch, he turned and left without giving any face. What's there to be proud of? His master is going to be the ruler of a fallen country, Yao Ling scolded. Snakes and rats alike. They're all bad people. Yao Peiji threw the imperial edict to one side. Stroking his beard, he said, the imperial court is too naive. Rong Xiao's victory was in sight. Why would he care about the position of prince? As for the so-called gossip, it was even more laughable. In this world, only the losers cared about gossip. The real history was written by the victors. Father, what should we do now? Yao Ling held her face, her expression desolate. I don't know how Princess Fuel is doing. Following Marquis Qing'an, she has to go to the battlefield and come into contact with bloody things. It's really worrying. Yao Peiji looked at his youngest daughter in confusion. When did you become so close to Princess Fuel? In this half a year, his daughter would ask him about Princess Fuel from time to time. He didn't think there was anything wrong before, but now he felt that something was wrong. His daughter's behavior seemed a bit strange. Father, you don't understand. Beauties are treasures given to us by the heavens, Yao Ling shook her head. Beauties are easy to obtain, but true beauties are hard to find. Nonsense, Yao Peiji said. I see that you're not young anymore. When Jing City stabilizes, I'll arrange a marriage for you. I think Princess Fuel's younger brother is not bad, Yao Ling held her face. He looks cute when he smiles. Ban Heng? Yao Peiji's eyes widened. That dandy from the Ban family? He's not an ordinary dandy. He's different from the rest, Yao Ling said seriously. It's good to marry him. Yao Peiji held back for a long time before saying, you want to marry him, but he has to be willing to marry you first. Yao Peiji, who had made his daughter speechless, took a few officials with him and left the capital for Yujing Prefecture the next morning. Yujing Prefecture. Ban Han was teaching the soldiers how to use the spear. When he heard that an envoy had come from the capital, he threw the silver spear in his hand to one of the soldiers. Wiping the sweat on his forehead, he asked, who is it? Yao Peiji, Du Jiu replied. Him? Ban Han raised his eyebrows and quickly walked to the main tent. He happened to see box after box of gold, silver, and jewels being carried into the main tent. When the eunuchs outside saw her, they didn't even dare to raise their heads. These were all eunuchs sent by the palace. Their purpose was to monitor Yao Peiji. When she opened the tent and entered, she heard a eunuch's shrill voice. Marquis Qing'an, do you want to commit treason? She stepped forward and kicked the screaming eunuch to the ground. After staying in the military camp for a while, she had become less and less tactful in her actions. The envoy lay on the ground and didn't know how to react. After a while, he cursed, who is it, who dares to kick me? Ban Han stepped on the eunuch's back and sneered, you're just one of Jiang Luo's dogs. You dare to bark here. This is the main tent of the Rong army, not Jiang Luo's palace. You better shut your mouth. Otherwise, I'll have someone drag you out and cut out your tongue. Princess Fuel, you dare. All the eunuchs in the palace knew Ban Han. Even though he was lying on the ground and couldn't see Ban Han's face, he knew who kicked him just by listening to the voice. You can try, Ban Han sneered and released the eunuch's foot. Come, let me hear you shout. The eunuch's face turned red, then white, then green, but he didn't dare to shout again. Wouldn't it have been better if you'd just shut your mouth? Ban Han walked over to Rong Xia and sat down. The two of them sat on the same long and wide chair. There was no difference in height. Rong Xia saw sweat on her forehead and nose. She used a handkerchief to wipe it for her. Why bother with this kind of thing? Be careful not to dirty your feet. Untactful dog, do you think I'll tolerate him? Ban Han drank half a cup of tea. You guys talk, I'll just sit here and won't disturb you. Yao Peiji, who was sitting to the side, acted as if he didn't see anything when Ban Han kicked the eunuch. When he heard Ban Han's words, he stood up and cupped his hands to Rong Xia. Marquis Qing'an, this old man greets you. Lord Yao, there's no need to be so courteous. Please sit. Rong Xia didn't ask Yao Peiji why he came. After the two of them argued for a long time, Yao Peiji couldn't take it anymore and stated his purpose. The title of prince? Xianxia raised her eyebrows. She had a faint smile on her face. What title is that? Loyalty. Loyalty, can the sun and moon bear witness? Xianxia picked up Ban Han's cup of tea and took a sip. She slowly shook her head. This title isn't good. Marquis, what title do you like? The imperial court will definitely satisfy you. The title isn't important. I just want to see His Majesty and the Crown Prince. Xianxia put down the teacup. If I don't see His Majesty and the Crown Prince, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Xianxia kept saying His Majesty, but he definitely wasn't referring to the Fengning Emperor, but the Emperor Yunqing who hadn't shown up for a long time. Yao Peiji only acted as if he didn't understand and lowered his head to drink his tea. Marquis, His Majesty is the heir appointed by the retired emperor. What do you mean by that? The eunuch who had been quiet for a long time couldn't help but speak again. His Majesty is the retired emperor's child. Could it be? Bang! A teacup exploded at his feet. Xianxia said with a cold face, I'm talking to the Lord Yao. How can a lowly person like you interrupt? Someone come. A few armored soldiers walked in, their faces filled with killing intent. Drag this eunuch away and cut out his tongue, Xianxia said expressionlessly. It's annoying to listen to. The soldiers ignored the eunuch's struggles and covered his mouth before dragging him away. The other eunuchs who came with him didn't dare to speak. Only now did they completely wake up. This wasn't the day imperial palace, and they weren't the emperor's favorites that even court officials had to curry favor with. No one would give them face. Marquis Qingyan acted without warning. How could they dare to offend him? Seeing the talkative eunuch being dragged away, Yao Peiji didn't feel offended. Instead, he stood up and apologized to Xianxia. Lord Yao, don't take it to heart. What do other people's mistakes have to do with you? Xianxia said, Lord Yao, please go back and tell Prince Ning that I don't care about the title. I just want Prince Ning to bring His Majesty and the Crown Prince out to prove their safety. Yao Peiji didn't insist and immediately agreed. This official will definitely pass on Marquis' message. Yao Peiji hadn't returned to the capital yet. The news that Xianxia would rather not give up the title of prince to ensure His Majesty and the Crown Prince's safety had spread through several provinces and counties. Even the people in the capital knew. Some people praised Xianxia for not bowing to power. Others praised Xianxia for his loyalty. This further confirmed that Jiang Luo's position as emperor was not obtained through proper means. He rebelled and made a good name for himself? When Jiang Luo heard these rumors, he was so angry that the blood in his heart almost came out. Go tell the capital Jiaowei that if anyone in the capital speaks nonsense, immediately send them to prison. Your Majesty, this cannot be done, said a crafty official who still had some brains. If we do this, in the eyes of the people, it will only make us look guilty. Jiang Luo's face suddenly darkened. If retired emperor dies of illness, naturally no one will clamor to see him. The others frowned. Now that His Majesty had obtained the throne and retired emperor was under house arrest, killing one's father was not a good name. This matter could not be done. They didn't dare to speak directly and could only use silence to express their attitude. Jiang Luo was most annoyed by their silent and cowardly appearance. After scolding them a few times, he had them leave. He thought for a long time in the hall. Thinking back to Emperor Yunqing's actions of favoring the crown prince, he finally made up his mind. He summoned Emperor Yunqing's personal eunuch, Wang De, and handed a bag of medicine to Wang De. Imperial father hasn't been sleeping well recently and frequently has palpitations, right? Jiang Luo looked gloomily at Wang De. Wang De knelt on the ground and didn't speak. Jiang Luo suddenly became angry and stood up to kick him. At this time, a eunuch scrambled in. Your Majesty, it's not good. Xianxia has attacked the capital. The soldiers were at the city gates, and the country was about to fall. The traitorous officials were in a constant state of panic. The women of the inner palace were in grief, crying for the future that they couldn't see. In this chaotic world, the women of the inner palace didn't have control over their own lives. The emperor doted on them, and they had a few days of glory. When the emperor abandoned them and they had no children, they could only be trampled on. Xia Wanyu looked at the palace servant's panicked appearance and raised her eyebrows. What are you panicking for? What's the use of panicking? If Xianxia comes in, you should obediently stay in the room. Don't run around, and don't have any other thoughts. With Xia's personality, she definitely won't take your life. Slut. Jiang Luo suddenly strode in from outside. He slapped Xia Wanyu's face, his expression ferocious. You want Jin to lose that badly? Jiang Luo's slap was extremely fierce. Xia Wanyu was knocked to the ground, her face instantly swollen. Nyang, Xia Wanyu's personal palace maid rushed to Xia Wanyu's side. She turned and kowtowed to Jiang Luo. Your Majesty has mercy, Your Majesty has mercy. If it wasn't for Fu Huang forcing Zhen to marry you, Zhen wouldn't have fallen for a woman like you. Jiang Luo went forward and kicked Xia Wanyu twice, then turned and angrily left. The palace servants silently watched as Jiang Luo left. Then they hurriedly helped Xia Wanyu up from the ground. Xia Wanyu held her red and swollen cheeks and laughed in a low voice, as if this was a very happy thing. Nyang, the personal palace maid was a bit scared when she heard this laughter. What's wrong? Nothing, I'm in a very good mood, Xia Wanyu giggled. Help me wash up, I'm going to accompany the Empress Dowager. Even though she didn't have an official title, in front of the Empress Dowager, all the concubines in the inner palace didn't have as much face as she did. Therefore, even though Jiang Luo was extremely dissatisfied with her, as long as the Empress Dowager was present, he could not do anything to her. Xia Wanyu knew in her heart that the Empress Dowager was intentionally protecting her life. Otherwise, why would she let the entire harem know about this? In reality, the Empress Dowager did not like her, or rather, the Empress Dowager did not like her, nor did she like the crown princess. It was only because the Empress Dowager was a good person and could not bear for the women in the imperial harem to suffer that she had to put on this act. Xia Wanyu couldn't understand why the Empress Dowager would raise a son like Jiang Luo. Perhaps he followed the retired emperor more. Outside the gates of the capital, the four main gates in the north, south, east, and west were being attacked by high-ranking military officers. To the east was Xia, to the south was Ban Han, to the west was Du Jiao and Zhao Zhong, and to the north was Shi Jin and Xia's aides. Shi Jin, you actually rebelled. The general standing on the wall of the north gate looked at Shi Jin in disbelief. Why did you do this? Shi Jin saw the general's shocked expression and suddenly felt that the scene in front of him was extremely ridiculous. These people clearly knew that he had no intention of rebelling, but they did not utter a word when Jiang Luo persecuted the Shi family. Now that they saw him leading troops to attack, they pretended to be shocked. Who are you trying to impress by putting on this look? Shi Jin didn't care about them at all. General Chen, you don't have to be so surprised. The tyrant killed my father and persecuted my family. Didn't he already think that I had rebelled? Shi Jin drew out the weapon he was wearing. If the emperor wants the subject to rebel, the subject has no choice but to rebel. General Chen's heart trembled. The fate of the Shi family was tragic. Shi Jin's reaction was not his fault. He could only blame His Majesty for listening to slanderous rumors and chilling the hearts of the soldiers. If His Majesty had not lost the support of the people, the rebel army led by Xia would not have been able to fight their way from Zhongzhou to the capital in less than a year. Without the support of the people, the empire of the Jiang family would also be gone. General Chen turned back to look at the soldiers behind him. His heart was bitter. How could he bear to let his soldiers die in the hands of his own people? But his family was in the hands of the tyrant. If he surrendered, the heads of his entire family would fall to the ground. But if he fought hard and angered Xia, when the city was breached, he would have no place to be buried. How could he make a choice? General Chen, my lord is purging the emperor's evil forces. The general trend is to rebel against the government. Why are you trying to stop it with your arms? It's pointless to struggle. Shi Jin was not in a hurry to attack the city. Do you want to follow the fatuous emperor to the end and turn back? General Chen, I understand your loyalty and hot-bloodedness. But I just want to ask you one question. Are you worthy of the people of the world and your own conscience? If Du Jiao was here, he would definitely feel that these words were familiar. Xia had said something similar to Shi Jin when he asked him that question. General Chen's hand was on the city wall. He could not give the order to shoot. Shi Jin and his men were in a stalemate. Xia was facing an old general. This old general had silver hair and a beard. He stood on the city wall and did not say anything. He did not give any orders. It was as if Xianxia did not exist outside the city gate. My lord, what is the meaning of this? Xia's deputy was puzzled. Nothing. Without my order, no one is to move. Xia knew this old general. He used to be a subordinate of the Ban family. After Marshal Ban was injured, this old general's prestige in the army became higher and higher. It was said that when Marshal Ban was in the army, he was not in an important position. So for many years, this old general did not have much contact with the Ban family. The Ban family did not have much contact with the generals in the past few years. In the eyes of outsiders, this was the norm. There was nothing difficult to understand. But in Xia's eyes, this cup of tea cooled too quickly. It was so fast that Xia suspected that this was all done for Emperor Yunqing to see. At the south gate, Ban Han was riding on a tall white horse. The sun shone on her body, and her silver armor reflected a dazzling light. The person guarding the city gate was none other than the Chongqing of Gojoseon, who had been defeated by them before. The other person surprised Ban Han. The Xie family and Jiang Luo had irreconcilable conflicts. Jiang Luo still sent Xie Qilin to guard the city gate. It was clear that there was no one else in the capital that could be used. My good niece, as a girl, why didn't you hide in your room to admire the flowers and listen to the music? Why did you have to come to this battlefield that belongs to men? I was afraid that the smell of blood would scare you. The Chongqing of Gojoseon was wearing a prince's robe. He had a frivolous expression on his face. It is clear that Xia does not treat you well. Otherwise, why would he be willing to let you come to this place? Why don't you surrender and let uncle take care of you? Xie Qilin, who was standing to the side, frowned when he heard this. The Chongqing of Gojoseon's words were too much. The Chongqing of Gojoseon did not feel that there was anything wrong with his words. He looked condescendingly at the woman in silver armor on the horse. If you don't listen to uncle, then uncle can only teach you a lesson. Uncle, a few months ago, we beat you to the point where you threw away your armor and fled in panic. How long has it been since then? Ban Han sneered. Uncle's memory is so bad at such a young age. This junior is troubled. Today, only by letting uncle see what happened a few months ago will you remember. The Chongqing of Gojoseon's face darkened. This matter was a disgrace to him. Ban Han mentioning the past was like adding oil to the fire. He was losing face. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then don't blame Ben Wang for being impolite. Do you see that? Usually, the villains in novels like to say this, Ban Han said to the left deputy general. Remember, in the future, do not say this on the battlefield. Why? The honest left deputy general asked honestly. What's wrong with this? Because those who say this usually lose in the end. Ban Han took the right deputy general's silver spear. Those who say this will be cursed by the god of the battlefield. They will not win. There is a god of the battlefield? The pitiful left deputy general's faith wavered. Of course. Ban Han lifted his chin. Otherwise, just wait and see. What nonsense are you talking about? If the general says there is, then there is. The right deputy general, who trusted Ban Han unconditionally, slapped him hard. He was determined not to let him question the general's words. Ban Han laughed. He raised his head and made a gesture. Brothers, follow me. Yes. This roar was like a fierce tiger coming down the mountain. It soared into the sky. Generals, there is a fight at the south gate. A soldier ran to Du Jiu and Zhao Zhong and reported the movements of the other three sides. General Ban is the first to make a move? Zhao Zhong was surprised. I thought it would be Teacher Shi's side. With the deep hatred between Shi Jin and the imperial court, he should be the first to make a move. Who is guarding the south gate? Du Jiu asked the soldier who reported the news. It is the Chongqing of Gojoseon and Xie Qilin. Xie Qilin. Du Jiu rubbed his chin. With the princess's temperament, it was not strange for her to make a move. He looked at the cowering guards on the south gate and said, since that is the case, let's make a move. The two sides were in a stalemate. The nobles in the city were uneasy. They wanted nothing more than to hide in secret rooms with their treasures. The atmosphere outside the palace was tense. Inside the palace, it was not much better. The palace maids and eunuchs were in a hurry. Some of the braver ones even tried to steal their master's treasures and escape the palace. But how could Jiang Luo tolerate their actions? These eunuchs were shot to death by the archers as soon as they reached the palace gates. The treasures in their arms were mixed with the blood flowing from their bodies. The shiny treasure suddenly became dirty. Come, the Chongqing of Gojoseon stood on the south gate and watched as Ban Han fought more and more bravely. He was actually beating the soldiers he sent out. With a heavy face, he said, "Bring out the archer that Ben Wang is raising." "What archer?" Xie Qilan's heart jumped. He couldn't help asking, "Wang Yi has a master archer?" "This master archer that Ben Wang is raising is not normal." The Chongqing of Gojoseon stared at Ban Han under the south gate. Even the retired emperor personally praised him for having the style of Marshal Ban. There are very few men in the world that can match him. He remembered that in an archery competition, Ban Han had used silver to bet that this person would win. Would Ban Han be willing to let her die at the hands of someone that he had personally praised? Not long after, a man with a short right hand came onto the south gate. His appearance was very normal. His head was lowered and he did not say a word. He just tightly gripped the bow in his hand. "You are the master archer that has the style of Marshal Ban. What is your name?" The short and thin man nodded. "Wang Yi. This soldier's name is Gao Wangxing." "Wangxing?" The Chongqing of Gojoseon laughed. He nodded and said, "That's a good name. Come with Ben Wang." Gao Wangxing followed the Chongqing of Gojoseon to the edge of the city wall. He was short so he could only see a little bit further away from the south gate. "Bring him a stepping stone. Ben Wang wants you to kill a woman wearing silver armor with a red tassel on her helmet. Can you do it?" "Wang Yi, this soldier does not hurt women." Gao Wangxing was silent for a moment and then squeezed out these words. "You cannot kill her. Ben Wang will use your family's womenfolk to exchange for her life." Gao Wangxing's lips trembled. He had no wife or children, but he had an old mother with bad eyesight. The Chongqing of Gojoseon's words touched his heart. "Someone come, bring Gao Wangxing's." "Wang Yi." Gao Wangxing said word by word, this soldier obeys." The Chongqing of Gojoseon sneered and took a step back. "Do it." Gao Wangxing licked his dry lips. The early autumn sun was dry and strong. His hand holding the bow was sweaty. He picked up the arrow and put it on the bowstring. He blinked. Sweat dripped into his eyes. He couldn't help but squint. "Wang Yi," Xie Qilan suddenly spoke, "His Majesty did not give the order to take Princess Fuel's life. Isn't this inappropriate?" "Inappropriate?" The Chongqing of Gojoseon raised an eyebrow. "Swords have no eyes. Since Princess Fuel is on the battlefield, she may die on the battlefield. Is Xie Gongzi being protective of the fairer sex?" Xie Qilan lowered his eyelids and said, "Wang Yi is exaggerating. This one does not have selfless feelings for Princess Fuel. Ben Wang is not interested in whether you have feelings or not. As long as you are obedient and do not disturb my decision-making." He turned his head and scolded Gao Wangxing, "What are you standing there for? Why aren't you moving?" Ban Han flipped over a horseman that was preparing to attack her. Suddenly, her right eye twitched. She turned her head and saw an arrow on the city wall aimed at her. She wanted to dodge, but 3 horsemen charged from the side and surrounded her. It was almost impossible to dodge. She screamed in her mind. Ban Han risked her arm being cut and barely moved to the side. Just as the arrow was released, Gao Wangxing felt someone charge at him. His hand shook and the arrow was slightly crooked. "Xie Qilan, what are you doing?" Xie Qilan took the bow and arrow from Gao Wangxing's hand and threw the bow and arrow down the city gate. He turned to face the angry eyes of the Chongqing of Gojoseon and raised his hand in a bow. "Princess Fuel is one of the younger generation that retired emperor likes the most. This one cannot allow Wang Yi to make decisions." "Good, very good." The Chongqing of Gojoseon was so angry that he laughed. "Come, tie up Xie Qilan and let His Majesty deal with him." So, the arrow flew past Ban Han's arm and pierced through the chest of the horseman next to her. This horseman was a member of the imperial army. His eyes were wide open as he fell to the ground. His young face was filled with confusion. Such a strong force. If this arrow had pierced through her chest, she would not have survived. Ban Han suddenly remembered the dream she had. The arrow had pierced through her chest from behind. She did not even have time to dodge before she was killed by the arrow. The feeling of this arrow was very similar to the arrow in her dream. It was as if it had been shot by the same person. "General, are you okay?" The deputy was so scared that his face was white. He fought with all his might to get to Ban Han's side. "I'm fine." Ban Han shook her head and looked at her arm that was still bleeding. "Do not be distracted on the battlefield. This arrow did not have a doe. Do not worry. Because a true archer could take a person's life without tampering with the arrow." The soldiers of the Imperial Army were getting fewer and fewer. The Rong army was in a frenzy. One person fell and 2 people rushed up. The siege chariots hit the city gate. However, the city gate of the capital was tall and sturdy. It was not as easy to break through as the city gates of the other provinces. But no matter how sturdy the gate was, as long as the people guarding the gate were defeated, it would eventually be broken through. The south gate was broken through in the end. "General," on the east gate, a soldier looked at the old general in fear. The south gate was broken through. Who broke through the gate? Princess Fuel. The old general heard this and laughed. "You are indeed the descendant of a marshal. Even if you are a girl, you are still domineering." He walked to the city wall and looked at the uniformed Rong army. He said to the deputy generals behind him, "When the marshal led us, our military discipline was also this strict." The uneasy deputy generals did not understand why the old general said this and were confused for a moment. "It has been decades, the old general laughed. "I, this old man, have finally waited for this day. Come, open the city gate and let the Rong army in." "General." The old general shook his head. His white hair swayed gently in the breeze. "You have followed me for many years. How can I bear to let you die? The Rong army is coming in full force. We are not their opponent." A general's success was built on thousands of bones. As a general, he could not bear to let these soldiers die under the sword of his own people. When the marshal was plotted against by the imperial family, these brothers were angry and even had thoughts of rebellion. In the end, the marshal, who was lying in bed dying, stopped them. "You are all people with families. How can I bear to let you do such a thing for me? When I return to the capital, you guard the border well. Do not slack off because of the imperial family. We are not guarding here for the imperial family, but for the people of the world." Later, when the marshal returned to the capital, he did not let these people have any more contact with him. It was because the emperor was suspicious and he could not bear to implicate these brothers. This forbearance lasted for decades. Until the marshal was poisoned and died, these people did not dare to make a sound. It was because the marshal said that his descendants still needed them to take care of them. In fact, it was not the descendants who needed them to take care of them. It was just that the marshal did not let them take risks. The descendants of the Ban family bore the bad reputation of being useless in the capital for decades. These old subordinates could not do anything. They felt guilty and uncomfortable. Today, Xianxia took the 3-army tiger tally from the marshal's hand and appeared at the city gate. Opening the city gate was the only thing he could do for the marshal. As long as Xianxia was not like the people of the Jiang dynasty who were suspicious and did not let down Princess Fuel, then these old subordinates would have the face to see the marshal and follow him to conquer the world. The east gate opened. There was no sound of fighting, no sound of horses. 2 rows of neatly dressed soldiers walked out and stood on both sides of the gate. An old general with white hair and a white beard walked out. His every step was slow and steady. Xianxia jumped down from his horse and went forward to greet him. "Lord, be careful of traps." A strategist worriedly blocked in front of Xianxia. "Don't worry." Xianxia pushed his hand away and bowed to the old general from afar. Then he strode forward to greet him. The soldiers on both sides were very quiet. They watched as the general gradually came closer until they stood together. "Marquis Qing'an," the old general's voice was slightly hoarse. He took off his helmet. "Old general is willing to welcome Marquis into the city." But Marquis, please do not make things difficult for the soldiers under this general's command. They are just following orders. General, please do not worry. Junpo will not make things difficult. Xianxia took a step back and bowed deeply to the old general. General is righteous. Please accept Junpo's bow. Marquis, there is no need to be so polite. The old general reached out to help Xianxia up and said with a smile, Marquis is the son-in-law of our marshal's family. Old general cannot accept your bow. Xiao's heart skipped a beat. The marshal that the old general spoke of should be Huahua's grandfather. He did not expect that after Marshal Ban had passed away for so many years, these soldiers would still miss him. Such a peerless general had died in the hands of his own family. It was really sad and lamentable. The Jiang family's imperial family owed the Ban family too much. General, please. Marquis, please. The East Gate was breached without even a drop of blood. A just cause enjoys much support, while an unjust cause enjoys little support. The old ancestors' words were really applicable at any time. General, Chongqing of Gojoseon escaped. The right deputy general was somewhat discouraged. This person is really like a loach. He slips away quickly every time. However, this subordinate led people to capture the other general and the archer who attacked you. Ban Han wiped the blood on his face and turned his head to see Xie Qilin and the short and thin man behind him. Xie Qilin was wearing a golden armor that was still stained with blood. His entire person was extremely calm. He raised his head and glanced at Ban Han, then quickly looked away. Today, he did not wear an eye patch. His blind eye was closed, and it looked a bit scary. When this archer attacked me, I thought I saw someone push him. Ban Han patted his horse and moved closer to Xie Qilin. Did you push him? Xie Qilin lowered his head and did not speak. Ban Han did not continue to ask. He turned his head and looked at Gao Wangxing. Keep a close eye on these two people. The rest of you, follow me and attack. Yes. These soldiers were already used to listening to Ban Han's orders. As men, they did not feel that there was anything wrong with obeying a woman. Xie Qilin raised his head and looked at the dazzling woman riding on horseback, leading a group of murderous soldiers further and further away. He actually lost his mind as he watched. When he could no longer see her figure, he lowered his head and looked at his blood-stained boots with a bitter smile. Because he might have saved Ban Han's life, the soldiers guarding him did not make things difficult for him. He saw that the soldiers guarding him were all injured, so he said, there are a few wooden boxes on the gate. They are filled with medicine for injuries. Go and get them. Don't think that we will be fooled. Ban Han said that the food and medicine placed on the ground cannot be casually touched. Who knows if they are poisoned? Xie Qilin, this Ban Han should be referring to Ban Han, right? These soldiers took her words as a motto. It was obvious that she was very respected in the army. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel lucky. It was a good thing that he did not marry her. If she married him, her abilities would have been buried. Miss, a servant girl ran into Li Xiaoru's room. The rebel army has entered the city. Li Xiaoru suddenly stood up. The city gate has been broken? This servant is not very clear. I only heard that the east gate and the south gate have been broken. The servant girl's eyes suddenly became a little strange. This servant also heard that the person leading the army at the south gate is Princess Fuel. It's actually her? Li Xiaoru could not imagine how the commandery princess, who was good at everything in life, could endure the hardships in the military camp and still lead the soldiers to fight. Don't go out to ask for information. It is so dangerous outside. What if you are hurt? Li Xiaoru was a little flustered and could not help but say a few more words. Miss, don't worry. Those rebel army are very obedient. After entering the city, they did not disturb the people, the servant girl gasped, but the shops outside are not open. I can't find the things you asked this servant to buy. It's okay if you can't find it. If I knew that the wrong army would attack the city today, I would not let you go out. Li Xiaoru shook his head in a daze. Call a few more people to accompany the young master. Don't let the movement outside scare him. After the servant girl left, Li Xiaoru's face showed some excitement. Finally, someone came to overthrow the tyrant. Thinking of his father lying in bed and unable to move, Li Xiaoru wiped his eyes and secretly prayed that Marquis Qingyan would overthrow the tyrant soon and let Jiang Luo receive his retribution. Your Majesty. Jiang Luo's eunuch knelt heavily in front of Jiang Luo. His expression was ashen, and his eyes were filled with pain. He was like a loyal servant who would follow his master through fire and water at any time. Even if everyone in the world abandoned Jiang Luo, he would still not leave. Novel chapters updated the fastest. Jiang Luo sat on the ground. The main hall was empty. The courtiers who had expressed their loyalty to him all day long had not appeared. In this place where countless people had knelt to pay their respects, there was only this eunuch left. He remembered that this eunuch was called Little Ko. Because his name was exactly the same as the dog he had raised in the past, he had paid more attention to him and even allowed him to serve by his side. How many years have you been by my side? Your Majesty, this servant has already served by your side for 4 years. Jiang Luo chuckled ambiguously. When had he ever paid attention to a eunuch? Until now, the only person who could stay by his side was actually a eunuch. It was laughable and lamentable. The sound of footsteps could be heard. It was the sound of a woman's palace boot stepping on the jade floor. The sound came from afar and approached before finally stopping in front of the main hall. Xia Wanyu wore a blood-red palace robe and a flying phoenix hairpin in her hair. She was as gorgeous as on the day of her wedding. She stood at the entrance of the hall, the golden sunlight shining on her body. Her long shadow was reflected in the hall. She was as quiet as a statue. Xia Wanyu? Jiang Luo stood up from the ground. What are you doing here? This is not a place for a woman like you. Now, other than a woman like me who is willing to take a look at this place, who else would come? Xia Wanyu sneered and turned to look at the setting sun. Look at this sun. Doesn't it look like the great cause of your Jiang dynasty? The sun is setting in the west, and darkness is coming? Shut up. Xia Wanyu sneered. Do you think that you are still the emperor whose words carry enormous weight? In this world, in this imperial harem, everyone has to listen to your orders? Don't be delusional. When you imprisoned the retired emperor and the crown prince, you should have known that this day would come. Since ancient times, how many princes have overthrown the crown prince and become emperors themselves? They can be immortalized through the ages, so why can't I? Because they are benevolent rulers who care about the people. Even though they are unfilial, there are still people who are grateful to them and sing their praises. Xia Wanyu pointed at Jiang Luo, his eyes full of ridicule. But other than being unfilial, what else do you have? If you have the ability, why don't you go out and listen to the voices of the world cursing you? Shut up. Shut up. Huh. Xia Wanyu stroked her rouged cheeks and looked at Jiang Luo with eyes full of hatred. Jiang Luo, people like you should live. Suffer from other people's abuse and live a long life. Bang. The gates of the Day Imperial Palace were smashed open by the Rong family army. Soldiers rushed in from all directions. Xia Wanyu stood on the high platform and narrowed her eyes as she watched the Rong family army approach from afar. Finally, they surrounded the most noble and luxurious palace in the imperial harem. She supported herself on a white marble pillar. Her blood-red palace dress was like a blooming fire under the setting sun. Ban Han. Xia Wanyu looked at the woman who was walking side by side with Rong Xia. She was wearing beautiful clothes and accessories. The other party was wearing silver armor. The silver armor was still stained with blood. She stood on the high platform and the other party was riding a horse at the palace gates. But she didn't feel like she had surpassed the other party. In fact, under the other party's aura, she was like a clown with heavy makeup. Miss Xia. Ban Han saluted her as an equal, long time no see. How have you been? Xia Wanyu chuckled, Wu Si, you're finally here. Ban Han looked at Xia Wanyu with pity. He didn't say anything else. Scram. Jiang Luo ran out of the palace. He pushed Xia Wanyu aside and looked at the densely packed rebel army. He angrily cursed, Rong Xia, you thief. You led the rebel army to the imperial palace. The ancestors of the Jiang family and the heavens are watching you. Rong Xia let Jiang Luo yell and didn't say anything. But Rong Xiao's silence angered Jiang Luo. He leaned on the railing and cursed more and more harshly. His curses echoed throughout the entire imperial harem. Dong dong dong. Urgent sounds of gongs and drums sounded. The retired emperor is critically ill. The emperor sent people to poison the retired emperor. Quickly call the imperial physician. Ban Han's expression changed subtly when she heard the words, the retired emperor. Xianxia noticed her expression and turned to his men, come on, arrest the tyrant. I'm going to see the retired emperor. Yes. The soldiers of the Rong family rushed into the palace and tied up Jiang Luo effortlessly. Behave yourself. Jiang Luo still wanted to struggle, but he was ruthlessly slapped by a big man. The golden crown on his head was slapped off, and he fell down the jade steps with clanking sounds. He rolled a long distance before he finally stopped. In the setting sun, only a little golden light could be vaguely seen on the golden crown. Nothing else could be seen. After Jiang Luo moved to the Great Moon Palace, the Emperor Yunqing was moved to the Shining Palace. However, the Empress Dowager still lived in the previous palace. Ban Han rode to the gate of the Shining Palace and got off the horse. Only then did she find that the name of the Shining Palace had been changed to the Peaceful Life Palace. She was not in the mood to care about such trivial matters and rushed in directly. After entering the palace, Ban Han found that the palace was very deserted. The flower bed outside the palace was full of untended weeds. The yellow and dry weeds were crowded with several unknown flowers. It looked very messy. She looked around and saw several maids and eunuchs kneeling in the corner. She asked, "Where is the emperor?" A blue-clothed eunuch pointed to the right corner with a trembling finger. Ban Qiu walked towards the direction he was pointing at. As soon as he entered the door, he was hit by the sour and musty smell inside and felt a little dizzy. There were 2 maids and eunuchs kneeling in front of the bed and crying in the room. They did not notice Ban Han when she came in. However, the Emperor Yunqing, who was lying on the bed, noticed her. Ban Han walked to the bedside of the Emperor Yunqing and looked at the old and thin man on the bed. She was a little absent-minded. The once high and mighty Emperor Yunqing had become like this. Emperor Yunqing's lips were black and his eyes were black. There was blood oozing out of his ears and nose. Obviously, he was severely poisoned. Your Majesty. Ban Han bowed to the Emperor Yunqing. Emperor Yunqing stretched out a trembling hand from the quilt. The hand was dry and black, like a dead tree that had lost its vitality. When people saw it, it was easy to think of the ghost stories they had heard when they were young. Ban Han sighed in her heart and held his hand. The hand was very rough. No one would have thought that it belonged to a person who lived like a prince. You're back. Emperor Yunqing panted for a long time before he finally said a complete sentence. Little girl, after I die, don't let other women be buried with me. I only need the Empress. Your Majesty. Ban Han's throat was a little uncomfortable. The imperial physician will be here soon. You will be fine. Emperor Yunqing shook his head and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Hua hua, this is my retribution. Ban Han's lips moved, but she did not say anything. I am sorry. Emperor Yunqing's eyes suddenly widened. I am sorry, his enlarged eyes suddenly lost their luster and dimmed. Patter. A teardrop fell on the back of Emperor Yunqing's hand. Ban Han put his hand back on the bed and walked back. She knelt down in front of the bed and then kowtowed 3 times. Princess. Wang De walked out from behind the curtain and bent down to help her up from the ground. Ban Han wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. She took a deep breath and said to Wang De, ring the death knell. Wang De took a step back and said respectfully, yes. Ban Han lowered her head and saw Wang De's hand that was missing 3 fingers. Dong dong dong. The death knell rang. The Empress, who was kneeling in front of the statue, stood up in a panic. Where did the death knell come from? Your Majesty, it's Kongning, Kongsho Palace. The Empress almost fainted. She held the hand of the maid next to her and said in a hoarse voice, Shining Palace? Your Majesty. The Empress's respected nanny ran in. His Majesty sent someone to poison the retired emperor. The retired emperor has passed away. The Empress felt a chill in her throat. She opened her mouth for a long time before she could breathe again. Where is Prince Ning? The rebel army broke in. His Majesty was taken away by the rebel army. Hearing this, the empress couldn't hold on any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. The crown prince, who had been imprisoned in the Eastern Palace, was tortured beyond recognition. He wore a tattered robe and his hair was tied behind his back with a cloth rope. He sat on the edge of the bed like a soulless puppet. When the death knell rang, he turned his head in a daze and tried to figure out where the sound came from. After Jiang Luo ascended the throne, he surrounded the entire Eastern Palace. Almost all the eunuchs and maids were removed. The food and drink sent to the Eastern Palace every day was pitifully little. He didn't want the crown prince's life, but he didn't treat him as a person. When there wasn't enough drinking water, there was no need to mention bathing and washing clothes. In this year, the people in the Eastern Palace lived a dark life. The crown prince's daughter was starving and emaciated. Later, it was the empress who took her and saved her life. Sitting in the empty room, the crown prince suddenly covered his face and began to sob. He knew that his father had passed away. He was an incompetent and cowardly son. He didn't have the ability to protect him, nor did he have the ability to protect his wife and daughter. Hua, Xianxia had been standing outside the Peaceful Life Palace and hadn't entered. Seeing Ban Han come out, she stepped forward and took her hand. "You don't look too well." "I'm fine," Ban Han shook her head and then looked at Xianxia. "Wang De is one of your people?" "Yes." No wonder in her dream, Wang De and the new emperor were together in the prison and called Jiang Luo the violent king. At first, she thought that Jiang Luo had done something to offend Wang De. Now, it seemed that Wang De had long been one of Xia's people. How many years had Wang De served the Emperor Yunqing? 8 years? 10 years, or even longer. She remembered that when she was very young, Wang De had served the Emperor Yunqing. What methods did Xia use to make the head eunuch of the imperial palace work for him? "He once received a favor from my father," Xia forced a smile. "Then he received a favor from me." Ban Han didn't ask what kind of favor it was. She wasn't very interested in these things. In life, there were too many favors and grudges. Some were even more exciting than the stories and novels. If she wanted to pursue an answer, it would be too tiring. "Lord, the people of the various palaces have been arrested. What should we do now?" Xia's aides found Xia. These people's eyes were full of excitement. It was as if they could see Xia ascending the throne and becoming the emperor. They had the merit of supporting the emperor and were glorious on that day. "Come with me to the Eastern Palace and invite the crown prince to ascend the throne." The aides looked at Xia in surprise. It wasn't easy for them to fight for the country. How could they give it to someone else? Their hearts were full of unwillingness, but they didn't dare to question Xia's decision. They could only reluctantly follow Xia to the gate of the Eastern Palace. At this time, outside the gate of the Eastern Palace, there were not only guards from the Rong army, but also officials from the imperial court that Xia had specially invited. Of course, they weren't the imperial court ruled by Jiang Luo, but the officials appointed by Emperor Yunqing when he was on the throne. When these officials saw Xia appear, they all stepped back and bowed to him. Occasionally, there were a few people who glared at him, but Xia ignored them and said directly, "The tyrant has been arrested. Everyone, come with me and invite His Highness the Crown Prince to ascend the throne." The officials didn't care what Xia was thinking. Anyway, they would do whatever Xia said. If they didn't need to talk nonsense, they wouldn't say a word more. When everyone walked into the Eastern Palace, they found that it was very strange. Where were the flowers and plants? Where were the servants? What's that black and yellow thing outside? Is it a blanket? The yard was covered in dead leaves, and the windows were covered in dust. How long had it been since it was cleaned? The people who had been to the Eastern Palace felt their hearts ache. In the past, the Eastern Palace was spotless and exquisite. Unlike now, the main door of the Eastern Palace was wide open. The Crown Prince and the Crown Princess sat in the hall. The room was very dark. The people outside the door couldn't even see their expressions. This official welcomes His Highness the Crown Prince to ascend the throne. As dusk approached, Xia stood at the bottom of the steps. His posture was so respectful that no one could find fault with it. The Crown Princess' expression was excited. Although there were no candles in the hall and no one could see her expression, she still couldn't help but look expectantly at the crown prince. As long as His Highness ascended the throne, then she would be the empress, the noblest woman in the world. However, no matter how excited she was or how expectant she was, the crown prince did not react. He looked expressionlessly at the people outside the hall and suddenly said, "My abilities are limited, and I cannot take on the great responsibility of the world. Marquis Qingyan, please return. The crown prince is His Majesty's eldest legitimate son. It is natural for him to succeed. How can you belittle yourself?" Xianxia bowed deeply again. This official welcomes His Highness to ascend the throne, following the will of the heavens. The crown prince suddenly smiled. The will of the heavens has destined that the Jiang dynasty will die. Why should I force it? Your Highness. The crown princess sure looked in shock at the crown prince. She couldn't believe that he would refuse to ascend the throne. Xianxia narrowed his eyes at the dark room and suddenly said, "Why aren't you lighting the lamps?" Marquis, our eastern palace does not have candles. We cannot light the lamps at night." A pale-faced and emaciated eunuch knelt in front of Xianxia, his shoulders trembling. "They won't even give you candles. Does Jiang Luo still have any humanity?" Ban Han couldn't help but curse. He turned his head and ordered people to light the lamps in the eastern palace. Soon, all the lanterns in the corridors of the eastern palace were hung. The main hall was as bright as day. When everyone saw the crown prince and crown princess' current appearance, they couldn't help but inhale sharply. How did they become so thin? And the clothes they were wearing. How cruel was Fengning Emperor's personality to poison his own father and abuse his brother and sister-in-law, even though many of the officials present were neutral parties that didn't support the crown prince or Prince Ning, they couldn't help but tremble when they saw the crown prince like this. The crown prince stood and walked out of the room. However, he stopped when he reached the door. He hadn't bathed in over half a year. He didn't want these officials to know that he was even more disheveled than he appeared. "I admit that I don't have the ability to govern the world." When Father Emperor was alive, he often praised Marquis Qingyan's talent. The crown prince's gaze landed on Xianxia. Marquis Qingyan is kind-hearted, has outstanding abilities, and has the talent to govern the world. Yesterday, I dreamed of an immortal who arrived on the clouds. He called himself the Blue Phoenix Envoy and said that Marquis Qingyan was destined to save the people of the world. How could I dare to disobey the divine envoy's orders? Therefore, Marquis Qingyan, please ascend the throne for the sake of the people of the world. In the past, the crown prince didn't understand the power of the people's hearts. Now, he understood. However, the world was about to change hands. Marquis Qingyan, please ascend the throne. The soldiers guarding the eastern palace shouted in unison. They also knelt down on one knee in the direction of Xianxia. Since the divine envoy has issued an edict, then Marquis Qingyan, please do not disobey God's orders and ascend the throne in accordance with God's will. A third-rank official stood out. Ban Han looked at this person. This person was the Vice Minister of the Supreme Court, Lu Banshan. Marquis Qingyan, please ascend the throne. This time, the ones who stood out were Yao Peiji and Zhou Bingan. Marquis Qingyan, please ascend the throne. There were even more people who stood out. Ban Han knew some of them, but there were also some that Ban Han didn't know. The surname of the world is Jiang. How could this humble official do such a disgraceful thing? I can't. Xianxia refused again and again. It seemed that he didn't have the slightest desire for the throne. However, even if he didn't want to be the emperor, the others wouldn't allow him to refuse. Someone brought over a luxurious dragon robe. They took off the armor on Xia's body and draped the dragon robe over Xia's body. This humble official greets your majesty. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty. The courtiers knelt down one by one. Among these people, there were those who were willing, and there were also those who didn't dare to resist. Most of them were fence-sitters who went with the flow. They would obey whoever had the right. This humble official. The crown prince lifted up his tattered clothes and knelt down slowly. This humble official greets your majesty. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty. How could he be willing to hand over his great undertaking to Xianxia? But now, the people of the world no longer believed in the Jiang dynasty. Even the courtiers had pledged allegiance to Xianxia. If he really followed Xiao's words and ascended the throne, perhaps it wouldn't be long before he died of a sudden illness. Everyone around him would be buried with him. Because of Jiang Luo's torment for nearly a year, the indecisive crown prince had long lost his courage and courage. Now, he only hoped that Xianxia would let him live the rest of his life peacefully for the sake of his cousin. The crown princess looked at the crown prince kneeling outside the door and shook her head crazily. Her man was the crown prince. Even in front of the emperor, the crown prince didn't need to kneel. How could he kneel in front of a courtier? How could he? In the end, Xianxia was forced by the courtiers to wear the dragon robe and was carried to Qingjing Hall. Banhan didn't follow. She stood in front of the door of the Eastern Palace and looked at the crown prince who was still kneeling on the ground. She took a few steps forward and squatted in front of the crown prince. "Cousin Crown Prince, please get up." Hua hua. There were too many people just now, so the crown prince didn't notice Banhan at all. Now, he saw that Banhan was wearing silver armor with dried blood on her war boots. He smiled bitterly and said, "Why are you here? I waited for you to stand up before leaving." The crown prince looked at her in a daze. After a while, he said, "Was father really poisoned to death by second brother?" Banhan thought of Wang De, thought of Xianxia, and then thought of the few words Emperor Yunqing said before he died. She slowly nodded. Jiang Luo had the palace prepare poison. "It's all my fault. It's all my fault." He shakily climbed up from the ground. His laughter sounded like he was crying. "If it wasn't for my soft-heartedness and indecisiveness, how could things have ended up like this today?" If, he suddenly stopped complaining. He just raised his head and laughed loudly. He laughed so hard that tears came out. Banhan bowed to the crown prince. "Cousin Crown Prince, please take care of yourself. I'll leave first." Walking out of the East Palace, she looked in the direction of the Qingjing Hall and walked forward slowly. The night wind blew on her face, blowing away the smell of blood in the palace. She had never seen the palace so quiet. In the Qingjing Hall, Xianxia was surrounded by people kneeling and calling for the emperor. Everyone was excited and cheering for the victory. His eyes swept across the hall, but he couldn't find Banhan. Where was Hua Hua? He suddenly stood up from the dragon throne. His eyes swept across the happy faces, but he still couldn't find the person he was looking for. "Your Majesty, where are you going?" Zhao Zhong noticed that Xianxia was walking down the jade stairs and reached out to stop him. Xianxia ignored him. He pushed Zhao Zhong's hand away and walked out of the hall under the shocked gazes of all the officials. "Your Majesty? Your Majesty?" The officials followed him out and crowded at the entrance of the hall. Under the stairs outside the Qingjing Hall, there was a large empty space. Usually, during important gatherings, this place would be filled with nobles and officials. Especially during the coronation ceremony of a new emperor, the entire hall would be filled with people kneeling. People would truly see the glory of the emperor's power. At this time, other than the soldiers brought by Xianxia, there were no other officials in the empty space. But the officials saw a figure walking towards them from afar. He didn't walk very fast, as if this place that countless people respected did not make him feel afraid or uncomfortable. This person walked closer and closer. Under the night sky, the officials could only see that he was wearing silver armor, but they couldn't see his face clearly. Just as they were guessing who this person was to be so daring to walk outside Qingjing Hall, they saw Xianxia suddenly move from the jade steps. He ran down the jade steps without any hesitation. He didn't even turn back to look at them. "Who is that?" Yao Peiji turned to look at Dujiu. Dujiu bowed his head respectfully and didn't say anything. Yao Peiji saw that he didn't say anything and couldn't help but click his tongue. As expected of Xia's subordinate, he was really tight-lipped. He didn't get angry when he didn't get an answer. He turned to look at the person who could make Xia personally greet him. Was this the person that Xia trusted the most, or was he a capable person who could rule the country? Banhan stood at the bottom of the jade stairs. She looked up and saw Xia running towards her. She tilted her head and looked up at the sky. A full moon hung in the sky. It was so beautiful that she couldn't help but smile. She laughed out loud and stepped onto the jade steps. She walked very slowly, but Xianxia walked very quickly. After she took a few steps, Xianxia was already in front of her. "Why are you running?" Ban Han looked at Xianxia with a smile. Seeing him gasping for breath, she couldn't help but laugh more obviously. "Look back at those courtiers. They think you're crazy." "It doesn't matter if they think I'm crazy. I'm just afraid that I'll lose you." Xianxia grabbed Ban Han's hand tightly. His palm was a little cold, but it was sweaty. What was he afraid of? Why was he sweating? Ban Han bent her hand and hooked a few of his fingers. "Let's go." Xianxia smiled. "Let's go up together." "Sure." Ban Yu's eyes turned into crescents as he smiled. "That's..." Zhou Bingan saw Xianxia and the silver armor general holding hands and walking towards Qingjing Hall. His expression was a little strange. When the two got closer and closer, he saw the face of the person beside Xianxia. He whispered in surprise, "Is that Princess Fuel?" The person that Xianxia was looking for just now was Princess Fuel? Under the bright moonlight, Ban Han and Xianxia stepped into the Qingjing Hall side by side. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Under the gaze of all the officials, Xianxia held Ban Han's hand tightly and said to the crowd, "Madam has helped me a lot in the past year. Without her, I wouldn't be who I am today. I can't be the only one receiving the gifts from all the officials." "Your Majesty, this gift." An official wanted to say how could a woman receive the gift with a man, but a general came out of nowhere and covered his mouth. He widened his eyes and cursed in his heart. These generals were too rude. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Your Majesty, long live Your Majesty." Zhao Zhong lifted his robe and knelt down in front of the two. After he knelt down, countless other generals followed suit. The civil officials who were friends with Xianxia all knelt down willingly. The ground was cold. Shurjin knelt on the ground and looked up at the man and woman standing under the moonlight. Then he slowly lowered his head. From now on, he would be the official and she would be the empress. He couldn't have any delusions. Ban Han and Xianxia didn't immediately move into the main palace. Instead, they lived in a side hall of the Great Moon Palace. Ban Han had been to the Great Moon Palace many times, but this was the first time she lived here. Even after midnight, she didn't fall asleep. "Hua Hua. Did I wake you up?" "No," Xianxia pulled her into his arms, "I can't sleep either." "Then tell me a story." Ban Han leaned into Xia's arms. "Tell me a story that starts with a sweet beginning and ends with a happy ending." "Okay." It's said that there's a strange stone in the land of Shu. It has a big head and a small body, but it can stand on top of a mountain. A passerby passed by and was shocked when they saw it. Before the story was finished, Ban Jin had already fallen into a deep sleep. Xianxia kissed the corner of her lips, closed his eyes, and fell asleep while smelling the fragrance of her hair. Xianxia had never dreamed since he was a child. But tonight, he had a strange dream. He stood on a frozen lake. A little girl dressed in fluffy clothes stood in front of him and looked at him with her big eyes. "Brother, can you take me to the ice to play?" He wanted to say that it was dangerous on the ice, but the face of the little girl gradually changed into Ban Han. She smiled at him and his heart softened. But in the next moment, Ban disappeared. He looked around in panic, only to see the thick fog and the empty surroundings. Ka. Xianxia opened her eyes and turned to look beside her. It was empty and there was no one there. "Come." "Your Majesty, what are your orders?" "Empress Your Majesty, the Empress, Wang Bai De translation. By Empress Bai Wang Bai. Wang De saw that Xia's expression was not right and said, Nyang said that you haven't been sleeping well these days, so she didn't let us come in to disturb you." "I know. Come in and help me wash." Xia rubbed his forehead. "How long has the Empress been gone?" "About 2 cups of tea." Wang De hesitated. "Your Majesty, if you have something to ask Nyang, newbie will go and ask Nyang." "No need." Xia hesitated. "The Empress has the final say in this palace." "Let her go." "Yes." Wang De heard this and confirmed Ban Han's supreme status. Ban Han sat below the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager looked haggard, but there were no flaws in her etiquette. But Ban Han could feel that the Empress Dowager was not as close to her as before. "Little girl," the Empress Dowager's smile was more polite than intimate, "I haven't seen you in a year. You are more dignified than before." "Nyang Nyang is joking with niece?" Ban Han took a sip of tea. "Since childhood, when have I ever been dignified? How have I treated you these years?" The Empress Dowager did not care about her excuses and asked directly, "Have I ever treated you badly?" "Nyang Nyang treats me like your own child." "You have never treated me badly." Ban Han shook her head. "Then tell me, why did you join with Xianxia to force the Empress Dowager to abdicate?" The Empress Dowager was not without resentment towards Ban Han and Xianxia. "This is how you repay me?" Ban Han did not speak. "Now that things have come to this, I have nothing more to ask," the Empress Dowager smiled bitterly. She looked at Ban Han with red eyes. "I know you have a lot of face in front of the new emperor, so can you agree to a request of mine?" "Please speak, Nyang Nyang. Can you ask the new emperor to let Luo go?" The Empress Dowager tightly gripped the handkerchief in her hand. "I know he has done many wrong things, but the biggest mistake is on me. I did not teach him well. I can promise that as long as you spare his life, I will not let him do anything rash again." "Why should I?" Xia Wanyu suddenly pushed open the door and walked in. She looked at the Empress Dowager with resentment. "Why should you spare his life after he has done so many evil things? Just because the blood of the Jiang dynasty flows in his veins, other people's lives are not lives and should be at his mercy?" "Empress Dowager, you have a son, everyone in the world also has a son. When Jiang Luo killed them, did he ever think that these people's parents would also be sad?" Xia Wanyu's eyes were red and her voice carried a bit of satisfaction. "Jiang Luo's ending today is all because of his own actions. He deserves it." "Madam Xia, you." The Empress Dowager did not expect Xia Wanyu to suddenly appear. She sat in a daze in her chair, unable to refute a single word. "Empress Dowager, I am very grateful that you protected my life from Jiang Luo." Xia Wanyu knelt in front of the Empress Dowager and kowtowed 3 times, "But on this point, I will not agree with you." She climbed up from the ground and turned to bow respectfully to Ban Han. "Many thanks for Nyang Nyang's help last night." Originally, she was going to be locked up in the imperial prison like Jiang Luo. However, because Ban Han said a few words, she and the other female members of the imperial harem were all brought into a palace hall. Although it was a bit crowded inside, the room was at least clean. There were also people who delivered hot water and food. It was countless times better than the imperial prison. Jiang Luo's wrongdoings have nothing to do with you female members of the imperial harem. Ban Han saw that Xia Wanyu was full of depression and had fine lines at the corners of her eyes. He felt a bit conflicted. He did not expect her to become like this. Xia Wanyu forced a smile and said self-mockingly, 2 years ago, I was still proud that I was about to marry into the imperial family. You finally had to bow to me. I didn't expect that I would make a mess of my life. But you. Thousands of years later, there would still be people who knew who Ban Han was. She would probably be a pitiful person in the history books. It was uncertain whether she would even leave behind a family name. There is no point in talking about this anymore. Xia Wanyu bowed slowly to Ban Han. I will take my leave. Ban Han looked at her departing figure, his expression somewhat moved. Hua Hua, Nyang Nyang, Ban Han interrupted the Empress Dowager and said directly, Xia is my man. The Empress froze. What did she mean? He is willing to listen to me because he treats me well. But I will not abuse this kindness, especially if I make a request that does not benefit him. Ban Han stood up from the chair and bowed slowly to the Empress Dowager. He treats me well and I want to protect him. How can I harm his interests because of an outsider? Please forgive me, Nyang Nyang. I cannot help you with this. She turned and prepared to leave, but the Empress Dowager grabbed her wrist. Hua Hua, I am begging you. I am begging you. The Empress Dowager grabbed her arm and knelt in front of her. This woman, who had been in the limelight all her life, threw away her elegance and face. She only wanted to save her son's life. Nyang Nyang, Ban Han looked at the disheveled Empress Dowager and pushed her hand away. For the sake of the public, for the sake of the people, I cannot agree to your request. For personal reasons, I will not allow my husband to keep the previous emperor and cause more trouble for him in the future. Today, even if you continue to kneel here, I will not agree to your request. You are truly so cruel? The Empress Dowager screamed as she grabbed Ban Han's skirt. Why is your heart so cruel, why? Ban Han ignored the Empress Dowager's scolding and said calmly, don't worry. After the Ascension ceremony, I will have His Majesty confer you the title of Empress Dowager. You will live in another palace and will not suffer any hardship. And the Crown Prince, Ban Han paused, His Majesty will not take his life. As long as he is honest, he will live a life of wealth and glory. The Empress Dowager weakly let go of Ban Han's skirt and sobbed. Nyang, if I were you, I would not make a fuss at this time. If you continue to make a fuss and offend His Majesty, I am afraid that even the Crown Prince's life will be lost. The Empress Dowager looked at Ban Han in shock. She did not think that Ban Han, who only knew how to eat, drink, and play, would say such words. Nyang, do you know how my grandfather passed away? Ban Han lowered his head to look at the Empress Dowager. Her eyes were bright and clear as if she knew everything, but also as if she was simply asking the Empress Dowager a question she did not know. The Empress Dowager sat on the ground in a daze. Even after Ban Han left, she did not come back to her senses. Originally, she did not know how her uncle died. However, after His Majesty fell ill, she gradually guessed the truth. Why did Ban Han ask this? Did she already know? She felt chills all over her body. Banyu, when did he find out? When Ban Han returned to the side hall of the Great Moon Palace, Xianxia, dressed in black, was sitting in front of a desk and reading some official documents. However, after interacting with Xianxia for a long time, Ban Han could tell at a glance that he was pretending because he did not look like this when he was reading. Hua, you've come back? Xianxia stood up and pulled Ban Han to sit beside him. Then, he spread out the auspicious days calculated by the imperial astronomer. The imperial astronomer said that 5 days from now is a good day, suitable for holding the coronation ceremony. They calculated 3 days for the coronation ceremony. One is 12 days from now, one is the 8th of the next month, and the last one is 2 months from now. I think that 12 days from now is a good day. What do you think? Ban Han saw that Xianxia had made notes on these dates. He nodded and said, I don't know much about these things. It's fine if you think it's suitable. I'm in a hurry to have everyone in the world call you the Empress. Xianxia kissed the tip of her nose. Next month is too long. I can't wait. Wouldn't it be better for everyone in the world to call me Queen? Ban Han said casually. He played with the booklet written by the imperial astronomer in his hand. Xianxia chuckled. He hugged her and sat her on his lap. How about I call you Queen? Everyone in the world calls me Emperor, and you are my Queen. I'm the Emperor who is second only to one person and above everyone else. Shameless. Ban Han rubbed his cheeks and jumped off his lap. I have a headache just looking at these things. You should worry about it yourself. Where are you going? Xianxia grabbed her hand. I'm going out of the palace to see my family. When it came to her family, Ban Han's eyes lit up. I haven't seen them for almost a year. I wonder how they are doing now. Don't worry. I'll send people to protect them. Xianxia stood up. I'll go with you. Don't. Ban Han hurriedly pushed him back. I know your intentions, but it's not suitable for you to go out of the palace right now. Jiang Luo left behind a mess for you to deal with. Moreover, if this matter spreads out, it will be said that our Ban family is monopolizing power. How can our Ban family be justified? Xianxia, he clearly intended to bring glory to the Ban family. Why did it sound so different in Huahua's mouth? Our family wants to be prominent and lazy. We want to be a rich family that no one dares to offend. However, we don't want to be a distant relative who manages everything. This kind of thing requires too much brain power, just like my father and younger brother. Ban Han coughed. She felt that when she spoke, she should leave some face for her family. You know what I mean. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. Don't talk nonsense. Father-in-law and younger brother Heng are very good. That's right. The two of them are the top rich families in the capital. Ban Han clicked her tongue. Okay, it's settled. You should send a few more respectable attendants to follow me out of the palace. This is also giving face to my maternal family. After careful consideration, Xianxia called over Dujiu, Wang De, and 2 of his trusted aides. He had them accompany Ban Han to Jingting Gongfu. Ban Han hadn't held the coronation ceremony yet. However, because of Xia's attitude towards Ban Han, the servants in the Department of Household Affairs were eager to curry favor with their new mistress. They prepared carriages as fast as possible. The number of bodyguards, eunuchs, and maids accompanying them was arranged according to the rank of the empress. Ban Han didn't object to this arrangement. At this time, her position was more stable. No one dared to offend the Ban family. Before stepping onto the carriage, Ban Han asked, "When did my family move back to Jingting Gongfu?" "Nyang, last night, His Majesty arranged for people to clean up Jingting Gongfu and then welcomed Duke and Foreign back to the Fu." Wang De bowed and replied, "Nyang, the gifts His Majesty prepared have been packed. You can leave now." "Gifts?" Ban Han paused. So Xianxia had prepared gifts. As a daughter, she only wanted to see her family and forgot about the gifts. Let's go. Let's go. Jingting Gongfu. The 3 members of the Ban family sat in the courtyard. The 3 of them had dignified expressions. No one spoke. The Fu was very clean. It was almost exactly the same as it was before the confiscation. But right now, the focus wasn't on the Fu, but on their minds. They had chosen a talented, handsome, and considerate man for their daughter. They had thought that they would be able to live a peaceful life for a few years. Who knew that not long after, Jiang Luo would ascend the throne and their family's title would be removed? This wasn't a big deal. In any case, they had already mentally prepared themselves. The main point was, how did Xianxia collude with the rebel army in the blink of an eye? In the blink of an eye, Xianxia became the leader of the rebel army. He even led the army into the capital and became the new emperor. Last night, the people who welcomed them back to the Fu kept calling them His Majesty and Nyang. This was the first time they had seen what it meant to be more absurd than fiction. "Father, do you think I'm dreaming?" Ban Heng stared blankly at Ban Huai. "I've become the emperor's brother-in-law?" Ban Huai pinched his arm. After hearing his scream, he shook his head with certainty. "You're not dreaming." "What are you doing?" Yin Clan slammed the table. "Do you think it's easy to become the emperor's father-in-law? Since ancient times, how many empresses' maternal families had courted death? In the end, not only did they court death, but they also courted death with their entire families." Ban Huai and Ban Heng both bowed their heads in obedience. Before Huahua married him, none of us could tell that he had such intentions. This person's scheming is something neither of us could have imagined. If even we thought of it, how could his rebellion succeed? Ban Huai retorted in a low voice, "It's normal that we couldn't see through it. If you shut your mouth now, I won't treat you as a mute." Ban Huai, a scheming emperor. How many tricks does Huahua have to play with him? Yin Clan couldn't help but mock. Can she beat him? Ban Heng felt that his mother was quite fierce. Even at this time, she didn't want their family to bask in the glory of the imperial family. She only wanted his sister to suppress the new emperor. Her mindset was different from that of other women in the harem. "I'm not bragging, but my sister can easily beat up 2 emperors." Ban Heng proudly raised his chin. "I heard from those people yesterday that my sister has been on the battlefield and is highly respected by the soldiers. If you were half as capable as your sister, I wouldn't have to worry so much." Yin Clan turned to Ban Heng. "Look at you. You have the nerve to say that you're Huahua's younger brother. Don't you think you're embarrassing your sister? It's been more than 10 years. You can't expect me to pick it up all at once, right?" Ban Heng looked at Yin Clan pitifully. "Mother, I'm your biological son. If you weren't my biological son, I would have thrown you out long ago." Yin Clan took a deep breath. "Alright, you father and son, stop fooling around. There are 2 things I must remind you of. First, in the future, no matter who comes to you for help, don't agree so easily. Second, Hunger's wife must be chosen carefully. Our Ban family won't mistreat our daughter-in-law, but we can't let our daughter-in-law implicate the whole family." Yin Clan looked at Ban Heng. "Don't be seduced by any flower girl and do anything shameful. Mother, don't worry, Ban Heng said honestly, I'm used to seeing my sister's face. In my eyes, all the women in the world are ordinary. Nonsense. Yin Clan raised her eyebrows, a woman's beauty doesn't lie in her appearance. If you use this kind of attitude to look at a girl, you might as well not get married. You don't want to ruin a good girl. Ban Heng's expression became serious. Mother, I was just joking. I didn't mean that, master, madam, the imperial concubine has come to see you. The housekeeper ran in with a face full of joy. Outside our foo, there are many carriages and horses. The imperial concubine came in a phoenix carriage. The three members of the Ban family were stunned for a moment. The imperial concubine that the housekeeper was talking about was none other than their daughter who had been kidnapped by Xianxia to rebel. Yin Clan stood up excitedly. Why did she come at this time? Will the imperial court have any objections? She muttered, but didn't stop running. She hurriedly ran out. Ban Han's phoenix carriage passed through the main road of the capital. The imperial guards cleared the way, accompanied by eunuchs and palace maids. It was a grand sight. Even the common people who hadn't seen much of the world would immediately stay far away from the carriage when they saw the dragon and phoenix engraved on the carriage and the 18 horses driving it. The carriage arrived at the Jingting Gongfu in a grand manner. Ban Han held the hand of a palace maid as she got off the carriage. Looking at the familiar plaque on the gate, her eyes became slightly hot. She refused the sedan prepared by the servants and directly walked through the gate with her skirt lifted. Every blade of grass and every tree looked familiar, as if she had never left. Ban Han's long palace skirt swept across the clean limestone floor. Her steps were very fast. The palace maids and eunuchs behind her quickly followed, afraid to slack off. When she approached the second gate, she suddenly stopped. At the second gate, the three members of the Ban family stood there. They craned their necks and looked around. When Ban Han appeared, Ban Heng hurriedly greeted her. Sister. Ban Heng ran to greet her. Then, he surrounded Ban Han and asked her questions. While he was at it, he snatched the skirt from the palace maid and followed behind Ban Han like a little dog. Seeing him like this, Ban Han smiled until her eyes turned red. She reached out and tapped his forehead. Look, you've grown a bit taller. I really grew taller? Ban Heng smiled brightly. I've been practicing martial arts for the past year. My appetite has increased a lot. It's good for a man to eat more. She patted Ban Heng's shoulder. Indeed, he was more muscular than before. The brother and sister chatted and laughed as they arrived in front of Ban Huai and the Yin clan. Father, mother, Ban Han knelt down in front of the two. Your daughter is unfilial and has made you worry. Get up, quickly get up. The Yin clan wiped away their tears and helped Ban Han up from the ground. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Ban Han rubbed against the Yin clan's body like a little girl. She looked at the palace maids and eunuchs behind her and said to Wang De, you all wait outside. You don't need to serve inside. Yes. Wang De respectfully took a step back. The Yin clan recognized this person as the eunuch who served the Emperor Yun Qing. However, she didn't show any emotion on her face. After the family of four entered the inner courtyard, she said, Wang De is from Xianxia? Ban Han nodded, yes. No wonder. Even the emperor had his own people, and this person was the head eunuch of the imperial palace. If Xianxia wasn't the emperor, who would be? The three of them surrounded Ban Han and asked her a lot of things after leaving the capital. Ban Han also picked out some interesting things and told them. The three of them laughed heartily. Unknowingly, the sky darkened. The family of four finally remembered that from noon until now, other than tea and snacks, they hadn't eaten anything. The Yin clan looked at the sky and wanted to ask Ban Han to stay for dinner. However, her reason told her that her daughter should return to the palace. She trembled as she touched her daughter's hand and forced a smile. It's hard to travel at night. You, be careful. Ban Han smiled and looked at the Yin clan. Mother won't ask me to stay for dinner? Yes, yes. The Yin clan turned her head and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Then she smiled at Ban Han and said, I'll have the kitchen prepare dinner. In the guest room of the second gate, a young eunuch came to Wang De's side and said, Gong Gong, it's already late. The Empress, shut up. Wang De's face darkened as he said, the Empress has her own way of doing things. There's no need for you to say more. An hour later, Wang De heard a message from outside. The empress was preparing to return to the palace. He hurriedly got up and straightened his clothes. He even used tea to rinse his mouth before running out of the guest room. Under the night sky, the Ban family walked the empress step by step until she reached the gate. Even the empress's skirt was carried by the Ban family's Xianxia. Wang De knew how deep the feelings of the Ban family were. Seeing the scene in front of him, he had the urge to sigh in his heart. Perhaps the Ban family never thought that Princess Ban would become the empress. The empress is returning to the palace. Wang De waved the horsetail whisk in his hand and announced loudly. The carriage slowly moved forward. Wang De, riding on horseback, turned his head. The red candles outside the Jingting Gongfu were shining brightly. The 3 members of the Ban family were standing at the bottom of the steps, motionless. He turned his head and looked at the motionless carriage. He shook his head and sighed. This was fate. The Phoenix carriage stopped in front of the Great Moon Palace. When Ban Han got off the carriage with the help of a palace maid, she saw a person standing in front of the Great Moon Palace with a lantern in the night wind. The palace maids and eunuchs all knelt on the ground. Ban Han stood in place and couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Xianxia walked to her side with the lantern. He grabbed her hand and handed the lantern to Wang De. Did you have fun? Ban Han nodded. She looked at the lantern in Wang De's hand and said, Why are the people serving you so unattentive when you're carrying the lantern? They're attentive, but you can only see me when I'm carrying the lantern. Xianxia took her hand and walked inside. I had them make your favorite dishes. Come and try them with me. It's so late. You haven't eaten yet? Xianxia whispered in her ear at a volume that only the 2 of them could hear. The Queen of Huahua isn't here. I can't eat or sleep. How can I eat? Ban Han glared at him. In the end, she didn't say that she had already eaten at Jingting Gongfu. After eating with Xianxia, she washed up and went to bed. Now, the entire country was in a mess. The imperial court and the harem were in chaos. Although Xianxia was a scholar, he acted with the decisiveness of a general. Those who should be imprisoned were imprisoned, and those who should be exiled were exiled. The decrees were issued one after another. In just a few days, the capital was restored to its former order. Although there were still some people who were anxious, at least the streets and alleys were barely restored to their former liveliness. The Chongqing Prince of Gojoseon was wearing a coarse hemp garment. He was disheveled and unkempt as he lined up in the line to leave the city. He had observed long ago. Except for the first 3 days of strict checks, only those who entered the city were thoroughly checked. The requirements for leaving the city were not too strict. Sure enough, when it was his turn, the guards didn't check carefully. After he gave a name and where he lived, he was let go. Out of the city gate, half of the stone in his heart was lifted. He couldn't help but quicken his pace. As long as he left the borders of the capital, there would be someone in Yujing Prefecture to pick him up. He would not have to worry about not being able to rise again. The person who is carrying something in front, stop right there, Ban Han said as he rode on his horse, playing with a whip in his hand. This horsewhip was specially made for her by Xianxia. It was gorgeous and strong. It would not break anyone's skin, but it would hurt to the bone. The Chongqing of Gojoseon froze. He did not expect to meet Ban Han here. What was this woman doing in the suburbs of the capital instead of staying in the palace? He didn't dare to dodge, because as long as he dodged, people would definitely notice that something was wrong. You called me commoner? He shrunk his shoulders like a timid commoner who had never seen the world. When he saw a noble, he couldn't help but show a timid expression. It's you. Ban Han pointed at him with his whip. Raise your head. Before the Chongqing of Gojoseon went out, he had specially put on makeup. He was confident that Ban Han would not be able to recognize him. This was an extremely ugly face. There were even burn scars on his face. Some of the bystanders couldn't help but cry out in alarm. There were also some people who didn't have the heart. They felt that Ban Han was using his power to bully and deliberately humiliate him. But when they saw that this young lady's clothes were gorgeous and there were many guards behind her, no one dared to stand up for this pitiful person. This face? Ban Han chuckled. It doesn't look right to me. This commoner is guilty of scaring the noble, the Chongqing of Gojoseon cursed in his heart. But he didn't show any hesitation on his face. He knelt down in front of Ban Han. I beg the noble to forgive me. The bystanders couldn't stand it anymore. This noble was too much. He had money and power, so why did he have to make things difficult for a pitiful person? Noble lady. A woman in a dress squeezed out of the crowd. There was still some timidity in her eyes, but she did not retreat because of this. Why do you have to lower yourself to the same level as this person? Why don't you let him leave as soon as possible so that he won't dirty your eyes? Ban Han ordered his guards to stop the man kneeling on the ground. He turned to the woman and smiled. Miss, your words are very interesting. Which family are you from? How come I haven't seen you before in the capital? This little girl's status is low. It's not strange that the noble hasn't seen me before. The woman bowed to Ban Han in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Although she didn't know the identity of Ban Han, she could see that his riding clothes were embroidered with gold thread. In this special period of time, he dared to bring so many guards with him. It could be seen that her family was very respected in front of the new emperor. The female guard behind Ban Han urged her horse forward and whispered a few words in Ban Han's ear. Ban Han nodded. Your father is the Imperial College's chancellor, Pei Dongxing? The woman's face showed some surprise. This noble obviously didn't have any impression of her, but the guard beside her seemed to be very familiar with the situation in the capital. What kind of prominent family could raise such a guard? Replying to the noble, my father is only the previous Imperial College's chancellor. Miss Pei bowed. I've let the noble see a joke. Ban Han shook his head. Your father is a scholar. The position of Imperial College's chancellor is most suitable for him. Miss Pei's heart warmed. After the Fingning Emperor ascended the throne, her father didn't agree with the Fingning Emperor's decrees. After submitting a memorial to the Fingning Emperor, he was removed from his official position. In front of all the civil and military officials, he said that her father didn't have the talent to be a chancellor. Her father had been cautious and conscientious his whole life, but when he was old, he received such a comment. He was depressed and had been bedridden for many days. She had left the capital today to pick a kind of medicinal herb in the suburbs of the capital. She didn't expect to see such a farce. She also didn't expect that this seemingly aggressive noble lady would speak up for her father. Her father had been fair and honest all his life. He didn't form cliques. At this time, all the nobles in the capital were busy trying to curry favor with the new emperor. Who would pay attention to her father? Now that she suddenly heard such a comment, she felt a lump in her throat. Many thanks for the noble lady's praise. I didn't praise him. I was just speaking the truth. Ban Han dismounted and kicked the kneeling Chongqing of Gojoseon to the ground. But your family is too righteous. You don't know that there are some people in this world who are very good at pretending to be pitiful. Someone come, take off the thing on his face. Miss Pei was surprised to find that the burn marks on this pitiful-looking person's face weren't real. After the gray and black disguise was taken off, a fair and handsome face was revealed. Chongqing of Gojoseon is a good disguise. Ban Han smiled as he looked at the Chongqing of Gojoseon who was being held down by the guards. Where are you going in such a hurry? The evergreen king spat out the dust in his mouth and actually laughed. My dear niece's eyesight is really good. Uncle has made me look like this, but my dear niece is still able to recognize me. From this, I can tell that uncle has a very high position in your heart. Bang! The guard, holding him down, punched him in the face. His face immediately swelled up. Uncle, you can't do this. My guards have bad tempers. If they hurt you, your niece, will feel bad. Ban Han sneered. Be a bit more honest and suffer less. Isn't that good? The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. If you want to kill me, do as you please. There's no need to be so pretentious. Since uncle is speaking so confidently, why do you have to run away? Ban Han glanced at the Chongqing of Gojoseon's fingernails that were trembling in fear. You say you're not afraid of death, but your body is quite honest. So he's the Chongqing of Gojoseon? The one who wallows in the mire with the tyrant? That's him. beat him to death. The onlookers who were originally sympathetic to the pitiful person realized that the pitiful person was not pitiful at all. Instead, it was the evil Xianxia of Gojosian. Their anger was ignited. Although they didn't dare to go past the guards to beat him up, they still couldn't help but throw the things in their hands at the Xianxia of Gojosian. Eggs, vegetables, and fruits were too expensive to throw away, so they simply dug the soil on the ground and threw it at the people. Some of them were not accurate and even accidentally hurt the guards. Banli didn't care about what happened to the Evergreen King, but he didn't want the guards by his side to be implicated. Thus, he raised his voice and said, "Fellow villagers, please be at ease. The royal court will definitely not let this kind of vile thief off easily." After that, she kicked him twice in front of the people to show that she was on the same side as the people. After kicking him, she asked the guards to tie the Xianxia of Gojosian up with a rope and threw him onto the back of a horse like a sack. Ban Han, a soldier, prefers death to humiliation. The Xianxia of Gojosian didn't expect Ban Han to treat him like this. "Don't go too far. Uncle, didn't you say that the winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit?" Ban Han patted the Xianxia of Gojosian with his horsewhip. "Whatever I, the winner, want to do to you, you should obediently accept it." This look of a vile person intoxicated with success was vividly displayed by her. Miss Pei, who had been shocked from beginning to end, couldn't regain her senses for a long time. Which family's young lady was this? How could she act so arrogantly? She wouldn't dare to act like this normally, but for some reason, when she secretly looked at her, she felt a bit envious. "Sorry for disturbing everyone. Goodbye." Ban Han climbed back onto his horse and cupped his fists towards the crowd. He pulled on the reins and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. The passers-by were stunned for a moment before they excitedly clapped their hands. "Bad things like this, we'll catch as many as we can. Which family is this noble lady from? She has such good eyesight. If it wasn't for her, this bad thing would have escaped. Look at her aura. Could she be the princess or the infanta? Sigh, the new emperor has only been married for 2 years. How could he have such an old princess?" Ban Han directly brought the Xianxia of Gojosian to the imperial prison. After locking him in, she stood outside the prison bars and said, "Uncle, stay in prison. I hope you can sleep peacefully every night. The wronged souls of the people won't come looking for you. I don't believe in ghosts. You don't need to scare me with these words." The Xianxia of Gojosian sneered. "How clean do you think your husband's hands are? If other people's hands are dirty, of course I don't care. My husband's hands are dirty. No matter how dirty they are still his," Ban Han said righteously. "Uncle, don't you know that I've always been overprotective and unreasonable?" Lu Banshan, who was standing to the side, glanced at Ban Han with a complicated expression. This was the first time he had seen someone use double standards so elegantly and shamelessly. The Xianxia of Gojosian, who had been stunned by Ban Han's words, was also dumbfounded. He thought that Ban Han would chase after him and ask him what Xianxia had done. Unexpectedly, she didn't act according to the norm. How did that idiot Ban Hui teach his daughter? Was there something wrong with his brain? Since you are being unreasonable, what right do you have to judge my actions? The Xianxia of Gojosian sneered. If you want to ridicule me, just say it. Why do you need to find a high-sounding reason? My man's hands are stained with blood for the people of the world. But you. Ban Han's face showed some disdain. You are just playing with other people's lives for power. No one's hands are clean, but you can't compare to my man when it comes to why his hands are dirty. Ban Han used the words "my man" to express his disdain for the Xianxia of Gojosian with his eyes. Shut up, what do you know? The Xianxia of Gojosian threw himself in front of the doorframe. If it wasn't for Emperor Yunqing, Lord Lu, send people to watch over him. Don't let anyone get close. Ban Han turned his head and said to Lu Banshan, after His Majesty's coronation, he will be dealt with properly. Yes. Lu Banshan looked up at the Xianxia of Gojosian, whose face was twisted, and couldn't help but smile. The Xianxia of Gojosian was full of complaints, but before he could say anything, he saw Ban Han turn around and leave without any interest. The anger of the Xianxia of Gojosian exploded as if someone had poured oil on it. This attitude of "I don't want to listen to anything you have to say, your grievances have nothing to do with me" made him feel even worse than someone pointing at his nose and yelling at him. He kicked the bars hard and cursed loudly. Whether it was royalty or nobles, when they lost their minds, everyone was the same. They had no manners at all. Lu Banshan looked at the Chongqing of Gojoseon, who was about to go crazy, and arranged for a large number of soldiers to guard the place. Then, like Ban Han, he turned around and left the prison without saying a word. For a person like the Chongqing of Gojoseon, what he couldn't stand the most was when others didn't take him seriously. When others didn't care about him, he would feel that he had been provoked. His whole person was like a toad that had been poked in pain, and he couldn't wait to jump up. Walking out of the prison, Ban Han went straight back to the Great Moon Palace. She happened to run into a few courtiers who had finished talking with Xianxia. She nodded at them and left first. Seeing her enter the Great Moon Palace as if there was no one around, the courtiers exchanged a look and left with their heads bowed. "You're right. The Chongqing of Gojoseon really wanted to sneak out of the city today." Ban Han walked to Xianxia and sat down. They even disguised themselves as people whose faces were burned. "It's exactly as you expected." Before leaving in the morning, Xianxia told her that the Chongqing of Gojoseon was very likely to blend in with the common people and escape from the city. In order to not be recognized by the patrolling soldiers, he would dress up as people with pockmarks or disfigured faces. Ban Han thought that Xianxia was just guessing. She didn't expect that the truth was as Xianxia expected. He has always been very satisfied with his appearance, so when he escaped, the first thing he wanted to do was to fix his face. Xianxia put down the pen and smiled at Ban Han. An extremely conceited person always thinks that others care about his face as much as he does. Ban Han was speechless. "Don't say such a killjoy." Xianxia took her hand. "Come and eat." The two washed their hands with the help of the palace maids. Ban Han suddenly asked, "The coronation ceremony is the day after tomorrow. Are you nervous?" "I won't be too nervous if you're watching me from below." Ban Han couldn't help but laugh. "Am I that powerful?" "For me, Hua is the most powerful." "Okay, remember to keep it up." After the meal, a eunuch came to report that the former crown prince wanted to see Xianxia. Ban Han stood up and said, "You guys talk. I'll go behind the screen and rest for a while." With her present, the crown prince would not be able to relax. It was better for her to avoid him. The crown prince stepped into the side hall of the Great Moon Palace. Other than a few eunuchs, only Xianxia was there. He wanted to go forward and salute, but Xianxia personally stopped him. "Your Highness, you don't have to be so polite." The crown prince shook his head slightly. "You can't ignore the etiquette." After his insistence, he still saluted Xianxia. Xianxia returned half a salute. The atmosphere between the two was not as tense as the previous dynasty's crown prince and the current emperor. "I came today because I have something to give to your majesty." The crown prince held the wooden box in his hand in front of Xianxia. "I don't have anything valuable right now. I can only give you this to congratulate your majesty on the coronation ceremony." Xianxia personally took the box and opened it. It was the imperial jade seal. Below the imperial jade seal was an imperial edict. The imperial edict was written by the crown prince himself. Most of it praised Xia's character and ability. The other half wrote that the crown prince was willing to give up the throne and let Xia rule the world. "Thank you, your highness, for your righteousness." The crown prince smiled and shook his head. After exchanging a few words with Xia, he stood up and took his leave. It wasn't that he didn't have any fantasies about the throne, but reality was reality. It wasn't something that could come true just because he wanted it. He was still living in the Eastern Palace for the time being, but with his current status, it was somewhat awkward for him to live here. A Taijian came to help him, but he waved his hand and refused. Walking through the gates of the Eastern Palace, he encountered the cold-faced crown princess. His steps paused and they looked at each other without words. The two were at a point where they had nothing to say. The crown prince knew that the crown princess was displeased that he had given the throne to someone else, but he had to consider the Eastern Palace and Muhu. The crown princess curtsied to the crown prince. Just as she was about to speak, she saw the crown prince turn to go to the side hall. She couldn't resist asking, "Where does the crown prince want to go?" "I'm going to the study to read." "The crown prince doesn't want to talk to me now?" Xianxia looked at him with dissatisfaction. "I've been married to you for so many years. Even if I haven't done anything, I've worked hard. Why is the crown prince so heartless to me?" Xianxia, the crown prince rubbed his forehead tiredly. After being put under house arrest by the Fengming emperor, he had become thinner with each passing day. Even the brocade robe he wore was empty. He sighed, "Don't call me the crown prince anymore. I'm not the crown prince anymore." The crown princess couldn't resist asking, "I don't understand. Why did you refuse Xia's request for you to ascend the throne?" "Xianxia, I can't ascend the throne. I can't ascend the throne. Do you understand?" The crown prince's expression held some irritation. "You're not the crown princess anymore. Do you understand? You're saying that if you ascend the throne, you won't be able to live?" Xianxia roared in a low voice, "Even if I can only be the empress for a day, or half a day, so what? At least in history, when I was recorded, I was an empress and not a concubine, the crown princess. You're simply bewitched and unreasonable." The crown prince was so angry his face paled. "If you want to be the empress, then find a man who can make you the empress. I can't give you what you want." The crown prince had never said anything too unpleasant to Xianxia. Today, his words were the sharpest he had ever said. Seeing the crown prince leave in a huff, Xianxia stood dazedly in her spot. Was the crown prince already so dissatisfied with her? "Crown princess, you're fine, slap." Xianxia slapped the palace maid's face. "What nonsense are you saying? Didn't you hear what the crown prince said? I'm not the crown princess anymore." The palace maid who was hit had tears in her eyes as she knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness. She didn't dare to complain at all. This eastern palace was like a tomb right now. The people inside were lifeless, and the people outside didn't want to come in. The day of Xia's ascension was sunny and windy. A few white clouds dotted the blue sky, making people feel joyful for no reason. The rules of the ascension ceremony were very complicated. They had to kneel in the east and bow in the west. Not only were the officials tormented, even the emperor himself was not at ease. The imperial jade seal. An official from the Ministry of Rites announced. A woman in a red dress with golden peonies embroidered on it walked into the palace hall. She held up a gold-threaded Xianxia wooden box and walked up the hall step by step. A woman, the one holding the imperial jade seal, was actually a woman. Some of the courtiers were shocked, while others were calm and did not react. But no matter what these courtiers were thinking, this woman wearing a palace robe and a golden crown led 32 strong guards to kneel in the center of the hall. Ban Han held up the gold-threaded Xianxia wooden box and said loudly, "May the emperor live a long life. May the people live in peace and prosperity." She stood up. The 32 guards were still kneeling on the ground, motionless. The steps in the palace hall were made of pure gold. Ban Han stepped on the steps with her right foot and walked step by step towards Xia. The steps were divided into 5 sections, and each section had 9 steps. She held up the wooden box and walked steadily until she reached the last step. "Your Majesty." She wanted to kneel down and present the imperial jade seal to Xia, but Xia held her arms and took the imperial jade seal from her hands. Xia held the imperial jade seal in her left hand and held Ban Han in her right hand. She turned her head and smiled at Ban Han. The officials knelt down and shouted "Long live" 3 times. In the first year of the Ying dynasty, the founding emperor Xia, who was only 26 years old, ascended the throne. The year was named Qing'an, so this year was also known as the first year of Qing'an. After Xia officially ascended the throne, the first imperial edict was to confer the crown prince the title of Prince Haqin and to give him a mansion. When the people heard about it, they all praised Xia for being so kind and generous to the crown prince of the previous dynasty. There were also officials who said that since the new emperor had ascended the throne, he should have pardoned the world and the people should congratulate him. However, Xia refused. Xia sat on the dragon throne and said with a calm expression, "The prisoners locked up in the labor prison all have their faults. Pardoning their crimes is not a celebration of the people, but an injustice to the common people. If you want the people to celebrate, Why don't you exempt a year's worth of taxes from a few heavily affected areas? That is the true celebration of the people. Your Majesty is wise, Zhou Bingan stood and said, this is a good move. Your Majesty is wise. Afterwards, Xianxia rewarded some generals and soldiers who had performed meritorious deeds. The civil officials that had been rejected by Jiang Luo were also called back by him. There were many things waiting to be done in the imperial court, but there was no chaos. Especially when Xianxia was not willing to grant amnesty to the world, but was willing to exempt the land of disaster from paying taxes. The people all clapped their hands and praised. At the same time, they also scolded the previous emperor for being muddle-headed and absurd. Many civil officials were restored to their positions. Pei Dongxing, who did not use the right channels, was one of them. When he received the edict from the palace, he immediately cried tears of joy. In less than 2 days, his illness was half healed. Lady Pei suddenly thought of the noble person she had met 10 days ago. She had said that her father was the most suitable person to be the chancellor of the Imperial College. However, not long after, her father really was restored to his position. Who was that noble person, who could call the Chongqing of Gozhou an uncle? Some were happy to work for Xianxia. Some sat at home and pretended to be high and mighty. They pretended to be loyal to the previous dynasty to show that they were righteous. There were even people who wrote poems to express their disdain for associating with the people of fame and fortune. However, their high and mighty attitude did not last long before they were inadvertently slapped in the face by the Ban family. After the Ban family's property was confiscated, several debauches who had a good relationship with Ban Heng tried to secretly give him some gold, silver, and other valuables. However, when they learned that Xianxia didn't turn against them because of the collapse of the Ban family, and instead took the Ban family away, they gave up on the idea. Novel chapters updated the fastest. Later, after the Fengming Emperor put the 3 members of the Ban family under house arrest, these debauches jumped up and down to think of a way. However, they didn't have time to jump up and down for long before their family was also confiscated. These hereditary nobles didn't have any real positions in the court. Fengming Emperor didn't like them and insisted on confiscating their family, so there was nothing they could do. After the Rong family's army entered the capital, these debauches were happy to watch the fun. Although these nobles weren't able to restore their titles, the court returned their confiscated family property. For them, this was an unexpected surprise. In particular, the debauches who had helped Xianxia in the court were now given a few titles that weren't too big or too small. These debauches were also tactful. They knew that they were too embarrassed to go to the palace to thank the emperor. Therefore, in front of the eunuchs, they kowed out a few times in the direction of the palace and said a bunch of flattering words. The next day, they went to the Jingting Gongfu with gifts. The new emperor had just been appointed, so the elders in the family didn't dare to form factions at this time. Therefore, the people who came with gifts were the younger generation. They found an excuse to go to the Ban family's door. Because of this coup, the younger generation's debauches were more restrained than before. As they talked about the old scholars who thought of themselves as noble and virtuous. What do you mean by refusing the court's offer of enlistment? Ban Heng said without any trace of politeness, His Majesty wants people who have ability, talent, and care for the people. How could His Majesty like these people? They say they look down on the court and don't associate themselves with riches and honor. They say it as if they have the opportunity to associate themselves with riches and honor. How shameless. They didn't expect such a thing to happen, so they asked curiously, is there really no such thing? There really isn't. Ban Heng shook his head with certainty. His Majesty values people with both ability and integrity. I heard from my sister that if there really is a capable official who is unwilling to be recruited by the imperial court, His Majesty will personally invite him. When did the imperial court pay any attention to these people that you're talking about? So they're feeling jealous, but they still have to pretend to be aloof? A certain playboy sneered. I hate this kind of person the most. When they sleep at night, they might even dream of being summoned by the imperial court. When they wake up in the morning, they pretend to be disdainful and write poems to flaunt themselves. Can't they be a little more honest? It's easy to deal with this kind of people, another dandy said. Don't they want face? Then we won't give them face. I have a good idea. Ban Heng slammed the table. Let's invite some actors to perform in the downtown area. Make it funny and embarrass them. Let's do that. They don't want face, so we won't give them any face. Just as these self-proclaimed scholars were being flattered to the point that even he himself thought that he had really refused to meet with the emperor, some dandy who had nothing better to do suddenly started to invite people to listen to books and watch plays for free. What did the plays and books say? It was probably some people who didn't have any talent, but still thought they were better than others. They looked down on the common people and envied some of their classmates who had entered the imperial court. They hid in their beds and secretly cried. The next day, they went out with an aloof expression. Some of the scholars did indeed think that they were superior to others. They looked at the commoners with slanted eyes. Therefore, this humorous play caused the commoners to roar with laughter. Especially those clowns who acted as scholars, they received a lot of rewards from the commoners. In an instant, they became famous in the capital. Scholars and dandy couldn't be reasoned with. You said they were insulting people, but they said they were just bored and casually invited the common people to watch a few plays. Why were you, a scholar, so agitated? You were an upright person and didn't pretend to be aloof. Why would you speak up for these hateful scholars? Wouldn't that tarnish your reputation? What else could these scholars say? Say that they were poked at where it hurt, or pretend to be magnanimous and hold back their anger? After being tormented by Ban Heng and the other dandy, these scholars immediately stopped. Not only did they stop writing poems, they also hid in their rooms for a long time and didn't go out. They were afraid that others would say they were such people. But their actions had already offended the scholars who had entered the imperial court. If not becoming an official was considered noble, then what were they in the imperial court? Some people didn't say anything because they didn't want to ruin their own reputation. Now that the situation was good, of course they wanted to take the opportunity to step on it. First, they wanted to vent their anger. Second, they wanted to curry favor with the emperor. When the actions of Ban Heng and the other dandy reached Xia's ears, Xia said to Ban Han, "Brother Heng's method is still the best. His brain can only be used at times like this." "Don't praise him," Ban Han said unhappily, "this method is nothing. They have a lot of bad ideas." In the past, Xianxia was considered a distinguished scholar in the capital. Later, his reputation was ruined. "What kind of distinguished scholar is he?" Xia said without hesitation, "Is he better looking than me? Is he more talented than me? One is in the sky, one is on the ground. What is there to compare?" Ban Han pinched his face, peeled a longan and stuffed it into his mouth. "I haven't compared myself to Miss Lin, or any princess." Xia spat the longan into his hand and laughed. "The people you mentioned, I can't even remember what they look like. If you ask me which one of them is better looking, I can't answer. You men can even coax a sparrow down from the sky. What's so good about a sparrow? I'll be satisfied if I coax a phoenix like you down." The husband and wife chatted through the night. It was another warm night. When Ban Han woke up from the bed, Xia had already gone to court. He heard a eunuch from the Department of Household Affairs report that Empress Dowager Fuping was leaving the palace today to live in another palace outside the capital. He asked if she had issued a decree. Empress Dowager Fuping was the birth mother of the crown prince and Jiang Luo. Even though the previous dynasty had fallen, Xia had received her favor. Therefore, she still retained the title of Empress Dowager. Her maternal family's titles also remained unchanged, giving the Empress Dowager enough face. "Leaving today?" Ban Han paused slightly. He stood and said, "I'll go take a look." "Nyang nyang." Rui looked at Ban Han with some worry. Last time, Empress Dowager Fuping had asked Nyang nyang to help the tyrant. After Nyang nyang had refused, the Empress Dowager and Nyang nyang had not seen each other again. If she went over now, she was worried that the Empress Dowager would give Nyang nyang a hard time. Ban Han said calmly, "Let's go." Empress Dowager Fuping stood to one side expressionlessly. She watched the eunuchs and palace maids move out the boxes that had been sorted out. She said to the nanny who was looking around, "What are you looking at?" Being discovered by the Empress Dowager, she was embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. She thought that the Empress would send someone to see her off. At least this way, the Empress Dowager's life would be better after she went to another palace. The Empress Dowager of a fallen country, even though she was called Empress Dowager, who would take her seriously? But if the Empress gave her face, the servants of the other palace would not dare to mistreat the Empress Dowager. She was a palace maid. How could she not know the thoughts of the servants? But how could she say these words to the Empress Dowager? In reality, Empress Dowager Fuping knew what she was thinking. But at this time, she could only pretend not to know. She had thought of killing herself. But if she died, what would happen to her eldest son and daughter? She didn't teach her second son well. Did she have to commit suicide to make the new emperor unhappy and implicate her eldest son? Also, she owed Xianxia a favor. If she was still alive, Xianxia would treat her eldest son and daughter better. Therefore, she had no choice but to live on honestly and peacefully. Just as she was about to step onto the carriage, she suddenly heard the nanny's surprised voice. "Empress Dowager, it's the Empress." Empress Dowager Fuping turned around. It really was Ban Han. She paused and turned to face Ban Han. "Nyang," Ban Han handed a wooden box to the nanny next to the Empress Dowager. "Take care of yourself in the other palace. If there is anything you are not used to, send someone to the palace to say. If I have free time, I will visit you." Empress Dowager Fuping's lips trembled. A moment later, she said, "You shouldn't have come." She was the Empress Dowager of the previous dynasty. Ban Han was also a princess of the previous dynasty. She also had the blood of the Jiang clan. It was not good for her to be too close to people of the previous dynasty. "Nyang, don't worry. I understand." Ban Han personally helped Empress Dowager Fuping onto the carriage. She stood outside the carriage and said in a small voice, "Nyang, don't worry when we reach the other palace. His Majesty is a generous person and will treat Prince He and Princess Enlu well." Tears flashed through Empress Dowager Fuping's eyes. She bowed to her and lowered the curtain of the carriage. "Rui," Ban Han turned to look at Rui. "See the Empress Dowager out of the palace." "Yes." When Ban Han returned to the Great Moon Palace, Xianxia had not yet left court. Chang Mama, who had entered the palace with her, walked in front of her and presented Ban Han the nourishing soup she had personally made. "Nyang, what is wrong? Did the palace people make you unhappy?" "No." Ban Han drank the soup in silence. After rinsing and wiping her mouth, she said, "I just went to see the Empress Dowager out." Chang Mama smiled very kindly. "Nyang, you did the right thing by seeing her out. First, you can maintain your private relationship. Second, you can show your magnanimity as the mother of the nation." Chang Mama had been with Princess Royal Daning for many years and was also the confidant of the Princess Royal, so she had heard a lot of shameful secrets. Except for some hardships when she first married Emperor Yunqing, the Empress Dowager had been living a happy life. Men respected her the most. The sons and daughters of concubines were not worthy of her attention. She was much less worrisome than the previous empresses. The more worrisome a life was, the more innocent one's character would be. The Empress Dowager was such a person. What magnanimity! Ban Han lowered her eyelids and said with a smile, "Mama, you don't have to describe me so well." Chang Mama smiled and shook her head. "Nyang is very good, just like Her Highness." "I'm not as good as grandmother." Chang Mama patted her hand kindly. "Nyang, you don't have to think about it anymore. Why don't you take a look at the clothes and jewelry at the coronation ceremony? If there is something you are not satisfied with, you can ask the embroiderer to change it." Ban Han nodded. "Okay, let them present it to me." "Your Majesty, this is not appropriate." The official of the Ministry of Rites knelt in front of Xianxia. The rules of the coronation ceremony of Chunming Empress are the old rules from 800 years ago. After that, the coronation ceremony of the previous empresses has never been so grand. How can we set a precedent in our dynasty? How can a rule that has been in existence since ancient times be a precedent? Xianxia didn't look at the official of the Ministry of Rites kneeling on the ground. "The Empress has done a lot for me to conquer the world. It is not a disgrace to her to hold the coronation ceremony according to this rule." The official of the Ministry of Rites hadn't thought that Xianxia would say such a thing. The Empress' military exploits were important, but she was still a woman. It wasn't a good thing to hold a woman so high. "What if, Jean understands your concerns, But the empress is not such a person. Zhen. Xianxia put down the brush in her hand and looked steadily at the officials in the room. Believe her. Seeing that Xianxia had already said so much, the officials knew that if they continued, His Majesty would be displeased. They could only agree. Since none of you have any objections, then we will follow the rules. Xianxia nodded slowly, finally showing some satisfaction on her face. Official Zhou, Lord Yao. The official of the Ministry of Rites stopped the two people who hadn't said anything from beginning to end. Do you two not feel that there is something wrong with this coronation ceremony? What is wrong? Zhou Binggen's face was innocent and confused. Isn't His Majesty satisfied? His Majesty is satisfied, but this ceremony is too grand, Lord Wang. Yao Peiji patted the shoulder of the official of the Ministry of Rites. For things like rules, as long as there is evidence, they are not out of bounds. In my view, the Empress is brave and skilled in battle. She has gone through thick and thin with His Majesty and has given a lot. According to these rules, it is not too much. The official of the Ministry of Rites heard Yao Peiji say the same and allowed him to pat his shoulder in a daze. He suddenly felt that he was making a fuss over nothing. The important officials of court had no objections to the coronation ceremony, and no one else dared to have objections. The present emperor didn't just have the means to govern, he also had the military power in court in his hands. Therefore, the officials of court were exceptionally obedient. In any case, His Majesty was going to treat his first wife well, not some concubine or concubine. Adding on that there were precedents in history, the coronation ceremony could be as grand as it wanted. The officials of the Ministry of Rites were busy with the coronation ceremony. The provinces and counties that had been through the chaos of war gradually returned to normal. The court bulletins about Xia's coronation were sent to the provinces and surrounding countries. When the people of the provinces and counties heard that the new emperor was a very good emperor, they all clapped happily. As to the smaller countries, they didn't dare to move during the civil war, much less now that the new emperor had ascended the throne. The only thing they could think of was to send envoys to congratulate the new emperor and use this as a pretext to find out what the new emperor thought about the surrounding countries. If the one who ascended the throne had nothing better to do and liked to fight in the surrounding countries, they wouldn't be able to live. Your Majesty, watch your step. Jiang Luo, who had been locked up in the celestial prison, heard voices coming from outside and excitedly rushed to the prison door. In these days, no one had spoken to him and he had almost been driven crazy. Now that he finally heard voices, he felt like he was still alive. Even if it was Xianxia who came in, it didn't affect his excitement. Xianxia, let me out, let me out. King of Violence, receive the decree. This decree listed Jiang Luo's crimes in detail and finally gave him the title of King of Violence and imprisoned him for life. You can't do this to me, I'm the emperor. Jiang Luo frantically pulled at the prison door. You can't do this to me. Xianxia calmly admired Jiang Luo's crazy appearance and sat down on a chair. When Jiang Luo shouted himself hoarse, he said, King of Violence, you're heartless. I'm already sparing your life for the sake of Empress Dowager Fuping. Otherwise, I would have already taken your head to comfort the people. Jiang Luo leaned against the prison door and looked at Xianxia in despair. Xianxia, you hypocrite. Wang De opened the prison door and slapped Jiang Luo's face a few times. Then he wiped his hands with a handkerchief and smiled. King of Violence, you can't be disrespectful to His Majesty. Although I'm missing 3 fingers, I still have the strength to hit people. What kind of dog are you? You're not qualified to bark in front of me. Bah. Jiang Luo spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone says that I killed my father with poison, but you didn't take the bottle of poison that day. It's ridiculous that everyone praises Xianxia for his benevolence, but they don't know that my father's life was taken by your hands. Xianxia listened to his curses and didn't say anything. Wang De gave Jiang Luo another 2 slaps. After that, he bowed respectfully to Jiang Luo who was still lying on the ground and said, Your Highness Prince of Violence, I've told you not to be disrespectful to His Majesty. Although I didn't take the bottle of poison, the other eunuchs did. You can't let His Majesty take the blame for your sins. Haha, Jiang Luo awkwardly lay on the ground and didn't get up. You colluded with Xianxia to deceive the world. Why are you still pretending in front of me? King of violence, you're wrong again, Wang De said with a fake smile. It's because His Majesty misses the late emperor and appreciates my loyalty to the late emperor. That's why he kept me by his side to serve him. Ha 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 ha, Jiang Luo laughed heartily. How laughable. You murdered the emperor and rebelled for profit, yet you speak of it in such a dignified manner. Everyone in the world must be blind and deaf to praise you for your benevolence. Wang De didn't want to vent his anger. He kicked Jiang Luo a few more times. That's enough, Xianxia interrupted Wang De and said to Jiang Luo calmly. If you didn't do something to make me unhappy, you could still have a quick death today. Bah. Jiang Luo spat in Xia's direction. Du Jiao, break one of his arms, Xia said lightly, as if he was talking about pouring a cup of tea. Du Jiao, who had been standing behind Xia, stepped forward and cupped his fists. Which arm, Your Majesty? Xia was silent for a moment, then said with certainty, the left. Du Jiao walked into the cell and stepped on Jiang Luo's left arm. With a crack, Jiang Luo's arm broke. Ah! Jiang Luo was in so much pain that his face turned white. He looked like a frog with a bulging stomach. He looked ridiculous and terrifying. Xia admired his painful expression for a while, then stood and said, Don't let him die. Let's go. Crazy, crazy, the Chongqing of Gojoseon, who had been brought in at some point, was pale. Xia, you said that Jiang Luo is tyrannical. How are you any better than him? Xianxia, who was also being held, was also pale. However, he didn't speak as he looked at Jiang Luo, who was crying in pain. Xia glanced at him indifferently, his eyes full of indifference. The Chongqing of Gojoseon noticed this gaze and felt a chill in his heart. He forced himself to say, You torture people like this. Why don't you give him a quick death? I didn't bring you here for you to watch a play, Xia suddenly laughed. If you didn't speak, I would have forgotten about you. His smile disappeared. Tie him up. Soon, the Chongqing of Gojoseon was tied to the wall with his arms and legs spread out. Xia walked to the wall and took a bow that was hanging there. He pulled the bowstring and suddenly took out an arrow. He put it on the bowstring and flew it towards the Chongqing of Gojoseon. The arrow brushed past the Chongqing of Gojoseon's arm, leaving a wound that was neither deep nor shallow. Another arrow flew out. This arrow brushed past the Chongqing of Gojoseon's other arm. Another wound appeared on the Chongqing of Gojoseon's body. The Chongqing of Gojoseon, who had the courage to talk back to Xia, was now shaking with anger. Bring Gao Wanxing over. Xia threw the bow in his hand to the ground. Gao Wanxing was quickly brought over by the personal guards. Xia pointed at the Chongqing of Gojoseon who was tied to the wall. I'll give you two choices. One is to stay in prison for the rest of your life. The other is to shoot 10 arrows in his body and not die. Seeing the Chongqing of Gojoseon tied to the wall, Gao Wanxing was so scared that he knelt in front of Xia. He was only an archer who was good at archery. He was lucky enough to be praised as having the style of Marshal Ban. But he knew very well that he wasn't even fit to carry Marshal Ban's shoes, let alone talk about the style of Marshal Ban. Although the Great Yi dynasty no longer existed, he didn't have the courage to hurt a member of the imperial family. He knelt on the ground for a long time. Xia didn't move at all. He understood. He didn't have a choice. His hand trembled as he shot the first arrow. The arrowhead was a bit crooked and hit the other party's thigh. After the first arrow was shot, he didn't feel so nervous anymore. Soon, he finished shooting the remaining 9 arrows. He looked at the Chongqing of Gojoseon who was covered in blood and realized that he was covered in cold sweat. Xia turned and looked at Xianxia for a long time. Suddenly, he said to the personal guards, Let these 2 people go. Xianxia looked at Xia in disbelief. Xia actually let him go. After Xia left, the personal guards took the key and unlocked his handcuffs. Young Master Xia, please. Xianxia looked back at the dying Chongqing of Gojoseon and Jiang Luo who was wailing in a low voice. He turned and hurriedly left this dark and bloody place. The Chongqing of Gojoseon who was hanging on the wall looked at Xianxia's hurried back and chuckled. Crazy, crazy, Xia is crazy. When Xianxia heard this, his steps quickened until he ran out of the door and into the crowd. The warm sunlight fell on his body and he finally dared to gasp for breath. Mother, what does that person do? He's so dirty. Go quickly, don't point fingers. Hearing the whispers around him, he finally remembered that he was in a sorry state. The outer robe he was wearing was what Xianxia had worn the day he entered the city. It was still stained with blood. He walked towards the fu of the Count of Zhongping. When he came to the door, he saw that there was a seal on it. This was no longer where he lived. Qilin, an old man holding a walking stick, called him from nearby. Is this Qilin? He turned to look at the old man. Father? Why was father so old? It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Xianxia walked shakily in front of Qilin. He wiped his tears and said, go back with father. Qilin supported Xianxia and nodded silently. Wan Fei? Sure put down the curtain and said expressionlessly, where is the Xia family living now? They seem to be living in a house on Octagon Alley. Sure suddenly smiled coldly. If Qilin had married Ban Han in the past, there wouldn't be so many problems today. Without Ban Han, Xianxia wouldn't have the 3-army tiger tally, and wouldn't have received the support of the generals. All the mistakes started from when Qilin and Ban Han broke off the engagement. But in the past, it was the Shi family that broke the engagement between Ban Han and Qilin. If she had known that there would be today's consequences, she would have stopped her sister's idea. If she had known, she looked at the bustling Jing. It had only been a few days, and these people had forgotten about the dynasty and continued to live their lively lives. After Xianxia ascended the throne, his methods were strong, but when it came to human relations, he would not make people feel that he was overbearing. In less than half a month, the officials of the court gradually became used to his way of doing things. Knowing that the emperor placed great importance on the coronation of the empress, no one in the imperial harem dared to slack off, especially the palace servants who served the empress. Everyone's birth characters were calculated, and those whose birth dates were unknown were all filtered out. Those whose appearances were not good enough were not accepted, and those who had been tainted with bad luck in the past were not accepted. Even His Majesty's coronation ceremony was not so strict. The Taijian who was wiping the floor said to his companion, "The Empress really has the Emperor's heart." TSK, the companion looked around to make sure no one was paying attention to them before he said smugly in a small voice, "You think too simply. This is not just His Majesty placing importance on the Empress. Have you forgotten the surname of the Empress's ancestors?" The Taijian shook his head dazedly. "His Majesty is so good to Nyang. Isn't this placing importance on her? The Empress is very popular in the military. His Majesty has just taken over the world, shouldn't he show that he places importance on the Empress?" The companion said mysteriously, "Don't forget, the Empress still has the blood of the imperial house. His Majesty's present throne was given to him by the crown prince of the previous dynasty, do you understand?" The Taijian's expression became even more confused. If His Majesty was only doing this for these reasons, he did not have to go to this extent. Was he not afraid that the Empress would control the court? Ban Han stood outside the hall and listened to the two's conversation. She turned and saw the pale-faced and trembling palace maids and Taijian behind her. She smiled and said, "Let's go." It was just the ignorant words of two inferior Taijian. She did not need to take it to heart. After Ban Gong left, the steward eunuch in the main hall walked out and kicked the two eunuchs who didn't know what had happened. "You two don't want to live, but I, your grandfather, still want to live. You really are audacious. You even dare to make up stories about His Majesty and Her Majesty? Come, gag their mouths and drag them out." Just as the eunuch in charge was fuming with rage, a well-dressed young woman with her hair tied up in a bun walked over. "Are you the eunuch in charge here?" The steward eunuch took a look at the woman. Her facial features were beautiful, her clothes were not ordinary, and she even had a waist token of the Great Moon Palace on her waist. He hurriedly nodded and bowed, saying, "Miss, what can I do for you?" "We don't dare to give orders. Even our Nyang said that these two little things did not mean it." "Nyang does not take these words to heart," the female official said with a stern expression, "but inside the palace, we cannot speak carelessly. There must not be a next time. Otherwise, we will punish according to the rules." Yes. The steward kicked the two eunuchs who were kneeling on the ground. You too, come over and thank me. That's enough. Yu Zhu frowned. As stewards, you should take care of the people around you. If your subordinates make a mistake, you should be punished as well. The steward's knees trembled. Even after Yu Zhu left, he didn't dare to stand up straight. Gone grandfather. A young eunuch wanted to go up and curry favor but was pushed away by the steward. This new empress was both gracious and stern. Her style of conduct was completely different from Empress Dowager Fu Ping. As servants, they had to be more careful. Thinking of some of the ways this person had acted when she was still a Junju, he felt a chill run down his back and almost fell to the ground. Nyang, Rui followed behind Ban Han and said carefully, "Those are young eunuchs who don't know much. What they say is not accurate. Don't take it to heart." Silly Rui, growing up, what kind of words have I not heard? Ban Han smiled unconcernedly. When I was a Junju, other people also liked to say these things. Now that I am the empress, there will only be more people talking about me behind my back. Then, Rui was worried that there would be animosity between the empress and His Majesty. At that time, the one who would suffer would only be her Nyang. Then there's nothing to say. I won't take it to heart. Ban Han had already guessed what these people would say. For example, her virtue was not worthy of being the empress. They were worried that she was extravagant. They were also worried that her relatives would monopolize power. These people wanted nothing more than to worry for the emperor, but if the emperor treated them with this kind of thought, they would naturally change their way of speaking. The emperor, of course, everyone wants to fight for his favor. Whoever the emperor favors is their enemy. Ban Han touched her mouth. In any case, I'm used to being a thorn in other people's side. This kind of laborious work, leave it to me. If I'm not as good as hell, who will enter hell? Rui, she felt that she had worried for nothing. This matter quickly reached Rong Xia's ears. He listened to Du Jiu's report and his expression was very ugly. After a long silence, he asked, what was Nyang's reaction? Nyang, she. Du Jiu's expression became subtle. Nyang said, if she doesn't enter hell, who will? Hearing this, Rong Xia paused for a moment and then laughed in a low voice. Your Majesty? Du Jiu felt that His Majesty's mood seemed to have improved in an instant. Rong Xia put down the brush in her hand. She stood and said, when Zhou Daren comes, say that Zhen has something to do and have him go back first. Seeing His Majesty go to the back hall, Du Jiu rubbed his nose with a helpless expression. Right now, he was the commander of the Imperial Guards. In private, he had taken over His Majesty's former spy group. Therefore, he knew a lot of things that happened in the palace. For example, the Empress liked to leave the palace when she had nothing to do. Another example was that Empress Dowager Fu Ping had once pleaded with the Empress Dowager to put in a good word for the King of Violence in front of His Majesty. Whatever the Empress Dowager Fu Ping had said, he had reported it all to His Majesty. After this incident, His Majesty suddenly ordered that they were not allowed to get close to the Empress or spy on her. This incident, if it wasn't for the fact that the spies were watching the coronation ceremony and didn't allow anyone to do anything, they wouldn't have known about it. Rong Xia had just arrived at the back hall when she saw Ban Han dressed in riding attire. He looked like he was preparing to go out. Hua, you are going out of the palace? Ban Han nodded. Last time, I said that I was going back to Jing to take care of a certain assassin organization. I can't go back on my words. After a moment of shock, Rong Xia finally remembered what she had said. She couldn't help but laugh. These people have already escaped. How can you find them? It's not that easy to escape. I've already arranged for people to watch over them. She pushed Rong Xia into the hall. Hurry and change your clothes. I'll take you to destroy the place. Rong Xia changed her clothes and saw Ban Han's eager expression. What do you want to do? First of all, there needs to be a lot of people, Ban Ti said in an experienced tone. 3 years ago, there was a gambling house that wanted to trick little brother Heng into gambling. I took people and smashed the gambling house clean. At the time, there were many thugs in the gambling den, but they couldn't compare to the personal guards she had brought. Those people were beaten until they cried for their parents. Even the people behind the gambling den didn't dare to make trouble for her. Leaving the palace, seeing the bustling crowd, Xianxia suddenly realized. Ever since he moved into the palace, he hadn't had a chance to take a good look at Jing. The faces of these people were filled with joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. They came and went in a hurry as though they had forgotten the recent war. You have done what you said. Ban Han rode on horseback and looked at the handsome man beside him. He smiled and said, You have kept the prosperity of Jing. Hearing this, Xianxia stilled. His throat became uncomfortable. Hua, what's wrong? Ban Han looked back at him with a smile. Did you forget the promise you made? Xianxia shook his head. I didn't forget, and I won't forget. At that time, he still had a glimmer of old affection for the Jian family dynasty. It was not until Wanfu was poisoned and assassinated and almost lost her soul that Emperor Yunqing continued to shield her that he could no longer bear it. No one in the Jian family was qualified to be an emperor. He didn't need to endure any more. Originally, he thought that it would take him at least 3 or 4 years to enter Jing. However, the 3-army tiger tally given to him by Daning Princess Royal and Huahua's ability to mobilize troops made him even more powerful. What would have taken him 3 or 4 years to complete or even fail in the end, was completed in 1 year. 2 or 3 years didn't seem important, but for the people of the world, every minute of war meant that they would suffer more and more people would die. Ban Han saw that he was deep in thought and didn't know what he was thinking, so he sighed helplessly. Smart men were good at everything, but they thought too much. Would they age easily? We're here. Ban Han's words brought Xianxia back to reality. He saw that there were few people here, but the pavilions were exquisitely built. Many of them had beautiful red lanterns hanging in front of their doors. In front of the wooden building they were facing, there was a plaque with the words Huanhua Pavilion written on it. The name was elegant, but the words were a bit frivolous. He frowned. Where is this? This is the headquarters of the assassin building. They probably don't know that they have been exposed. Ban Han jumped off his horse, put one hand on his waist, and said to his guards, Smash it. The harder, the better. Yes. Ban Han's guards took out hammers, axes, maces, and other things from their cloth bags and smashed them at the door of Huanhua Pavilion. In the blink of an eye, the carved door was smashed into pieces. A guard who looked very short kicked the remaining half of the wooden door and sent it flying. It smashed into the screen wall and shattered into pieces. Du Jiao and the other guards of the emperor looked at this scene with their mouths agape. It was the first time they saw the true style of a playboy. This is called preemptive strike. Ban Han raised his chin. That's what we did when we smashed the mansion of the Count of Zhongping. Du Jiao closed his mouth. The Ban family's method was really simple and crude, but it was very satisfying. Ban Han's actions were too loud, and it alarmed the people of Huanhua Pavilion. A few strong men rushed out with sticks in their hands. However, before they could say anything, they were beaten up by Ban Ti's personal guards. Ban Ti had brought many personal guards with him. No matter if these strong men were simple pimps or killers disguised as pimps, they couldn't fight back at all under this round of attack. Io, this servant greets you. A woman wearing a purple dress came out. Although she was a middle-aged woman, it could be seen from her eyes that she must have been a very beautiful woman when she was young. I don't know how the servant's small courtyard offended you and made you so angry. I don't like your building, so I need to smash it to vent my anger. Ban Han raised his hand. Continue, don't stop. The woman in purple almost couldn't hold back her smile. Noble, what do you mean by this? Exactly what I mean. Ban Han pushed the woman away. Don't block me, stay away from me. The woman in purple was angered by Ban Han's arrogant attitude. Noble, although you have a high status, you shouldn't bully people like this. If you continue to cause trouble, this servant will have to report this to the authorities. Go ahead and report it, I'll see who dares to stop me. Ban Han's face was full of arrogance. Do you know who my father is? Do you know who my husband is? Even if the capital governor came, he would have to kneel down in front of me. The woman had seen all kinds of people in the brothel. People like this who kept talking about their father, brothers, and uncles weren't valued by their families. People with real status mostly kept a low profile, unlike this woman, who was afraid that others wouldn't know. Understanding this, the woman in purple's face became even uglier. Noble, as a woman, you dare to cause trouble in a brothel like ours. Your husband is a respectable person, but if he knew that you came to cause trouble for poor people like us, I'm afraid that his face wouldn't look too good. Then I'm really sorry. My husband is very obedient to me. Don't talk about me smashing your building. Even if I burned it down, he would help me take care of it. Banyu was addicted to being unreasonable. After arguing with the brothel keeper for a while, he ordered his subordinates to smash even more. Xianxia, who was standing outside the door, turned to look at Dujio. This place is brothel alley, Dujio nodded awkwardly. From time to time, there were sounds of banging, as well as the screams of women. It was very lively. Several brothels nearby heard the noise and stuck their heads out to take a look. When they saw that there were many people outside the Huanhua pavilion, they shrank their heads back. It must be that the man didn't protect his lower body and was caught by the fierce woman. Now he brought his guards to the brothel to cause trouble. Smash, smash well, smash harder. With one less brothel, there would be one less competitor. The woman in purple saw that Ban Han was in their brothel and couldn't bear it anymore. She angrily said, "Noble, you've gone too far. Don't blame me for being impolite." As soon as she finished speaking, more than a dozen strong men with swords rushed out of the building. These people had a murderous aura. It was obvious that they weren't ordinary people. A small brothel dares to illegally carry swords. Ban Han sneered. Your foxtail has finally shown itself. Come, surround this building. Don't let anyone escape. Yes. The woman in purple noticed that the old men who swept the floor, the old women who cooked in the kitchen, and the rough servants who planted flowers all stood out. These people were no longer timid and honest. They became aggressive. Seeing this situation, she knew that things weren't good. The other party obviously came prepared. These old women and old men were recruited half a year ago. Half a year ago, this woman had placed people in their brothel. What was her identity? Things had come to this point. The woman in purple knew that they had no other way out. They could only fight. Hearing the sound of weapons colliding, Xia's face darkened. She dismounted and said, "Everyone go in and protect the Empress." Yes. Dujio felt that at this time, there was no need to worry about the Empress's safety. The Empress's personal guards were definitely first class. The assassins in this brothel couldn't even get close to the Empress. Dujio's guess was correct. When they rushed into the building, they saw the Empress' personal guards suppressing the assassins. Moreover, relying on their numbers, the assassins were beaten to the point where they couldn't fight back at all. He looked back at His Majesty's expression and raised his hand to signal his subordinates to rush forward. Only half of them stayed by His Majesty's side to protect him. In less than half an hour, all the assassins were arrested. Even the prostitutes in the brothel were brought out and lined up according to their height. A famous assassin organization in the capital, hiding in a brothel. Ban Han walked around the tightly bound assassins. As he walked, he used a racket to hit their heads. You dare to take on any kind of business and kill any kind of people. Your backer is gone, and you still want to stay in the capital and get away with it. Do you think everyone else is stupid? These poor assassins all boasted that they were cold-blooded and ruthless. At this time, they were like dogs being hit by Ban Han. They couldn't even resist. Words couldn't describe how sullen they felt. Ban Han sat down on a chair. Speak. Back then, the king of violence and the Chongqing of Gojoseon colluded. Who arranged for people to assassinate Marquis Qing'an? Hearing the words Marquis Qing'an, the purple-clothed woman's eyes flashed. She didn't say anything. You tell me. Ban Han pointed at the purple-clothed woman. I know you're not an ordinary brothel keeper. You're the leader of the assassin brothel. What's your relationship with the Chongqing of Gojoseon? The purple-clothed woman gritted her teeth. What are you talking about? I don't understand. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Anyway, the Chongqing of Gojoseon is locked up in the celestial prison. I'll torture him when I'm bored. What do you think? The purple-clothed woman's eyelids trembled slightly, but her expression didn't change. I don't know this person. You don't have to tell me what you want to do. Has anyone ever told you that your eyebrows and eyes are somewhat similar to the Chongqing of Gojoseon? I'm just a lowly person. How can I compare to the Chongqing of Gojoseon? Of course you can compare. Right now, he's just a lowly person. Ban Han played with his beautifully manicured fingernails. He assassinated the current emperor. Even the death penalty wouldn't be too much. However, I have some friendship with the Chongqing of Gojoseon. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll ask the emperor to spare his life. He'll just be a lowly person and stay in the harem as a servant. There was only one type of lowly person who stayed in the harem as a servant. That was a eunuch. The purple-clothed woman finally couldn't control her emotions. She stared at Ban Han. Who are you? Me? Ban Han raised his eyebrows and smiled. Your son called me. Who's causing trouble? Zhao Donggan rushed into Huanhua Pavilion with his subordinates. He saw a group of people kneeling or standing in the lobby. There was also a group of people who he couldn't identify. He swallowed the scolding that was on the tip of his tongue. As an 8th-rank county magistrate in the capital, he knew that everyone in the capital was a lord. He couldn't afford to offend them. You are? Du Jiu looked at Zhao Donggan's official robes. County magistrate? I am the county magistrate of the capital, Zhao Donggan. May I ask who you are and why you are causing trouble here? Zhao Donggan cupped his fists to Du Jiu. If you have any problems, you can report it to the officials. I will do my best to mediate. Please do not use weapons without permission. According to the regulations of the capital, citizens are not allowed to carry weapons without permission. If the offense is light, the penalty will be 1 tael of silver. If the offense is heavy, the offender will be imprisoned. Please put away your weapons. Du Jiu saw that the county magistrate's shoulders were still trembling when he spoke, but he still said these words. He said, "Don't worry, official Zhao. We are following orders. We will not violate the regulations of the capital." If they didn't violate the regulations of the capital, it meant that their identities weren't ordinary. They were also allowed to carry weapons. Zhao Dongxing stole a glance at the seated man and woman. The man was handsome while the woman was dressed in a gorgeous riding outfit. Her appearance was so beautiful that no one dared to take a second look at her. Zhao Dongxing was secretly surprised. Why did this woman look so familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before? Zhao Dongxing had seen Ban Heng before. 2 years ago, Ban Heng had found Zhao Dongxing, the county magistrate, to report a case because someone fainted in front of his horse. The person who fainted was taken away by unknown people. You are the county magistrate of the capital? Ban Han turned to look at Zhao Dongxing and nodded. 2 years ago, my younger brother came to report a case to you. When he came back, he said that you were very responsible. It seems that he was not lying. Zhao Dongxing didn't dare to look at Ban Han. May I ask who your younger brother is? The heir of the Jingting Gongfu. Oh, so it was the hedonistic heir of the Jingting Gongfu. No, the Duke of Jingting only had 1 son and 1 daughter. This woman said that her younger brother was the heir of the Ban Heng family. Then wouldn't she be? With a thud, Zhao Dongxing knelt down in front of Ban Han. Did you see that? Ban Han smiled at the woman in purple. He was extremely cute. I told you before that my father and husband are very powerful. Do you believe me now? Rongxia, Du Jiu, Zhao Dongxing, it's you. It's actually you. The woman in purple suddenly thought of something. Her expression suddenly became fearful. She was afraid that Ban Han would reveal her secret. She also didn't dare to let the Chongqing of Gojoseon know about her past. Seeing her like this, Ban Han felt that this woman was both pitiful and hateful. She shook her head. Don't worry. As long as you tell me everything clearly, I won't say anything that you don't dare to say. The woman in purple was silent for a moment. Then, she told Ban Han how she built the assassin's tower, how she trained the assassins, who she helped kill, and how she resolved grudges. In order to make Ban Han keep her secret, she even took out the name list. Ban Han ordered his personal guards to put all the assassins in jail. As for the prostitutes who didn't know the truth, if they were willing to turn over a new leaf, he would let them. If they were willing to return to their old jobs, he didn't care. Many of the prostitutes felt that no matter how they lived in the future, The fact that they used to work in the assassin's tower and that they had seen the empress was enough for them to brag to others for the rest of their lives. After leaving Huanhua Pavilion, Xianxia and Ban Han got on their horses. Ban Han glanced at Zhao Dongxing, who was following closely behind them. She said, "You can go by yourself." Zhao Dongxing saw that Ban Han was acting intimately with the handsome man beside her. He had already guessed the man's identity. However, there were many people here. He didn't dare to reveal the emperor's identity. He could only suppress this excitement in his heart. "Hua," Xianxia said to Ban Han after they returned to the palace. "That assassin leader, is she the mother of the Chongqing of Guozhouzian?" Ban Han nodded silently. After a while, she said, "The Chongqing of Guozhouzian is a mess. It's just that they've covered it up so that outsiders don't know about it. Originally, even she didn't know about it. Until that day, when her grandmother passed away. She went to the grand royal residence for the last time. In the tree hole where she and her grandfather liked to hide their treasures, she found a box full of secrets of the royal family. These things were specially left for her by her grandmother. Because her grandmother knew that she would definitely go back and take a look at the place where she used to play. Xianxia hadn't thought that there were such secrets in the palace. This was something that even he didn't know about. Novel chapters updated the fastest. Daning Princess Royal was an amazing woman. No wonder countless men in Jing had fallen for her and called her the #1 beauty in the great cause. Xianxia thought that Daning Princess Royal was worthy of this title. "Hua," Xianxia gently grasped Ban Han's hand, "I want to give grandmother a title." Ban Han stilled for a moment and then nodded with a smile, "Okay." Grandmother didn't care about the titles after death, but she did. She hoped that the people hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of years later would know that in the last years of the Great Kaz dynasty, there had been a great princess. History books were biased towards those who were successful and famous. "Thank you." She leaned into Xia's arms and listened to his heartbeat. She slowly closed her eyes. Xia gently patted Ban Han's shoulder. His movements were so gentle that it was like he was treating an unparalleled treasure. Ban Han moved in his arms but didn't speak. She had many things she wanted to say, but when she was about to speak, she felt that words were the most useless. Maybe he understood her. 2 days later, Ban Han got up before the sun had even risen at the coronation ceremony. She washed her face and dressed. Every piece of jewelry was a treasure that was hard to find in the world. Every thread on her body had been carefully selected. When Ban Kuan put on the red embroidered dragon and phoenix robe, all the palace servants present exclaimed in surprise. They were all servants with face in the palace. They had seen Empress Dowager Fu Ping wear a phoenix robe before, but they had never seen her wear such a luxurious and beautiful phoenix robe. This kind of extravagant and noble beauty, if it was worn by other people, could become frivolous and flamboyant. But when it was worn by the empress, it seemed like it had been specially made. No wonder the emperor had specially ordered the embroiderers to make such a phoenix robe according to the descriptions in the ancient books. It seemed that only the emperor understood the empress's beauty the best. She wore the phoenix robe but didn't wear the phoenix crown. Ban Han arrived at Zhaoyang Hall in a phoenix carriage accompanied by his 8-named wife. In the main hall, the officials and wives were lined up according to their ranks, quietly waiting for the phoenix chariot. "Her Majesty the Empress has arrived." 12 voices rang out, one after another, into the hall. After Ban Han stepped into the hall, all the officials and madams knelt down to pay their respects. Long live the Empress. The floor was covered with 8 layers of red brocade. When Ban Han stepped on the brocade, it was as if he was stepping on clouds. Xianxia stood at the highest point of the hall. Ban Han walked along the red brocade and stopped in front of the golden steps. He bowed to Xianxia and said, "Concubine greets your Majesty." Xianxia walked down the steps and reached out to help Ban Han up. In front of all the officials and noblewomen, she said, "The Empress is my hand, my foot, and half of my life. In the future, there is no need to be so polite." Everyone was in an uproar. His Majesty was too much to praise the Empress in front of everyone. Xianxia didn't care what the officials thought. He didn't spend so much effort to sit on the throne to curry favor with these officials. He turned and took the phoenix crown from the tray held high by the ceremonial official. He personally placed it on Ban Han's head. The phoenix crown was the same as the emperor's crown. It was a symbol of status. Generally speaking, in the coronation ceremony, the empress's phoenix crown was worn by a virtuous and respectable woman. The same was true for the phoenix seal treasure book. If the Empress Dowager personally placed the crown on the empress, it was possible for the Empress Dowager to crown the empress. But history books had never recorded the emperor personally placing the crown on the empress. His old friend once said, "Men were the heavens, women were the earth." The heavens were higher than the earth. How could the emperor personally place the crown on the empress? This was too improper. The officials preparing for the coronation ceremony secretly wiped their sweat. They didn't think that His Majesty would do this. Turning to look at Lady Zhou they had invited, the leading official smiled awkwardly and said, "Lady Zhou, what do you think?" "Very good," Lady Zhou smiled and said, "The emperor and empress are harmonious, the dragon and phoenix are auspicious. This is the fortune of our Ying dynasty." Lady Zhou is right. The dragon and phoenix are auspicious. This is a great omen. At this time, even if it wasn't an auspicious omen, it had to be. Xianxia personally placed the phoenix seal and treasure book into Ban Han's hands. Ban Han held the golden book in her hands. She raised her head to look at the gentle man in front of her and slowly smiled. "Come." Xianxia extended his hand in front of Ban Han. Ban Han blinked and put her hand in his palm. Xianxia pulled her to the highest point in the hall. There were dragon and phoenix chairs here. The husband and wife held hands and sat down. "Kneel." The civil and military officials ordered the women and their families to kneel in unison and perform 3 bows and 9 kowtows. In the coronation ceremony of the Great Yi dynasty, the empress was usually treated separately. The courtiers would perform 1 bow and 3 kowtows, and the women would perform 3 bows and 9 kowtows. The Great Yi dynasty didn't have this rule where both men and women bowed to the empress. The most recent record in history was the Chunming Empress from nearly 1,000 years ago. Chunming Empress shared joys and sorrows with the Kaiyuan Emperor to build the foundation for the next generation. She was loved by the emperor and respected by the courtiers. She was a rare heroine in the history books. However, there was another saying in the unofficial history. Chunming Empress and the Kaiyuan Emperor didn't have a good relationship for 10,000 years. The Kaiyuan Emperor was suspicious of Chunming Empress and even planned to abolish the crown prince that Chunming Empress gave birth to. The Kaiyuan Emperor only gave up on this plan after the courtiers dissuaded him. Chunming Empress assisted 3 emperors. When she passed away, her grandson mourned endlessly. On the 28th day after court was suspended, every time his grandmother was mentioned, he still mourned endlessly. The officials of the court were all familiar with history, so when they saw the emperor insist on holding the coronation ceremony for the Ban Empress according to the rules of Chunming Empress's coronation ceremony, they understood the position of the empress in His Majesty's heart. This Ban Empress could be considered a legend. She was born in a noble family, but her engagement was broken off 3 times in a row. Just when everyone thought that her reputation was damaged and she might not be able to find a good son, she was engaged to the most handsome man in the capital, His Majesty. Later, His Majesty was punished by the Emperor Yunqing and was rejected by the second prince who was in charge of the country. When everyone was overcautious, this Ban Empress took a doctor to the Marquis Qing'an mansion. This was a loyal and righteous action, but it was also very dangerous. The Ban family didn't have a real position in the court. If they were rejected by the Emperor Yunqing, the Ban family would have a hard time. However, the Ban family seemed to be stubborn. They treated His Majesty who was still Marquis the same as before. It was easy to add flowers to brocade, but difficult to provide timely help. They kind of understood why His Majesty treated the Ban family so well after he ascended the throne. If they had such a family that treated them the same regardless of whether they were prominent or not, they would also be grateful for this kindness. Speaking of this, the Ban family's luck was really inexplicably good. They couldn't be assassinated, but the family was able to live a glorious life. This was fate. It was preordained by the heavens. No one else could have imagined it. Lady Zhou quietly returned to the women's line. When the Ying clan saw her return, they nodded and smiled at her. As the mother-in-law of the emperor, the Ying clan had a high status among the women. Even Lady Zhou had to be courteous to them. Seeing the Yin clan smiling at her, Lady Zhou returned the smile. She whispered to the Yin clan, "Congratulations, madam. You have found a good son-in-law." She still remembered that 3 years ago, she had helped the Yen family's son arrange a marriage. At that time, everyone thought that the Yen family's second son was crazy, and the Ban family's standards were even higher. They even looked down on the talented and handsome second son of the Prime Minister's family. She didn't expect fate to be so interesting. The Yen family had already declined, and the Ban family was still the Ban family that not many people dared to provoke. If the Ban family had been a little more ruthless back then and had disregarded their daughter's wishes and let the Ban family marry Yen Erlang, there would have been no place for the Ban family in the court. The Ban family had really found a son-in-law. Of all the families with daughters, who wouldn't be envious of the Ban family's foresight? Things don't happen more than 3 times. You've been unlucky 3 times. Aren't you just saving your good luck for later use? The Yin clan knew that Lady Zhou was intentionally expressing goodwill. She smiled and looked up at her daughter, who was standing side by side with the emperor. The smile on her face was faint. "I don't ask for much. I just want her to live a carefree life and grow old hand in hand with His Majesty." Lady Zhou's eyebrows moved slightly. She opened her mouth and fell silent. How could a woman who became the emperor live a carefree life? If His Majesty didn't forget their old relationship and always loved the Ban family's empress, it would be the best ending. She understood this. Presumably, the Duke of Jingting's wife also understood this. However, she couldn't say it, and the Duke of Jingting's wife didn't want to understand. After the empress coronation ceremony ended, the banquet began. The Ban Han took off the heavy phoenix coronet on her head and came out wearing the 9 Heavens phoenix dress. Her hair was combed into a cloud bun. The emperor and empress shared a table. After drinking 3 cups of wine with the officials, everyone became casual. Ban Ti secretly rubbed his neck. He had a small smile on his face, but he whispered, "Is my neck bent?" "It's still straight. It looks very good." Xianxia pinched the back of her neck. It was so itchy that she shrank her head away. "Stop it, it's itchy." Xianxia whispered in her ear, "When we go back, I'll give you a massage." "Just a massage?" Ban Han looked at him suspiciously. Xianxia returned her a very gentle smile. "Beast," Ban Han cursed in a small voice. "I'm a beast to you." Xianxia said righteously, "You have to take responsibility for me." Wang De, who was standing behind the emperor and empress, had a serious expression on his face. However, his heart was in a perilous situation. Who would have thought that the emperor and empress would speak so shamelessly? "Father," Ban Heng whispered to Ban Huai from below. "Have you heard?" "What?" Ban Huai put down his chopsticks and drank a mouthful of wine. "Recently, there have been officials planning to submit a memorial to His Majesty to have him expand his harem. I think these officials have bad intentions. His Majesty has just ascended the throne and hasn't even warmed the dragon throne yet. They are already in a hurry to have His Majesty take concubines. Are they trying to make the people think that His Majesty is a lecherous person?" Ban Huai scolded. "Whoever says this is trying to mess up the foundation of the Grading dynasty. Maybe they are the remnants of the previous dynasty." Ban Heng nodded. "Father is right." The womenfolk looked at the intimate actions between the emperor and empress. They were extremely envious of Ban Han. It was one thing to marry the most handsome man in the capital, but who knew that this handsome man would turn out to be the emperor and she would suddenly become the empress? When they were young, they couldn't compare to Ban Han. Who would have thought that after the change of dynasty, they still couldn't compare? This really made people jealous. I wonder if the woman of the Yang family regrets this. A womenfolk glanced at another womenfolk sitting at the end of the hall and said in a strange tone, "That is Madame Yang, right? I didn't think that she would come to this occasion today. Isn't she afraid that His Majesty will be in a bad mood when he sees her? What is there to say about this kind of woman?" Another womenfolk laughed mockingly. That year, before His Majesty's elder brother's body was cold, she couldn't wait to remarry. At the time, many people said that Madame Yang had an ambiguous relationship with the man she married later on and was waiting for Rong Dalong to die. This can't be. Didn't they say that Madame Yang was pregnant at the time? At the time, Rong Daolong was so ill. It's hard to say whether the child was his or not. This womenfolk's laughter became even colder. Who knows how she lost the child? In any case, if I were His Majesty, I definitely wouldn't forget this humiliation. The other womenfolk all fell silent. After all, this matter involved His Majesty's private affairs. They were afraid that if they said too much and it reached His Majesty's ears, it wouldn't be good for her. Madame Yang didn't know that the other womenfolk were talking about her. She sat at the end of the hall and didn't even dare to raise her head. She had never thought that the 10-year-old child of the Rong family would have the guts to rebel and become the new emperor. Her husband's parents thought that she had some kinship with His Majesty, so they did everything they could to make her appear in the hall. But she only felt that her hands and feet were cold. She didn't even have the courage to look at the emperor and empress. After the banquet ended, Madame Yang didn't eat much. She stood up in a daze and followed the flow of people out of the hall. It wasn't until she heard sharp laughter behind her that she came back to her senses. His Majesty is so good to Her Majesty. The Empress looks so beautiful in her phoenix robe, dignified and gorgeous. Isn't that so? With Her Majesty the Empress here, we are like grey balls. Madame Yang turned her head to look. Several womenfolk were gathered together and were saying all kinds of good things about the Empress. She recognized these women. When the Ban family was raided by the King of Violence, they were still rejoicing in their misfortune. But now, they had changed their faces. At this time, a woman passed by her. Madame Yang couldn't help but call out, "Madame Zhao." She called out to Madame Zhao. She heard that Madame Zhao had a good relationship with the Empress. If she could be recommended by Madame Zhao, it would be good to see the Empress. She was wrong in the past, but the Rong family's 3 members died strangely. Although she didn't know who did it, they definitely didn't die a normal death. She was greedy for life and afraid of death. She was cold-blooded. His Majesty could take revenge on her in any way, but he didn't dare to implicate her family and her 2 children. You are? Madame Zhao didn't spend much time in the capital and wasn't familiar with Madame Yang. So when she saw a timid woman call out to her, she was a bit surprised. This concubine is Madame Yang, the granddaughter-in-law of Viscount Wang. Madame Zhao thought carefully and suddenly understood, so it's Madame Wang. Madame Yang's expression was a bit awkward. She curtsied to Madame Wang. This concubine greets Madame Zhao. Madame Wang doesn't need to be so courteous. Madame Zhao's expression was indifferent. Why did Madame Wang stop me? This concubine has a request. Madame Zhao, please agree. Madame Zhao guessed her intentions. Without waiting for Madame Yang to speak, she said, I have a general idea of what you mean. I will mention this to the Empress. As to whether the Empress is willing to see you, I can't guarantee. Madame Yang was already very grateful that Madame Zhao was willing to help, so she repeatedly thanked Madame Zhao. Madame Zhao didn't say much to her. She turned and walked with the other noblewomen of the Ying clan. Madame Yang saw them being complimented by the other women and couldn't help but think, if she hadn't been in a hurry to remarry that year, and waited until after Xianxia had passed the most difficult period before marrying someone else, would she be one of them today? Sister Zhao, did Madame Yang just look for you? Lady Zhou turned to look at Madame Yang who was standing in the same spot. She said in a small voice, You should stay away from her. Madame Zhao smiled and said, Many thanks for sister's concern. I will. The Ying clan said, looking at your personality, you're not one to meddle in other people's business. Did the Empress say something? Madame Zhao hadn't thought that the wife of the Duke of Jingting would guess so accurately. She lowered her voice. The Empress did mention to me a few days ago that she wanted to see what kind of person Madame Yang was. The Ying clan laughed. After a while, she helplessly shook her head. This child was still so fearless. This Madame Yang definitely wasn't liked by the Emperor. Why would she want to see someone who wasn't liked by the Emperor? In the Great Moon Palace, Ban Han was lying on the dragon bed, lying weakly on top of Xianxia. However, her hands were not obedient and were poking him here and there. Hua hua, Xianxia grabbed her wandering hands. Does your body still hurt? Ban Han blinked and smiled. Guess? You'll know when you try. Xianxia pressed her under her body and sucked her earlobe into her mouth. Her voice was muffled as she said, I'll rub it for you. It won't hurt anymore. This massage took more than an hour. Ban Han wrapped herself in the quilt and watched Xianxia dress and tie her hair. She also had to stay up late to review memorials. There was an indescribable sense of schadenfreude in her heart. She couldn't help but reach out a smooth arm and wave to Xianxia, "Your Majesty, work hard." "I think you're schadenfreude." Xianxia straightened her clothes and walked to the bed. She bent down and kissed Ban Han on the lips. "Didn't you say a few days ago that you wanted to practice calligraphy? Come with me to the study. Don't you know that a woman's words can't be trusted in bed?" Ban Han covered her face with the quilt and hid herself in it. Go, don't disturb my sleep." Xianxia patted her but through the quilt. "You heartless man, you don't keep your word." Thump. A jade pendant was thrown out from the quilt. Xianxia had left it there. This is a gift from me. It's worth 1,000 taels of gold. Take it." Xianxia took the jade pendant from the blanket and tied it around his waist. "Miss, I'll come and find you again at night." After he finished speaking, he saw the little mound in the blanket move and smiled as he walked out of the door. The palace servants who were used to this kind of mood between the emperor and empress expressed that they were very calm and didn't feel uncomfortable at all. On the second day of the coronation ceremony, another imperial edict was issued. The general idea was to congratulate the empress for officially taking the throne. There was to be a celebration. This year, the taxes of the country would be reduced by 30%. Because of the king of violence, the people were more or less affected. The 30% tax reduction was a joyous event for them. For a time, all the people in the capital were praising the emperor and empress. Some wished them a long life, while others wished them filial piety. A few days later, the rumor became that the empress was a golden phoenix who came down from the heavens to help the emperor ascend the throne. The Grading dynasty would be better and better if the emperor and empress were together. This kind of mythical rumor was very popular among the people, but the court officials didn't take it seriously. After all, there were still people who said that the emperor was a real dragon who came down from the heavens. A real dragon and a golden phoenix were the same old myths. It was so old-fashioned that this kind of story was no longer popular in the bookstore. Therefore, not long after, there were officials who reported that the emperor was in the prime of his life and the harem was empty. He should take in more women into the palace to be female officials or concubines. There weren't many palace servants in the harem now. Some of the older ones were released by Xianxia, and there were no new ones to enter the palace. Therefore, the harem seemed to have fewer people. However, there weren't many masters in the harem right now. For now, it seemed that there were still some palace servants left. If the emperor took in concubines in the future, and the birth of imperial sons and princesses, there wouldn't be enough palace servants. The court officials didn't know what stage the emperor's feelings for the empress were at, so they didn't dare to speak too firmly. They listed the palace servants and the female candidates together to give them room to take a step back. The world is settled, Jin cannot bear to waste the people's wealth. There is no need to mention the matter of choosing women, Xianxia said with a taut face. "As the son of heaven, how can I indulge in female charms? The people are the most important. Your Majesty is benevolent. Your Majesty is the good fortune of the people." The officials were moved and knelt down to praise Xia's benevolence. For a time, no one dared to mention the matter of taking concubines. As to indulging in female charms, the emperor liked to be together with the empress. How could that be called indulging in female charms? That was clearly the emperor and empress having a harmonious relationship, loving the empress, and a sign that the Grading dynasty was heading towards prosperity. If His Majesty wasn't willing to take concubines now, then so be it. They would ask again next year. When Ban Han learned that the court officials had written a memorial for Xianxia to take a concubine, she was playing with a bird in the birdhouse. After listening to the palace servant's report, she was silent for a moment. "I know. Nyang, Rui said, His Majesty will not make Nyang sad." Nyang gently stroked the head of a parrot. The parrot obediently let her stroke it. She couldn't help but laugh. Didn't His Majesty not agree? "Your expressions, how come they are uglier than mine?" Rui forced a smile and said, "This servant is making a big fuss. With Nyang's personality, how could she bear to share a husband with other women? If His Majesty didn't take concubines now, Could he not take concubines in the future? When the time came, there would be an irreconcilable conflict between Xianxia and His Majesty. Rui, you have been by my side for so many years, how come you still don't understand? Ban Han took back her hand that was playing with the parrot and took the handkerchief from the palace servant to wipe her hands. I never worry about things that haven't happened yet and add to my worries. When Xianxia treated her wholeheartedly, she enjoyed it with peace of mind. If there was a day when he had a change of heart, Ban Han looked out the window. A man in black stepped through the door and walked in. His aura was imposing, completely different from the gentle appearance he had when they first met. The man raised his head. She leaned against the window and waved at him. The man who was originally dignified suddenly smiled. His smile was very beautiful. It was gentler and more charming than the first time they met. If that day really came, she couldn't deny the feelings they had for each other over the years. If he was heartless, she would let go. There were many beauties in the world. He would take care of his concubines, and she would take care of her male pets. No one owed the other. What are you thinking about? Xianxia walked to the window and kissed her forehead. I'm thinking about how to do things fairer. Fairer? Xianxia didn't know what Ban Han was thinking. Like a young boy, he jumped into the window. With me here, Hua doesn't need to talk about fairness. His action scared the palace servants behind him so much that they wanted to jump into the window first and use their bodies to cushion Xia's feet. Hua watched Xia jump into the window and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Good. Ban Han reached out and held Xia's hand. He pinched his waist and said, You're the emperor, but you're climbing through the window. Don't you feel ashamed? In order to make you smile, I'm willing to climb the wall, let alone the window. Xia saw that there were many bird cages hanging in the room, but most of them were empty. He remembered that Emperor Yunqing liked to raise birds for a period of time, so the servants offered many good-looking and clever birds as tribute. Later, Emperor Yunqing fell ill. After Jiang Luo came to power, he wasn't interested in birds, so the servants slacked off. Many birds in the birdhouse died of starvation or illness. After Xia and Ban Han moved into the palace, there were only a few left. If you like, I can ask someone to find some interesting birds for you. Xia saw that these birds didn't know how to fly even after opening the birdcage, so he knew that they had been raised silly by the servants. No need. Ban Han shook his head and teased a green parrot that looked silly. If the emperor likes them, the emperor will do it. I won't harm them. Besides, these things can be played with, so don't take them seriously. Xia suddenly remembered the sweet potatoes he had eaten in Zhongzhou. He said to Ban Han, Hua, do you remember the roasted sweet potatoes we had in Zhongzhou? Ban Han nodded. What's wrong? I'm going to ask someone to try planting them in the imperial fields. If the yield is high, it will be good for our people. Xia copied Ban Han and played with a bird in a cage next to him. When spring comes next year, I'm going to send an ambassador to go out and see. If he can find other crops, it will be beneficial for our future generations. Although I don't understand these things, there's a saying that the world is very big, and there are always things we haven't seen. Ban Han's eyes brightened. Your Majesty, it's good that you have this idea. Xia felt that perhaps only Hua would agree with his shocking idea. The officials in the imperial court and the common people of the world had always believed that Deying was the largest and most powerful country, and disdained the other small countries. Perhaps it was because the surrounding small countries were too poor and backward that they had developed this kind of arrogance. The thoughts of the people were simple. They had not seen enough people and things, so it was not strange for them to feel complacent. However, if the emperor and courtiers were also so complacent, it would not be a good thing. As an emperor, one must not be arrogant. The husband and wife were thinking about how to benefit more people, while the other was very curious about the unknown. Although their goals were not the same, they talked about the same thing. The two of them came to draw a map. From the climate of various parts of the country, they were able to deduce the climate of other parts of the world, as well as the strange countries and people on the other side of the sea. At the end of their conversation, the two of them realized that if they wanted to go out to sea, they would need a sturdy ship as well as weapons to defend against islands. Only then would they be able to show off their national prestige. We need to spend money everywhere. Ban Han leaned on the table. It seems that we have to do it step by step. You're right. Xianxia looked at the place outside the map that could not be seen. We can't rush it. We don't have to do it step by step. Your Majesty. Wang De walked into the imperial study and saw the emperor and empress sitting around the map in deep thought. He bowed and said, "The main hall has been completely refurnished." Xianxia raised his eyebrows and said to Wang De, "Let the imperial astronomer calculate a good day, then we will move in." Yes. Wang De thought for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, there is something that I haven't reported." Speak. Xianxia looked up at Wang De and found that Wang De was secretly looking at Ban Han. He tapped the table. "If you have something to say, just say it. When Emperor Yunqing was seriously ill, he mentioned something to me." Wang De's voice trembled. "If he passed away, he asked me to take out an imperial edict." "What imperial edict?" "An imperial edict to make the empress a princess." "What did you say?" Ban Han looked at Wang De in disbelief. "A princess?" "Yes." Wang De swallowed. "Emperor Yunqing said that your Majesty is talented and virtuous, and has an outstanding appearance. There will definitely be many women who will fall deeply in love with your Majesty. He was worried that after his death, your Majesty would have no one to protect you, and your Majesty would. Your Majesty would change his mind, so he wanted to give you a noble status." Ban Han looked at Wang De in a daze. After a while, he came back to his senses. "That imperial edict, where is it?" "Please wait a moment, your Majesty. I will go and get it." However, Wang De came back with a golden box. Ban Han took the box and took out the imperial edict. The handwriting on the imperial edict was a bit vague. After all, it was written by Emperor Yunqing when he was seriously ill. The edict listed all of Ban Han's merits in detail, and gave her a new title, Changel. Her feelings for Emperor Yunqing were very complicated. When she was young, she treated him as a close uncle. Later, when she grew up, she faintly guessed some of the truth. When she acted, there was a bit of true feeling, and a bit of acting. After looking at the imperial edict for a long time, Ban Han put the imperial edict back into the golden box and closed the lid with a click. The past grudges, love, and hatred faded with the passing of time. She handed the box back to Wang De. "How long until he is buried?" Although Emperor Yunqing was the emperor of the Dai dynasty, in the eyes of the world, he treated both Xianxia and Ban Han well. Therefore, even though the Jiang dynasty no longer existed, Xianxia still ordered that Emperor Yunqing be buried according to the imperial rules. The construction of the mausoleum began after Emperor Yunqing ascended the throne, and it was completed a few years ago. Now, they just had to choose a suitable date to arrange for Emperor Yunqing's burial. "Your Majesty, it will be on the 8th of next month." Hua hua. Xianxia saw that Ban Han's expression was a bit gloomy. She stepped forward and gently hugged her, patting her back gently to calm her down. "I'm fine." Ban Han shook her head and hugged Xia's waist. "I just didn't expect." She didn't expect that Emperor Yunqing's feelings for her were more than she had imagined. On the 8th of the 11th month in the first year of Qing'an, the second last emperor of the Dai dynasty, Emperor Yunqing, was buried. Although this emperor raised a deposed emperor and a deposed crown prince, the founding emperor of the Dai dynasty did not lower the rules for his funeral. He even personally attended his funeral, which once again attracted the praise of countless people. The deposed crown prince, who was now Prince Haqin, wore mourning clothes and walked in front of the funeral procession with a haggard expression. The glorious Emperor Yunqing ended his glorious life the moment the gates of the mausoleum closed. The funeral procession left with the imperial carriage. Only Prince Haqin was left outside the gates. His concubine-born sons were afraid of offending the new emperor and did not dare to stay for a moment longer. His second son was still locked in prison. Only his eldest son dared to accompany him at the gates. The 11th month in Jing was very cold. Prince Haqin looked at the cold words on the tombstone and knelt on the ground to kowtow 3 times to the person in the mausoleum. "Cousin." Ban Han saw that Prince Haqin had knelt on the ground for a long time and did not get up. She hesitated for a moment and went forward to check. She found that the other's eyes were red and tears were streaming down his face. Prince Hichin wiped away the tears on his face and stood to respectfully bow to her. Greetings to the Empress. The cold wind rose. Ban Han handed a cloak to Prince Hichin. The autumn wind is cold. Cousin, take care of your body. Prince Hichin hesitated for a moment and then took the cloak. He put it on his hand but did not wear it. Ban Han knew what he was worried about. She smiled and moved her gaze away. Are you used to the new residence? Replying to Xianxia, everything is good. Slowly nodding her head, Ban Han sighed. That's good. She pulled on the belt of the cloak and looked around. Other than the personal guards waiting for her not far away, there was no one else. The wind is cold. Xianxia should return to the palace soon. Prince Hichin thought about how the power of the court was in the hands of Xianxia. They, the relatives of the previous dynasty, could not help Ban Han and could only cause Xianxia's suspicions. Do not worry. Before I stayed, I spoke to His Majesty. Ban Han knew that Prince Hichin was worried about her. Her smile carried relief. I thought that cousin would blame me. The crown prince treated her very well. She helped Xianxia rebel. If she was the crown prince, she would also hate her. Before mother went to the other palace, she told me everything. Prince Hichin's expression was both guilty and relieved. Marshal Ban, the wind blew up Ban Han's white dress. Her eyelids trembled like a frightened butterfly. This matter has nothing to do with cousin. You do not have to feel guilty. So what does His Majesty's decision have to do with Xianxia? Prince Hichin smiled warmly as though he was still the gentle youth of the past. I am not cut out to be emperor. The burden of this world is too heavy. I am an indecisive person. If I am emperor, I cannot give the people a peaceful life. His Majesty is different. He has always been more capable than me, and sees more clearly than me. No dynasty can last for thousands of years. The changing of dynasties is the law of the heavens. It just happened to be my turn. When he said this, Prince Hichin's expression was unusually calm. He smiled at Ban Han. Xianxia, do not take these things to heart. The people of the world need His Majesty, not someone like me. Ban Han smiled, but her eyes were slightly hot. She turned her head. Cousin, let's go back. It is time to go back. Prince Hichin touched the cold stone tablet. Xianxia should go first. This subject wants to stay here for a while. All right. Ban Han nodded. You did not bring any guards. I will leave behind some personal guards to send you back. Be careful on the way. Prince Hichin smiled and bowed to Ban Han. He said, farewell, Xianxia. Ban Han paused and turned to look at Prince Hichin. Cousin, we are family. You do not have to be so courteous with me in private. The smile on Prince Hichin's face brightened slightly, but he shook his head firmly. Etiquette cannot be discarded. Xianxia, the hearts of the people in the palace are complicated. The power and desire overlap. Xianxia, please be careful. In the Hogong, do not be soft-hearted and value relationships. Us old people of the previous dynasty, please forget us now. Ban Han blinked and suppressed the sourness in her heart. She smiled proudly. I am me. Whether it is the previous dynasty or the Hogong, I will not let little Yi live. If I go against my heart, I would rather die. Hua appreciates cousin's good intentions, but I will not forget. Whether I remember or not, it is up to me to decide. Farewell. Seeing this beautiful woman with dark skin dismount from her horse and leave without a care in the world, Prince Hichin dazedly stood in place. A long time later, he laughed. This was Hua. He shook the cloak in his hands and put it on. This cloak was not thick, but he felt a wave of warmth protect his bone-chilling heart. Emperor Yunqing was buried, and the commoners were forbidden from drinking and marrying for 27 days. Ban Han rode her horse on the main street. Seeing the commoners still talking and laughing, she took off the cloak and hat on her head. She said to the personal guard behind her, these commoners are the easiest to satisfy. The personal guard smiled and said, Master, don't delay any more. His Majesty is still waiting for you to go back and eat. Ban Han smiled. She turned her head and saw a 2 to 3-year-old child fall not far from the horse. The child was round and chubby. She jumped off the horse. The moment she jumped off the horse, an arrow flew past her head. She was not injured, but a strand of her hair was cut off. If she hadn't suddenly jumped off the horse, the arrow would have pierced through her chest. At that time, even a god would not be able to save her. There are assassins. Pass down the order to close the city gates. Ban Han looked down at the hair on the ground. Her face was as dark as ink. This was her hair. She had taken care of her hair since she was young. Today was the day of Emperor Yunqing's burial. Although the streets were cleared, after Xianxia returned to the palace, the streets were lifted. The commoners who had been locked up for half a day couldn't hold back their desire for gossip. They couldn't wait to come out and share the news with their neighbors. At this time, if there was someone hiding in a restaurant or tea house, ready to attack a passerby at any time, no one would notice. However, this assassin's methods were not clever. Or it could be said that he was already prepared to die. So when the personal guard found him, he stayed in the house and didn't even try to hide. The personal guard brought the assassin to Ban Han. Ban Han saw that the assassin had an outstanding appearance and was about the same age as Prince He. He raised his eyebrows and turned to the personal guard and said, "Go and guard the palace gate. If you see the emperor appear, you must stop him." "Yes." The prince hurried over. Ban Han looked around and said expressionlessly, "Investigate. This person must have an accomplice." The assassin didn't hit the target, so he obediently waited for the personal guard to find him. Maybe he was waiting for her to interrogate him here. Because under anger and fear, people would often vent their anger at the first moment, regardless of the situation. With Xiao's importance to her, if she heard that she was attacked, she would definitely rush out of the palace. The assassins lying in ambush on both sides of the road would take this opportunity to kill Xiao. Understanding this, Ban Han didn't even look at the man kneeling on the ground. He got on the horse, raised the horsewhip, and said to the personal guard, "All of you, follow me." At this time, the personal guard who grew up with Ban Han showed their ability. They knew what their master needed and what they had to do to keep up with their master. Compared with the personal guard, the Imperial Guard's reaction was half a beat slower. "Your Majesty." An Imperial Guard rushed into the Great Moon Palace. "Your Majesty," an assassin tried to assassinate the Empress. Xiao, who had just changed out of her plain clothes, heard this and hurriedly asked, "How is the Empress?" "The Empress is not seriously injured. Prepare the horse." "Your Majesty, please reconsider." Wang De saw that Xiao was going to ride out of the palace and hurriedly said, "You can't take the risk." "Get out of the way." Xiao pushed Wang De away and walked out of the Great Moon Palace without looking back. Du Jiu, who was guarding the door, saw this and immediately followed. Although Xiao was a scholar, her riding and shooting skills were very good. But the palace servants were a little scared. What happened? Why did His Majesty rush out of the palace on a horse? They didn't dare to ask and just did their work more carefully. The personal guard sent by the Ban Han was guarding the palace gate. When he heard the sound of horse hooves coming from the Vermilion Bird Gate, he hurriedly shouted, "Your Majesty, I have something to report." However, dozens of horses galloped past him and didn't even stop. The personal guard was stunned for a moment. Seeing that His Majesty was about to run away with the Imperial Guards, he hurriedly climbed onto the horse and chased after him, shouting, "Your Majesty, I am the personal guard of the Empress. The Empress has something to say." Compared with the anxious Xiao, Du Jiu was more aware of the environment around him. He heard the people behind him shouting about the Empress, so he looked back. That person seemed to be the Empress's person? "Your Majesty, please wait. We have the Empress's personal guard behind us." Xiao pulled the reins. The horse felt pain and raised its front hooves, making a high-pitched neigh. Seeing that His Majesty finally stopped, the personal guard was moved to tears. His Majesty was a famous talent in the capital. Why was his riding skill so good? He, who had been with horses since childhood, almost couldn't catch up. "Your Majesty." The personal guard panted as he bowed to Xiao. The Empress said, "Please do not leave the palace. This is a trap for you." Xiao's face was as cold as ice. "How is the Empress?" The personal guard answered honestly, "The Empress is not injured, but her mood is not good." Xianxia looked in the direction of the outside of the palace and then looked at the palace gates not far behind him. He tightened his grip on the reins in his hands. Not in a good mood? Because the Empress, her hair has been shaved. The personal guard's expression was slightly respectful as he forced himself to say, Your Majesty, the Empress may not be in a good mood in the next 2 days. Please bear with her. Xianxia knew that Momo had always cared about her appearance. She also took care of her hair carefully. If her hair was really shaved, he coughed dryly. Have the people from the Yamen and the infantry department gone? Your Majesty, please do not worry. Right now, the entire street is surrounded like a metal bucket. No suspicious person will be allowed to leave. The Empress's hair, how much did she lose? The personal guard, Ban Han's hair was disheveled as she galloped on horseback. Coupled with the gloomy expression on her face, there was a kind of murderous aura. She did not say a word along the way. It was only when she saw Xianxia and his guards standing obediently at the palace gates that her expression became slightly better. But when Xianxia and his guards saw Ban Han galloping over, they could not help but take a step back. Your Majesty, Du Jiao said in a trembling voice that was not very obvious, the Empress's mood seems to be very bad. Xianxia glanced at him. Do you think I am not as clear as you? Du Jiao, oh, it's good that you understand. Before the horse had completely stopped, Ban Han jumped down from the back of the horse. Her hair that was disheveled behind her back danced in the wind like a waterfall. Da-da-da. Ban Han walked a few steps to Xia's side. Before she could bow, Xia took her hand. Hua Hua, are you okay? Not so good, Ban Han said with a gloomy expression. That damned assassin actually ruined my hair. No, let me take a look. Xia reached out and touched the top of her head. Then he circled around her. It's very beautiful. I can't see anything wrong with it at all. Oh, there was a tuft of hair at the back that looked a bit shorter. But he did not say this out loud. Really? Ban Han's heart calmed down a little. She touched the hair at the back of her head with some suspicion. You can't tell? I can't tell. Xia nodded affirmatively. Besides, Hua Hua is so beautiful. Even if she doesn't have hair, she's hundreds of times more beautiful than other women. Nonsense. How can I wear beautiful hair accessories without hair? Ban Han rolled her eyes at Xia. Her expression was much better. She turned to Du Jiao and said, General Du, you handle this matter personally. Take His Majesty and my former subordinates with you. She could not trust anyone else for the time being. Yes, General. Come back with me first, Ban Han said to Xia. This is not the place to talk. You're not angry anymore? Xia took her hand and walked into the Vermilion Bird Gate. Tell me what happened. Ban Han told him what happened and told him her own speculations. Even a rotten ship would have 3 caddies of nails. Although Jiang Luo was imprisoned, it was not impossible for someone to assassinate Xia with the intention of pushing Jiang Luo back to the throne. Xia nodded. Your guess is reasonable. However, Jiang Luo was not the only suspect. There was also the dethroned crown prince. After returning to the Great Moon Palace, Ban Han looked at her hair in front of the mirror. Xia walked to her side and rubbed her hair. What? You don't believe what I said? It's because you think I'm good that I don't believe you, Ban Han muttered. Seeing Xia turn around and leave, she ignored him. Gotcha. She heard the sound of cutting something behind her. She turned around and saw Xia holding a pair of scissors and a handful of hair. The palace servants were so frightened that they all knelt on the ground. What are you doing? Ban Han took the scissors from his hand. Why are you cutting your hair? Didn't we agree to face difficulties together? Xia put the hair in Ban Han's hand and looked at her with a smile. Do you feel better now? Ban Han squeezed the hair in her hand and reached out to touch Xia's hair. She said with heartache, no, it's even worse now. He didn't feel heartache for the beautiful woman's hair to be cut off like this, but she couldn't bear to. Xia pulled her into his arms and couldn't help but laugh. Silly Hua Hua. Wang De gave a meaningful glance to the others and led all the palace servants out of the room. Today's matter, Wang De looked at everyone and said coldly, no one can speak of it. If even the slightest bit of information gets out, you don't need to live anymore. Yes. The most important thing about the palace servants who could serve the emperor and empress was that they were careful and tight-lipped. Ban Han leaned on Xia's chest and looked at the hair in his hand. Although she felt heartache, she still smiled. He was the emperor who had successfully rebelled, but he was so clumsy when it came to coaxing women. Du Jiu searched through Jing and finally found all the assassins hiding in the surroundings. The identities of these assassins were out of Du Jiu's expectations. Some of them were marksmen who had shown their faces in front of the Emperor Yun Qing, and some had been masters of the Eastern Palace. Had these people been sent by Prince Haqin, these assassins insisted that they were the remnants of Jiang Luo's troops, but Du Jiu didn't believe them at all. This kind of thing that hadn't succeeded, and they couldn't wait to confess who was behind the scenes. It didn't fit the assassin's style at all. If all the assassins in the world were so easy to talk to, then there wouldn't be a confession by torture in the world. Du Jiu gave the testimonies of these people to Xianxia. Xianxia looked at them and then threw them to the side. Choose Prince Haqin to enter the palace. Your Majesty. Du Jiu looked hesitantly at Xianxia. Should we let the Empress know of this? The imperial study fell silent. After a while, he sighed and said, if the Empress asks, you can answer in full detail. If she doesn't ask, there's no need to tell her. He knew that there was some affection between Huahua and the deposed crown prince. If Huahua knew that the crown prince had sent people to assassinate her and wanted to use her to lure him into danger, she would be sad for a long time. This subordinate understands. Du Jiu withdrew. Xianxia looked at the table full of memorials and sighed. He wanted to keep the deposed crown prince alive. If the other party didn't know what was good for him, then he couldn't be blamed. Wang Fei, Wang Yi is here. Wang Fei. Xianxia covered her mouth and coughed a few times. I know. Prince He walked into the room and saw Xianxia's pale face. He stopped as he prepared to leave. Has the Grand Doctor taken a look? When he was sending Fu Huang to the burial, Xianxia had suddenly felt unwell. He could only send someone to send her back. Now that it was getting late, he hesitated and decided to come take a look. Even though he did not agree with many of Xianxia's actions, they had shared the same bed for many years. He could not ignore her. Xia is fine now. I've made Tai. Wang Yi worry. Xianxia looked at the cloak he was wearing. She had never seen him wear this cloak before. It's good that you are fine. The room became quiet. Prince He and Xianxia had nothing to say. Prince He knew that Xianxia did not want to marry him, but the crown prince, the future emperor. He was the last crown prince, a Wang Yi who was struggling at death's door under the new regime. He was not the man she wanted. Seeing the crown prince's cold attitude, Xianxia suddenly felt wronged. After she married him, who didn't praise her for being dignified and virtuous? Now that he was estranged from her, what was she trying to achieve by scheming against him, a day as husband and wife, 100 days of grace? They had been married for so many years, did they not have this bit of friendship? However, Xianxia's personality had always been steady. Even though she was discontent inside, she would not say these things in front of the servants. Wang Fei. A servant ran in with a panicked expression. He did not even notice Prince He who was standing in the corner of the room. Wang Fei, we did not manage to buy the things you had us buy. What did you say? Xianxia stood and walked in front of the servant. Didn't you say it would be foolproof? The shopkeeper is too smart. This subordinate did not expect this. What should we do now? The servant knelt on the ground. His expression was uglier than Xianxia's. If this matter was exposed, they would undoubtedly die. Xianxia stood up in confusion. A beat later, she thought of Prince He who was standing in the corner. She opened her mouth to say something, but the implications of this matter were too great. She did not dare to speak. Prince He could see from her expression that something must have happened that he did not know about and was very serious. Thinking that Xianxia might have done something daring behind his back, Prince He took a deep breath. What happened? Your Highness, I. Xianxia's shoulders trembled slightly. She looked down, not daring to look into Prince He's eyes. His Majesty has ordered Prince He to enter the palace. When she heard this report, Xianxia was so frightened that her entire body went limp and she sat down on the ground. "Tell me, what have you done?" The crown prince grabbed her shoulders and stared sharply at Xianxia, wanting to get an answer from her. Xianxia shook her head in fear and broke down into tears. "Prince he." Wangde stepped into the room and ignored Xianxia, who was sitting on the ground crying. He said expressionlessly, "His Majesty has ordered for Wang Yi to immediately enter the palace for an audience." Prince He let go of Xianxia and stood up to tidy his robes. "I accept the decree." In the Great Moon Palace, Ban Han had the palace maids comb her hair into a new bun. After making sure that all the broken hair was hidden inside, her mood turned from bad to good. "Nyang Nyang, this flying immortal bun is so beautiful." Rui held a mirror for Ban Han to see the bun she had combed. "Just like the immortals in the murals. Your mouth is still so sweet." Ban Han stood and looked at the sky that was dyed red by the setting sun. She walked out of the hall and prepared to stroll around the imperial gardens. When she came out of the hall, she saw Wangde take Prince He in the direction of the imperial study. She frowned and turned to the palace maids behind her, saying, "Wait here, I'll go take a look." "Nyang Nyang," Rui spoke, "you are not going to stroll around the imperial gardens?" Ban Han looked and smiled. "I'm going to live in the palace for a few decades, when can't I go take a look? Also, it's late now and there's nothing to see in the imperial gardens." Rui couldn't stop her and could only bow and retreat. Prince He followed Wangde into the inner hall. Seeing Xianxia sitting in front of the imperial desk, he went forward and respectfully bowed. If it was in the past, Xianxia would have already opened her mouth and dismissed him. But today, Xianxia didn't speak. She just looked at him quietly as though she was sizing him up or weighing something. After a long silence in the room, Xianxia finally spoke, "Have a seat." The layout of the imperial study hadn't changed much, but every object inside was new. For Prince He, this place was both familiar and strange. He raised his hands in a bow towards Xianxia. "Why has your Majesty summoned this subject?" Xianxia put down the book in her hand, her face filled with gratitude. "Wang Yi is wise and is willing to abdicate the throne to Zhen. Zhen is very grateful. Ever since I ascended the throne, I haven't dared to treat Wang Yi lightly. If there is anything lacking, please point it out, Wang Yi." Prince He felt that Xia's words weren't right. He stood and bowed to Xia, "Your Majesty is very good to this subject. This subject is not dissatisfied. Since Wang Yi isn't dissatisfied with Zhen, then why did you send people to assassinate Zhen's empress and use the empress as bait to lure Zhen?" Xia threw the teacup on the table to the ground. This was the first time he didn't care about his image and lost his temper in front of an outsider. "Even if Zhen took your throne and you are dissatisfied with Zhen, you can come at Zhen. But you shouldn't have attacked Huahua." Prince He looked at Xia in shock. What was going on? Huahua was attacked. The empress was attacked? Prince He's voice was slightly anxious. "How is the empress now?" Xia glanced at him and sneered. "At this time, Wang Yi still remembers the sibling relationship between you and Huahua. This world is already in Zhen's pocket. If it wasn't for Huahua's face, Zhen wouldn't have spared your lives and given you titles. And you people, what do you think Huahua is?" Ever since he ascended the throne, although Xia didn't put many officials of the previous dynasty in important positions, he didn't take their lives. But Xia didn't think that his moment of benevolence would make these people greedy and make them collude with the crown prince again in an attempt to kill him and take back the throne. "Your Majesty, this subject definitely doesn't have such intentions." Prince He stood, "The great cause is long gone. This subject knows his own limitations. How could I have the heart to take back the throne? Your Majesty, please tell this subject how Huahua is." This time, he didn't call Ban Han Empress. Instead, he called her childhood nickname, Huahua. In a moment of desperation, he didn't care about etiquette anymore. Prince He didn't understand. Everything had been fine before. How come in just a few hours, such a big thing had happened? "The empress is fine." Xia didn't miss any emotion on Prince He's face. "Wang Yi said this matter has nothing to do with you, but many of the captured assassins were your former subordinates. These people are loyal to you, and even now, they insist that they are Li Wang's people. If Wang Yi isn't busy, come with Zhen to the heavenly prison. This subject is willing to go." The door to the imperial study opened. Xia's expression changed slightly. Hua hua? Prince He saw that Ban Han's face was ready and didn't seem to be injured. He instantly relaxed. He bowed to Ban Han. This subject greets the Empress. Wang Yi doesn't need to be so courteous, Ban Han smiled at him. Xia saw her smile was normal and thought that she hadn't heard the conversation in the study. He was about to relax when Ban Han spoke. I also want to take a look at the heavenly prison. Take me with you. Xia, he turned his head to look at Du Jiu, who was standing at the door. Du Jiu shrank his head back. The Empress didn't let him speak. How could he dare to make a sound? Your Majesty, you have to do all you can to please the Empress. What can these poor guards do? I can't go? Ban Han raised an eyebrow at Xia. Alright, let's go together. Seeing the way the two interacted, Prince He's tense jaw relaxed a bit. The heavenly prison was jointly managed by the Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice. All of the important prisoners were locked up here. This place was heavily guarded. Unless there was a decree from His Majesty, the relatives and friends of the prisoners were not allowed to visit. Ban Han found that the guards here all had serious expressions, with a bit of fierceness on their faces. The words "unauthorized people do not enter" were written all over their faces. Even when the Emperor and Empress came, they only bowed respectfully and didn't impatiently go up to curry favor. After Ban Han walked in, she turned back to look at the guards who were standing properly with wide shoulders and long legs. Xia noticed her small movements and squeezed her hand to stop her eyes from wandering. Were these men better looking than him? Ban Han blinked innocently at him with a look that said, "Why are you squeezing me?" Xia's heart itched from this look. He squeezed her hand a few more times before he managed to suppress the emotions in his heart. When they were going down the steps, Xia looked at the magnificent dress behind Ban Han. He bent down and lifted up her dress. When they reached the end of the steps, he put down the dress. He did it very naturally, but it stunned the guards and Prince He in the heavenly prison. This subject greets your Majesty, greets the Empress, greets Prince He. Lu Banshan came out to greet them. He also noticed His Majesty's action of lifting the Empress' dress. However, he concealed it very well. No one could see his emotions. No need to be so polite, Xia said directly. Where are the assassins being held? Lu Banshan looked at Prince He and bowed. He said, Your Majesty, please come with this subject. If His Majesty was willing to bring Prince He here, it meant that His Majesty had left some leeway for Prince He. If this matter really had nothing to do with Prince He, for the sake of the Empress, His Majesty would not make things too difficult for Prince He. At this time, the assassins held in the heavenly prison had no plans of leaving alive, but when they saw Prince He being brought in by the Emperor, their expressions changed. Lu Banshan noticed his expression and his heart sank. It seemed that this matter really did have something to do with Prince He. You. Prince He saw these assassins and had a shocked expression. Didn't I tell you to leave Jing, live a good life, and not come back? Prince He, have you never heard of people dying for wealth? An assassin said. What can you do with the little silver you gave us? The king of violence is cruel, but he is generous. Silver, houses, and women, we don't lack anything if we follow him. Why should we listen to you and go to those poor places to live a hard life? Since you have become the Wang Yi of the new dynasty, you don't need to care about us brothers. We don't want to follow a master like you who has no backbone. Prince He looked with a pale face at these assassins. These people were death soldiers that had accompanied him since he was young. The one who spoke had taken an arrow to his back and had to rest for more than a year to recover his primordial spirit. There was another one. Because he had lost 3 toes and an arm, the others were loyal to him and wanted to repay him with their lives. How could these people do such a thing for Jiang Luo? Prince He suddenly thought of Shirshir's reaction before entering the palace. He looked dazedly at these people. A moment later, he said in a hoarse voice, Did Shirshir order you to do this? The assassin's expressions changed. The assassin who had just spoken spoke again, Prince He is really interesting. If you think that Wang Fei is old, you can just divorce her. How can you make her take the blame for such a thing? After all, one night as husband and wife, endless devotion. You are too heartless. The assassin was mocking Prince Hajin with every word he said, but every word he said removed Prince Hajin completely from the picture. Even if Ban Ti was not the least bit interested in scheming, at this moment, he also understood. These assassins had most likely been gathered by Xianxia using Cousin's name. After the assassination was exposed, these assassins who were loyal to Cousin were not willing to implicate him. Therefore, they insisted that they were Jiang Luo's people. In any case, Jiang Luo had done so many immoral things. It didn't matter if he took the blame for one more. What Ban Han could understand, Xianxia could also guess. He did not want to see this kind of master and servant relationship. He directly said, "Prince He, Zhen will take you to see the king of violence." The assassins thought that Xianxia wanted the two Jiang brothers to confront each other. They all sighed in relief. It seemed that Emperor Qingyan really was suspicious of the king of violence. They were relieved. To get to the place where the king of violence was being held, they had to pass by another prison. When they passed by Sky Cell 7, Ban Han saw the middle-aged woman locked inside and stopped. This person was the procuress of Huanhua Pavilion and also the head of the Assassin Tower. Without her luxurious clothes and gold hairpins, she looked much older. The procuress also saw Ban Han. She expressionlessly looked away, no longer caring about life or death. Ban Han chuckled and walked away. When the procuress heard her chuckle, she suddenly turned her head to look. She could only see Ban Han's back as she was escorted away by the crowd. She thought of the Chongqing of Gojoseon, who was locked up even further away, and could not calm down. No matter how handsome a man was, if he did not wash up or change into clean clothes for a long time, he was no different from the dirty sluggards on the streets. The Chongqing of Gojoseon once had a handsome face, but what Ban Han saw now was only a man with knotted hair and dirty clothes. What elegance, what nobility, it all turned to smoke. Chongqing of Gojoseon, she stood outside the prison door, looking at the Chongqing of Gojoseon's black hands. Her voice was calm as she said, "I have a question in my heart. I wonder if you can answer it for me?" Xianxia and Prince He stopped in their tracks. Xianxia looked at Ban Han but did not speak. Probably because he had been locked up in the celestial prison for too long, the Chongqing of Gojoseon had become lethargic and did not have the elegance of the past. He looked at Ban Han and said calmly, "Ask." In the past, Ba Gu only said "Long live the emperor." Was someone deliberately framing you, or was it a play that you put on? I didn't think that good niece would remember such a small matter. I almost forgot. The Chongqing of Gojoseon laughed proudly. Born in the imperial house, there is no need to be obsessed with what is true and what is false. It is fortunate that Cousin Mi still has a pure heart. His dark eyes landed on Xianxia. I only hope that the long life in the Hogong will not bury your personality and cause you to become like those women, pale and dead. Xianxia frowned and did not speak. Humans, the rarest thing is a heart, and the most worthless thing is also a heart. The evergreen king chuckled. I hope that my good niece will never regret it in this lifetime, and that you will smile until you grow old. Thank you. Ban Han nodded with a smile. Cousin has to live well. This celestial prison is spacious and airy. You will get used to it after a few years. The smile on the Chongqing of Gojoseon's face froze. He stared with wide eyes at Ban Han like he was looking at a terrifying monster. I probably already know the answer to this question. Uncle, you don't have to answer it for me. Ban Yu's smile was like a flower, and the corners of her eyes were bright. Uncle, please have a good rest. Since you're here, you don't have to worry about the politics of the imperial court. Isn't that great? Lu Banshan, no, he won't feel good. Prince Hachin, cousin's mouth, as always, is full of character. Xianxia grasped Ban Han's hand. He didn't say any words of justification or promise, but he didn't care about the gazes of the people around them. He firmly and tightly grasped Ban Han's hand in his own. Lu Banshan rubbed his nose. This was the celestial prison, a place for serious criminals. As the emperor and empress, couldn't these two show the majesty of the emperor and empress in front of the serious criminals, holding hands like this? It was as if they were out to play. The emperor had changed. He was no longer the calm and steady emperor of the past. For a moment, Lu Banshan didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. When he had followed the emperor was still in his 20s, But his methods of doing things were unparalleled and had won the admiration of countless people. When he was young, he had heard his mother mention that there was no perfect person in this world. If there was, that person would not be happy. When he was young, he didn't understand. It wasn't until he became the emperor's subordinate and watched the emperor calmly arrange one major event after another that he understood the meaning of his mother's words. The emperor was calculating and scheming everywhere. In his eyes, there were only two types of people and things. One type was useful, and the other type was useless. The only exception was Jingting Gongfu. At the time, the empress was only a village ruler, but she whipped the Tanhua that the emperor Yunqing had personally chosen. She even made a fuss in court. Scholars had sharp tongues. The empress had offended the scholars, so how could they have anything good to say to her? But at this time, the emperor actually stood up. He didn't stand with the scholars against a common enemy. Instead, he stood up for the empress. At the time, Liu Banshan thought that the emperor wanted to be on good terms with the Ban family. He also knew that the emperor Yunqing liked the empress, so he stood up for the empress. Now that he thought about it, the emperor probably already had a good impression of the empress at the time. Later, Du Jiu found out that the Ban family had private dealings with the generals. Even the Minister of War, Zhao Weishan, often passed on information to the Ban family. At the time, the emperor was Emperor Yunqing's spy captain, but he didn't hand this information over. Instead, he suppressed it. If the emperor had handed this information over, even if the Princess Royal family had a way to clear Emperor Yunqing's suspicions of the Ban family wouldn't have been promoted from a count to a duke, and the empress wouldn't have been promoted from a village ruler to a princess. Liu Banshan thought that the emperor wanted to rope in the Ban family. He wanted to use the Ban family's position among the generals, so he helped the Ban family. Reality proved that he really thought too much. Not only did the emperor not use the Ban family's connections, he even helped the Ban family clean up the matter. Even the paranoid Emperor Yunqing couldn't see anything wrong with it. Once a heartless person was moved, it would be like a withered tree coming back to life and an old house on fire. If one didn't destroy everything and was willing to contribute, then it wouldn't be called being moved. The emperor, who wanted to scheme against everything, probably didn't scheme against the empress's feelings. Looking at the man and woman holding hands in front of him, Liu Banshan turned his head to look at Prince Haqin. He saw that Prince Haqin's expression was even more at ease than his own. As expected of someone who used to be a crown prince. His ability to adapt was better than his own. The innermost prison was locked with a heavy iron door. There was only a palm-sized vent on the iron door. Looking in from outside, one could only see darkness. Prince Haqin's heart trembled. Was his second brother imprisoned here? The heavy iron door opened. Prince Haqin blinked and barely saw an iron cage in the dark room. There was a person sitting in the cage. This person didn't move. It was unknown if he was alive or dead. A moment later, Liu Banshan lit 2 candles. Only then did the light in the room brighten a bit. Second brother. Prince Haqin saw the person in the cage clearly and took a few steps forward. He suddenly stopped. After turning his head to look at Xianxia, he pushed behind Xianxia. However, his small movements were discovered by Jiang Luo in the cage. He grabbed the cage and looked at Prince Haqin with a face full of ecstasy. "Brother, big brother, take me away. I beg you, take me away. I really can't stay here a moment longer. Take me away. I won't fight with you anymore. I won't fight with you anymore. Save me." Prince Haqin saw that he was wearing clean clothes. His face and hands were also clean. He looked many times better than the Chongqing of Gojosian who was locked outside. His lips trembled. In the end, he didn't ask for mercy for Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo saw that Prince Haqin didn't speak. He desperately reached out towards the outside of the cage. The man in his 20s cried miserably. "Brother, you can't leave me alone. Do you want me to die in here? Your Highness Prince of Violence, when this subject was in charge of you, I never mistreated you. If your words cause Prince Haqin to misunderstand, wouldn't this subject have to die as an apology?" Liu Banshan walked over with a lamp. He looked at Jiang Luo with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Your Highness, please don't speak nonsense. When Jiang Luo saw Lu Banshan, his whole body trembled in fear. It was this bastard who locked him in this dark room all day. He didn't let anyone talk to him or appear in this room. Every day, other than 3 meals and a change of clothes sent in, no one else appeared. Even if these people appeared, they would treat him as if he didn't exist. They wouldn't say a word. This kind of method of not beating or cursing people was fine for a day or two. After a long time, he realized that this was the most painful torture. Sometimes, Jiang Luo even wondered if he was really an emperor. Was he really still alive? What exactly happened outside? Otherwise, why was the world so quiet? It was so quiet that it made him want to go crazy. Lu Banshan used to be a small official that he didn't take seriously. He didn't expect that this seemingly gentle person would have such a strange method of torture. Therefore, when he saw Prince Haqin, his already tense mood finally collapsed. This was his only hope. He couldn't even see Ban Han and Xianxia because he knew that his big brother would definitely tolerate him. Even if he did something wrong, as long as he begged and cried, his big brother's heart would soften. However, he forgot that his big brother was no longer the crown prince, and this world didn't belong to the Jiang family. Even if Prince Haqin wanted to save him, he couldn't. Prince Haqin looked at his second brother who seemed a little abnormal. His lips trembled for a long time, but he couldn't say a word to plead for mercy. Those who died in his second brother's hands didn't have a chance to speak. Prince he couldn't bear to look away. He slowly said, "RD, this is what you deserve. Down. Even you are afraid of Xianxia?" Jiang Luo lay in front of the door and said hoarsely, "If even you don't care about me, then no one in this world will care about me. You really are shameless." Ban Han stood in front of Prince He. "After doing so many evil things, you still have the nerve to pretend to be pitiful. You just saw that cousin was soft-hearted and became arrogant because of his favor." Lu Banshan felt that the phrase arrogant because of favor was not suitable to be used here. Ban Han. Jiang Luo looked dazedly at Ban Han and then suddenly laughed wildly. "You, a Junju of the previous dynasty, being together with Xianxia, what good end can you have? Today, I am in such a miserable state, how many days can you have good days?" Ban Han smiled coldly. "No matter how many days I can have good days, at least right now, I am the empress and you are a prisoner. Rather than worrying about me, you should think about your future. Hua Tuzhen is family, companion, and the person I care about the most." Xiao walked to Ban Han's side. Her eyes were as cold as the winter, so cold that it made people shiver. "It seems that king of violence, you have not been imprisoned here for long. Otherwise, you would not speak such nonsense." Jiang Luo thought of the days he had been imprisoned in the celestial prison and fear appeared in his eyes. Ban Han looked calmly at Jiang Luo and lowered his eyes slightly. Xiao did not look at him and turned to look at Prince He. "Prince He, do you think Shen will believe that he was the one who arranged the assassination of Hua?" Prince He looked at Jiang Luo in the prison. A moment later, he said with difficulty, "It wasn't him." "It seems. Your Highness knows who the assassin is?" Xiao turned to look at Prince He as if she was asking a very casual question. Prince He was silent for a long time. "Yes, I know." Ban Han looked at Prince Haqin in surprise. She always thought that this matter had nothing to do with Prince Haqin, but Prince Haqin suddenly said that he knew who the murderer was. "Who?" The prison was quiet for a long time. Ban Han looked at Prince Haqin without saying anything. "My princess consort, Suyue. Prince Haqin's residence." Sure changed into her most extravagant robe and wore the 9 phoenix hairpin on her head. She sat on the imperial concubine's chair. The moment the imperial guards rushed in, she revealed a smile. Haqin Wangfei, Dujio stepped into the main courtyard and looked at the woman sitting at the head of the table. She was graceful and luxurious. Although she wasn't an extremely beautiful woman, her presence was something that ordinary women couldn't compare to. "This humble subject has been ordered by His Majesty to arrest you and bring you to the palace." "Arrest?" Sure slowly stood. Ben Gong had predicted that this day would come. How can the new emperor tolerate us old people of the previous dynasty? It's just a life. If Xiao wants it, he can take it. Du Jiu smiled faintly. Wang Fei is mistaken. This humble subject asks Wang Fei to assist in investigating the case of the empress being attacked by an assassin. Xirshi's face was slightly pale, but her voice was not weak. Whatever His Majesty wants to do, it's just an order. There is no need to find excuses. Ben Gong is a weak woman and can only obey orders. Du Jiu heard the meaning in her words. His Majesty was making things difficult for the old people of the previous dynasty. He had seen many of these little tricks of the harem women when he was a secret agent, so he didn't take it to heart. He looked at the servants of Prince Yifu who didn't dare to breathe loudly. He laughed lightly. Wang Fei, unless you are a woman of high status in the harem, you cannot call Ben Gong. Wang Fei, please be careful with your words. Wang Fei, please depart immediately. Xirsher smiled coldly and walked out the door. When she walked out of the gate of Prince Yifu, she stopped and looked at Du Jiu. Where is His Highness? Du Jiu bowed. Wang Fei, please don't worry. His Highness Prince, he is doing well. Xirsher frowned. I'm not asking if he is doing well. I want to know if he. She paused and didn't speak again. At this time, the sky was completely dark. Other than the 2 lanterns hanging in the Prince Yifu, Xirsher couldn't see any light on the street. She looked at the carriage in front of her. The craftsmanship was exquisite, and there were phoenixes carved on it. She stepped onto the carriage with the help of a servant girl. She looked back at the guards surrounding the carriage. These people's faces were all in the shadows, making people feel terrified for no reason. Outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, Shi Jin was stopped by the guards outside the gate. Lord Shi, please go back. It's late, and His Majesty won't see you. The guards didn't dare to offend Shi Jin, so they could only persuade him, if you have something important to do, this general is willing to deliver the memorial to the Great Moon Palace. But if you enter the palace at this time, I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Please pass on the message for me. This humble official does have an urgent matter. The 2 guards looked at each other. After hesitating for a long time, they said helplessly, please wait for a moment. This general will send someone to pass on the message for you. As for whether it will succeed or not, this general can't guarantee. Thank you very much, generals. We don't dare, the guard said with an embarrassed smile. We're just guards. How can we be called generals? Lord Shi, we don't deserve to be called generals. Wait, this isn't the Vermilion Bird Gate. Xirsher lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked around. This is the Xuanwu Gate. Du Jiu ignored her and led the people directly into the palace. In the main hall of the Great Moon Palace, Ban Han sat to the right of Xianxia. Prince He sat below, looking a little absent-minded and gloomy. When he saw Du Jiu come in, he looked behind Du Jiu. Your Majesty, Your Highness, Prince He has been brought here. Let him in. Xianxia looked at Prince He, her voice cold. Prince He, is there anything you need to say? Prince He shook his head silently, his entire person dispirited. Xirsher walked into the hall. She did not bow to Xianxia and Ban Han, nor did she look at Prince He. She stood straight in the middle of the hall and looked at Xianxia and Ban Han without dodging. She had a disdainful smile. You are sitting on top now because your methods are better. You're so strange. You don't blame Jiang Luo for oppressing the people. You don't blame the Jiang family for making the world a mess, but you take all your anger out on us, Ban Han retorted. It's natural for dynasties to change. Didn't the Jiang family take the throne from the Sima family? Ban Han, you have today's position only because you have a beautiful appearance. Xirsher raised her chin. You don't have to be so eloquent and show off your status as the empress. In the inner palace, there is no lack of women, especially beautiful women. Sooner or later, you will be disappointed. So what if I have a beautiful face? Did I eat your rice and drink your water? Ban Han stood up from the table and smiled. Actually, I feel that you 2 sisters from the Shi family have many similarities. For example, you both look down on my face. But why do you look down on me? Just because I'm beautiful? Ban Han laughed. If you look down on me because I'm beautiful, then I'm willing to be looked down on for a lifetime. I just don't know if some people look down on me, or are they envious of me? Shut up. How can a frivolous woman like you who only uses her appearance to attract men compare to me? Xirsher pointed at Ban Han. Even if I die today, my soul will watch over you every day. Let's see how long you can be proud. Ban Han found that Xianxia hated her very much, or was extremely dissatisfied with her. She stepped down the steps and twisted Xianxia's hand that was pointing at her. She easily pushed her a few steps away. Hejin Wangfei is a well-educated woman. How can you not know that it is impolite to point at people? Xianxia was in pain. She covered her hand and retreated. She looked hatefully at Ban Han. Ban Han, you have received the favor of the Jiang family, but you gave the 3-army tiger tally to Xianxia. You have let down the ancestors of the Jiang family. Do you have the face to face the Princess Royal of Daning? She gave the 3-army tiger tally to Xianxia. Ban Han raised an eyebrow. She seemed to understand why Xianxia wanted her to die. Because in Xianxia's mind, she had given the 3-army tiger tally to Xianxia and helped Xianxia win the hearts of the generals. That was why the Jiang family had lost. Hejin Wangfei, there are some things you may not understand. Ban Han looked with pity at Xianxia. The one that caused you to lose the position of empress is not me, but the Jiang family. I can be empress because my husband is the emperor. But if not for me, he could still be emperor. What the Jiang family lost is the hearts of the people. Ban Han shook her head and sighed. If you do not even understand this, it is a good thing that you are not empress. Shut up, everything is an excuse. Xianxia suddenly took out the gold hairpin in her hair and charged at Ban Han. Ban Han easily dodged and reached out to tap Xianxia's wrist. The gold hairpin fell and Xianxia was slapped to the ground by Ban Han. If it is not necessary, I will not hit a woman. Ban Han adjusted the creases on her sleeves. Her tone did not fluctuate at all. Hua hua. Xiao rushed to Ban Han's side. You are fine. I am fine. Ban Han shook her head. Seeing Hejin Wangfei also stood up and walked over, she said, this is a matter between us women. You men should not interfere. Go back and sit properly. Xiao looked at Xianxia who was lying on the ground. She turned and sat back down. Hejin Wangfei stiffly stood in place. He slowly turned his head and closed his eyes. He understood Hua Hua. Hua Hua had always been tolerant towards women. But this time, Suyu had thoroughly offended her. If you only wanted to kill me, I will spare you this time because you did not succeed and are Biaoga's wife. Ban Han squatted down and grabbed Xianxia's neck, forcing her to look at her. But you wanted to scheme against my man, then I cannot let you live. Xianxia said with a hoarse voice. Even if you kill me, so what? I am still the last crown princess of the great Kaz dynasty. My name will be recorded in history. Today, I lost my life in your hands. Even if thousands of years have passed, later generations will know that you are an empress whose hands are stained with blood. A person dying is like an extinguished lamp. Who cares about what later generations say? Ban Han looked at Xianxia's smug face and couldn't help but ruthlessly slap her face. You want the reputation of later generations. Fine, I will fulfill your wish. Biaoga, Ban Han expressionlessly turned to look at Hejin Wangfei. He loosened his grip on Xianxia's neck. Xianxia had an affair with outsiders and assassinated the empress. She is not worthy to be Wangfei. Today, I will make the decision for you to divorce her and let her name be recorded in history. No, you can't do this. Xianxia did not allow her status to become less noble. She knelt in front of Hejin Wangfei. Wangya, we are husband and wife. You can't treat me like this. Hejin Wangfei looked at Xianxia's messy hair and thought of his second brother in the prison. When second brother begged him, he also seemed to be like this. He did not truly respect and love him as his older brother. He just felt that he should beg for mercy for him and tolerate him. Xianxia was the same. She had married him because he was the crown prince. What she cared about was her status as the crown princess and not him. Wangya. Xianxia grabbed Hejin Wangfei's robes. Can you say something? Hejin Wangfei bent down and took out a handkerchief to wipe the tears on Xianxia's face. Then he slowly pried open Xianxia's hands. Xianxia, how have I treated you these years? Xianxia looked in puzzlement at Hejin Wangfei and didn't know what to say. When I married you back then, because Imperial father bestowed upon me 2 concubines, I've always felt guilty towards you. Even when you gave them contraceptive pills, I always pretended not to know. I didn't even go to see them. Prince, he smiled bitterly. I don't know if I helped you or harmed you. You became more dignified day by day. I even often wondered if I harmed you and made you unhappy in the Eastern Palace. Later I found out that you didn't care about what I thought. You wanted a stable position as the crown princess and a legitimate son. Hejin Wangfei pointed at his chest. Suyu, even if I am a man of the imperial family, I also have a heart. Suyu stared blankly at Hejin Wangfei. After a while, she asked, since you are not with those concubines, why did you make them pregnant? Did you forget? Hejin Wangfei stood up straight and took 2 steps back. It was you who arranged for them to enter my room when I was drunk. Now I only have one daughter. When her birth mother gave birth, she died from blood loss. Whether her death was an accident or man-made, I have never investigated and also did not dare to investigate. All of this is my fault. I have wronged you and also wronged them. Hejin Wangfei closed his eyes and did not look at Suyu's eyes. Suyu, since you and I are heartless, why insist? In the end, you still want to win Ban Han's heart and divorce me. Suyu looked at Hejin Wangfei with hatred. She is not your biological sister, only your cousin. Why do you treat her so well? Hejin Wangfei shook his head. Suyu, you still don't understand. Some things cannot be measured by status and benefits. Although I am indecisive and have no ability, but if someone truly treats me well, I will know. For your Shi family, I already let Huahua suffer a grievance once. I will not let her suffer a second time. Hejin Wangfei opened his eyes, his attitude became incomparably firm. This humble subject has no objection. Jiang Han, I hate you. Suyu's eyes were crimson red, as if she had gone mad. You gave the throne to someone else. I schemed for you for so long, but you want to divorce me for someone else. You have no conscience. Are you doing this for me or for yourself? Hejin Wangfei sighed in disappointment. He turned to face Xianxia and said, Your Majesty, this humble subject was incompetent in managing the household, causing Her Majesty the Empress to almost be in danger. This humble subject is extremely ashamed. Now that the old matter is over, this humble subject asks Your Majesty to allow this humble subject to guard the imperial mausoleum of the great Yi imperial family and not interfere with the matters of the court. Cousin. Ban Han's expression changed slightly. Why are you doing this? Nyang, I am not good at scheming. If I guard the imperial mausoleum, I can have some peace. Hejin Wangfei bowed to Xianxia. Asking Your Majesty and Nyang to grant my wish. Permission granted. Ban Han looked at Xianxia and Hejin Wangfei without speaking. Prince. Suyu wanted to grab Hejin Wangfei's leg, but Hejin Wangfei no longer looked at her. He turned and left the hall, disappearing into the night. Your Highness. Suyu leaned against the door and cried out. This concubine was wrong, this concubine really knows her wrongs. Don't treat me like this. When an indecisive person no longer turned back, it meant that his heart was already broken. There was nothing better than a dead heart. At this time, a eunuch stood outside the hall and said, Your Majesty, Nyang, Lord Shi requests an audience. It's so late, what is he doing here? Ban Han glanced at Suyu, then turned to Xianxia and whispered, Is he here to plead for Shi? Xianxia held her hand and turned to the eunuch. Summon him. Ban Han coughed dryly. Wouldn't it be more troublesome to let him come now? Don't worry. Xianxia smiled warmly at her. There are some matters that should be dealt with earlier. As soon as Shurjin entered the Great Moon Palace, he saw Shi lying on the ground and crying bitterly. His heart skipped a beat. He quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Ban Han and Xianxia. This humble subject greets Your Majesty and Nyang. Lord Shi, there's no need to be so courteous. Please take a seat. This humble subject has sinned and does not dare to take a seat. Shurjin lifted the corner of his robe and actually knelt down in front of Xianxia. Please forgive this humble subject, Your Majesty. Oh? Xianxia raised her eyebrows. After pouring a cup of tea for Ban Han, she turned to look at Shurjin. What sin has the Lord Shi committed? My elder sister is extremely daring. She dared to offend the empress. This humble subject is extremely terrified and has come to ask for forgiveness. Shurjin bowed again, but this time, he bowed to Ban Han. I beg Xianxia to punish me. Shurjin's forehead touched the cold ground. He couldn't see Ban Han's expression, nor did he have the face to look at Ban Han. Has the Lord Shur come to plead for Shur's sake? Ban Han looked at Shurjin kneeling on the ground, then turned to Shur. Suyue, have you ever thought that if you failed, your family would be implicated? In your heart, is the position of empress more important than your family? Shur shook her head fiercely. This is my own doing. It has nothing to do with him. I beg Xianxia to judge clearly. She hadn't begged Ban Han earlier, but now, she finally opened her mouth to beg him. If you knew this would happen, why did you take the risk? Ban Han waved his hand. Shurjin, withdraw. This matter has nothing to do with you. Xianxia, shut up. Suyue didn't want Shurjin to speak again. She looked at Ban Han, who was so beautiful that he didn't look like a real person, and wiped away the tears on her face. When I was 9 years old, I was engaged to the crown prince. Everyone around me told me that I was the crown princess, the future empress. I was born to be the empress. Every day, I waited and waited. I wanted to wear the phoenix robe, wear the phoenix coronet, and accept the worship of the wives of the officials. I was born to be the empress. Suyue looked at her well-maintained arms, and the light in her eyes dimmed. I can't accept this. But at this time, when she saw that her younger brother was willing to offend Xianxia for her sake and enter the palace to plead for mercy, the unwillingness and resentment in her heart didn't seem to be as strong as before. I plead guilty, but this matter has nothing to do with him. I beg your majesty and empress to forgive him. Xianxia didn't answer. He was looking at Ban Han. Ban Han understood that he wanted to leave the decision to her. She steadied her mind and called in Dujio, who was guarding outside. Dujio, send people to investigate the entire capital. Search for the remnants of the previous dynasty. Don't kill the innocent, but don't let go of those who are plotting against us. Yes. Dujio was shocked. The empress wanted to thoroughly investigate the people of the previous dynasty. If they didn't like the current dynasty and wanted to restore the previous dynasty, they wouldn't be able to escape this thorough investigation. This time, the empress was really angered. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so indifferent to their old friendship. He took the order and left. When he walked out of the Great Moon Palace, he thought of the words Jiang Luo said in the prison and couldn't help but stop. Was the empress so angry because Shur sent people to assassinate her, or because Shur wanted to plot against His Majesty because she was angry? Although His Majesty didn't show his emotions, he could at least see that His Majesty only cared about the empress. But the empress, she looked naive, and her thoughts were simple. She did things according to her heart. But if one wanted to test her, they would find that she was an extremely complicated woman. She had lived a life of luxury since she was a child. She was the moon surrounded by stars, but she also practiced martial arts. Those who practiced martial arts knew that people who couldn't endure hardships couldn't practice well, no matter how talented they were. But although the empress couldn't write poems, she wasn't as lacking in literary talent as the rumors said. Her martial arts skills made many men blush with shame. Although she was a bit lazy and willful, she had never done anything that crossed Emperor Yunqing's bottom line. The more Dujio thought, the more shocked he became. He suddenly felt that Ban Han was unfathomable. Shurjin, take Suyue and leave, Ban Han slowly said, I leave her life to you. Xia's index finger gently rubbed the teacup a few times. He turned his head and smiled slightly at Ban Han, indicating that he supported Ban Han's decision. Thank Your Majesty, thank the Empress. Shurjin kowtowed to the two, then turned to help Suyue. Come back with me. Suyue bowed to the Emperor and Empress, then followed Shurjin out of the Great Moon Palace. The Prime Minister's foo was long gone. The courtyard Shurjin lived in now was bestowed to him by the imperial court. Although it wasn't as luxurious as the Prime Minister's foo, it still had all the essentials. He let the servants help Suyue change her clothes and comb her hair. He said to Suyue, have a good rest. In the future, you can stay here with peace of mind. Ah Jean, Shursuyue called Jean, a few years ago, mother mentioned to me that you liked a woman. Who is she? She's already married, and I've already forgotten about her. Jean calmly looked at Shursuyue, there's no need to bring up the past. I know. Shursuyue sat in front of the mirror and inserted a dangling hairpin into her hair. At that time, she was engaged to Xia. That's why you went to the border to avoid news about her. It's a pity that nothing is up to the will of the people. Shursuyue touched her hair. She suddenly smiled when she heard the sound of the night watch outside. It's the third watch. Jean looked at the gorgeous red hairpin in her hair and couldn't help but say, you should return the hairpin early and rest. I know. Shursuyue put some lipstick on her lips and asked, why did you come? For the sake of my family, I couldn't save Fei Xian. Jin's expression was somewhat downcast, I can't let this happen a second time. Hearing this, Shursuyue smiled. Her eyes were filled with tears as she turned to look at Jean. Ah Jean, am I pretty? Pretty. Me or Ban Han, who's pretty? Jean didn't answer. In your eyes, she's probably the most beautiful. Shursuyue was still smiling. She used her eyebrows to color the tips of her eyebrows. You can leave now. I'm going to sleep. Jean looked at Shursuyue who was radiating radiance, have a good rest. Don't think too much about other things. I understand. Shursuyue lowered her eyebrows and looked at Jean gently, it's cold at night. Take care of your body. Jean bowed to her and silently retreated. Shursuyue watched Jean leave until his footsteps could no longer be heard. Then, she drew a gorgeous peach blossom between her eyebrows. She drew very seriously and carefully with every stroke, as if she was doing the most important thing in her life. She had been dignified all her life. Before she left, she wanted to add some color to herself. Perhaps a long time ago, she used to envy Ban Han. Nyang sure is gone. Novel www.com Ban Han's hand paused. She put down her eyebrows and sighed, when did she disappear? She hated Sure because this woman didn't care about anything for power. She even wanted her man's life. But she also felt that this woman was a bit pitiful. She was raised to change her personality. She didn't know if she lived for herself or for the vanity her parents cultivated. She knew that Sure would not be able to live. Even if she let Jean take Sure back, Sure would still die. If she didn't die, she would always be a thorn in the imperial family's heart. Even if she lived, she could only live a lonely life. She might even affect Jin's career. Jean was the only one left in the Sure family. She was a woman who valued power and status. She couldn't bear to let Jean be implicated. Last night, after midnight, she died from overdose. Rui took a comb and tied up Ban Han's hair. It is said that when she was found this morning, she was already dead. I know. Ban Han opened the lipstick box and put some lipstick on her finger. Then she touched her lips and closed her eyes, let them prepare a horse. I want to leave the palace. The imperial family gave Jean a grace. Even if this grace committed suicide, Jean could only be grateful. Ban Han stood up in front of the bronze mirror and changed into riding clothes with the help of the palace maids. She looked at the magnificent and spacious room and took a deep breath. Let's go. Jingting Gongfu. Ban Heng had just finished practicing a set of martial arts. He was lying on the table and groaning as a servant massaged his shoulders. When he heard a servant say that Zhou Chengxiao, the son of Minister Ling's family, had come, he said, let him come in. Zhou Chengxiao entered and saw Ban Heng lying on the table drinking tea. He walked over and sat down beside him. What's wrong with you these days? You don't go out to play with us anymore. Don't tell me you want to study hard? He originally wanted to ask if the Empress was injured, but seeing how relaxed Ban Heng was, he was sure that the Empress wasn't injured. Otherwise, with Ban Heng's character, he would have jumped up and down and dragged them to find a way to catch the murderer. What advancement? Ban Heng said with a frown. You won't understand my pain. You're already the imperial uncle. What's there to be bitter about? Zhou Chengxiao rolled his eyes. This is like hugging a golden wawa and saying that you're poor. If others hear you, they'll beat you up. You think, Your Highness, the Empress is here. Hearing this, Ban Heng jumped up from the stool. He turned around and tugged at a middle-aged man. Master Jiang, I've been practicing hard these days. When my sister comes, you have to tell her the truth. Otherwise, she'll beat me up. Don't worry, Your Highness. I will definitely tell you the truth. Zhou Changxiao was even more shocked than Banheng. The Empress had left the palace. Yesterday, the entire capital had been turned upside down by His Majesty, and the curfew had been lifted. How could His Majesty let Her Majesty out? Could it be that the murderer had been caught? Zhou Changxiao thought a bunch of nonsense in his head. When he saw Ban Han come in, he still respectfully bowed. Changxiao seems to have put on some weight these days. Ban Han looked at him carefully and sat down on the stool. Her beautiful phoenix eyes swept over Banheng. Banheng smiled and moved in front of her. Sister, he eats and drinks all day. How can he not put on weight? Ban Han reached out and touched Banheng's arm. She nodded with satisfaction. It seems that you've practiced a few moves these days. She stood up and cupped her hands to the middle-aged man. Master Jiang, you've worked hard. Your Highness is too kind. Master Jiang smiled and returned Ban Han's bow. He turned and left. Zhou Changxiao and Ban Li were quite familiar with each other, but Ban Li was just a noble woman of noble birth. She could be considered one of the more prestigious members of the hedonistic group. When they talked to her, they didn't have much scruples. Now that she was the Empress, he felt a bit uncomfortable. He didn't know whether to stand or sit. Ban Han teased him that he had put on weight. He just laughed and agreed. He secretly regretted coming to the Ban family today. Changxiao, why are you still standing? Ban Han saw Zhou Changxiao's uncomfortable appearance and couldn't help but laugh. You don't have to pretend in front of me. Do you think I don't know what you look like? Hee. Zhou Changxiao sat down next to Banheng. Yesterday, we heard that Your Highness was attacked by an assassin. We didn't dare to casually talk about it. It was even more inconvenient to enter the palace. So today, I came to ask Aheng if you were hurt. In any case, they were friends who had tricked people together and listened to songs together. Even though the other party was rich now, they were still a bit worried. Don't worry. If something happened to me, I wouldn't be leaving the palace right now. Ban Han took a sip of tea. I just felt a bit bored in the palace, so I came out for a walk. Zhou Changxiao instantly showed a bright smile. Your Highness is a phoenix. You are blessed by the heavens. Misfortune will definitely turn into good fortune. I haven't seen you for a while. You can read faces. Ban Han put down the teacup. Why aren't father and mother in the Fu? This morning, they went to the temple to pray. Banheng thought for a moment. They probably won't be back until the evening. Yesterday, something had happened to her. Today, father and mother went to the temple to pray. It was obvious who they were praying for. She put down the teacup with a bit of guilt. I made them worry. It's not your fault. It's all the fault of the assassins. Banheng slapped the table and scolded angrily. Do you have enough personal guards? If you don't have enough, then transfer some of the personal guards from our Fu. Zhou Changxiao's mouth twitched. She brought the personal guards she had trained into the palace. Did she think that His Majesty was too good to the Ban family and was causing trouble for herself? In reality, when he heard that His Majesty had taken the initiative to summon the personal guards of the Empress into the palace to protect the Empress, he had been very surprised. What kind of place was the inner palace? That was the Emperor's bedroom. How could he allow an outsider to bring a general in? Was he not afraid of causing a rebellion in the palace? It had to be known that Emperor Yunqing had died at the hands of his own son. With the previous example, His Majesty still treated Her Highness so well. Her Highness's way of teaching men was really amazing. No wonder his sisters loved to ask him about Her Highness' interests and hobbies. They wanted to learn how Her Highness controlled her father. At the beginning, how many people said that His Majesty had no choice but to marry Her Highness? However, reality slapped them hard in the face. After the two were married, there were rumors that Marquis Qing'an bought something for Princess Fuel. Marquis Qing'an accompanied Princess Fuel to her parents' home for a short stay. Especially when the Ban family's property was confiscated, Marquis Qing'an was not afraid of being implicated. Not only did he take care of the Ban family, but he also took care of Princess Fuel. This matter made countless women in the capital envious. He was a man himself. If he wanted to treat a woman like this, he probably couldn't do it. He also didn't want to do it. Since your parents aren't home, you two ride a horse and accompany me outside. Ban Han used a handkerchief to wipe the fine sweat on Ban Heng's forehead. Go change your clothes. Okay. Ban Heng happily ran into the room. After Ban Heng left, Zhou Changxiao obediently lowered his head. He didn't dare to look at Ban Han's face. How is Wenbi? Ban Han was asking about Zhou Changxiao's younger sister, Zhou Wenbi. He had a good relationship with Zhou Wenbi, so he wanted to ask a few more questions. My sister is doing well. A few days ago, she got engaged to someone. The wedding date is set for March of next year. At that time, please. Zhou Changxiao wanted to invite Ban Han to the wedding banquet, but he remembered that it was not appropriate for him to attend his sister's wedding banquet with his identity as Ban Han. So, he swallowed the rest of his words. At that time, I hope that Her Highness will bestow some good things to add to my sister's dowry and give her some face in her husband's house. Don't worry, your sister will definitely receive good things. Ban Han smiled. It seemed that the turmoil this time had changed these playboys a lot. If it was in the past, with Zhou Changxiao's personality, he would say whatever he wanted to say. But now, he knew to swallow back the inappropriate words. People had to grow up. Even playboys had to grow from a frivolous playboy to a slightly more mature playboy. Not long after, Ban Heng ran out and said, Sister, I'm done changing. Ban Han pressed a wrinkle on his lapel and nodded with a smile. In the tea house and wine shop, the storytellers were talking about the love and hate between the hero and the beautiful woman. Ban Han sat at the table and listened to the storytellers use an impassioned tone to describe her beauty. They also talked about how powerful she was and how she killed 10 people with a single strike. He couldn't help but hold his teacup and laugh. Ban Heng asked her in a low voice, Sister, to kill 10 people with a single strike, how long is this saber? 30 or 40 feet? Ban Han couldn't help but laugh, I can't carry such a long saber. These storytellers love to exaggerate. Zhou Changxiao clicked her tongue. The only thing that's true is the part where they describe your beauty and prestige in the army. Ban Heng glanced disdainfully at Zhou Changxiao. This flattery wasn't even half as good as his, and he didn't feel embarrassed to show off in front of him. Old man, you don't make any sense. The Empress and His Majesty are husband and wife. It is natural for her to accompany him on the battlefield, a man who looked a little shabby said. What heroine? What wise and powerful? If she was really that powerful, why would she have been abandoned by so many men? This man drank a few mouthfuls of wine and became more daring. He saw that after he spoke, no one else dared to speak. He appeared even more proud. If you ask me, this is all because His Majesty is a good person. He gave a woman the chance to go on the battlefield and made her the Empress. If I married a woman who had been broken off several times, I definitely wouldn't let her be the Empress. So people like you can only drink on credit here, the waiter said sarcastically. You can't even find a wife, and you have the nerve to say such things to our Empress. Why don't you pee on your nail and see what kind of thing you are? When the waiter said this, everyone in the hall laughed. Some laughed at him for being poor, some laughed at him for not being able to find a wife. No one said that there was anything wrong with the Empress having been broken off several times. So what if our Empress has broken off several engagements? This means that these men aren't worthy of her. A matron glanced at the man. People like you aren't worthy of talking about Empress, peh. A trend of imitating the Empress had started in Jing at some point. Girls were proud of being able to ride horses and shoot arrows. Even if they didn't go on stage to write poems, they could still speak. Even if their Empress wasn't skilled in poetry and painting, she could still command heroes and amaze the world. Ban Heng, whose anger had risen halfway, saw that the man in the hall had been surrounded by the anger of the crowd. The anger that had just risen silently disappeared. For a moment, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He turned to Ban Han and said in a small voice, Jia, I hadn't thought that you would have such power now. In reality, there were many girls in Jing. Not all of them knew how to play the zither, go, calligraphy, and painting. It was just that these were highly valued at the time. Those who didn't know how to play had to brace themselves. Now that there was finally an empress who wasn't so mainstream, they took the opportunity to vent their emotions. They weren't crowding around her, but themselves. Ban Han smiled, "Let's go, there's no meaning in listening any longer." She had just stood when a man in blue robes walked in. Ban Han saw him and sat back down. The Empress' engagement was broken off, not because she wasn't good, but because she was too good. Men felt ashamed and didn't dare to be with her. Xianxia had heard people gossiping about Ban Han from outside and walked in. His Majesty and the Empress were a match made in heaven. The other men in the world who were with the Empress were an insult to her. The man was being ridiculed by a group of people, and he was not in a good mood. Now that he saw a little white face speaking, he mocked back, "Who are you? You said that those fiancés are not worthy of the Empress, so they broke off the engagement. You are not them, how do you know? This one isn't talented, but I am the former fiancé of the Empress," Xianxia said lightly. "The Empress is as beautiful as an immortal and of noble birth. This one purposely broke off the engagement because of my low self-esteem. A dirty person like you doesn't have the right to talk about the Empress, but if I don't make it clear today, there will be people like you who will talk about the Empress in the future. You will tarnish the Empress' good name. From beginning to end, the one who wasn't good enough for the Empress was me." Xianxia lowered his eyes, his expression distant. "You don't have to talk about this in the future. If it causes trouble, then it's your own fault." No one had thought that the person involved would hear them gossiping behind their backs. They had heard that the Empress did have a fiancé with the surname Xia, but they didn't know why the engagement was broken off. Some said that the Xie Gongzi disliked the Princess Fuel for not being elegant enough and eloped with someone else. Others said that the Ban family looked down on the Xia family for not being prominent enough and disliked them. Now it seemed that it was because the Empress was too good that the fiancé felt that he wasn't good enough for her. That was why he found a reason to break off the engagement and save their face. When a person achieved success, everything in their past would be beautified by them and become a moving or inspirational story. In essence, this was the admiration people had for the strong. Everyone present automatically imagined how beautiful the Empress would be. In the end, they concluded that the Empress's fate was too good. Ordinary men were not worthy of her. Only the wise and merciful His Majesty could match the Empress's 8 characters and become an unparalleled couple. Ban Han listened to the discussion below without any expression. He actually stood up and admitted such a shameful thing. Ban Heng sneered, "I thought that his conscience was rotten to the core." Zhou Changshao coughed dryly, a new restaurant opened recently. Let's go and try it." He didn't dare to listen to the Empress' past grievances. He felt that it wasn't safe to listen to too much. Ban Han smiled at him and nodded, "Let's go." When she stood up, the men and women in the private rooms upstairs all stood up. Because they weren't guests, but Ban Han's guards. After eating lunch, Ban Han prepared to return to the palace. Ban Heng walked her all the way to the Zhuke gate before stopping. "Sister," Ban Heng stuffed a bundle into Ban Han's hands and said in a small voice, "I found this especially for you. Don't let His Majesty find out." Ban Han saw his mysterious expression and took it with a smile. "There are no forbidden items in here, right? You are my sister. Would I trick you?" Ban Heng sighed, "You have a straightforward personality and don't like to use your brain. The servant girls by your side were all carefully selected by Mother. I can still put my heart at ease. Right now, our family is doing well. Don't try to get benefits for your family. I'm not suited to be an official anyways. The current situation is good. In dramas, those imperial concubines who try to get benefits for their family don't have good endings. Don't learn from them. What are you reading at home all day?" Ban Han reached out and tapped Ban Heng's forehead. "If you're stupid, don't worry about these things. I know what I'm doing." "If you really know what you're doing, then I'm relieved," Ban Heng sighed. "I'll say the same thing. Don't make yourself suffer and don't worry about us. There aren't many people who can make our family suffer." Ban Han saw Ban Heng's smug expression and couldn't help but laugh. "Okay, I know. It's good that you know." Ban Heng turned his head. "Okay, you can go in. I should go back too." Ban Han nodded. She turned her horse around and rode slowly into the palace. When she turned around, she saw Ban Heng was still outside the Zhuke gate, craning his neck to look at her. she chuckled and waved at Banheng. Banheng then slowly rode his horse away. Returning to the Great Moon Palace, Xianxia was in the front hall discussing politics with the ministers. She didn't disturb them and opened the package Banheng gave her. There was a book box in the package. It was quite heavy. Was it a new storybook? There were people in the palace who specialized in writing storybooks for her. These people were all experts in writing storybooks. Why would she need to buy books outside the palace? Opening the box, Ban Han took out a thick stack of books. Daily Life of the Chunming Empress, The Women of the Sima Family, Gentleman's Degree was a proper name. Flipping it open, it was about the behavior of men when they didn't mean what they said. The War of the Harem was about how the women in the harem seduced the emperor and how those vicious and merciless women schemed against the empress. After flipping through all the books, Ban Han stroked the covers and couldn't help but smile. "Nyang Nyang," Chang Momo said in a small voice, "there are some books in here that may be true. Even though Shitzi worries too much, these books aren't completely useless." Ban Han put the books back into the box and shook her head with a smile. She didn't say anything and just had Rui pick up the books. Shursuyua's suicide didn't cause much of a stir in the capital. Her jade tablet was taken down. Even when she was buried, she was only buried with the rank of a village lord. This was the result of Ban Han's benevolent decree. Otherwise, she could only be buried with the standard of a normal woman. Even though no one in the palace announced it, but with the previous dynasty's people being dealt with, Shurshur being divorced by Prince He, and finally committing suicide, anyone with a bit of intelligence could guess that Shurshur was related to the assassination of the empress. Not long after Shurshur was buried, Prince He took his family and went to guard the tombs of the previous emperors. The previous dynasty finally came to a clean end. In a side palace in the capital, Princess Enlil listened to the servant's report. After a long time, she smiled bitterly and said, "Xianxia has finally driven us out of the previous dynasty. Don't mention Shurshur's matter to Imperial Mother. I'm worried that she won't be able to take it." "What happened?" Empress Dowager Fu Ping walked in. Seeing Princess Enli's pale face, she steadied her mind. "Speak, I can take it." Imperial Mother, Princess Enli didn't expect Empress Dowager Fu Ping to hear her. Her expression changed slightly and she didn't know whether to speak or not. "If you have something to say, just say it. I can even take a change of dynasty. What else can I not take?" Empress Dowager Fu Ping walked to the table and sat down, her expression firm and calm. "Imperial Mother, Shurshur is gone." Empress Dowager Fu Ping's eyebrows twitched. "She values power too much. If she can't overcome this hurdle, she'll die sooner or later." She sighed. "Your eldest brother sent someone to say that he went to guard the tombs of the Jiang ancestors. In fact, this is also good. At least he won't arouse the suspicion of the new emperor and can save his life." "Mother, is Xianxia Father Emperor's bloodline?" Princess Enlil remembered that Ban Han once said that Xianxia wasn't Father Emperor's illegitimate child. But Ban Han even gave the 3-army tiger tally to Xianxia. How could she still believe Ban Han? She and Ban Han had a sisterly relationship for so many years. In the end, Ban Han rebelled with Xianxia and destroyed the Jiang family's hundreds of years of foundation. Now, she didn't know whether to hate or love Ban Han more. "Where did you hear this nonsense?" Empress Dowager Fu Ping's expression changed greatly. "Enlu, your father emperor and I have doted on you for so many years. Have we spoiled your brain?" Princess Enlu didn't expect Empress Dowager Fu Ping to be so angry. She bit her lip and said with a pale face, "Imperial Mother, just tell me. At least let me understand." "So what if you understand?" "So what if you don't understand?" Empress Dowager Fu Ping pulled the corners of her mouth into a smile, but it wasn't a smile at all. "You ask me, but who should I ask? Even you don't know?" Princess Enlil looked suspiciously at Empress Dowager Fu Ping. Did Imperial Mother not know, or did she not want to tell her? Returning to her courtyard, Princess Enlil thought for a long time. She summoned a palace maid and handed her waist token. "Send someone to the palace and say that I want to see His Majesty." "His Majesty?" The palace maid thought she heard wrong and asked again, "Is it His Majesty?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Princess Enlil lowered her eyelids and looked at the dressing table that was only 80% new. Her eyes gradually dimmed. In the Great Moon Palace, Ban Han lay on the bed, smiling as she watched Xianxia change into the dragon robe and sit in the imperial carriage. She lay on the bed for an hour before getting up to eat breakfast. After eating, she suddenly remembered Madame Zhao mentioning Madame Yang to her. She said to Rui, "A few days ago, didn't you say that Madame Yang wanted to see me? I think today is a good day. Summon her into the palace." "Is it that Madame Yang who remarried?" Rui asked in a small voice. "Who else could it be?" Ban Han sneered. "I want to know what she wants to see me for. It's nothing more than a show of friendship, or a plea to your majesty and her majesty not to pursue the past." Rui smiled. "Is there any other reason?" "You're right." Ban Han smiled. "It's just these methods." After court, Xiao was preparing to go to the bedchamber when Wanda said in his ear, "Your Majesty, Princess Enlu of the previous dynasty wants to see you." "Princess Enlu?" Xiao thought for a moment. "The princess who has some friendship with Hua." "Yes. Since she has some friendship with Hua, why does she want to see me?" "Newbie doesn't know. Princess Enlu said she has something to report to your majesty." Xiao thought for a moment. "Summon her. Also, invite the empress to sit behind the screen for a moment. Zhen can see her for Huahua's sake. But if she wants to say something, Huahua can't ignore it." Wangda's eyelids moved slightly. He bowed and said, "Newbie understands." Ban Han was invited to the front hall by Wangda. She saw several palace maids standing in the front hall and raised an eyebrow. Xiao usually didn't like palace maids to serve her in the front hall. Why were there so many palace maids here today? "Nyang, please sit here." Wangda made an inviting gesture and indicated for Ban Han to sit behind the screen. "Your Majesty wants me to eavesdrop again?" Ban Han lifted her skirt, walked up the steps, and sat down behind the screen. "Speak, is there someone who wants to inform your Majesty?" Wangda smiled and said, Nyang really has good foresight. There really is someone who wants to see His Majesty. This person has some dealings with Nyang. His Majesty thought about it and didn't want to reject this person, so he had Newbie invite Nyang here. "It seems like it's an old acquaintance," Ban Han laughed lightly. There was no joy or anger in her laughter. Wangda secretly looked at the Empress's expression and found that there wasn't much emotion on the other's face. It was as though this old acquaintance couldn't affect her emotions. He bowed his head and retreated to one side. The Empress's thoughts were hard to grasp at times. Just as he was thinking, footsteps came from outside. Wangda bowed to Ban Han and then retreated to the other side of the screen. After Wangda left, the smile on Ban Han's face slowly disappeared. She suddenly smiled in relief and changed to a more comfortable position to sit on the chair. "Your Highness," Wangda went forward and bowed to Princess Enlu, "please sit. His Majesty will be here soon." Princess Enlu laughed coldly, "You're a good dog." Wangda smiled and bowed. There was no mistake in his etiquette. Princess Enlu's expression changed slightly. She was worried that this was Xiao's territory and didn't dare to say too much. But as a princess of the previous dynasty, she hated Wangda. He was the chief Taijian by Fu Wang's side, but now he was wagging his tail in front of the new emperor. He didn't care about any loyalty between master and servant. Her eyelids drooped slightly. When she saw that Wangda's hand was missing 3 fingers, the anger in her heart subsided a lot. It was said that these 3 fingers were injured by his second brother when he was protecting his imperial father. Thinking of what his second brother had done, the anger on Enli's face disappeared. He rubbed his forehead. "I shouldn't blame you." The smile on Wangda's face remained unchanged. "Thank you for your magnanimity, Your Highness." "Wang Gong, you're too kind." Enli smiled bitterly. Now, she was just a princess of the previous dynasty, while the other party was the head eunuch of the imperial palace. If he wanted to make things difficult for her, she could only accept it. The title of princess seemed grand, but in reality, it was just a facade. Wangda cupped his hands towards Enlu and said, "It's good that Your Highness can think things through. You have a good relationship with the Empress. As long as the Empress is here, who would dare to offend you?" Wangda purposely reminded Princess Enlu because of their previous relationship as master and servant. If the other party didn't understand, he wouldn't have anything to say. Princess Enlu had been doted on since she was young. She had never encountered anything that didn't go her way. The only person who made things difficult for her, the prince consort, ended up with his family ruined. After that, she lived a luxurious and dissolute life. People who had a smooth-sailing life for a long time sometimes couldn't see reality clearly. He hoped that this princess, who had some friendship with the empress, wouldn't make this kind of stupid mistake. Princess Enlu smiled bitterly. Just as she was about to say something, the palace maids at the door all knelt down. Her heart jumped. Was Xianxia here? She stood up uncomfortably from the chair and looked at the door. After waiting for a few breaths of time, Xianxia finally walked in. The other party wore a black brocade robe embroidered with light cloud patterns. He looked both elegant and noble. However, this seemingly gentle man had killed hundreds of people in a single day. These people were all people who had been in cahoots with her second brother. Their hands were stained with the blood of the common people. The generals praised him, saying that he was decisive in killing and had committed a crime of being a wise ruler. The scholars respected him, saying that he was benevolent and treated talented people well. He was a rare benevolent ruler. It was as if everyone had forgotten that he was originally just a marquis of the Jiang family imperial dynasty. Even when the Jiang family imperial dynasty still had a crown prince, he wore a dragon robe and established a new dynasty. He even named this dynasty Ying. Victory. He was clearly a person full of ambition and calculation. Why did these people praise him as if they were crazy? Princess Enlu was very unwilling, but in front of Xianxia, she didn't dare to show any emotion on her face. She gave a proper bow. Greetings to your majesty. Princess doesn't need to be so courteous. Please sit. Xianxia walked to the front and sat down. What has your highness come today for? Sinner wants to ask your majesty a few questions. Princess Enlu hesitated for a moment. As long as you are willing to be honest, Sinner is willing to tell you secrets about the empress. Oh? Xianxia had a very complicated smile on her face. Princess, please ask. Second. Did King Li really have someone poison imperial father? Yes. Xianxia nodded. King Li really did have someone poison Emperor Yunqing. Princess Enli's face instantly turned pale. Tears flowed down her cheeks. She wiped them away with the back of her hand. Thank you for telling me, your majesty. What else does your highness want to ask? Xianxia looked sideways at the screen behind her, as if she was admiring the picture of a cat playing with a peony. Does your majesty have the blood of the Jiang family? Princess, have you forgotten? Although my grandmother was expelled from the imperial family, she still has the blood of the Jiang family. Naturally, I do. Xianxia raised her eyebrows and looked at Princess Enlu. Why would your highness ask such a question? What I want to ask is. Princess Enlu stared at Xianxia. Do you have the blood of imperial father? There was a deathly silence in the hall. Pfft, Xianxia sneered. Your highness, you must not take the rumors of those ignorant people seriously. Although I have some of the blood of the Jiang family, I am truly a descendant of the Rong family. Your highness should not say such misleading words in the future, lest fools take them seriously. The last bit of blood drained from Princess Enli's face. She lost her vitality in an instant. It took her a long time to recover. I understand. So Xianxia really did not have the blood of the Jiang family. She could not even lie to herself. Their Jiang family's imperial family was really finished. She wiped the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, wiping away the last traces of her tears. If your majesty has any questions, please ask. I have nothing to ask, Xianxia smiled. My Empress is the most interesting book in the world. I read it every day, whenever I want, and I will never get tired of it. If she really has any secrets, I will dig them out bit by bit. This is also a little fun between husband and wife. Since your highness's doubts have been resolved, please return. A few years ago, I teased her, saying that she liked handsome men so much that she could only marry you, because there was no man better than you in the entire capital. Princess Enli's expression was somewhat dazed. It was unknown whether she was reminiscing about the good old days when she was friends with Ban Han, or the time when she was the moon surrounded by stars. At that time, Hua also said that the person you liked must be a celestial concubine, and that she would not join in the fun. Who would have thought that her joking words from back then would actually become true? The most handsome man in the capital did not like anyone else, but chose to marry Ban Han, whose reputation was not very good. This is probably fate. Rongxia's smile deepened. The heavens have destined me to marry Hua Hua. I am very grateful. He raised his hand. Wang De, send Princess Enlu back. Yes. Wang De released a breath. Fortunately, This Highness did not say anything that should not have been said. Otherwise, if the Nyang behind the screen heard it, she would definitely be sad. You love her so much. Princess Enlu stood up, her tone becoming a bit strange. Can you bear that she once had another man in her heart? Rongxia's eyelids trembled slightly. Your Highness, Zhen and the Empress are deeply in love. What is the meaning of your Highness's words? Deeply in love? Princess Enlu's tone was somewhat mocking. It's just your self-righteous love. Have you seen her third fiancé? Could it be that you don't think he looks like someone? Towards Rongxia, Princess Enlu still hated him. She wanted nothing more than for him to not be able to live a happy life. Only then would she be able to suppress the hatred in her heart. Hua Hua does not love you at all. Back then, she was willing to be engaged to Xie Qilin because she had taken a fancy to him. Otherwise, with the Xie family's status, how could they be engaged to the first daughter of the Ban family? Princess Enlu looked at Rongxia mockingly. Even if you are the most handsome man in the capital, so what if you are shockingly talented? The one who moved Hua Hua's heart is not you. Nonsense. Wang De reprimanded Princess Enlu. Nyang and His Majesty's friendship is not something that you can talk about. Quickly withdraw. Back then, when Hua Hua found out that Xie Qilin liked poetry, she used some unknown method to find a rare copy and gave it to Xie Qilin. Princess Enlu raised her chin. At that time, Ben Gong was her best friend. How could Ben Gong not know which man she was moved by? Rongxia, even if you obtained my Jiang family's world, so what? The only thing Hua Hua likes about you is your face. When you are no longer young, she will naturally be able to appreciate other men. In this lifetime, you will never be able to obtain her true heart. You think Shen will believe your instigation? Rongxia looked calmly at Princess Enlu. If you were Hua Hua's good friend, why would you say these words in front of Shen? Have you ever thought about what consequences these words will bring to Hua Hua? Someone like you is not worthy to be Hua Hua's friend, nor worthy to call her name. Rongxia stood up, her voice cold. If Shen hears you call the Empress name again in the future, Shen will punish you for being disrespectful to the imperial family. Princess Enlu was a bit afraid of Rongxia's stare, her mind blank. When she left the Great Moon Palace, she found that her palms and back were icy cold. Your Highness, Wang De stopped and bowed. Please take care. Princess Enlu looked at him and said, May I go see the Empress? You want to see the Empress? Princess Enlu found that Wang De's expression was a bit strange. Yes. Your Highness, it's a bit unfortunate. Today, the Empress summoned Madame Yang. I'm afraid she won't have time to see you. Wang De made a gesture of invitation. Your Highness, please come again next time. Madame Yang? Princess Enlu saw a woman walking over from the distance. This person was timid and her eyes were unfocused. She looked very petty. It's her? Yes. Ben Gong knows. Princess Enlu didn't say anything else and walked out of the Great Moon Palace. Wang De looked at her back until she couldn't be seen anymore. Only then did he turn around and go back. Some feelings couldn't be worn down. The hall was very quiet. Rongxia sat in front of the imperial table without moving. Ban Han walked out from behind the screen. Seeing him holding a memorial, he said, Do you have anything you want to ask? Rongxia put down the memorial and looked up at Ban Han. Her expression was very natural. There was no shock or anger. She didn't even feel sad after being slandered by her friend. She was still that carefree Hua Hua. He stood up and took her into his arms. You, really just like my appearance? Why would you think that? Ban Han patted his head comfortingly. I like you a lot. Otherwise, why would I marry you? Really? Of course. Ban Han leaned her head on his chest and blinked. I never lie. Rongxia laughed and let go of Ban Han. He stared into her eyes. Hua Hua, don't lie to me. There are very few people I care about in this life. The only person I care about is you. If you lie to me, it's no different from lying. Ban Han put her hand on his chest and felt the sound of his heart beating. I'll make sure it stays inside. She lowered her head. Xianxia couldn't see her eyes. Nyang, Lady Yang is here. Outside the hall, Rui spoke carefully. I know. Ban Han pinched Xia's chin and stood on tiptoe to kiss him lightly on the lips. Don't think too much. I didn't fall in love with other men before. Xia held her and kissed her heavily on the lips. I believe you. After Ban Han left, Xia sat in front of the imperial table for a long time without moving. Hua said that she didn't fall in love with other men before. He believed her. Now, did she love him? Bang! Wang De saw the teacup on the imperial table fall to the ground. He bowed and asked, Your Majesty, are you okay? I'm fine, Xia said expressionlessly. Have someone come in and clean it up. Yes. When Lady Yang was the daughter-in-law of the Rong family, she often had the opportunity to enter the palace. She had even been to the Great Moon Palace. But at that time, although the Great Moon Palace was beautiful, it was full of men's things. But this time, she found that the Great Moon Palace was still as beautiful as before, but it had added many things that women liked. In this palace, traces of women could be seen everywhere. Nyang, the Empress has arrived. She hurriedly knelt and bowed, not even daring to raise her head. A gorgeous long dress passed by her. She followed the direction of the dress and changed her kneeling position. Rise. The Empress' voice was very pleasant and young. When she was in the Rong family, she remembered that Rong Erlang was an extremely cold child. She didn't know what kind of woman the Ban Empress was to make him so infatuated. Last time, she had the opportunity to enter the palace to attend the coronation ceremony, but she was very far away from the Empress. She could only faintly see the other's outline. She carefully stood up. When she saw the Ban Empress's appearance, she couldn't help but gasp. What a beautiful and alluring figure. She looked exactly like the soul-sucking demoness that the storyteller spoke of. If a man fell into her hands, he would have nowhere to run. Rong Erlang actually liked this kind of woman. When she had just married the eldest son of the Rong family, her mother-in-law, Madame Lin, had not yet passed away. She still remembered that the other party was a very elegant and talented woman. Even the young miss of the Sher family, who later became famous, was probably inferior to her. Otherwise, her father-in-law wouldn't be so infatuated with her and resist all the pressure to marry her. The Ban Empress and her mother-in-law's Lin clan didn't have any similarities. It was hard to imagine that Rong Erlang, who had an extraordinary appearance, would be infatuated with this kind of woman who was the complete opposite of the Lin clan. She didn't dare to look. After Ban Han told her to rise, she stood obediently with her body bowed. She didn't know where to put her hands. I heard from Lady Zhao that you wanted to see me? Ban Han saw that Xianxia didn't have much courage. It was hard to imagine that this kind of woman would abort the child and marry someone else while her husband was in mourning. This guilty woman, Xianxia, has come to ask for Nyang's forgiveness. Xianxia knelt down again. This guilty woman knows that her sins are grave and doesn't dare to ask for forgiveness from His Majesty and Nyang. This guilty woman is willing to die to atone for her sins, but I beg that His Majesty and Nyang don't pursue other people. Stand up and speak. Ban Han knocked on the table. Why would this consort want your life? His Majesty has already decided not to pursue past matters. This consort doesn't have any grudges with you, so this consort won't deliberately make things difficult for you. Nyang. Xianxia looked gratefully at Ban Han. Many thanks, Nyang. How could such a simple-minded woman be so ruthless as to abort the child? This consort sees that you are an honest and dutiful person. Why did you abort the child? Nyang, that child wasn't aborted by this guilty woman, Xianxia said with red eyes. After this guilty woman married Rong Erlang, he didn't like this guilty woman. Even my mother-in-law didn't like me. After my mother-in-law passed away, Rong Erlang was very sad and we couldn't have a child. 2 years after my father-in-law passed away, this guilty woman finally had a child in her belly. How could she not be happy? Xianxia talked about how she lost the child and how she was forced to marry someone else. When she talked about being forced to marry someone else, her tone was numb and calm. There wasn't a trace of anger or joy. Ban Han could more or less imagine some things. For example, the Lin clan was dissatisfied with their daughter-in-law and Rong Erlang disliked his wife for not being romantic enough. After Rong Erlang passed away, Xianxia had a miscarriage. In addition, she had hurriedly remarried. In other people's eyes, she had miscarried the child. From Xianxia's words, it could be heard that her mother-in-law, who she had never met before, was from the Lin clan. She was extremely difficult to get along with. She suddenly remembered that after Xianxia had ascended the throne for so long, other than bestowing the Lin clan with the title of Super Rank 1 Dingwa Furen according to the rules, he hadn't bestowed any other honorary titles. The mother-son relationship between him and the Lin clan didn't seem to be very strong. Compared to the Lin clan, Xianxia had put a lot of effort into bestowing the title of his deceased father. Not only had he bestowed several titles, he had also bestowed the title of Super Rank 1 Duke and the Crown Prince's Grand Tutor. If it wasn't for the fact that it was unreasonable, Xianxia might have bestowed him the title of Emperor. The Lin clan. Did my mother-in-law treat His Majesty well? Ban Han saw that Xianxia was hemming and hawing and said, "You have to tell me the truth. If I find out that you're lying, I will definitely punish you." "This guilty woman doesn't dare," Xianxia hurriedly said. "Mother-in-law is a woman who cherishes flowers and the moon. She has a very good relationship with her father-in-law. When she was taking care of His Majesty, it was inevitable that there would be some neglect. His Majesty's daily chores were mostly handled by his father-in-law. The rest were taken care of by the servant girls and manservants. Mother-in-law has a cold personality and doesn't care about these worldly matters. However, she has very high standards for His Majesty and her deceased husband. She has always treated them according to the gentlemanly demeanor of the books." Xianxia was a woman with a soft personality who resigned herself to adversity. Even if she felt that the conduct of her mother-in-law's Lin clan was a bit strange, she didn't dare to say it out loud. She didn't even dare to interact too much with her brother-in-law for fear that her mother-in-law would blame her. Later, when the Lin clan's father died of illness, she didn't feel sad. Instead, she felt happy. She knew that it was wrong for her to have such thoughts, but she couldn't control herself. "Ben Gong understands." Ban Han waved her hand. "You can withdraw." "Many thanks, Nyang Nyang. This guilty woman will withdraw." Ban Han had storytellers, dancers, and the others come to relieve her boredom, but she wasn't interested. She waved her hand to have them withdraw and said, "Come, call Commander Du over." Du Jiu had always been by Xia's side. The person who knew best what kind of life Xia had lived when she was young was Du Jiu. Du Jiu heard that the Empress was looking for him. In the future, the Empress was bored and wanted to leave the palace. When he came to the hall, he found that Nyang Nyang's expression wasn't very good. He went forward and bowed. "Nyang Nyang, who in the palace made you unhappy?" "I am not very happy inside." Ban Han gave him a seat. "Tell me about your master's childhood to relieve my boredom." "This general is worried that if I tell you about master's childhood, you will be even more bored," Du Jiu said honestly. Master's childhood was very boring. It wasn't as interesting as Nyang Nyang's, and colorful. This miss of the Ban family, she was a girl that few dared to provoke. She had played and seen everything. She wasn't like his master, who had to memorize and write at a young age. When he was a little older, he had to ride horses and shoot arrows, learning the ways of gentlemen. If he didn't do well at all, Foreign would look at his master with disappointment and cry a few times. How boring was it? "Tell me," Ban Han rested her chin on one hand, "when I was with your master, I rarely heard him talk about his childhood. How can I not be curious?" When master was 3 years old, he would wake up at 5:15 in the morning. After studying for 2 hours, he would go to greet Foreign. 5:15 in the morning? Ban Han looked at Du Jiu in shock. A 3-year-old child waking up at 5:15 in the morning, isn't this torturing the child? Du Jiu laughed dryly. This is the rule set by Foreign. She makes the child wake up at 5:15 in the morning, but she receives the child's greeting 2 hours later. Isn't this lenient to herself and strict to others? Ban Han rolled her eyes. "I pity your master, having to live like this at such a young age. When I was 3 years old, I wouldn't get out of bed until the sun rose." Du Jiu almost couldn't keep the smile on his face. How was he supposed to respond to this? One was his master's mother, the other was his master's most beloved woman. No matter what he said, it would be courting death. Then tell me, what interesting things happened to your master when he was young? What did he want to do but didn't do, and when he grew up, he was too embarrassed to do it? Duzhou shook his head. Master has been very self-disciplined since he was young. He didn't have any special hobbies. There was one interesting thing. When Master was 11 or 12 years old, he met a young girl in the palace. The young girl dragged him to play on the ice. Duzhou paused, but when Foreign found out about this, Master was punished. Who punished him? Foreign. What was the punishment? 20 strokes of the whip and 10 times of copying the family rules. Duzhou still remembered how his master's back was bleeding from the whipping. Less than a year after that incident, Foreign passed away due to illness. Since then, he had never seen his master do anything like a child. The winter was so cold, but his master didn't cry or make a fuss when the imperial physician applied medicine to his wounds. It was Marquis who argued with Foreign because of this incident. When Ban Han heard this, her heart felt as if it was soaked in vinegar and pricked by needles. She was silent for a long time, then looked out the window and said, "It's almost time for this year's university." Duzhou looked at Ban Han in confusion and nodded dumbly. It should be. That night, it started to snow in the capital. Ban Han was wearing a fox fur coat and stood on the steps. She looked at the snowy world and turned to one of her personal guards. "Go tell Xianxia that Ben Gong wants to go ice skating. Tell him to find a good place. I will go find him tomorrow." "Yes." Ban Han smiled and turned to walk to the main hall. In the main hall, Xianxia was listening to a few close officials discussing the talented young people in the capital. The former Count of Zhongping's second legitimate son, Xiaqilan, also has some talent. Zhen doesn't need people with bad morals. Zhou Bingan was slightly surprised, then said, "Your Majesty is right. Elder Zhou is the backbone of the country. It is normal that you do not know much about the younger generation." Xianxia ticked off a few names on the list. Since Zhen has ascended the throne, there are many things to be done in the world. Next year, Zhen will open the imperial examinations and accept talents from all over the world. His Majesty is wise. Several courtiers saluted in unison. In the past few years, many scholars had been persecuted because of the Jiang family. Now that His Majesty was opening the imperial examinations, the happiest people would be the scholars of the world. The only problem was that if the announcement was posted all over the country, some scholars in remote areas would not be able to make it to the capital in time. Zhou Bingan raised this issue. Xianxia said, "Since the imperial examinations are not held according to the rules, there is no need to stick to the past time. It is convenient to set the time to the end of April. His Majesty is benevolent and considerate of the scholars of the world. This humble subject thanks His Majesty for his grace on behalf of the scholars. In Jin's opinion, this imperial examination will be in charge of you, Yao Peiji, and Lu Banshan." Xianxia had long been used to these old foxes flattering him. He never took it seriously. Beloved official Lu is still young. The important matters should be decided by the two of you. Letting them be in charge of the first imperial examination held after the new emperor ascended the throne was a great honor and also showed the new emperor's trust in them. Zhou Bingan and Yao Peiji were both smart people. They knew that His Majesty intended to cultivate Lu Banshan. They immediately agreed and praised Lu Banshan while they were at it. Lu Banshan was only 30 years old and already held the position of Supreme Court Chancellor. There was a lot of room for promotion in the future. Even if it was for the sake of their descendants, they did not want to offend this person. After the courtiers left, Xianxia once again looked down at the list that Zhou Bingan and the others had presented to him. The red brush paused on Xiaqilan's name for a long time before finally crossing out his name again. "His Majesty, the Empress is here. Quickly invite her in." Xianxia stood up and wanted to welcome her at the door. But when he looked down at the list, he casually took a memorial and changed it. "Xianxia." Ban Han walked in with a plate of desserts in his hand. It looked like the desserts that Xianxia had eaten in the Ban family. He had not eaten it for a long time, so he could not remember the taste. He only knew that this plate of desserts was more valuable than this plate of silver. "I brought this chef from my mother's home. Try it." Ban Han put the plate on the table, picked up a piece and put it in Xia's mouth. "Is it good?" Xianxia nodded. You stay in the hall all day dealing with affairs, don't tire yourself out. Ban Han sat him down on a chair and massaged his shoulders. Xianxia grabbed her hand and pulled her into his arms. Tell me, did you go out and cause trouble? Ah? Ban Han looked at Xianxia in confusion. Why would I go out and cause trouble? Seeing her confused and innocent expression, Xianxia fed her a piece of dessert. As he fed her, he said, a few days ago when you left the palace, you came back very late from playing. You are also so warm to me. You say it as if I don't treat you well. Ban Han ate the dessert and bit Xia's fingertip hard. Who knew that Xia did not dodge, and just smiled and allowed her to bite. Are you stupid? Ban Han saw her teeth marks on his fingertip. She felt distressed and guilty. Isn't it snowing outside? I want you to accompany me out of the palace to see the snow. Tomorrow? Xia thought for a moment. Okay, I'll go with you after court. You said it, so you can't change your mind. Ban Han kissed him on the cheek. Be good and continue to deal with your memorials. I won't disturb you. Wait a moment. Xia pulled her back and kissed her on the lips. You little heartless girl. Leave after you've achieved your goal. Sit here with me for a while. Then you deal with the memorials. I'll read the storybooks with you. Ban Han wrapped her arms around his neck and smiled. If you want me to wash the brush and grind it for you, I can do that too. Fine. Xia picked her up and put her on the cushioned chair. You can sit here with me. He called Wang De over and asked him to bring over 2 storybooks that Ban Han liked. He also prepared some fruits and desserts for her. Only then did he return to his desk and do his own work. Even though the two had different hobbies and personalities, when they sat together, they were strangely harmonious. After a while, Xia saw that Ban Han had fallen asleep on the edge of the desk. He shook his head and chuckled. He covered Ban Han with his cloak, picked her up by the waist and walked out of the imperial study. The eunuchs and palace maids waiting outside saw this and hurriedly held up umbrellas and pots to shield the emperor and empress from the cold wind blowing in from outside. Your Majesty, the female official had just opened her mouth when she was scared back by Xia's cold gaze. He looked at the wind and snow outside and quickened his steps to carry Ban Han back to the back hall. You can all leave. Xia sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the sleeping Ban Han. He had everyone else leave the room. The room quieted down. Xia looked dazedly at Ban Han. He looked at this face almost every day, but he never got tired of looking at it. People said that when parents looked at their children, the more they looked, the more they felt that no one could compare to them. But he was Huahua's husband. Why was it that every time he looked at her, he also felt that no woman in the world could compare to her? The more he looked, the more he felt that his wife was better than anyone else. Her eyes were brighter than others, her mouth was smoother than others, and her eyebrows were prettier than others. Even when she was angry, she was so beautiful that it made his heart melt. He couldn't say that he treated Huahua as his own daughter, could he? He laughed at himself. When he walked out of the inner hall, he saw a few palace maids standing quietly outside. He stopped and looked at one of them. You are called Rui? Newbie Rui has complained to your Majesty. You have always served Xianxia? Your Majesty, Newbie has served Xianxia since I was 10 years old. I have served Xianxia for 10 years. Rui was surprised. His Majesty never spoke more than a word to Xianxia's servant girls and didn't care what they were called. When Xianxia was present, His Majesty almost didn't see any other women. Today, what was going on? Rui was a little uneasy, but she didn't dare to show it. She could only wait for His Majesty to speak. Xia wanted to ask her about Huahua and Xiaqilin, but when the words reached his mouth, he couldn't ask. His eyebrows moved slightly. Shen knows. Serve Xianxia well. Yes. Rui didn't want to continue asking. She bowed and retreated to the side. After Xia left, Yuzhu asked curiously, Sister Rui, what happened to His Majesty? His Majesty's thoughts are not something you can guess. Rui glared at her fiercely. If you can't suppress your curiosity, it's better to send you to the Duke Manor early to avoid causing trouble for Xianxia. Yuzhu's expression changed. Sister Rui, I was wrong. Rui learned her lesson and her tone became better. It's not that I'm strict with you. It's just that the son-in-law is now His Majesty. As Xianxia's servants, we should be more careful with our words and actions. Yuzhu nodded obediently. She wouldn't dare in the future. His Majesty, Wang De held the umbrella and bowed as he walked. This old servant sees that your complexion is not very good. Should I call for an imperial physician to take your pulse? No need, Xianxia shook his head and said to Wang De, Zhen is very well. Wang De hesitated for a moment and then said, His Majesty, you are not very happy after hearing Princess Enli's words? Xianxia stopped walking and tilted his head to look at Wang De. Wang De felt cold from this stare. He handed the umbrella to the Taijian behind him and knelt in the snow to beg for forgiveness. Rise. Zhen doesn't blame you. Xianxia put his hands behind his back and looked at the wind and snow outside the corridor. You have served in the palace for so many years. Is Princess Enli's words true or false? When Xianxia was engaged to Xia Erlang, how old was she? Wang De carefully looked at Xia's expression and forced himself to continue. Newbie has served in the palace. Even though I don't understand Xianxia, Newbie still knows Xianxia's personality. Xia raised an eyebrow at him. Clearly distinguishes between love and hate. She would never wrong herself emotionally. Wang De bowed and saluted. If you say that the book of poems that was given to Xia Erlang was found with great difficulty, Newbie doesn't believe it. At most, I just happened to find a copy. None of the relatives and friends around liked these, so I gave it to Xia Erlang. None of the young masters and misses that Xianxia is close to like these things. Xia's expression was subtle. He raised an eyebrow at Wang De. Is that so? Newbie is a eunuch. How would I know about the feelings of children? Wang De laughed dryly. I just made inferences based on what I saw and heard. You're right. Giving a book of poems is nothing. Xia raised his chin, amusement in his eyes. In the past, Hua had given him so many rare and one-of-a-kind books, but she had never been reluctant to part with them. Even more so, at that time, they hadn't been fiancés. Hua had been so generous to him. Xie Qilin had been Hua's fiancé for 2 years and had only received a book of poems that Hua disliked the most. He really couldn't say that he liked them. Returning to the imperial study, Xia made a note next to Xie Qilin's name. Sent him to Shizhou as the Zhizhou. Since he had some talent and he didn't want to see him, it was best this way. That night, Xie Qilin received the letter of appointment from the court. Looking at the seal on it, he was surprised and had an indescribable feeling. Xia was willing to give him an official position. This was far beyond his expectations. Looking at his excited parents, Xie Qilin suppressed all his speculations in the bottom of his heart. He walked out of the room and looked at the snowflakes floating down from the sky. His heart was full of mixed feelings. He couldn't say whether he was happy or sad. Perhaps there was also some indescribable emptiness. Even he didn't understand why this feeling of loss was like this. Not to be ignored, a carriage drove out of the Zhuke gate. The shaft of the carriage left a deep mark in the snow. The carriage passed through the downtown area and only stopped when it reached the ice rink in the suburbs of the capital. This ice rink was built by a certain playboy in the capital. In the winter, he would invite a few friends and beauties to play on the ice. Or he would invite a few ice skaters to play some tricks for them to enjoy. It was a very interesting thing. This playboy's surname was Qian. His status in the capital was neither high nor low. Usually, high-level playboys like Zhou Bingan and Ban Heng wouldn't bring him along to play. So when he heard that Ban Heng, the imperial brother-in-law, wanted to use his ice rink, Qian Gongzi was so happy that he didn't sleep the entire night. He had the servants at home clean the ice rink several times. After confirming that even if a few horses were thrown on the ice, it would still be stable, he was finally relieved. Qian Gongzi had been waiting outside the ice rink early in the morning. When Ban Heng, Zhou Bingan, and the others appeared, he warmly welcomed them. But he quickly found that these high and mighty Gongzi didn't immediately enter the ice rink to play. Instead, they had a group of personal guards tightly surround the ice rink. These personal guards were all tall and strong, with swords at their waists. Their eyes were powerful without being angry. Qian Gongzi was so scared that his voice was a bit shaky. Don't be nervous, Zhou Bingan patted his shoulder. We are waiting for a noble to come, so it's inevitable that the guards are a bit strict. Please don't mind, Xianxia. I don't mind, Xianxia hurriedly waved his hand. It's my duty, it's my duty. He secretly looked around. According to this situation, even a mosquito wouldn't be able to fly in. Which noble had such a great background that even the dignified imperial brother-in-law had to be so careful? About an hour later, a carriage stopped outside the ice rink. Xianxia was about to go forward and say that this was private property and outsiders weren't allowed to stay. But he saw Ban Heng trot all the way to greet them. From the carriage came a woman wearing a red cloak. When he accidentally saw the woman's face, he froze in place. When he came back to his senses, he found that this stunning woman was accompanied by an equally outstanding man. He sighed with emotion. Sure enough, this stunning beauty was accompanied by Ryu Gongzi. Ban Han held Xia's hand and turned his head to look at Xia with a smile. Play with me for a while, okay? Xia looked at the smooth ice surface and then looked at the smiling woman beside him. He was somewhat absent-minded. More than 10 years ago, he also wanted to sneak onto the ice surface to play. Coincidentally, there was a little girl who wanted him to play with her, so he went with the flow. But he had only taken a few steps on the ice surface when he was discovered by the palace servants. He was punished when he returned home. Since then, he had never played on the ice surface again. Now that Hua suddenly brought him here, it reminded him of his childhood. I won't, Xia smiled gently at Ban Han. I'll just watch you from here, okay? It's okay, I'm here. Ban Han took off his cloak and put on his ice skates. He pointed at Dujio, help your master change his skates. This subordinate, this. Dujio looked at Xia and Ban Han, very conflicted. It's fine, Xia smiled helplessly, I'll do it myself. Ban Han handed over a pair of skates and helped Xia put on his head, knee, and wrist guards. These things were slightly cumbersome, but for someone who had never played ice, it was very good protection. Watch, I'll give you a run. Xia raised his head and his gaze landed on Ban Han. His entire body almost froze. Red plum blossoms on the ice, enchantress in the snow. Xia looked dazedly at Ban Han. Even after Ban Han skated back and stopped in front of him, he still hadn't recovered. What's wrong? Are you stunned by my beauty? Ban Li extended a fair and delicate hand in front of him. Come, follow me. Dujio and the other guards looked nervously at Xia. They were afraid that the empress would accidentally drop his majesty. If this was known by the other officials, who knew how much trouble it would cause. Xia extended his hand to Ban Han. He didn't see the confidence he expected because when he took his first step, he stumbled. Careful, Ban Han held his waist, don't panic, one step at a time. Good. Xia smiled. He followed Ban Han as they stumbled on the ice. Sometimes the two would fall together, scaring Dujio and the others until they broke out in a cold sweat. In the end, the two would lie on the ice and laugh. Dujio looked dazedly at His Majesty's sorry state. He had almost never seen His Majesty so clumsy. Usually, His Majesty was omnipotent and calm. But today, he had to rely on the Empress to walk forward a few steps and then fell on his back. This was almost never seen. Get up, Ban Han climbed up from the ice and pulled Xia up. You are so stupid. When I was a few years old, I learned how to play ice. Our Hua is the smartest. I like what you say. Ban Han's cheeks were red and the corners of his eyes were full of smiles, but even if you are stupid, I don't dislike you. No matter how stupid my husband is, it is still our family's best. Hua. Xia held Ban Han's hand and suddenly pulled her into his arms. The snowflakes drifted down, the faint coolness suppressing the heat on Ban Han's body. As long as the sky doesn't grow old, love will never end. Xia hugged Ban Han tighter, not letting the wind and snow fall on her body. Hua, don't let me down. Ban Han's heart trembled. She reached out and gently held Xia's waist. She was silent for a long time, so long that Xia thought she would not speak. Finally, she nodded gently, okay. Beside the ice rink, Zhou Bingan squatted on the ground, holding his chin as he said to Ban Heng, His Majesty and your sister, have they always been like this? Ban Heng changed into his ice skates and said to Zhou Bingan, what's wrong? Nothing, Zhou Bingan shook his head and said, I just think, it's pretty good. Ban Heng snorted and stood on the ice, saying, "If you have the time to look at others, why don't you play with yourself?" After saying this, he turned his head to look in his sister's direction. The two had already let go of each other. His Majesty was still twisting and turning as he walked, but his sister had let go of His Majesty's hand. Like a flower, she glided away beautifully. Ban Heng looked away. Why did His Majesty fall in love with a woman like his sister, and was so infatuated with her? For the entire afternoon, Xianxia had barely learned not to fall on the ice, but he knew nothing else. Ban Han sat in the carriage with him, lying in his arms and poking his chest. His Majesty is so stupid when he's playing on the ice. Xianxia hugged her tighter and said with a smile, "But I'm very happy today." He finally experienced the carefree feeling of playing on the ice. No one scolded him for being unambitious, addicted to playing, and having no manners. The woman beside him said that he was stupid, but every time he fell, she hurried over, as if he was a child who didn't know anything and was being loved and protected by her. "As long as you're happy," Ban Han wrapped her arms around his neck. "Every year, every season, I will secretly take you out to play. But I can't be lazy. I don't want to be recorded in the history books as a disaster." "Then what do you want to be?" Xianxia tapped the tip of her nose. "Later generations will definitely praise you as a wise ruler. I want to be a famous empress. For example, the empress who is loved by the emperor the most virtuous empress, or the empress who is loved by the emperor for a lifetime, but the emperor has never taken a concubine." Ban Han looked at Xianxia with a faint smile. "I want future generations to think of me when they mention you." "Good." Xianxia held her hand. "You are my only empress, the only woman I have ever loved, the only woman. If I can't do it in this life, I will die a horrible death, and the country will be lost in my hands." Ban Han closed her eyes and smiled. "I don't want the country to be lost in your hands. When the time comes, the people will be the ones to suffer. If you break your vow." She slowly opened her eyes and stared into Xia's eyes. "I will let you live 1,000 years, and be lonely for the rest of your life, alright?" "Alright." Outside the carriage, Duzhou pulled on his cloak and pretended that he didn't hear the conversation inside the carriage. A lifetime of loneliness was sometimes more painful than dying a horrible death. As the emperor, it was harder to keep a vow like this than normal men. His Majesty dared to make such a vow. Did he have confidence in himself, or was he so infatuated with the empress? In the winter of the first year of Qing'an, the officials found that His Majesty's complexion was getting better by the day. Even his gaze was more lively. When winter passed and spring came, and he came of age 2 years ago, an official suddenly presented a memorial saying that the Empress and His Majesty had been married for almost 3 years and had no children. His Majesty, in order to win the world, should expand the harem and have more children. This official didn't think that after these words left his mouth, His Majesty would become angry. Not only did His Majesty say that he was addicted to women in front of all the officials, he also said that he couldn't even manage his family well, so how could he be an official in court? His Majesty directly ordered him to be stripped of his official position. After this matter, the officials didn't dare to mention the matter of taking concubines to His Majesty. Even the officials who wanted to send their daughters into the harem didn't dare to openly mention it. If it was a normal woman, they could insinuate that the Empress was a disaster. But the Empress was different. She had fought together with His Majesty to conquer the world, and had fought for His Majesty. She was greatly respected by the officials around His Majesty, so they didn't dare to say more. But as officials, they didn't want His Majesty to value the Empress the most and not them. The officials didn't want to see the Emperor dote on the harem, and they didn't want to see the Emperor value the eunuchs. What they wanted the most was for the Emperor to think highly of them and value them the most. If they could win the title of a loyal official, it would be even more perfect. It was a pity that His Majesty acted appropriately and the world was orderly under his rule. If they wanted to find an excuse to say that His Majesty was muddle-headed, they would be suspected of rebellion. That was why the courtiers were not satisfied with an emperor who was too clear-headed and too capable. Ever since the decree of the Keystone Festival was issued, Xia's status among the literati increased. At the beginning of spring, many examinees from all over the country rushed to Jing. Some of the examinees were coming to Jing for the first time and were very curious about Jing, so they often heard some interesting gossip from the people of Jing. For example, a certain official wanted to send his daughter into the harem, but His Majesty disliked it. Another example was a family that wanted to curry favor with the emperor's father-in-law, but the emperor's father-in-law directly sent them out with gifts and said that he was just a hedonistic son who never interfered with the matters of the court. Another example was that the empress was a very beautiful and powerful woman. Her martial arts were able to mount a horse and kill enemies. Her literary skills, although she wasn't very literary, she was very eloquent. It was said that there was a foreign envoy who mocked the men of Great Ing for being too weak. In the end, he was mocked from head to toe by the empress. The empress said to the envoy, "You can't even beat me, a woman in martial arts, and you still have the face to mock the men of Great Ing? The men of Great Ing are skilled in literary and martial arts, how can a barbarian like you understand? The bears and tigers in the mountains are not only strong, they can also eat people. Can I say that they are more powerful than all the men in the world?" The examinees listened with great interest and urged the commoner to continue. "Young masters, are you all here to participate in the Keystone Festival?" The commoner took a sip of tea and sized up the examinees. He slowly said, His Majesty values talented people the most. Young masters, you all have dignified appearances. This humble one wishes you all to be able to pass the examinations and be the top scorer." The examinees couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the capital, even the commoners knew how to speak. Below the tea house, a carriage slowly stopped and a jade-like hand lifted the curtain. Every time there's an imperial examination, the people in this tea house are the best at attracting business and flattering people. There are all kinds of gossip, so it's the best place to watch the fun. Ban Han said to the people in the carriage, "In the past, whenever there was an imperial examination, Brother Heng and I loved to come here." Xianxia walked out of the carriage and looked at the tea house. It wasn't a particularly high-class place, but it was very lively with people coming and going. "Come," Ban Han pulled his hand and walked in, "you can hear things here that you can't hear in the imperial court." Walking into the tea house, Xianxia found that there were many people dressed like scholars. Many of them didn't have the accent of the capital. They gathered in twos and threes, talking about the local customs, or listening to the local people talk about interesting things in the capital. When the waiter saw Ban Li, he greeted her with a smile, "Miss Yin, you've finally arrived. You asked this little one to reserve a seat for you early in the morning, and this little one didn't let anyone touch it. Please take a seat." "Well done." Ban Han threw a silver peanut to the waiter. The waiter smiled and led them to two empty tables. "Still the same old rules?" The waiter was in high spirits after receiving a reward. He looked at Ban Han like a moving purse. Ban Han said, "I still have the same old rules. This young master brought his own tea, and the other guards followed the same old rules." "I understand." The waiter noticed the handsome young master beside Ban Han and said sincerely, "This young master is extraordinary. A few days ago, young Masterine said that you were married. Could it be this Lang Jun?" "That's him." Ban Han smiled. "Miss and this Lang Jun are a perfect match. I don't know how to say beautiful words, but I feel that when the two of you stand together, no one else in the world can compare to you." The waiter's mouth was very sweet, and words came out of his mouth as if they were free. "Well said." Xia's lips curled up slightly, indicating that Dujio should reward him. The waiter didn't expect that he would receive 2 golden beans just because he said a few nice words. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude and went to the back to prepare tea and fruits. Although Xiao and Ban Yu had intentionally dressed plainly when they came out this time, they were noticed by some people as soon as they entered because of their outstanding appearances. Now that he saw the two of them casually giving money to the waiter, he knew that the two of them must have been born in a rich family. They came here just to join in the fun. Most people didn't dare to cause trouble, and when they saw that the waiter was somewhat familiar with the couple, they didn't dare to look at them again, fearing that they would make the waiter unhappy. When scholars gathered together, they mostly discussed poetry and economics. Ban Ti did not know much about these, so she whispered in Xiao's ear, "Are there any good works?" Xiao smiled and shook her head gently. She said to Ban Han, "I prefer listening to the ghost stories from the next table." "It's just people pretending to be ghosts," Ban Han whispered in her ear. "In this kind of folklore, monsters must be beautiful, scholars must be kind, and ghosts must be half good and half bad." There's nothing new about them. It seems that Huahua has heard a lot. Xianxia took a sip of tea, but didn't want to drink a second sip. Although the tea leaves and tea set were brought, the water was prepared in the tea house. The water was probably ordinary well water, so the tea made from it lacked a bit of flavor. Speaking of our Shi province's Zhizhou, he is also an amazing person. Although he has a disease in his eyes, he has managed the Shi province in an orderly manner. He has only been here for a few days, but he has already received the support of many people, a student in green said gratefully. Our Shi province has 2 students from poor families. The Zhizhou saw that the 2 of them were filial and talented, so he sent them to the capital at his own expense to take the exam. It is the good fortune of the people of the Shi province to have such parents. Zhizhou was famous for its bitter cold. There were not many students who came to take the exam. Now that there were students from Zhizhou, everyone was curious. To be able to become an official in court with a disease in his eyes, it must be because the emperor values his talent that he is an exception. A local student from the capital asked, "Who is the Zhizhou of your place?" Coincidentally, our Zhizhou is also from the capital. His surname is Xia, his given name is Lin, courtesy name is Qilin. The tea house suddenly quieted down. The student from Zhizhou looked at everyone in confusion. I wonder, did I say something wrong? No, nothing. The student from the capital laughed dryly, but didn't dare to ask further. Everyone in the capital knew about the past grudges between Xie Qilin and the current empress. They didn't think that the emperor would be so magnanimous as to allow Xie Qilin to enter court as an official. This kind of magnanimity, as expected of the emperor. There were many scholars who admired Xianxia. Usually, when they boasted about Xianxia, they would boast as well as they could. Now, Xie Qilin's matter could make them praise him again. Ban Han wiped the corners of his mouth with a handkerchief and coughed dryly. You really let Xie Qilin go to Zhizhou to take office? Xianxia turned her head and met Ban Han's eyes. What's wrong? How would I know what's wrong with the matters of the previous dynasty? Ban Han blew at the foam on his tea and took a sip. I brought you out to let you relax, not to let you think about another man. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. He was thinking about another man. What kind of logic was that? The 2 sat in the tea house for another hour. Ban Han looked at the sky. There's a Zhuang Yuan's restaurant next door. Scholars love to write poems there. Are you interested in taking a look? Xianxia shook her head. Never mind, why don't I accompany you to your parents-in-law's house? That's good, Ban Han immediately agreed. Let's go. Jingting Gongfu. Ban Hui and Ban Heng looked at the basket full of poems, calligraphy, and paintings with a headache. They didn't know what these examinees were thinking. They only knew that their family was prominent, but they didn't know that their family didn't know literature. Even if these poems, calligraphy, and paintings were sent to their house, they couldn't tell the difference. These students aren't stupid. They didn't send these here for you to see. The Ying clan member casually opened a letter. There was a poem written inside. The words were flashy but not practical. It was full of praise for Xianxia. They were hoping that if His Majesty came to our house, he would be able to see their works. His Majesty. Ban Heng said, even if His Majesty came to our house, he wouldn't have time to see these things. He called for the servants and had them carry these things down. Master, Madam, Miss and Master are here. The housekeeper couldn't hide the excitement on his face. When he spoke, his lips were trembling. Get ready, they have already entered the second gate. Huahua's back. Ban Hui rubbed his hands. Quickly prepare lunch. After Xianxia and Ban Han saw the Ban family, they were warmly received by the Ban family. After lunch, Ban Hui mentioned that the examinees had sent poems. Don't worry about it, Xianxia said. I used to receive poems, calligraphy, and paintings, but there weren't many that were truly talented. In the future, if there are people who send these, father-in-law can just refuse. Okay, Ban Hui agreed. I hate to see these things the most. In the past, I've never seen examinees send poems to our house. Ban Han rolled his eyes. Do they think that because I married a talented emperor, our Ban family will become good at poetry and painting? Xianxia couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. She reached out and tapped her forehead. You. Master, Madam, someone from Zhizhou sent something over, saying that it was returned to its rightful owner. The housekeeper came in with a box. After bowing to Xianxia and Ban Han, he presented the box with both hands. Master, please take a look. Shizhou? Ban Hui frowned and turned to look at the Ying clan. Madam, is there anyone in our family who is familiar with Shizhou? The Ying clan pondered for a moment, then slowly shook her head. No. Ban Hui took the wooden box and opened the lid. Other than a yellowed poetry book, there was nothing inside. What is this? Ban Hui had a headache when he saw the poetry book. Did all these people come today on an appointment? What is in the box? The Ying clan saw her son's pained expression and asked with a smile, why do you have such an expression? A poetry book. Ban Hui took the poetry book out of the box and presented it to the Ying clan with both hands. Mother, please take a look. The Ying clan took the poetry book and flipped through 2 pages. She raised her eyebrows slightly. This poetry book does indeed belong to our family. However, it disappeared a few years ago. I thought it was damaged by you and your brother, so I didn't ask. So it was borrowed by someone else? Xianxia, who was sitting next to her, suddenly said, Mother-in-law, can I take a look at it? The Ying clan was slightly surprised and handed the poetry book to Xianxia. Your Majesty, please. Xianxia opened the poetry book. There were annotations on the poetry book. From the handwriting, it should have been left behind in recent years. When he put the poetry book in, a booklet fell out. He bent down to pick up the booklet that fell on the ground. There were only a few lines written on it that the people of the future had already used. Of course, it's the time to go to school late in spring, no need to be melancholy and resentful. The strong wind blows crimson, the green leaves becoming seeds, and the branches are full. What's written on it? Ban Han put her head on his chest. The green leaves, becoming seeds, and the branches are full. Is there anything special about this poem? Xianxia looked down at the woman leaning against him. Her eyes were ignorant and clear. She didn't understand the meaning of the poem at all. It's nothing. Probably the person who read the poem thought it was good and copied it. Xianxia put the booklet back into the poetry book and put it on the table. Hua, it's getting late. We should go back. Okay. Ban Han nodded and got up to say goodbye to her family. When she went out, she didn't even look at the poetry book on the table. Obviously, she wasn't interested in this kind of literary thing. The Ban family sent the husband and wife to the door of the Ban family. After the two left, they returned to the inner courtyard. Ying clan picked up the forgotten poetry book on the table. She took out the booklet and put it on the lantern and lit it. Mother? Ban Heng looked at Ying clan in confusion. Why did you burn it? It's meaningless. What's the point of keeping it? Ying clan let go of her hand and let the burning booklet fall to the ground. She stroked her hair and handed the poetry book to him. Put it back in the library. Yes. Ban Heng took the book into the library. He found an empty space in the corner and put it in. In the dead of night. Hua. Xianxia hugged Ban Han and gently stroked her soft and smooth back. You're the little girl who pestered me to play ice skating, right? Ban Han, who was half asleep, snuggled into his arms and said casually, I don't remember. Xianxia smiled and kissed her forehead. It's okay. It's fine as long as I remember. His memory, which was originally blurry, became clear again on the day that Hua took him to play ice skating. The little girl with the twin buns had big eyes and curved eyebrows. When she smiled, she looked exactly like Hua. Now that he thought about it, who else could be so reckless in the palace and was around the same age as Hua? Unfortunately, if he had noticed Hua earlier, how good would it have been? The person in his arms had already fallen asleep, but Xianxia was not sleepy at all. He wanted to ask Hua if the poetry book returned to Zhao from Shi province was the one Hua gave to Xiaqilin. But he couldn't ask. He didn't want Hua to know about his girlish thoughts. He wanted Hua to think that he was an omnipotent, strong, gentle man who could tolerate her, and not a petty man who fussed over small matters. Hua, do you love me? He asked softly in her ear. But the person in her sleep could not answer him. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes. Xianxia hugged the person in his arms and fell into a deep sleep. In the 4th month, all scholars of the Ying dynasty were waiting for the spring imperial examination. After the spring imperial examination was the palace examination. On the day of the palace examination, Xianxia woke up early. This was his first imperial examination after ascending the throne. When the examinees were answering questions, he had to be present the entire time. Ban Han was worried that he would be bored alone in the palace, so she had the palace servants prepare a pouch for him to wear. When the sun rose, Ban Han, who was still in the inner palace, heard the bell ring. This was the sound of the imperial examination opening. She leaned against the head of the bed and looked at the sunlight coming in through the window. Suddenly, she said, "Come, help Ben Gong dress." At 7 in the morning, the Phoenix carriage left Vermilion Bird Gate and went straight out of the palace to a side palace in the western suburbs of the capital. This side palace was called the Golden Snow Palace. It was rumored that an emperor of the Jiang dynasty had built it for his mother. Empress Dowager Fuping and Princess Anil lived here. When Empress Dowager Fuping heard the servants say that the empress had come, she was very surprised. "Why is she here?" "Empress Dowager, this servant doesn't know." The palace maid shook her head honestly. "The empress said that she didn't mean to disturb you. She just wanted to talk to the princess." When Empress Dowager Fuping heard this, she didn't feel reassured. Instead, she felt even more uneasy. Hua often sent people to deliver things, but she had never come in person. Now that she had suddenly come and only saw Enlu, how could she be reassured? "I know." Since Hua didn't want to see her, then she could only pretend that she didn't know. Now that she was living under someone else's roof, it was better to be tactful. In the main hall of the Golden Snow Palace, Enlu stepped through the door and bowed to Ban Han, who was sitting at the head of the table. Ban Han looked at her quietly and didn't dismiss her. Enlu raised his head to look at Ban Yu in astonishment and met Ban Yu's large, clear black and white eyes. For some reason, she inexplicably felt guilty and turned her head to avoid Ban Han's eyes. "Xianxia, stand up." Ban Han sighed. After Enlu stood up, he lowered his eyelids and said, "Xianxia, do you have something to say to me?" Enlu was silent for a moment. Hua, what's wrong?" Ban Han stood up. "I helped Xianxia seize the Jiang dynasty. You should hate me." "I don't blame you." Enli's expression changed slightly. She turned her head to look at the vase in the corner. "I don't understand what you mean." "It doesn't matter if you understand or not." Ban Han stood up. "Since Xianxia has nothing to say, I won't disturb you again in the future. Please rest assured, Your Highness. As long as I'm here, no one will make things difficult for you." Enli's expression became even more unsightly. Seeing Ban Han walking towards the door, she couldn't help but call out to Ban Han. "Hua." Ban Han looked back at her. She opened her mouth but couldn't speak. "Xianxia, you probably don't know. Although Xiaqilin and I were engaged for 2 years, I only gave him a poetry book once. And that poetry book wasn't in his hands at all." Ban Han smiled, his tone a little cold. He admired Xianxia, so he gave her the poetry book. How could a poetry book that had already been given away be sent back from such a remote place like Xizhou? No matter what kind of entanglement Xiaqilin had with her in the past, they wouldn't have any contact now unless Xiaqilin didn't want the lives of his family and went crazy. Enli's eyelids trembled. She turned her head away. "Why are you telling me this?" "Your Highness, just think of it as me being bored and chatting with you." Ban Han chuckled. There was a hint of mockery in her laughter. "I'm just saying. Just listen. Anyways, after today, I won't bother Your Highness anymore." Princess Enli's face paled. Tears faintly appeared in her eyes, but she forced them back. Ban Han turned to leave. When she reached the door, she didn't even turn her head. "That day, when you said those words to Xianxia, I was behind the screen." Enli suddenly turned her head. Seeing that Ban Han had already walked out of the door, she chased after her and cried out, "Hua." Ban Han stopped and didn't turn her head. I didn't want to harm you. I just wanted to make Xianxia unhappy. That's why. You just thought that I would forgive you no matter what. That's why you didn't do anything." Ban Han raised her head to look at the sky. The sunlight was so bright that it made her eyes ache. "We've been friends for more than 10 years. We're like sisters. I can't blame you for what happened today." Hearing this, Enli's face lit up. Hua Hua, you don't blame me? Ban Han slowly shook her head and turned to look at Enlu. Your Highness, I'm sorry. Today, when you plotted to get someone to deliver the poetry collection, our friendship ends here. The joy on Enli's face instantly vanished. She stared blankly at Ban Han. After a while, she said, because of a man, you're going to fight with me to this extent? What kind of man in this world is so good that you're willing to pour your heart out and disregard our friendship? Your Highness, the reason why I helped Xianxia rebel wasn't for him. It was for myself. Ban Han's expression was indifferent. I know you don't believe in feelings and look down on a man's sincerity. But there are so many men in this world. Could it be that all of them are unfaithful? And Li's eyes widened. She couldn't believe that Ban Han would speak to her like this. I understand your Highness's thoughts. But a person's heart is made of flesh. How could I bear to hurt a man who wholeheartedly cares for me? So you came here today to tell me not to scheme against Xianxia? Enlu wiped her tears and laughed mockingly. You think that Xianxia is truly in love with you? Have you ever thought that maybe he's doing this for the 3-army tiger tally in your hands and to gain the support of the army? Have you never thought of this? Princess Enlu had been hurt by love once. She no longer believed in all the men in this world. Even if they raised a bunch of beautiful men, they just wanted to play with them. Ban Han calmly shook his head. He looked at Princess Enlu with pity in his eyes. The 3-army tiger tally has never been in my hands. What did you say? Princess Enlu's face was pale. That's impossible. If the 3-army tiger tally wasn't in Ban Han's hands, then where did Xianxia get it? Without the 3-army tiger tally, how could Xianxia let Ban Han bring so many soldiers and even his personal guards into the palace? This is impossible. If I have to find a reason, then perhaps he's so good to me, not because of the 3-army tiger tally, but because of my beauty. Ban Han touched his own face. When I'm old, he might treat me coldly. Princess Enlu shook her head in a daze. Then she cried and laughed. She had been provoked. Your Highness, Ban Han's smile disappeared. This is the last time I'm warning you. Don't scheme against my man. My temper isn't good and I'm protective. Your Highness, you know what the consequences are, right? Princess Enlu didn't speak. Ban Han held Rui's hand and turned to leave. Xianxia, we're returning to the palace. Princess Enlu watched the phoenix carriage leave. Her body swayed and she sat on the ground. This sisterly relationship was destroyed by her in the end. But Hua Hua, since you said that Xianxia is deeply in love with you, then do you feel the same for him? After the court examination ended, Xianxia returned to the rear hall and found that Ban Han wasn't there. Where's Xianxia? Your Majesty, Xianxia has left the palace, a palace maid answered. Xianxia said to invite your Majesty to eat dinner first. She'll return soon. Xianxia looked at the palace maid. Is that so? Of course, the palace maid bowed. However, your Majesty probably won't be able to wait for Xianxia. A silver light flashed in her hand. A dagger was hidden in her sleeve. Her movements were extremely fast. Wang De, who was closest to Xianxia, didn't even have time to react. Xianxia twisted his body and dodged. The palace maid's dagger only injured his arm. Seeing that her attack had missed, the palace maid nimbly turned her hand and stabbed towards Xiao's throat. However, Wang De reacted and bumped into her. The dagger only stabbed towards Xiao's shoulder. After 2 attacks missed, the palace maid didn't have another chance. Because the secret guard arrived and kicked her to the corner. Quickly call for the imperial physician. Seeing Xiao's body covered in blood, Wang De's face paled. He used a clean handkerchief to cover Xiao's wound. Your Majesty, are you all right? Don't panic, Xiao was in pain. He looked expressionlessly at the palace maid lying on the ground. Guard her. Find out who sent her. Newbie is the female official by the Empress side. Naturally, I was sent by the Empress, the palace maid snorted. What's the use of you sitting on the throne? Even the woman by your side wants you to die immediately. After saying this, the palace maid suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was green as she fell to the ground. When the imperial guards standing in the hall heard this, their faces were as white as paper. The Empress wanted to assassinate His Majesty? This secret of the palace had been heard by them. Today, they would probably die. Xianxia had lost too much blood and was dizzy. He looked at the imperial guards standing in the hall and forced himself to be calm. Dujio, guard these people. Don't let a word of this palace maid's words leak out. Yes. Dujio made a hand gesture. Soon, people came up and took the imperial guards away. Before Jin wakes up, the court and the harem will listen to the Empress' orders. Xia's eyes coldly swept over the crowd. If anyone disrespects the Empress, Dujio, feel free to cut off their head. Yes. Dujio hit a few major pressure points on Xia's body. Your Majesty, don't worry. With this subject here, no one can touch the Empress. Xia said softly, with you in charge, Jin can rest assured. Then, a sky full of darkness surrounded him. Dudaran, what should we do? Wangda looked at Xia covered in blood. His mind was in a mess. His Majesty has ordered that the Empress will be in charge of the court and the harem. Now, we naturally have to ask the Empress to come back first. Dujio's face was dark. Come, quickly ask the Empress to return to the palace. In the Phoenix carriage, Ban Han was drinking the tea that Rui made for her. Suddenly, her heart inexplicably went cold. She sat up straight. Nyang Nyang, what's wrong? Rui asked worriedly. Nothing, Nyang Nyang. His Majesty was attacked by an assassin. Dudaran asks you to quickly return to the palace. Clang, the teacup in Ban Han's hand fell to the ground. She held onto the wall of the carriage and couldn't breathe for a long time. The Great Moon Palace was brightly lit. Wangda looked outside from time to time, and sweat appeared on his forehead. Why hadn't the Empress come back yet? He was worried in his heart. Hearing the sound of hurried footsteps outside, he hurriedly turned his head to greet them. Wangda, Ban Han strode into the hall. How is His Majesty? Because she was in such a hurry, her hair was a bit messy, and she was panting when she spoke. Wangda trotted behind her. The imperial doctors are still treating His Majesty in the hall. The 2 wounds inflicted by the assassin weren't fatal, so he's not in danger for now. Passing through the outer hall, Ban Han saw Xia lying on the bed in the inner hall. Anxious, she lifted her skirt and ran to the side of the bed, reaching out to touch Xia's cheeks. After making sure that his breathing was smooth and his temperature was normal, she looked at the imperial doctors with a serious face. Is the wound serious? Please rest assured, Empress. The assassin's ice blade wasn't poisoned, so after His Majesty wakes up, he only needs to recuperate. The imperial doctors answered honestly, not daring to hide anything. Wangda, tell me what happened. Ban Han looked at Xia's pale face, and her face became more and more ugly. Has the assassin been caught? Empress, the assassin has committed suicide. She's your maid, Yuzhu. Yuzhu. Ban Han's voice was a bit hoarse. Continue. Wangda told her everything in detail. Ban Han laughed mockingly. She said I was the mastermind? The inner hall was silent. Yes. As long as His Majesty is alive, I'm the Empress. If His Majesty is gone, what am I? Ban Han's smile became colder. Why would I kill His Majesty? Based on the way she got along with Xia, if she wanted to kill Xia, there would be plenty of opportunities. Why would she let a maid do it, and not even put poison on the weapon? She didn't like to use her brain, but that didn't mean she was stupid. Empress, Dujio hurriedly walked in, his expression serious. Outside the palace, more than 20 officials are crying out for justice, saying that Empress tried to assassinate His Majesty and take control of the palace. 20 or so court officials are nothing. Why don't we invite all the civil and military officials here? Ban Ti sneered. If we want to have a good show, then let's have a good show. Ben Gong sees that these men of the previous dynasty have endless schemes and schemes. Ban Zhu's words were full of ridicule. Since they say that I control the harem, then I will let them see what it means to control the harem. Your subordinate is here. Pass on Ben Gong's order. Summon the cavalry department, the infantry department, and the divine arrow camp to wait outside the palace. Ban Ti turned to look at the man lying on the bed. Since His Majesty has not cleaned up the disobedient court officials, then let me do it. Empress, you can't. Dujio saw Ban Han's expression and stopped her. if you really do this, what will the world say about you? It doesn't matter what they say, as long as your master doesn't really think that I'm a chicken. Ban Han's expression darkened. Rui, help Ben Gong change. The imperial physician on the side was so scared his hands were shaking. The empress could command all the armies in Jing. No wonder the officials in the court were afraid of the empress. In Qingjing Hall, more than 20 officials stood together, their expressions serious and angry. They came aggressively, their straight backs proclaiming their justice and hard work. For the people of the world, this old official is willing to die. I only ask that the guilty be executed. The demon empress is ambitious. She sent people to assassinate His Majesty and take control of the Hogong. What should we do now? A young official who looked to be in his 20s stood out and said, should we allow the demon empress to bring disaster to the country and the people? Darren, what's wrong? A Darren wearing a purple robe walked in. His gaze swept across the seemingly indignant officials. It's late. Darren, what are you doing in Qingjing Hall? Lu Banqian. The young official pointed at him and said, you conspired with the demon empress to plot against His Majesty, and you still have the face to come here? This official's loyalty to His Majesty can be seen by the heavens. This one does not dare to accept Darren's careless accusations. Lu Banqian laughed coldly. Among these people, how many idiots had been instigated by the true mastermind? They thought they were righteous, but in reality, it was just some people who wanted to reach into the Hogong and couldn't bear to see the love between the emperor and empress. If the empress was a slightly ordinary woman, or if His Majesty had the slightest suspicion of the empress, their move would have worked. Therefore, these people understood the emperor's heart very well. Unfortunately, the Ban Empress was not an ordinary woman. His Majesty's trust in the Ban Empress was not something these people could guess. When the Ban Empress was just a village ruler, she dared to whip the Tanhua scholar on the street. Now that she was the empress, how could she not dare to touch these officials with impure thoughts? These idiots, the Ban Empress had just stayed in the Hogong for less than a year, and they had forgotten the Ban Empress's temperament. They were really looking for death. Lu Banqian was too lazy to talk about righteousness with them. He just said, His Majesty has ordered that the empress is in charge of the court and the Hogong. If you dare and continue to make trouble, this official can only punish you for the crime of rebellion. Lord Lu has a sharp mouth. Now that the demon empress controls the Hogong, His Majesty's edict is just a mouth of yours, Adarin retorted sarcastically, unless we see His Majesty give the order, we will not compromise. Lu Banqian laughed coldly, flicked his sleeves and walked to the side, as you wish. The officials who were about to be impassioned didn't expect Lu Banqian to have such a reaction. What did he mean by standing here? A short while later, many officials came to Qingjing Hall. There were civil officials and military officials. The officials who wanted to suppress the demon empress were overjoyed and started to spread the Ban Empress's conspiracy. Many people were persuaded. But what was strange was that the people who were persuaded did not follow the Xianxia to conquer the world. The officials who had fought with the Xianxia did not make a sound. Some of the bad-tempered military officials even wanted to clench their fists and beat the officials who kept calling her the demon empress. Fortunately, they were stopped by the people around them. Otherwise, the hall would be even more rowdy. The empress has arrived. The demon empress dares to appear. An official looked angrily at the door of the hall. Demon empress, quickly hand over His Majesty. The officials looked back and saw the empress walk in wearing a phoenix robe and a 9-phoenix crown. What was even scarier was that there was a dense crowd of soldiers behind her. These soldiers surrounded Qingjing Hall so tightly that even a cat or dog would not be able to escape. His Majesty is recuperating. Which rebellious officials are causing trouble here? Bambai walked up the jade steps to the dragon throne and stood still. She lowered her head slightly and looked at the people standing at her feet. Less than an hour after His Majesty was assassinated, there are already people with ulterior motives who are clamoring that I am the one who murdered His Majesty. It seems that all of you are very familiar with the imperial harem. Why don't these Darren with good ears and eyes come out for Ben Gong to see, so Ben Gong can see the true faces of you divine detectives? The hall was silent. No one dared to speak. What, not making a fuss now? Ban Han smiled coldly and pointed at one of the Darren. You, Ben Gong remembers that you are an official of the censorate, right? This censorate saw Ban Han point at him and steeled himself. He stood out and said, "This official is an official of the censorate. If the Empress has any advice, this official will take it. Who are you to be worthy of Ban Gong's advice?" Ban Han smiled coldly and turned to point at another official, "You, minister of the ancestral temple, a distant branch of the Rong clan. You only obtained this glorious position because of His Majesty's face. Now, you are jumping up and down with others. Your intentions are damning." "Empress." The minister of the ancestral temple was old and was a relative of the Rong clan. He raised his hands and said, "Empress, there is no need to be so angry. This official is just worried that His Majesty cannot enter the palace and had to do this. Empress did not do anything rebellious, there is no need to be so angry. As long as you stay in the inner palace and wait for His Majesty to wake up, the truth will naturally be revealed." "Bullshit." Ban Hui rushed out from the ranks and punched the minister of the ancestral temple. "You are just an old man from a distant branch. You really think you are a relative of the imperial family? You dare to point fingers at the Empress?" The minister of the ancestral temple's words were not pleasant to hear, but he did not dare to hit. Or rather, he did not expect that someone would hit him. He was an old man. In terms of seniority, he was Rong Xia's granduncle. Who dared to be disrespectful to him? However, there were always accidents. He met the unscrupulous Ban Hui. When Ban Hui heard these people mention the demon Empress, he could no longer hold back. Now, this damned old man dared to put on the airs of an imperial family elder in front of his daughter. How could he hold back? So what if you are old and powerful? The emperor was injured and could not manage the court. The Empress was imprisoned in the inner palace with the crime of murdering the emperor. These people were dreaming. Don't think that he did not know what they were planning. "Duke of Jingting, what do you want to do?" "I am His Majesty's elder. I am also His Majesty's father-in-law." Ban Hui sneered and threw this talkative old man to the side. He pointed at the officials who had called his daughter the demon Empress. "His Majesty was just attacked by an assassin, and you want to force my daughter to death. I think the real culprit behind this is you." "Father." The minister of the ancestral temple's son cried and made a fuss. "Your Majesty, come and see. The demon Empress is forcing our clansmen to death." Ban Ti looked at his perfect performance and walked down the jade steps. He aimed at the crying man's face and kicked him. Ban Han was someone who had been on the battlefield. His leg strength was not weak. In the blink of an eye, the man rolled out like a gourd. The civil officials were dumbfounded. This emperor is disgusted by the sight of an ugly man crying. Ban Han's expression became completely cold. "Come, lock up all these troublemaking officials in the prison. When His Majesty wakes up, we will interrogate them." Ban Han suspected that these officials were not so innocent. Your Majesty, open your eyes and see. The demon Empress is vicious. She will die a horrible death." An old official suddenly stood up and slammed into the dragon pillar. Bang! Instantly, blood splattered everywhere. The official who had slammed into the dragon pillar swayed and then fell down. A soldier came up and checked his breathing. "Nyang Nyang, he is still alive. Take him away. Let the imperial doctor take a look." Ban Han sneered. This was not a novel. Slamming into a pillar would kill him. Who else wants to slam into it? Ban Han sneered. "I won't stop you. Slam into it as you wish." If these people were not Rong Xia's clansmen, with Ban Han's temper, he would have dragged them out and beaten them dozens of times. "Slam, quickly slam into it." A certain dandy marquis lifted his robe and sat down cross-legged. "If you don't slam into it, you are not a loyal official. We are still watching." "Yes, yes, yes. The more you slam into it, the angrier you will be," a general shouted. "Don't worry. So many people are watching. When you are dead or crippled, we will report to His Majesty how loyal you are." After being interrupted like this, the officials who had been causing a ruckus suddenly did not know what to do. Scold? They would be beaten. Slam into the pillar? They said to slam into it as they wished. But there were so many officials in the palace, and most of them were just watching. No one stopped them. The demon empress had bewitched so many people? Hey, why did you stop? The dandy marquis who was sitting cross-legged on the ground was dissatisfied. I think you are not loyal officials at all. You clearly want to take advantage of His Majesty's injury to bully a weak woman like the Empress. Are you even men? Was there a weak woman in the world who could send someone flying with a kick, encountering a rude and unreasonable dandy? The officials who caused a ruckus felt like a scholar encountering a soldier. They had no choice but to shout Xia's name. Every sentence was to complain about their own injustice. His Majesty has arrived. This sentence was like a curse, suppressing all the noise in the court. Even the dandy who was sitting on the ground and watching the ruckus obediently got up from the ground. Ban Han looked out of the palace in surprise. Xia had 2 wounds on his body. When she came out, he was still unconscious. Why was he here? She unconsciously walked out a few steps and saw Xia sitting on the carriage. His face was as white as paper, and even his lips were pinkish white. She quickly ran to Xia's side and said with a sullen face, "Do you want to die? Why did you come out with such serious injuries?" "Good girl, I'm fine." Xia asked the eunuch to put down the carriage. He gently held Ban Han's hand. "I've wronged you. How can these idiots make me feel wronged?" Ban Han was very close to him, so she could smell the blood on his body. It was reasonable to say that the wounds were treated and the smell of blood could not be smelled. However, Xia had rushed over from the Great Moon Palace, so his wounds would definitely be affected and blood would seep out. Thinking of this, Ban Han's face darkened. Did he also think that she would take this opportunity to seize power in the palace? Was that why he rushed over with such serious injuries? Xia did not let go of Ban Han's hand. However, he was sitting and Ban Han was standing, so he did not see Ban Han's face. "Dujiu." Xia's voice was weak. He had just woken up when he heard that there were officials causing trouble. Hua was a straightforward person. He was worried that Hua would suffer in the hands of these old foxes, so he rushed over. "This subject is here." Dujiu looked sympathetically at the officials causing trouble. Among these people, several were distant branches of the Rong clan. Originally, His Majesty had given them some idle positions because of the old master. Now, they dared to call the Empress a demon empress in court, and even cursed her to die a horrible death. How could His Majesty tolerate them? Throw all these people who are disrespectful to the Empress into prison. Xia's voice became even smaller. He squeezed Ban Han's hand tightly and forced himself to sober up. Those who curse the Empress will be treated as disrespectful to the imperial family. First, they will be flogged 50 times, then thrown into prison. 50 flogs. How could she still be alive? The officials were shocked. Seeing His Majesty like this, they all understood. These people had eaten bear's heart and leopard's guts. That was why they took advantage of His Majesty's injury to smear the Empress' reputation. How could a tainted Empress deserve His Majesty's wholehearted treatment? When the time came, some ambitious officials would have a reason to ask His Majesty to take a consort, and drag the court and the inner palace together. The smart courtiers understood this point and sucked in a breath of cold air in their hearts. They were afraid that many people were implicated in this assassination. "Zhen's injury is not serious, but I still need to rest for a few days. If you can't make decisions on important matters of court, you can ask the Empress." Xia looked at Zhou Bingan and the others. "The Empress' orders are the same as Zhen's. This subject accepts the order." Xia crooked Ban Han's finger, accompanied Zhen back to the palace. Ban Han dazedly returned Xia's hand. Even when they walked out of the gates of Qingjing Hall, he still didn't recover. He was seriously injured, and hurried over just to support her. He knew that she couldn't deal with the distant branches of the Rong clan, so he personally spoke. After today, who would doubt his feelings for her in court? Because of what happened today, she would even have the right to speak in court. "Xia, you schemed to seize the world, so why were you so unguarded against her?" When they arrived at the boundary of the Great Moon Palace, Xia smiled at Ban Han with a pale face. Zhen is a bit sleepy, and wants to sleep for a while." "Xia?" Ban Han watched as Xia slowly closed her eyes. She suddenly remembered the day her grandmother passed away. She also smiled and spoke to her like this, but her closed eyes never opened again. "Xia?" Her face was pale, and she held her chest and gasped for breath. Imperial physician, quickly summon an imperial physician. Xianxia was carried to the dragon bed. The imperial physician said his life wasn't in danger, but the movement just now had opened his wound and caused him to bleed a lot. Ban Han bent down to pick up the robe on the ground. Her hands were covered in cold blood. She dazedly looked at the man who had fainted on the bed. Her chest suddenly hurt, and it took a while for her to recover. Nyang nyang. Dujio turned and saw Ban Han's appearance. He paused before saying, "His Majesty will be fine, please take care of his phoenix body." "I know." Ban Han lowered her eyelids. "Ben Gong is very well." She didn't know that at this time, her face was full of tears, and her face was pale. How could she be fine? Dujio didn't dare to persuade her again. He was afraid that if he did, the Empress would cry. As his master's personal attendant, he rarely saw the Empress cry, much less like this. He didn't know what words to use to describe Ban Han's appearance, but he could feel that the Empress' feelings for His Majesty were not shallow. "Have you found out who Yuzhu has interacted with?" Ban Han walked to the bedside and sat down. She gently held Xia's hand. Seeing Dujio not speak, she turned to look at him. "What, is there something you can't say?" "Nyang nyang, it's Princess Enlu," Dujio said. "Yuzhu Gunyang has an affair with one of Princess Enli's male companions." This subordinate guesses that Princess Enlu probably used this male companion to threaten her before she agreed. Enlu is a princess who has lost power, how could she send a message to the palace? Ban Han's tone was so calm that it surprised Dujio. Was it an official from the Rong family? They didn't like His Majesty only favoring me, the Empress, so they chose to cooperate with Enlu. But Enlu wanted Xia's life, and they wanted to put the assassination on me. So the message Enlu sent to Yuzhu was changed by them. For example, injuring His Majesty, but not fatally, and then putting the assassination on me. Ban Han smiled coldly. "What a good show." "Nyang nyang, everything is just a guess, maybe." Dujio couldn't speak. "Maybe the truth is not like this. It was I who implicated him." Ban Han gently stroked Xia's pale lips. If she had touched him like this in the past, he would have taken the opportunity to hug her and ask for benefits. But today, he could only lie there, motionless. "Nyang nyang, what does this have to do with you?" Dujio knelt on one knee. "This has nothing to do with you. If His Majesty wants to be known as a virtuous person, he only needs to keep the deposed crown prince and the former Empress Dowager alive, give them a false reputation, and then imprison them." Ban Han smiled bitterly. "As for the lives of the concubine-born children of the princesses, it doesn't matter if he keeps them alive or not. If it wasn't for me, His Majesty wouldn't have been so kind to the Jiang family." "Nyang nyang, this is not your fault. His Majesty is only lenient to the children of the previous dynasty's Empress Dowager because her paternal family took care of him." Dujio was right. Princess Enlu and Empress Dowager Fu Ping were able to live well in another palace and not be sent to a Taoist temple because the previous dynasty's Empress Dowager's paternal family took care of His Majesty. No matter what kind of relationship His Majesty had with them, let me be the bad guy today. Ban Han touched his face and found that it was full of cold tears. "Send Empress Dowager Fu Ping to Prince Heching. Let her and Prince Heching guard the imperial mausoleum for the Jiang family. Then, Princess Anna? Because she colluded with the imperial harem to murder the current emperor, but because of her relationship with Prince Heching, she will be spared from death. She will only be stripped of her princess title and sent to the ascetic temple as a nun. Without my order, she will not be allowed to leave the temple until she dies." Ban Han's tone was cold. "Send someone to issue the edict now, do not delay." "Yes." Dujio accepted the order and retreated. After Dujio left, Ban Han turned to look at Xia on the bed. After a long time, she sighed. "Between the two of us, who is more foolish?" The man on the bed didn't respond. The only answer she got was his rising and falling chest. "Nyang nyang," Wang De came in with a tray. "The medicine is ready." Ban Han took the bowl of medicine. When she was about to feed Xia, she suddenly remembered that in the past, whenever she used medicine, Xia would taste it and then tell her that it wasn't bitter at all. After she drank it, Xia would coax her with snacks as if she were a child. She lowered her head and drank the medicine. It was bitter, astringent, and even worse than the medicine she had taken in the past. Raising the pillow higher, Ban Han drank a mouthful of medicine and then passed it into Xia's mouth. After the medicine was fed, Ban Han's tongue was so bitter that it was numb. She took the tea and rinsed her mouth. She wiped the corners of her mouth and said, "Wang De, clean up the people in the imperial harem again, including the people around me." Wang De responded in a small voice, "Yes. You can leave." Wang De bowed and retreated. When he reached the door of the hall, he accidentally raised his head and saw the Empress gently cover His Majesty with a blanket. He walked out of the hall and looked at the crescent moon in the sky. Tomorrow might be a sunny day. There was a faint bitter taste in his mouth, as if the bitterness had spread through his entire body. Xianxia opened his eyes and saw the sunlight coming in from outside the window. The entire palace seemed to be covered in light. He closed his eyes and his vision cleared. "Your Majesty, you're finally awake." Wang De saw Xianxia wake up and was overjoyed. "Quickly call the imperial physician, Your Majesty is awake." There was the sound of footsteps outside the hall. Xianxia looked at the palace maids and eunuchs kneeling all over the hall. He closed his eyes and said in a small voice, "Zhen wants to rinse my mouth." After rinsing his mouth with tea, his mouth didn't feel so uncomfortable. Xia's gaze swept around. "Where's Nyang Nyang?" "Nyang Nyang didn't sleep last night watching over you." Early this morning, because Zhou Darren and Lord Lu had something to report, Nyang Nyang hurried over with a cup of strong tea. Wang De knew how much His Majesty valued Nyang Nyang and hurriedly explained in a small voice, "Before Nyang Nyang left, she repeatedly told me that if you woke up, I had to send someone to report to her. Since Nyang Nyang is handling matters, don't send anyone to disturb her for now." Xianxia sat up with the help of the eunuchs. After the imperial physician gave him medicine, he said to Wang De, "Go call Zhao Zhong in." Wang De bowed and retreated. Not long after, Zhao Zhong hurried over. Xianxia had the irrelevant people leave. "Your Majesty, how did you get injured like this?" Zhao Zhong saw Xia's pale face and knew this wasn't an act, this subject investigated before. This woman doesn't know martial arts and didn't serve the Empress since she was young. His Majesty had long noticed that Princess Annal was involved with some officials in the court. But because the former Crown Prince Jiang Han abdicated the throne to His Majesty, in front of the world, His Majesty had to treat the imperial family of the previous dynasty well. Princess Annal's restlessness was equivalent to tying a rope around her own neck. Zhao Zhong understood, His Majesty also understood. The only thing that Zhao Zhong did not expect was that His Majesty was clearly on guard, so why was he still injured so badly? Fortunately, it wasn't fatal. However, with so much blood flowing out, who knew how long it would take for him to recover his vitality? Zhen knows. Xianxia expressionlessly covered her injured arm. "You don't have to mention this in the future, especially in front of the Empress." Zhen knows. This subject did not think thoroughly enough. Zhao Zhong hurriedly said, "If the Empress heard these words, she would be even sadder." The Empress's maid had hurt His Majesty. Even if it had nothing to do with the Empress would still feel bad. If he mentioned it again, it would only make the Empress feel worse. The old people of the previous dynasty should be dealt with. There is no need to worry. Xia's voice was cold. "Zhen has treated them with extreme benevolence." "Your Majesty." Zhao Zhong hesitated. "Last night, the Empress gave the order to strictly investigate the old people of the previous dynasty. Anyone who acts suspiciously will be thrown into prison. Even the servants of Princess Annal will be killed or imprisoned. Princess Annal has been sent to the ascetic temple to cultivate and will not be able to leave for the rest of her life." Outsiders did not know what kind of place the ascetic temple was, but they knew very well. Some of the concubines of the previous dynasty had been sent there. It was said that it was even worse than the cold palace. Sending Princess Annal to the ascetic temple, they didn't know if this was the Empress' benevolence or cruelty towards Princess Annal. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Xia's face. The harshness and coldness just now disappeared without a trace. Since the Empress has given the Phoenix decree, everything will be done according to the Empress's wishes. "Your Majesty, then you, Zhen needs to recover. It is not good to strain my mind too much." "Yes." After Zhao Zhong left the Great Moon Palace, he thought, what did His Majesty want to say by summoning him? In the imperial study, Ban Han looked at the tall pile of memorials. She could no longer maintain the dignified smile on her face. She laughed dryly and looked at Zhou Bingan. Zhou official, you want to see all of this? Don't worry, Nyang Nyang. Wei Chen and a few others have already filtered out some of the memorials to pay respects. Zhou Bingan presented a list. This is the list of memorials that Wei Chen and others have filtered out. Ban Han took the list and glanced at it. Then she casually flipped through a few memorials. Zhou official, the places that were hit by the disaster a few years ago, have they recovered recently? Don't worry, Nyang Nyang. His Majesty has exempted the heavily affected places from taxes for 2 years. Even though the days are still difficult, but at least they don't have to starve. Zhou Bingan's expression was respectful and gentle. Many of the people there have set up long-life memorial tablets for His Majesty and you, praying that you and His Majesty will be healthy for thousands of years to come. Rather than praying for thousands of years, it is better to pray for good weather and that the people won't suffer any more disasters. Ban Han smiled. She didn't believe in these things. Darren, you have worked hard. If there is important content in these memorials, Ben Gong will read it to His Majesty. Is His Majesty's injury better? Ban Han looked at the sunlight outside the door, her expression slightly dazed. It should be fine. Zhou Bingan and the others saw that the Empress didn't want to continue speaking and stood to leave. After they left, Ban Han had her personal guards carry the memorials to the back of the hall. On the way, she met Zhao Zhong. She raised her eyebrows in surprise. Zhao official? Chen greets Empress. Zhao Zhong was now infinitely impressed by Ban Han. When he saw Ban Han, he couldn't wait to make a deep bow. Why are you here? Has His Majesty woken up? Zhao Zhong was about to say yes when he saw a gust of wind. When he raised his head again, the Empress was gone. Turning his head, he saw the Empress hurriedly leaving. Xianxia? Ban Han jogged into the hall. Seeing Xianxia sitting on the bed eating porridge, her steps paused. A beat later, she said, "You're awake?" Xianxia smiled as he put down the bowl. "Hua hua, sorry for making you worry." Ban Han walked to sit next to him. She reached out and poked his face. "Next time, if you show off like this, I'll teach you a lesson." "How does Hua hua want to teach me a lesson?" Xiao's face showed a terrified expression. Ban Han saw that he was so cooperative and couldn't say anything harsh. She pointed at the memorials that the guard had placed on the table. "These things give me a headache. I'll approve the unimportant ones for you. I'll read the rest to you." Okay. Xiao knew that Ban Han didn't have the patience to read these, so he nodded with a smile. "Eat first." Ban Han walked to the table and looked back at Xiao. "You've lost so much blood. I don't know when you'll be able to recover." Xiao didn't dare to talk back. He could only obediently let Ban Han complain. But Ban Han didn't speak again. She bowed her head and kept writing and drawing on the table. Even though there was some impatience on her face, she still patiently dealt with the memorials. He looked at her back and didn't realize that he had finished the entire bowl of porridge. After dealing with most of the memorials, Ban Han accompanied Xiao to eat. But Xiao ate medicine that was suitable for wounds, while Ban Han ate exquisite dishes. Ban Han deliberately teased Xiao so that he couldn't eat even if he wanted to. Wang De looked at Xiao with eyes full of sympathy. After lunch, Ban Han chatted with Xiao for a while. After seeing him fall asleep, he looked at Rui, who looked slightly uncomfortable. "What happened?" "Nyang Nyang, Empress Dowager Fuping asks for an audience." Ban Han tucked Xiao in, covered his mouth and yawned. "No. Empress Dowager Fuping said that she will only see Nyang Nyang this time. From now on, she won't disturb Nyang Nyang's intimacy." Rui lowered her head and whispered in Ban Han's ear, "Empress Dowager Fuping is kneeling outside Xuanwu Gate." Compared to Zhuke Gate and Baido Gate, where people came and went, there weren't many people coming and going from Xuanwu Gate. It was smart of Empress Dowager Fuping to choose to kneel here. Ban Han looked back at Xiao on the bed. He closed his eyes and said, "Go ask her to go back. Say that I don't want to see her. This servant understands." Outside Xuanwu Gate, except for the guards at the gate, no other officials passed by. Empress Dowager Fuping knelt under the sun without moving an inch, and no one was watching. She knew that if she knelt in Zhuke Gate, more people might notice her. However, Ban Han was always amenable to persuasion, but not coercion. If she really did that, not only would she not soften Ban Han, but she would also be more dissatisfied. Empress Dowager, Rui walked out of Xuanwu Gate and saw that the Empress Dowager's face was flushed. She didn't know how long she had been in the sun. She curtsied and stood beside her, saying, "Nyang Nyang has ordered you to go back early. Prince Heching is waiting for you." When Empress Dowager Fuping heard the words Prince Heching, her shoulders trembled slightly. She looked at Rui. "Your Nyang Nyang doesn't care at all?" Empress Dowager, Rui shook her head and sighed. "Her Highness the Princess colluded with the court officials and the harem to assassinate His Majesty. If it weren't for His Majesty's good fortune, you wouldn't have the chance to kneel here today. With Nyang Nyang's personality, I'm afraid you and Prince Heching will be buried with His Majesty." Empress Dowager Fuping's face was pale, but His Majesty, wasn't he fine? The Empress Dowager couldn't say this. She knew better than anyone how big of a crime Enlu had committed. She didn't expect that the one who couldn't accept the fall of the dynasty was not her eldest son Jiang Han, but her eldest daughter Enlu. But why the ascetic temple? Empress Dowager Fuping looked at Rui in despair. Why the ascetic temple? The Empress was a relative of the Emperor. She knew what kind of place the ascetic temple was. It was not a peaceful place for cultivation, but a hell of torture. Rui wanted to say that His Majesty was Nyang Nyang's man. Princess Enlu tried to kill Nyang Nyang's man. How could Nyang Nyang be indifferent? But facing Empress Dowager Fuping's broken eyes, she felt that it was futile to say more. Empress Dowager Fuping shook her head absent-mindedly. "I won't go, I won't go." If she left, no one would be able to plead for Enlu anymore. A female official in green walked out and curtsied to Rui. "Nyang Nyang asked you to take Empress Dowager Fuping to the side hall." Rui looked at the scorching sun hanging in the sky and nodded slowly. In the main hall of the Great Moon Palace, Ban Han took a sip of cold tea, touched his Xia's lips, smiled slightly, and turned to walk out. Wang De bowed to the side. He didn't stand up straight until Ban Han's figure disappeared behind the door. The person lying on the bed opened her eyes. Hearing the silence in the room, she closed her eyes again. Ban Han looked at the Empress Dowager who came in behind Rui, raised his hand and gestured for her to sit. Empress Dowager Fuping sat down in silence. No one spoke for a long time. Empress Dowager Fuping looked up at Ban Han. There was no joy or anger on his face. "Nyang Nyang," Ban Han suddenly said, "do you know why His Majesty gave you the word Fuping?" Empress Dowager Fuping shook her head slowly. "Because I thought you would be blessed and peaceful in your old age, so I asked His Majesty for this word." Ban Han knew that Empress Dowager Fuping was the most innocent victim in these conspiracies. She didn't know that the man she married murdered loyal officials. Instead, she treated the descendants of loyal officials sincerely, such as the Ban family and Xianxia. Her son was indecisive and tyrannical, but she couldn't control him. Her husband, the Emperor, only needed one heir, so he deliberately neglected the education of his second son. She was born noble and had a lively personality. Although her edges were worn away by the harem, Ban Han had to admit that she was a victim of the changes in the dynasty. She didn't want to hurt her, but everyone had a close and distant relationship in their hearts, and she was no exception. When Ban Han learned the truth, she even wanted to kill Enlu. "Nyang Nyang, do you still want to plead for Enlu?" Ban Han's expression was cold, and his eyes were distant. Empress Dowager Fuping shed tears and said, "Nyang Nyang, I have no objection if you take away Enli's princess title and let her go to a Taoist temple to cultivate. But why the ascetic temple? Enlu has been spoiled since he was young. How can he survive there?" "Nyang Nyang, Xia is my husband." Ban Yu's throat felt uncomfortable. "Enlu has you and her cousin to feel wronged for her, but I have my family to feel wronged for me. Since we were young, no matter what happened to her and me, there would always be someone to stand up for us. That's why we were arrogant and willful since we were young. But His Majesty only has me." Her fingertips trembled as she held the cup. "If even I think for Enlu, then who will really think for him? Even if he is the Emperor, even if he has a deep heart, he is still a person." The collateral branches of the Rong family conspired with Enlu to scheme against him. The courtiers were busy calculating their own interests because of his injury and coma. When Ban Han said this, she felt as if needles were stabbing her heart. My own man, I love him. Empress Dowager Fuping opened her mouth, and large drops of tears flowed out of her eyes. Ban Han had said this, so how could she not understand what she meant? Nyang, are you really so heartless? If Nyang hates me, then hate me. But I will not change the phoenix decree I issued. Ban Han stood. Today's matter is not because His Majesty does not care about Nyang's parents for raising him, but because I don't care about old feelings. Nyang, please go back. Empress Dowager Fuping looked at Ban Han. She didn't know if she felt hatred or resentment, or if she didn't feel anything at all. Her heart was empty, and she couldn't grasp the truth. She had lived a glorious life. Who could she blame for falling into this situation today? Should she blame herself for being soft-hearted and letting her parents take care of Xianxia? Should she blame His Majesty for being too lenient with Xianxia and nurturing his ambition? No. She could only blame the men of the Jiang family for being muddle-headed and incompetent. They didn't care about old feelings and did things like harming loyal people. In the end, they got their retribution. It was also fate, so who could she blame? I understand Nyang's meaning. Empress Dowager Fuping stood up and nodded slightly to Ban Han. I'll take my leave. Ban Han's hand that was holding the teacup paused, and the tea seeped out of the cup. She stood up and bowed to Empress Dowager Fuping. This bow was exactly the same as when she was a commandery princess. Ban Han sees Nyang off. Empress Dowager Fuping accepted her bow, took 2 steps back, and said, Nyang, take care. Goodbye. Ban Han stood still until Empress Dowager Fuping left. She slowly came back to her senses, put the cup back on the table, and gently wiped her hands clean. She said in a hoarse voice, Come. I'm here. Du Jiao, who was guarding outside the door, came in. Pass on my order. Send soldiers to escort Empress Dowager Fuping to Prince Haqin's place. Leave immediately tomorrow. Prince Haqin's filial piety is commendable. Bestow 300 guards to guard the Jiang royal family's mausoleum to ensure the safety of Prince Haqin and Empress Dowager Fuping. Without my or His Majesty's orders, don't let anyone enter or leave easily. Ban Han closed her eyes. Send some reliable people. Don't neglect them. Du Jiao's heart thundered. Nyang wanted to imprison the former crown prince and the former Empress Dowager, 300 guards. With so many guards in front of the mausoleum, Prince Haqin might not be able to come out for the rest of his life. He didn't know what kind of mood Nyang had when she gave this order. His hands that were bowing couldn't help but tremble. What are you waiting for? Ban Han looked at him. Are my words useless to you? This subordinate accepts the order. When Du Jiao stood, he found that the Empress' expression was extremely ugly. He thought that the Empress would take back the order. But even when he left the palace, even when he rode to Prince Haqin's residence to give the order, no one came to tell him that the Empress had taken back the order. This subject accepts the order. After Prince Haqin heard the order, his expression was as white as paper. Many thanks to His Majesty and Empress. Du Jiao saw him like this and felt some pity. Your sister colluded with the former dynasty and tried to assassinate His Majesty. His Majesty was heavily injured and only woke up today. Nyang is angry because of this. When Nyang's anger subsides, she may take back the order. Many thanks for Du Daren's comfort. Prince Haqin smiled dejectedly. My sister made such a great mistake, yet Nyang and His Majesty are still able to spare my life. This subject is extremely grateful and does not dare to complain. Du Jiao felt that Prince Haqin was very unlucky. He had obediently abdicated the throne and should have been raised by His Majesty. Who knew that there would always be a group of people that would jump out and drag him down? First, it was his first wife, now it was his own sister. This fate. There was no benefit in speaking more. Du Jiao raised his hands in a fist and said, It is good that Wang Yi can understand. This subject bids farewell. Du Daren, take care. Prince Haqin grimaced. He personally sent Du Jiao to the front door before he spat out a mouthful of blood. Wang Yi. His only concubine anxiously supported him. How are you? Prince Haqin shook his head and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. I'm fine. The setting sun shone through the window. Ban Han stood from the chair. She twisted her slightly stiff waist and walked out the door. Rui saw her come out and couldn't help but show some joy. Nyang Nyang. She had been worried that something would happen to Nyang Nyang when she was alone inside. Seeing Nyang Nyang finally appear, she finally relaxed. The golden setting sun shone on Ban Han. Rui said dazedly, Nyang Nyang, you look very beautiful right now. How am I beautiful? Ban Han smiled, some color returning to her pale face. Was I not beautiful before? Nyang Nyang is beautiful every day, Rui hurriedly explained. Newbie is the stupidest. Nyang Nyang, please don't dislike Newbie. Alright, I know your intentions. Ban Han knocked on her head. Let's go back to the palace. Wanda. Rong Xiao leaned against the head of the bed and looked at the setting sun outside the window. It's almost Yushur hour? Your Majesty, it is 1/4 past Yushur hour. How long has the Empress been gone? Rong Xiao turned to look at him. 2 hours or 4 hours? Your Majesty, Nyang Nyang has been gone for 4 hours. Wangda felt that His Majesty's gaze was strange. He lowered his head and didn't dare to meet his eyes. Zhen knows. Just as he spoke, footsteps came from outside. Ban Han walked in with a slight smile on her face. Seeing Rong Xia sitting on the bed, she said, Why are you sitting up again? Didn't the imperial physician say that your injuries are serious and you can't sit for too long? It's fine, I've just been lying down for too long. Rong Xia obediently lay back down. Where did you go just now? I went out to meet someone. It's not too important. Ban Han reached out to touch his forehead. There was no fever. Very good. You only had some porridge at noon. You should be hungry now. She waved at a female official. Bring His Majesty's medicinal cuisine. Yes. Rong Xia reached out from under the brocade quilt and gently grasped Ban Han's hand. I'm not hungry yet. I know the medicinal cuisine doesn't taste very good, but eat a little. Ban Han bent down and lightly kissed his cheek. Good. Rong Xia couldn't help but laugh. Was she using the same method he used to coax her on him? Soon, the piping hot medicinal cuisine was brought up. Ban Han looked at Rong Xia with a smile. Do you want me to feed you? Okay. Rong Xia looked at her with a smile. Zhen is waiting for Zhen's empress to take care of me. Ban Han, her man's skin was getting thicker. She scooped some porridge, blew on it to cool it, and then fed it to Rong Xia. The medicinal cuisine didn't smell good, but Rong Xia ate very seriously and didn't waste a single bite. Soon, the bowl of porridge was at the bottom. Ban Han put down the bowl and said, Okay, you can eat in 2 hours. You shouldn't move now. I'm afraid you'll get indigestion if you eat too much. Okay. Rong Xia saw that Ban Han was a bit uncomfortable and knew that she had something to say to her. She suppressed the drowsiness that swept over her, leaned against the bed and asked, Hua Hua, what's wrong? Ban Han wiped Rong Xia's face and hands with a warm handkerchief, then handed the handkerchief to Wangda, who stretched out his hand. Empress Dowager Fuping came over just now. Rong Xia lowered her head and looked at her fingers that were held by Ban Han. Yes. She came to plead for Princess Annal. Ban Han lowered her head and played with Rong Xia's left index finger as if it was something interesting. Princess Annal and you are like sisters, and she is Empress Dowager Fuping's legitimate daughter. If she came to plead for mercy, give her some face. Rong Xia lowered her eyelids and held Ban Han's hand tightly, not leaving the slightest gap. I don't have any major problems. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. But this decree can't be issued by you. It's more appropriate for me to do it. Wangda, go and announce. I didn't promise her. Ban Han shook her head and said, What do you mean you don't have any major problems? Don't you feel pain with such a big hole in your shoulder? Rong Xia raised her head, her beautiful peach blossom eyes full of tenderness. I don't feel pain with Hua Hua by my side. Nonsense again. Ban Han pinched her palm. You don't feel pain, but I do. Don't you know how pale your face is? Rong Xia smiled and didn't speak. I did something today, but I don't know if it will bring you trouble. Ban Han saw that Rong Xia was still smiling, then said, I sent 300 guards to encircle Jiang Han and Empress Dowager Fuping. The room became quiet. Why? Rongxia's voice was a little hoarse. Because I'm protective. Ban Han reached out and touched Rongxia's lips, kissing the corner of his lips. No one can hurt the people I care about, the people I love. Rongxia's eyelids trembled, and after a long while, she smiled. Hua hua. You are my queen. Ban Han chuckled. She gently put her hand on the man's chest, her eyes like silk, dense and lingering. Do you still remember the joke from before? Of course I remember. Today's last ray of sunset sneaked through the windowsill, shining a golden brilliance in the room. End of text. Shizhou, the bitter cold of the Ying dynasty. The wind was strong and the sun was strong. It was so cold in the mornings, but at noon, it was so hot that people wanted to strip off their clothes. A few years ago, the people of Shizhou didn't have enough to eat and their clothes were too cold. Since the new dynasty was established and Emperor Qingyan ascended the throne, their lives gradually improved. At least they could eat their fill. The local officials also became more honest. Those who were dishonest were said to have been captured and beheaded in the capital. In the hearts of the people, even if someone said that His Majesty the Emperor had 3 heads and 6 arms, they would foolishly believe it. In the 4th year of Qingyan, it was said that the capital wanted to select some women to enter the palace as female officials. The quota was very limited and the requirements were strict. When the news reached Shizhou, it was already many days late. Even so, many people were interested. That was the imperial palace. If they could be selected, it would bring honor to their ancestors. The common people didn't even have the chance to hear the news. They only saw the daughters of some officials or scholars running to the county magistrate's house. In the prefect's office of the West Province, Xianxia circled a few women with clean family backgrounds whom he knew well. He said to the servant beside him, "Post up the list according to this. Darren, Miss Zhang is well educated and has a clever personality. Why didn't you choose her?" The servant had received benefits from official Zhang's family and couldn't help but ask a few questions. In the imperial harem, there is no need for well-educated and clever palace maids, Xianxia said lightly. You can leave. Yes. The servant saw that his expression was not good and didn't dare ask any more questions. He obediently left with the list. After the list was posted, the selected girls were both nervous and happy. They were happy because they finally had the chance to enter the capital and even work in the palace. They were worried because the capital was far away and they didn't know what the future would be like. There were many people around the list. Some people said that the girl looked ordinary, so why was she selected? Others said that the girl was dull and didn't deserve to serve His Majesty and the Empress. The Xianxia stood in the corner and listened to the people's guesses and yearnings for the imperial harem. A slightly mocking smile appeared on his face. These people thought that if they entered the palace as palace maids, they would have a meteoric rise and the glory of their families. How many palace maids had died silently in the imperial harem? What are you looking at? A woman wearing the same cloth dress as her walked out and whispered in her ear, "Don't even think about running away. In the past, there were also women like you who were sent here to be sent away. In the end, they were found outside. There wasn't a single piece of meat on their bodies that wasn't eaten by wild wolves." Xianxia smiled bitterly. "Don't worry. I won't do that. I can see that you are a smart person. You must not be foolish." The woman nodded. "Sigh, it's a pity that the new emperor did not grant amnesty to the world. Otherwise, people like you could be exempted from punishment." Upon hearing this, the smile on Xianxia's face became even more bitter. She looked away and saw a man in an official's robe riding a horse in the distance. "Come on, it's time for us to go back." The woman pulled her and was about to drag her to a dirty and broken donkey cart. The cart was driven by 2 sloppily dressed veterans. Their hands were thick with calluses, and their eyes were half closed, as if they had never fully opened. Xianxia broke free from the woman's hand and looked at the man in front of her in disbelief. How could he be here, Xianxia? How could he be here? "Monsieur, don't offend the nobles. Come with me." When the woman saw Xianxia staring at Xianxia, she thought that Xianxia wanted to use her looks to seduce the prefectural magistrate. She hurriedly advised, "We are all sinners. These high and mighty people are not people that we can associate with. Sister, let me go." Xianxia anxiously pushed the woman away and ran a few steps forward. Xianxia. 5 years. She had suffered for 5 whole years in the West region. Her originally tender and smooth skin had been roughened by the wind and sand. Her skin was also dark and shriveled like the locals. She was only in her early 20s, but she looked like a woman in her 30s. When the news of Xia's coronation came, she was happy because it meant that she would be pardoned. However, her expectation was soon disappointed. Xia didn't pardon anyone. He only reduced the taxes of the disaster victims. Xi province, as a bitter and cold place, was also exempted from taxes for a year after the coronation ceremony. When the news came, all the people in Xi province were overjoyed. Everyone remembered the good of the empress and wanted to erect a longevity monument for her. Xianxia thought that she couldn't survive a day, but she didn't expect that her desire to survive was so strong. She was bullied, ridiculed, and ostracized. She had suffered for 5 years in this barren land. When she thought she had to continue, Xiaqilan's appearance was like a straw that saved her from drowning. He was an official of the Ying dynasty. He must be able to get rid of her criminal record and save her. The surprised eyes of the crowd and the vigilant attitude of the guards couldn't stop Xianxia's excitement. She felt that she had never run so fast or been so nervous. However, when she was about to get close, 2 yamen runners with knives stopped her. "Auntie, if you have any grievances, you can tell us first and we'll pass them on for you." "Auntie?" Xianxia looked at the yamen runner who spoke as if she had been struck by lightning. The yamen runner had a round face and looked no more than 17 or 18 years old. She touched her face. Was she old enough to be called auntie? She looked up again and found that Xiaqilan was walking further and further away. She hurriedly said, "I'm an old acquaintance of your lord. Please let me meet Lord Xia." "An old acquaintance?" The yamen runner looked at Xianxia suspiciously. This woman was dressed in coarse clothes and looked like a sinful woman serving hard labor. How could such a person be an old acquaintance of their lord? Seeing that the yamen runner didn't believe her, Xianxia said anxiously, "I'm really an old acquaintance of your lord. If you don't believe me, you can ask him." "Do you know the Xianxia?" Noblewomen generally wouldn't tell the name of a lowly man. But now that she had fallen into such a situation, how could she care about the name? Seeing that Xianxia was so confident, the yamen runner nodded reluctantly and said, "Wait here. I'll go and ask." Thank you." Xianxia repeatedly thanked him. She wiped the tears on her face. Her rough palms rubbed her eyes painfully. Xiaqilan was about to go to the suburbs to check on the growth of this year's crops when he heard the yamen runner calling him. He stopped the horse and looked down at the yamen runner who was cupping his hands in front of him. "What's wrong?" "My lord, there's a woman who claims to be an old acquaintance of yours. She wants to see you." "An old acquaintance?" Xiaqilan frowned. He looked back and saw the woman in gray who was stopped by the yamen runner in the distance. He didn't remember knowing such a person, so he shook his head and said, "I don't know any old acquaintances in the West province." The yamen runner was about to leave when he thought of the woman's pleading eyes. He couldn't help but add, "She said her name is Xianxia. You must know her." "Xianxia?" This name was buried deep in his memory and hadn't appeared for a long time. Xiaqilan felt it was absurd when a 17 or 18-year-old yamen runner said it out loud. He looked back at the woman and was silent for a moment. "Bring her here." The woman in gray gradually approached. Xiaqilan looked at her weathered appearance and was silent for a long time. "Monsieur." Xianxia looked at Xiaqilan who was sitting on the horse and pinched the hem of her gray dress uneasily. She was wearing a uniform. Standing in front of Xiaqilan who was wearing an official's robe, she suddenly felt very embarrassed. "My lord." She curtsied. Although she hadn't paid attention to such etiquette for many years, the elegance that was engraved in her bones couldn't be washed away so easily. The yamen runner who was passing on the message looked at them in surprise. It turned out that they really were old acquaintances. He didn't know who this woman was, but the way she curtsied was different from other women. "How have you been these years, monsieur?" Xiaqilan didn't expect that the noble lady who used to walk 8 feet with one step would become like this. He looked at the people around them. "This is not the place to talk." Please come to the tea house. Xianxia nodded silently. They entered the tea house. Xianxia chose a seat by the window. Xianxia suddenly remembered that she also liked to sit by the window. Every time Xianxia discussed poems with her, he would also choose a private room with a good view and a wide window, waiting for her to come. Soon, they were almost on the table. Xianxia poured a cup of tea for Xianxia. There's no good tea in the West region. I hope you don't mind. I'm so grateful to be able to drink a sip of clean water. How can I be picky about the quality of tea leaves? Xianxia reached out to take the tea. Her rough hands were exposed in front of Xianxia. He looked away and turned his head to look out of the window. In the distance, there was a continuous yellow wall and a sky full of sand. I didn't expect that you would be here. Xianxia noticed Xianxia's cold attitude. She smiled awkwardly. My brother still has a sister, okay? She heard that the former crown prince had abdicated to Xianxia. Under such circumstances, Xianxia couldn't kill the deposed crown prince. Her sister was the deposed crown prince's first wife. Even if she lost her freedom, she would live a better life than she did now. Xianxia turned to look at her. After a while, he said, the Lord sure is very good. He's now the minister of Taichung Temple. Although it's not a prominent position, he's still quite respected. Then, is he married? Xianxia shook his head. Sorry, I didn't hear about the Lord Shi's marriage. Is that so? Xianxia was a little confused. She took a sip of tea and pursed her dry lips. What about my sister? Xianxia was silent for a moment. He turned his head away from Xianxia's expression. Your sister sent people to assassinate the empress. His Majesty and Prince He were furious. Prince He divorced her. Later, because the Lord Shi pleaded for her, the empress spared her life. However, your sister committed suicide after returning with your brother. Suicide? Sure. Feixian was stunned for a long time. She wiped away the tears on her face. She was braver than I was. She suddenly didn't want to ask Xianxia to save her anymore. Even if her criminal record was erased, what could she do? Could the old grudges between her and those people in the capital be written off? Could those people in the capital forget the enmity between her and the current empress? Even if the Ban Han didn't care about these things, those who were eager to please the Ban Han couldn't wait to jump out and humiliate her for fun. They would implicate her brother for no reason and add trouble to his official career. She had been in the capital for so many years. How could she not understand the thoughts of those people in the capital? Because even she herself was such a person and had done such a thing. I'm sorry for what happened in the past. She held the teacup tightly. This made her feel more confident. There were too many people who didn't want you to marry the Ban Han. I added fuel to the fire. I'm sorry for hurting your family. Xianxia closed his eyes to hide the emotions in his heart. I can only blame myself for being vain and complacent. If he was as firm as Xianxia, no matter what others said, he could maintain an unwavering attitude. His engagement with the Ban Han wouldn't have ended in such an embarrassing way. He thought that he was noble and virtuous. He thought that he looked down on the Ban Han. However, it was only because of the uneasiness and inferiority in his heart. He was afraid that he couldn't catch the Ban Han. He was afraid that he wasn't good enough for her. Therefore, he couldn't wait to show his self-esteem. He wanted to let the world know that it wasn't that he, Xianxia, couldn't catch the empress, but that he didn't like her and didn't want to marry her. He liked talented and gentle women. Ban Han didn't have these qualities. After a long time, even he himself almost believed that he only liked talented women and refused to think about Ban Yu's good points. He also refused to accept the fact that when he was with Ban Yu, he had nowhere to put his heart and hands that he didn't know where to place. At that time, he was too young. He didn't know that this was love. He didn't know that this was shyness in front of the person he liked. When he finally understood, it was too late. When I came to Shizhou, I didn't have a change of clothes. I didn't have any money to curry favor with the bailiffs. I didn't even have a grain of dry food. Xianxia drank the bitter tea in one gulp. Everyone avoided me like I was a snake or a scorpion. Only one person sent his subordinate to deliver a package and said that all the past grudges were written off. Although she didn't say who she was, the words and actions of the bodyguard reminded me of someone. Xianxia sneered. It was Ban Han. Xianxia unconsciously looked at Xianxia. He wanted to hear more about Ban Han from her. Noticing his gaze, Xianxia smiled bitterly. You don't have to look at me like that. She and I have disliked each other since we were children. More than 10 years ago, I even arranged for a little palace made to lead her to a frozen lotus pond. I wanted her to die under the ice. Xiaqilan's expression changed slightly. How old was Xianxia at that time? 10 years old? 11 years old? What? You didn't expect me to be such a woman? Xianxia chuckled. She didn't have to maintain her gentle facade anymore. She actually felt very happy. If Ban Han had died at that time, would there have been so many troubles later? Everything had been planned, but Xianxia suddenly appeared. Xianxia laughed at herself. The people I arranged couldn't kill her. Don't you think it was fate? Xianxia, who had always been well-behaved, actually left the banquet and happened to meet Ban Han. Why? Xiaqilan looked at Xianxia. She was less than 10 years old at that time. Why did you hate her so much? You really believed it? Xianxia sneered. It seems that I'm such a woman in your heart. Xiaqilan didn't say anything. To tell you the truth, it wasn't me who wanted to kill Ban Han. It was Xia's biological mother, the Lin clan. Xianxia sneered. The Lin clan hated the Ning Princess Royal so much that they hated Ban Han as well. I just happened to discover the truth. The Lin clan hated the Ban family, but her son married the granddaughter of the Princess Royal and treated her like a treasure. Would the Lin clan come back to life because of anger? Xiaqilan didn't expect that there would be such a life-or-death crisis. If Xianxia hadn't appeared at that time, would Ban Han have died in the cold water? Monsieur. His throat was a little dry. I'll go back to the capital next month to report on my work. Do you have any letters you want me to bring back? Letters. Xianxia was silent for a long time and slowly shook her head. The Shi family has been destroyed long ago. My brother has a hard time in the capital. Let him think that I'm dead. It's good for him and me. The table was quiet. After a long time, Xiaqilan nodded. I understand. Thank you for your hospitality, sir. I should go back. Xianxia stood up and bowed to Xiaqilan. Goodbye. Monsieur, Xiaqilan called out to Xianxia. Did you arrange for Yunyang to approach me? Xianxia paused. She's not one of my people, but I arranged for someone to guide you. I made you think that eloping with Yunyang could show your integrity. Xiaqilan once again realized how stupid he was when he used to talk about poetry and poetry in the past. He tore apart the elegance on the outside and revealed the scheming on the inside. Do you have any other questions, Sir Xie? Xiaqilan shook his head. Take care. That night, Xianxia received a transfer order. It said that she had performed well in the past 2 years and the higher-ups had given her an easy job. Under the envious eyes of the people around her, Xianxia packed her bag and went to the city to work. She didn't tell Xiaqilan that when she found out about the Lin clan's conspiracy, she helped the Lin clan distract several palace maids because she also wanted Ban Han to die. However, all of this was no longer important, because the one who was living a difficult life now was her, and the woman whom she had envied and hated was already high above, becoming the mother of all people. All the past grievances were a joke. She was the worst actress in this joke. She thought that she could win the applause of the audience, but the audience's eyes were no longer on her. It took Xiaqilan nearly 2 months to travel from Shizhou to the capital, half of which was by land and the other half by water. Finally, he returned to the place he had left for 3 years. The city gate was still the same city gate, but the guards guarding the city gate had changed several times. When Xiaqilan handed the documents and the token to the guards, he found that many of them were beaming with joy. He asked, "What happened in the capital?" "Sir, you just returned to the capital to report on your work. It's not strange that you don't know about the happy events in the capital." The guard returned the document and waist token to Xiaqilan and cupped his hands. A few days ago, the Empress gave birth to Lin Er. His Majesty was so happy that he personally hung a bough on the wall of the Great Moon Palace. It's strange that it hasn't rained in the capital for more than half a month. On the day His Highness was born, there was a moderate amount of rain. Don't you think this is a gift from the heavens? Xiaqilan's hand holding the document trembled slightly. So, the dragon's son was born? Yes, yes. The guard smiled. Sir, you are also very lucky to encounter such a happy event as soon as you return to the capital. Who knows, maybe your career will be prosperous from now on. Yes. Xiaqilan nodded. Thank you for your auspicious words. The guard didn't dare to say anything. Xiaqilan put down the curtain of the carriage and said to the driver, "Let's go." The carriage slowly entered the capital. This place he had lived in for 20 years seemed to be more lively than before, but also more unfamiliar. The people here wore cleaner clothes than the people of Xizhou, and ate more carefully than the people of Xizhou. Even their skin was fairer than the people of Xizhou who had been weathered. Perhaps it was because he had been an official in Xizhou for 3 years and felt that even though the people of Xizhou were not as careful as the people of the capital, they were just as lovely. After he bathed and changed his clothes in the residence where he received foreign officials, he went to the palace to request an audience with the emperor. According to the rules of the Ying kingdom, the Xizhou would return to the capital every 3 years to report on his work. Then he would wait for the emperor's edict to decide whether he would continue to work or be demoted. Entering the palace from the Vermilion Bird Gate, he waited for about an hour outside the royal study. Finally, a eunuch wearing a dark blue robe led him in. Walking in with his head bowed, Xiaqilan didn't dare to sit in front of the black-robed man at the head of the table. He lifted his robe and respectfully bowed. Xiaqilan greets your majesty. Long live your majesty. Rise. This voice was still familiar, but it was more dignified than it was 3 years ago. He stood and glanced at Xianxia. He was still as handsome and noble, but the aura around him was stronger than before. He was more like an emperor than an elegant noble son. I haven't seen you in a few years. You are much more mature than before. Xianxia put down the brush in his hand and said to Xiaqilan. I have read all the reports from Xizhou. You have done well. Thank you for your praise, your majesty. I am ashamed. Xiaqilan didn't expect Xia's attitude to be so calm. It is good that you have done well. Xia put his hands behind his back. There is no need to be humble. Tell me more about the situation in Xizhou. You have to tell me whether it is good or bad. Yes. Xiaqilan raised his hands and began to describe in detail what he had seen and heard in Xizhou. About an hour later, he saw a eunuch hurriedly walk in and say something in the emperor's ear. The eunuch's voice was very low. He could only vaguely hear Her Majesty, soup, and so on. Then he saw the emperor's distressed expression. Xiaqilan instinctively felt that he shouldn't look at it anymore. He hurriedly lowered his head. Master Xia, go back and rest. I will summon you in a few days. Xia raised his hand. You may leave. Yes. Xiaqilan accepted the order and left. He hadn't walked far when he turned back and saw the emperor hurriedly walk out of the imperial study and towards the harem. Did something happen in the harem? Xiaqilan frowned. Master Xia. Xiaqilan raised his head and met Shijin's eyes. Greetings, Lord Shi. Master Xia is too polite. Shijin stopped. Master Xia has just returned to the capital? Yes, I will leave in a few days. Xiaqilan saw that Shijin wanted to say something but stopped. What is the matter, Lord Shi? I wonder if Master Xia has ever met my younger sister in the West Province? No, I have never seen her. Xiaqilan's voice was calm. If you see my sister, please write me a letter and let me know. I will be very grateful. Shijin bowed deeply to Xiaqilan. Xiaqilan took half a step back and avoided this bow. Lord Shi, you are too polite. If I see her, I will definitely tell you. Goodbye. Goodbye. Xiaqilan and Shijin brushed past each other. Shijin didn't see any emotion in Xiaqilan's eyes. He didn't want to speak again when he thought that the little girl might have been buried in the icy water. He had exempted Xianxia from hard labor, but he had never thought of letting her return to the capital and live comfortably as a rich young lady. Since he was a heartless person, he might as well do a few more heartless things. This was enough. In the imperial kitchen, the chefs looked at the dishes taken away from the Great Moon Palace anxiously. She didn't touch the soup today? That's right. Her Majesty vomits everything she eats. It's said that His Majesty lost a lot of hair because of her. Fortunately, His Majesty was not the king of violence. Otherwise, these chefs would have been beheaded and sent to hell to meet their ancestors. These chefs were all famous masters all over the country. They were proficient in frying, cooking, and cooking. However, they were stumped when it came to the Empress' pregnancy. A few days ago, a chef made a plate of desserts. The Empress ate half of the plate and was so happy that His Majesty rewarded her with dozens of taels of silver. However, the next day, the Empress didn't like it anymore. In order to let the Empress eat more, not only His Majesty racked his brains, but also the chefs wanted to kneel in front of the Empress and ask, "What do you want to eat?" His Majesty and the Empress had been married for 4 or 5 years, but they didn't have any children. The ministers in the court had been so anxious that they wanted to persuade His Majesty to take a concubine. They tried to be tactful, but His Majesty pretended not to understand. They tried to be direct, but His Majesty ignored them. There were also people who wanted to persuade the Empress to be virtuous and generous. However, the Empress didn't say anything and directly brought them to His Majesty. Naturally, His Majesty was furious. As imperial chefs, many of them also had 1 or 2 concubines at home. A man like His Majesty, who was rich, talented, and powerful, however, lived with a woman. He was even worse than those officials in town. The imperial chefs were very puzzled. It was not easy for a man to become an emperor. Didn't he want to enjoy a good life with a beauty in his arms and a hero bowing to him? Although they were puzzled, no one in the harem dared to provoke the Empress. It was said that a year ago, there was a palace maid who wanted to seduce His Majesty. Before the Empress could say anything, the palace maid was cleaned up by the head eunuch. The Empress didn't have to worry about her at all. "Wang Gong, why are you here? Be careful of the floor. Don't fall." "It's okay. I'm just here to run an errand for the Empress." Wang De was wearing a purple chief eunuch robe and holding a horsetail whisk. He looked very gentle, but no one in the imperial kitchen dared to offend him. From the head eunuch of the previous dynasty to the head eunuch of the current dynasty, Wang De could be considered to be one of a kind. Gong, please give your orders. This servant will definitely do as you say." The head steward of the imperial kitchen nodded and bowed as he followed Wang De. Seeing a puddle of water in front of him, he hurriedly rushed over and wiped it clean with his sleeve. "Please be careful." Wang De nodded. "Her Majesty said that she wants to eat something sour and spicy. You can make it as you see fit." The head steward of the imperial kitchen nodded in agreement, indicating that everyone should take note of Wang De's words. After the head steward of the imperial kitchen sent Wang De to the door, he said with some difficulty, Gong, the entire imperial kitchen is very concerned about the Empress and the dragon child in her belly. But this food..." He stuffed a pouch into Wang De's hand. "I don't know what Xianxia likes to eat in the past. I see your intentions. His Majesty also knows." Wang De casually took the pouch, the smile on his face unchanged. "But you need to put in more effort. You can think of a way to make what Xianxia likes to eat. But there is one thing you must pay attention to. That is, you cannot make food that is not good for Xianxia's health." The eyes of the head steward of the imperial kitchen lit up. He raised his hands and said, "The small one understands." "N." Wang De nodded and turned to leave. His Majesty never had a position to speak of in front of Xianxia. He didn't dare to say no in front of Xianxia, so he could only make things difficult for the servants. He had come today because His Majesty was worried that Xianxia would eat something bad. But he didn't want to make Xianxia angry, so he had him come to wake up the people in the imperial kitchen. He returned to the Great Moon Palace. As expected, he saw His Majesty gently coaxing Xianxia to eat. Xianxia cooperated, but after eating 2 mouthfuls, she spat it all out. His Majesty's face was so white. It was as if he was in more pain than Xianxia. Seeing that His Majesty wasn't in the mood to pay attention to him, he obediently stood in the corner, waiting for His Majesty's summons. With his status, he didn't need to keep watch in the outer hall at night. But as a servant, how could he be too far away from His Majesty? If he was replaced by another brat, then Wang De's years in the palace would have been wasted. When the dragon child was 7 or 8 months old in Xianxia's womb, Xianxia couldn't sleep well at night. During that time, he could always hear His Majesty talking with Xianxia in the room. Sometimes, he would tell Xianxia folk stories. Other times, he would tell Xianxia the gossip of certain officials. His Majesty was the ruler of a country. He was a gentleman, but in order to make Xianxia happy, he learned from those gossipy women and talked about other people's private matters. After the dragon child was 9 months old in Xianxia's womb, His Majesty didn't like to listen to the officials bicker in court. The first thing he did after court was to run to the back of the palace and pull Xianxia's hand to nag endlessly. If she felt uncomfortable, she had to send someone to tell him, no matter where he was. Ever since the Empress became pregnant, His Majesty had found many female doctors and midwives to prepare. Those who didn't have good horoscopes, didn't have good fates, and had encountered difficulties in childbirth were all removed from the list. In this tense situation, it was really hard to tell if it was His Majesty or Xianxia who was giving birth. In the 5th month of the 4th year of Qing'an, there hadn't been any rain in the capital for almost a month. Fortunately, there were wide rivers in the capital and there was no drought. However, because of the lack of water, the crops didn't grow very well. Just as His Majesty and the officials were discussing the irrigation of the canals, the Great Moon Palace suddenly sent someone to report that Xianxia was about to give birth. His Majesty, who was halfway through his sentence, threw down the officials. It was as if he had grown wings under his ribs as he shot out from the dragon throne. When he raised his head, he only saw a shadow flash by the door of the palace. Wang De swore on his life that he had never seen anyone run so fast in his life. "My lords, the Empress is pregnant with a dragon child. It is the joy of the country. My lords, please go back." He bowed to the officials. However, none of the officials with serious expressions laughed. They stayed on the grounds of worrying about the Empress. They were all here to watch the show. Wang De saw the Duke of Jingting and the Duke of Jingting's heir apparent in the crowd. He brought them to the inner palace. Then he saw the 3 men piled together like donkeys with carrots on their heads, walking in circles in the side palace. He looked at the delivery room again, where there was no movement, and lowered his head silently. As a eunuch, he had to develop the habit of not looking at things he shouldn't look at. "Father, why didn't sister cry out in pain? I've never given birth before." "How would I know?" Ban Hui rubbed his sweaty palms. "When your mother gave birth to you, she stayed up for an entire day and night to give birth to you. It shouldn't have happened so quickly." Father-in-law, Xianxia looked at Ban Hui with a pale face. "Mother-in-law, was she also so quiet back then?" "No," Ban Hui rubbed his nose. "Back then, she asked about the 18 generations of our Ban family's ancestors." He remembered that after Ban Heng was born, the Ying clan, who didn't have much strength after giving birth, gave him a slap in the face. That slap wasn't heavy, but when he saw the haggard woman on the bed, he decided not to have any more children. Looking at the tightly shut door, he thought about how his beloved daughter was going to suffer like this again. He didn't like Xianxia. But when he thought about how this was the emperor, he felt that he should control his emotions. 18 generations of ancestors. Ban Hui turned his head to look at Xianxia. If his sister asked about the 18 generations of ancestors of the Rong family, would the emperor be angry? At this time, Xianxia didn't care about the feelings of his father-in-law and brother-in-law. He walked around the room and occasionally peeked at the door. Halfway through, Ban Han drank half a bowl of chicken soup. Looking at the empty bowl, the 3 men all sighed in relief. "Your Majesty," Wang De saw that the emperor's face was so pale that he was about to faint. He couldn't help but comfort him. "Don't worry too much. The duke's wife is inside. With her accompanying the empress, nothing will happen." There were no other women in the palace, and the emperor's mother had died young. Therefore, the Duke of Jingting's wife often went into the palace to take care of the empress. This way, the emperor could be more at ease. "You're right. With mother-in-law inside, Zhen is more at ease." Xianxia nodded in a daze, but his complexion didn't improve. Seeing the emperor like this, Wangde didn't try to persuade him anymore. It was useless to say anything because he couldn't see how the emperor was at ease. An hour later, Banheng couldn't help but ask again, "Father, why hasn't she come out yet? Why are you in such a hurry?" "It's still early." The sound of a baby crying came from inside the room. The sound was loud and clear, and even the roof shook. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty, and the Empress have a son." She gave birth?" Banheng stupidly rushed to the door and was stopped by the palace maid guarding the door. "Shitzi, you can't go in." Banheng hurriedly stopped. He was so happy that he was silly. At this time it really wasn't suitable for him to go in. "How is the Empress?" "Everything is fine with the Empress." Banheng saw Xianxia squeeze in through the door. No one could persuade him otherwise. A smile appeared on his face. He turned to look at his father. Unexpectedly, his father was squatting at the door and wiping his tears. "Father, what's wrong?" "I'm happy." Ban Hui wiped his eyes and pointed outside. "It's raining." Banheng looked in the direction of Ban Hui's finger. It really was raining. This rain fell in a flurry. The entire capital was enveloped in a rain shower. As the saying goes, the dragon has rain. The little prince was born with a rain shower. In many people's eyes, this was the symbol of a dragon's son. The court was full of celebration. Everyone could see how much the emperor valued the little prince. Not only did he personally hang the bow, but he also personally took care of the prince. Every day, he visited the empress who was in confinement. This was something that many men couldn't do. A baby who was less than a month old would either cry or sleep. Many men usually just went to take a few glances and didn't care about anything else. Although it was rare for the emperor to do this personally, it could be praised as a kind father. During confinement, there were many foods that she had to avoid. Ban Han didn't have a good appetite. Whenever she saw soup or water, she would have a headache. However, Xianxia always thought of ways to make her drink. Today, she was so annoyed that she actually knocked over the bowl in her hand. In fact, even she didn't know why her temper was so bad after giving birth. "Hua hua," Xianxia grabbed her hand. "Are you scalded?" Looking at his face full of concern, Ban Han rubbed her forehead. "I'm fine." "If you don't like it, then don't eat it. Don't be angry and harm your health." Xianxia gently patted her back. "It's my fault. If you don't like it, I shouldn't have forced you to eat it." "I'm sorry, silly." Xianxia smiled and reached out to touch her nose. "You're just too tired. I'll take care of the child. Don't worry. Your health is the most important thing. If you hurt your body, then you're sorry for me." Ban Han touched her face. "People say that women become ugly after giving birth. Am I ugly? You're beautiful. You've always been beautiful." Xianxia pinched her tender cheeks. "If you go out, people who don't know you will think you're an 8-year-old girl. You don't look like you've given birth." Ban Han smiled and pinched his waist. "You're saying nice things again. When have I ever lied to you?" Xianxia looked at Ban Han with an aggrieved face. "My wife is prettier than all the women in the world. Am I wrong?" Ban Han blinked. "They're right. Because my husband is also prettier than all the men in the world." Xia's heart warmed, and he gently kissed Ban Han's cheek. After she fell asleep, he got up and walked out of the back hall. "Your Majesty, the Lord Sure just asked to see you." Xia nodded, changed his clothes, and went to the imperial study. Shijin, who was waiting outside the imperial study, saw Xia appear and hurriedly bowed to him. "You don't have to be so courteous." Xia took the letter from his hand. After roughly reading it, he smiled and nodded. "Good, you did well. I don't deserve such praise." Seeing that Shijin seemed to have something else to ask, Xia raised his eyebrows. "Lord Shi, what else do you want?" "I would like to ask your Majesty for a favor. Please pardon my sister's crime and allow me to take her back to the capital." Shijin had privately looked for the files about the criminals sent to Shizhou. However, due to the change of dynasties, there were no records of many criminals from the previous dynasty in the capital. If he wanted to find his sister, he would need the help of the local officials in Shizhou. However, as long as he was involved with the officials in Shizhou, the emperor would definitely find out. He was worried that the emperor would misunderstand that he was colluding with the local officials, so he had to ask Xianxia for a favor. Your sister? Xianxia pondered for a moment. Is she the Xian who sent people to assassinate my father-in-law? Yes. Jin cupped his hands and said, I have investigated in the past 2 years. The real culprit behind the assassination of the Duke of Jingting may be someone else. Your Majesty, please investigate. Minister Shi, you may have forgotten one thing. Xiao's expression was a little distant. That year, this case was investigated by me and several other officials. Your sister also admitted her crime. Just because you think it is impossible, you exempt her from the crime. Isn't that making me wrong the empress and father-in-law? Jin suddenly remembered that Xiao was also one of the people in charge of this case back then. He knelt in front of Xiao with a pale face. Your Majesty, please investigate. Only Emperor Yunqing knows if there were any suspicious points in the case back then, because all the evidence I have collected is related to your sister. Xiao's tone became gentler, as if he had become soft-hearted. If you care about your sister, you can ask someone to take care of her. Suddenly, his eyebrows moved slightly. I remember that Xie Qilin and your sister are friends, and he happens to be the Zhizhou of Shizhou. You can ask him to take care of her. When I entered the palace, I met Master Xia. Jin felt relieved. As long as the emperor was willing to let him ask someone to take care of his sister in private, it was fine. Yes. Xia nodded. You may leave. I will take my leave. In the 5th year of Qing'an, the eldest son of the emperor had his first birthday. After being called Tuan for a year, he finally had a proper name, Rongxing. As the only mistress of the harem and the mother of the eldest son of the emperor, Ban Han's every word and action was closely watched. Whichever womenfolk received a smile from her or a word of praise from her was the talk of the womenfolk. The eldest son of the emperor's first birthday was very grand, and the items for the ceremony were all carefully selected. There was nothing that should not be there. Ban Han sat on a chair and looked at her son, who was like a meatball, lying on the carpet and looking around. She whispered to Xia, Your Majesty, what did you grab when you were young? A blood jade pendant, a peony painting by a famous scholar from the previous dynasty, and a pen. Xia smiled faintly. They are all boring things. As the husband and wife were talking, they saw Tuan move. He crawled to the middle of the carpet and sat down, then grabbed the closest thing to him. It was a jade bow. The ceremonial officer praised him, and pleasant words continuously came out of his mouth. A palace servant went forward to take the jade bow from Rongxing's hand, but he held it tightly and did not let go at all. The palace servant did not dare to take it by force, and could only helplessly look at the emperor and empress. Ban Han stood up and walked in front of Rongxing. She reached out and said, My son, give the bow to your mother and go grab something else. Rongxing saw that the person talking to him was his mother, so he was finally willing to let go. He even stretched out his arms to let Ban Han hug him. Hug me after you pick something. The 1-year-old child did not understand much, but he could somewhat understand the meaning of his mother's words. Rongxing saw that Ban Han was pointing to the ground, so he flipped over and grabbed 2 things. Then he stood up shakily and continued to stretch out his arms. His meaning was, I've got everything, now it's time for you to hug me. He held a jade pen in his left hand, and a jade dragon ornament in his left hand. It was very small and looked very cute. Ban Han remembered that Ban Heng had spent a long time in the Ban family's warehouse, and found a good piece of jade. He had asked a craftsman to carve it. The pen was literature, the bow was martial arts, and the dragon was power. The meaning was very good. The officials praised it to the skies, but Rongxing was already happily moving around in his father and mother's arms. Sometimes he would hold his father's hand, sometimes he would kiss his mother's face. Occasionally he would look at the beautiful jewelry the womenfolk were wearing. No one else could enter his eyes. Little Highness is so handsome. In the future, who knows how many girls will be fascinated by him, a womenfolk said in a small voice to her companion, when people look at him, they want to take him home and raise him themselves. Nyang Nyang is the most beautiful woman in Great Ing, His Majesty is the most handsome man. Their children. Her companion snuck a look at the family of 3, and couldn't help but pat her rapidly beating chest. All of them look like immortals. Aren't they immortals? A woman dressed in a robe nodded dazedly. If I could see them every day, I'd be willing to die. Miss Yao, in a few months you'll be Xianxia's daimai. Are you worried that you won't be able to see the Empress often? Xianxia's foreign heard this and laughed in a small voice. Wake up, you're dumbfounded. You don't understand. Yao Ling slowly shook her head. Some women will be worn down by life after they get married. Xianxiang is different. If she was a beautiful luminous pearl before she got married, then now she's a rare pearl in the world. So beautiful that people can't take their eyes off her. This kind of person, I won't get tired of looking at her for the rest of my life. Zhou Xiaoforan hurriedly covered her mouth and said in a small voice, don't speak nonsense. If others hear, they'll think that you married the Duke of Jingting Shitzi for the Empress. How can that be? Ban Shitzi has the same spiritual energy as Xianxiang. Yao Ling smiled. I feel that living with this kind of person will be very happy. Before Zhou Xiaoforan got married, she had a good relationship with Yao Ling. Zhou Changxiao and Ban Heng were also good friends, so the relationship between the two had always been very close. Outside people said that Zhou Changxiao was a playboy, but Zhou Xiaoforan felt that life after marriage was very happy. There was no need to pay attention to rules everywhere, and there were no messy concubines in the room. Her husband was also a humorous but not obscene person. Her life was better than she had imagined. Ban Shitzi was good friends with her husband, and he was also the younger brother of the Empress. She thought that he was not a bad person. I don't know about spiritual energy, Zhou Xiaoforan said with a smile. I only know that you're getting married soon. Yao Ling's cheeks reddened slightly. Then why don't you prepare the big gift as soon as possible? Ban Han and Rong Xia played with the child for a while. Seeing that the child had fallen asleep, they asked the wet nurse to carry the child away. As usual, there was nothing new about the banquet. After the banquet, Ban Han specially asked the Ying clan and Ban Heng to stay. Mother, Brother Heng is getting married next month. I have prepared some things for him to use as the betrothal gift. It's also to give face to the Yao clan. Ban Han looked at Ban Heng, who was blushing slightly. What, you finally know that you're embarrassed? Sister, there are many things at home. Why do you have to prepare these things? Ban Heng touched his face and laughed dryly. You're the Empress. How can you not have some good things in your private storehouse? I'm in charge of His Majesty's private storehouse. How can I lack anything? Ban Han stuffed the list into Ban Heng's hands. She's married into our family. You have to treat her well. She's been raised for more than 10 years. She's married to you for you to love and live with you. Don't learn those things. Otherwise, I'll break your legs myself. Sister, am I that kind of person? Ban Heng said, I have you as my sister. How can I not know how to treat my wife? Although Miss Yao isn't as beautiful as you, she's also very interesting. Don't worry. I'll definitely treat her well. You. Ban Han laughed. She reached out and straightened his clothes. She said gently, you're already 20 years old in the blink of an eye. It seemed that the day before, her brother was still a cute little boy following behind her. Now, he had grown up in the blink of an eye. Sister. Ban Heng was already half a head taller than Ban Han, but he still bent his legs so that it would be easier for his sister to straighten his clothes. Okay. Ban Han let go of her hand and smiled, my brother has finally grown up. Ban Heng touched the lapel that Ban Yu had tidied up and laughed foolishly. The Ying clan looked at their children and smiled until their eyes turned red. Spring of the 9th year of Qing'an. After Rong Xiao left court, he found that his wife and the crown prince were not present. He summoned Wang De and asked, Wang De, where are the Empress and the crown prince? Your Majesty, Her Majesty took the crown prince out of the palace. She said that she was going to dig for treasure with Ban Marquis. Wang De thought carefully. Her Majesty also said that before she married, she buried many good things in the ground. So she took His Highness the Crown Prince to search for treasure. Search for treasure? Rong Xia suddenly thought of something. He waved his hand uncomfortably. Zhen knows. Wang De looked hesitantly at Rong Xia. Your Majesty, should we summon Her Majesty and the Crown Prince back? No need, Rong Xia coughed dryly. Let the Imperial Kitchen prepare the dishes that Her Majesty likes to eat. A few days ago, Her Majesty wanted to use Shudi dishes. Let the Imperial Kitchen try to make a few. Your Majesty, didn't you? Didn't you prevent Her Majesty from eating Shudi dishes because you were afraid that she would get a stomachache? Seeing His Majesty's slightly guilty expression, Wangda silently swallowed his words. His Majesty probably did something that made Her Majesty unhappy again. Mother, Rongxing held Ban Han's hand and walked up the mountain step by step. Ban Heng saw that he was small like a little adult and said, Crown Prince, uncle will carry you up. Rongxing looked at Ban Han and then looked at the smiling Ban Heng. He blushed and said, Fu Huang said that as a son, I can't be delicate. You're my nephew now, and I'm your uncle. When an uncle carries a nephew, it means that I like you. It has nothing to do with being spoiled. Ban Heng squatted down. Come on uncle's back. Rongxing was eager and turned his head to look at Ban Han. Ban Han looked at him with a smile and didn't make a decision. He hesitated for a moment and then jumped onto Ban Heng's back. Let's go. Ban Heng had been training for the past few years. Although he couldn't go to the battlefield, his physical strength had improved a lot. Carrying a 5-year-old child on his back was like carrying a chick. Sister, I remember that we buried things here back then. Ban Heng climbed up the hill and looked around. He put Rongxing down and handed him a small hoe. Come, dig with me. The guards were worried that the hoe would hurt His Highness, but when they saw that Her Highness had also rolled up her sleeves and was preparing to dig, they didn't dare to say anything. Mother, is there really a treasure below? Rongxing saw that his uncle had dug a little but didn't see the shadow of the treasure. He had deep doubts about his mother and uncle. It was said that her mother and uncle were famous playboys in the capital. Could it be that they secretly dug out the flowers and forgot about it? Your uncle and I buried this with our own hands. How could it be fake? Ban Han saw that Ban Heng couldn't dig out anything, so he dragged Rongxing to another place to dig. This time, they finally dug out something. Ban Han patted the picture outside the chest and opened it. Inside, it was full of priceless gold, silver, and jade. Wow! Rongxing took out a golden horse from the chest. Mother, you and uncle buried gold for fun. Didn't grandfather and grandmother punish you? How could that be? Cough. Ban Han looked at Ban Heng from the corner of his eyes. Ban Heng's tone changed. How could they not punish you? Back then, we were punished very badly. So don't learn from us. N. Rongxing nodded obediently. Ban Heng felt that his nephew had agreed so quickly that he felt a little embarrassed. The two siblings took the child and dug out all the treasure chests. But no matter how they counted, there was still one chest missing. Sister, could it really have been dug out by a fated person? Ban Heng squatted on the ground and looked at the chests in a daze. Could it be that we remembered wrongly? I can remember other things wrong, but this is absolutely impossible. Ban Han used a handkerchief to wipe the dirt off his hands. Which fated person would be so polite? After finding a chest of gold, wouldn't he look around and only take one chest? Nyang, nyang nyang, Du Jiu cupped his hands and said. It's getting late. You and His Highness should return to the palace. Rongxing looked up at Ban Han. His red face was full of smiles. Mother, digging for treasures is so fun. Ban Han squatted in front of him and used a clean handkerchief to wipe the sweat off his face. As long as you're happy. Let's go back to the palace today. Next time, we'll find uncle to play, okay? N. Rongxing nodded obediently. His big eyes were as clear as a lake. Seeing his son's cute appearance, Ban Han couldn't help but kiss him on the cheek. Rongxing's face turned even redder. Mother, father said that Xianxia is a man. I can't do this. He covered his face shyly and peeked at Ban Han through his fingers. Okay. Mother won't kiss you next time. Oh. Rongxing lowered his head, looking extremely obedient. But your father isn't here today. You have to listen to me. Ban Han took Rongxing's hand and kissed him on the other side of his face. You're just a little boy. You're still a man. Mother. Rongxing shyly threw himself into Ban Han's arms. As the commander of the Imperial Guards, Du Jiu silently looked at the sky. The Empress always liked to tease the little prince, but the little prince's eyes were only on the Empress. Even if he fooled around with the Empress and was asked by His Majesty to memorize the 1,000-character classic, he would turn back to his mother. According to the rules of the palace, the prince should call the Empress mother. But in private, His Highness always called the Empress mother. The Empress was happy that His Highness called her that. As for His Majesty didn't have much of a position in front of the Empress. Thinking of this, he looked at the box on the ground again. If the Empress knew that one of the boxes of treasure had been dug out by His Majesty, how would His Majesty explain it to the Empress? They went down the mountain. Rongsheng politely said goodbye to Banheng. His well-mannered appearance made Banheng shake his head. This child's behavior was more like his father's, unlike the Ban family's troublesome behavior. However, as the crown prince of a country, he had to be well-mannered and sensible. If he acted like the Ban family, wouldn't it be a mess? The siblings discussed and divided the treasure equally. Banheng gave the box of treasures to the crown prince, Rongsheng, in the name of money for his hard work. Rongsheng repeatedly refused. He was only 5 years old, how could he compete with the capital's first-rate playboys? In the end, he could only carry the big box of treasures and sit in the carriage. After returning to the palace servants who served the crown prince didn't ask much when they saw the crown prince bring back such a big box of treasures. They just put the treasures into the crown prince's private storage. During dinner, Ban Han said to Xianxia, "You're smarter than me. Where do you think the box of treasures went?" Xianxia smiled bitterly, "I can't guess." "That's true," Ban Han sighed, "you didn't bury the treasure with us." "How would you know?" Xianxia coughed dryly and didn't dare to look into Ban Han's eyes. Late at night, Xianxia hugged Ban Han and gently patted his back. "Hua Hua, why did you and Yongshi bury so many treasures?" In the past, because the Ban family's siblings were famous playboys, he didn't think much about it when they said that they buried treasures for fun. Now that he thought about it, he felt that something was wrong. Even if the two of them were playboys and would bury treasures for fun, they wouldn't bury so many. Even if they were young and immature, with his mother-in-law's temperament, she wouldn't let them do it. There was a record of how many treasures were taken out from the residence. It was impossible that his mother-in-law didn't know, but why did she let them do it? Now that he thought about it, he also felt that he was a little strange. If other people's actions were a little strange, he would have been suspicious. However, Hua Hua and his brother-in-law did so many ridiculous things under his watch, but he didn't think much about it. He could only blame it on the temptation of beauty, making him a blind and incapable ruler. Thinking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but smile. In the future, if anyone said that Hua Hua wasn't smart, he would be the first to disagree. She even lied to him, how could she not be smart? Of course it was to hide it, Ban Han yawned. At that time, the second prince's ambition was gradually revealed, and our family wasn't welcomed. If he really ascended the throne, our family's life wouldn't be too good. Burying some money was a way out. A way out? Rongxia's expression was very strange. He knew that the second prince didn't have a good impression of the Ban family, but he was worried that the Ban family's way out was burying money? Other than burying money, was there any other arrangement? There were other arrangements? Ban Han's eyes widened. What other arrangements? Nothing, Rongxia smiled, this is very good. At least, they still had the idea of leaving a way out for themselves. Finally, they could be saved. Of course, I spent a lot of effort to choose the place to bury the gold. Ban Han reached out and poked his chest. If it wasn't for the fact that you found out the first time, we wouldn't have changed the place. Who knew that when we changed the place, you would still find out? Suddenly, she paused and looked suspiciously at Rongxia. Rongxia, the gold we buried underground, you didn't dig up a box, did you? How could I dig up your and your brother-in-law's gold? Am I that kind of person? Rongxia smiled warmly, and his smile was as gentle as jade. That's true. Ban Han felt that with Rongxia's status at that time, he couldn't have done such a shameless thing. He didn't lack that box of gold. If he lacked money, he wouldn't have dug up just one box. Good boy, I was wrong about you. Then how will you compensate me? Rongxia's forehead touched Ban Han's forehead, and his voice carried traces of ambiguity and tenderness. Ban Han reached out and hugged him, whispering, "What do you think?" I think Rongxia's voice was hoarse. A night of love is worth 1,000 gold. Spring left and summer came. Ban Han took his son to Rongxia's private vault to look for things. Rongxia's private vault was very large. As he became the emperor for a long time, there were more and more things in the vault. Ban Han had been married to him for so many years, but he still hadn't seen everything in the vault. Since Rongxia was 4 years old, she often brought him to the vault. In history, there were many crown princes and princes. Because of selling official positions, corruption, and bribery, they were stigmatized. She didn't want her son to do such things for a little money, so she simply opened his eyes and let him understand that gold and silver, this kind of thing, was nothing much. Mother, Rongxia squatted on the ground and pointed at an inconspicuous box hidden in the corner. Look at this box, it looks like the box you and uncle buried the treasure in. Ban Han looked in the direction his son was pointing, and lightly snorted. This wasn't just similar, it was exactly the same. Sure enough, a man's mouth couldn't be trusted, and a man who was the emperor was the same. Chief Steward Wang, the steward aunt of the clothing bureau, stopped Wang De, who had a slightly hurried expression. The summer clothes that the empress ordered us to make have been completed. This servant does not know when this servant will take the clothes to show Xianxia. Clothes? Wang De's steps paused and he instantly became alert. You're right, we should let the empress look at them. If there's anything she doesn't like, we can change it. If there was something to distract the empress, it would be good. Have the servants pack up. After an hour, come with me to pay respects to the empress. Yes. The steward was happy. She hadn't thought that Steward Wang would be so easy to talk to. In court, several trusted officials knew that His Majesty had been in a bad mood recently, so they wouldn't bother His Majesty with trivial matters. Fortunately, His Majesty wasn't an emperor who would vent his anger on his officials because of personal matters. Therefore, some of the officials who didn't have good eyesight weren't punished. At most, they felt that His Majesty's expression was a bit ugly. After court, several officials gathered in front of Ban Heng, wanting to get some information from Ban Heng. Even though the Ban family didn't care much about court matters, they were still valued by His Majesty. Things that they didn't know, the Ban family might know. But who was Ban Heng? He had been the emperor's younger brother by wife for so many years. What didn't he know? What didn't he know? Therefore, no matter what these people asked, he always pretended to be crazy and didn't reveal anything. Other people only felt that the Ban family was becoming more and more cunning. In reality, even Ban Heng didn't know what had happened to His Majesty in the past few days. Ban Marquis, a Taijian, walked in front of him with a smile. His Majesty invites you to the imperial study for a chat. Ban Heng raised an eyebrow. His Majesty wasn't in a good mood and had specially called him today. Did this have something to do with his sister? He felt it was strange but didn't show it on his face. He just nodded and said, I'll go now. Marquis, please. In the imperial study, after Rongxia approved a few memorials, he put down the imperial brush and sighed with a worried face. Your Majesty, Marquis Mingyi has arrived. When Ban Heng had his coronation, Rongxia had personally given him a name, Yongshi. Later, when he married Zhao Ling, Rongxia had given the Ban family another grace. That was to promote Ban Heng to be a first-class marquis, titled Mingyi. This meant that even if Ban inherited Ban Huai's title in the future, he would still be a duke. If he had 2 sons, when those 2 sons grow up, they would inherit a title. Each title. Everyone had seen the emperor's favor for the Ban family. Just when they thought the Ban family could finally become prominent and extraordinary, just like the Shi family back then, the Ban family still didn't care about anything, idled around, and didn't care about anything. People couldn't help but sigh on behalf of Marshal Ban again. It was a pity that Marshal Ban had a lifetime of fame, but he had such a descendant. He was simply mud that couldn't be supported on the wall. The Ban family expressed that they were fine lying in the corner. Why did they have to climb the wall? Your Majesty, Ban Heng walked into the imperial study and greeted Rongxia. You didn't call me here to discuss government matters, right? Sit first. Rongxia smiled bitterly. Zhen did something wrong to Huahua a few days ago and made her unhappy. Your Majesty, Ban Heng's expression changed. You favored other women? Rongxia's expression froze and then he laughed. How can the women in the palace compare to Huahua? How could Zhen do such a thing? It's just that I made her unhappy. Recently, she doesn't like to talk to Jin. Oh, Ban Heng sighed in relief and waved his hand. You've been married to my sister for 10 years. Don't you know that she's amenable to coaxing but not coercion? This matter, it was Jin's fault. Because of a moment of interest, I teased her once. Who knew that after so many years, she would find out? Xianxia smiled bitterly. I even forgot about it. Ban Heng looked sympathetically at Xianxia. Then there's nothing I can do. I can only wait for her to cool down. Anyway, when I made my sister angry in the past, she usually just beat me up. You are the emperor, she can't do anything to you no matter what. His voice became softer and softer as he spoke. In the end, he looked at Xianxia with uncertainty. Your Majesty, my sister. She really did anything to His Majesty? That's not true. Huahua has always had a sense of propriety, Xianxia hurriedly said. Tell Zhen, is there anything Huahua likes? Your Majesty, my sister has liked many things since she was young. But usually, whatever she likes, the family will find for her, Ban Heng said seriously. I really don't know what she wants but can't get. That's good. Xianxia put his hands behind his back. The smile on his face was like the warm sun in winter. The two discussed in the imperial study for half an hour. In the end, they came to the conclusion that they should be submissive until Ban Han was happy. The less things a woman had, the easier it was to be moved and cajoled. But if a woman didn't lack for anything since she was young, and her parents doted on her and her brothers loved her, then she wouldn't be easily moved by small favors. Xianxia understood this, but he was glad that Huahua was such a woman. If you loved someone, you would want them to be fine since they were young, and not suffer at all. When Xianxia returned to the inner palace, he found that the inner palace was very lively. Clothes and jewelry filled the room. The only person he didn't see was Huahua. Where's Nyang Nyang? Your Majesty, Nyang Nyang left the palace 2 hours ago. Help Shin change clothes. Originally, Huahua had said that she would take him out of the palace to play. Unfortunately, he didn't even have a chance to enter the inner palace these days, let alone have Huahua take him out of the palace. Your Majesty, you are going out of the palace? Wangda asked in a small voice. Yes, Xianxia straightened his clothes. Zhen is going out to take a look. In the tea house, Ban Han sat leisurely at the table, listening to the storyteller below him tell a story. This storyteller held the current emperor in high esteem. Of the 5 times he told a story, 3 of them were bragging about how powerful the current emperor was. The sweet potatoes and noodles that everyone is using now were all brought back from overseas by His Majesty. It is said that one day, when His Majesty was in a dream, a divine dragon suddenly descended to the mortal world. Since ancient times, who could be like His Majesty, who could provide us with ample food and clothing? Even if there was a great disaster, we would still have food to eat. Such an emperor can't be found even in 1,000 years. If it wasn't the Purple Star Emperor who descended to the mortal world, then what could it be? Ban Han heard that the more the storyteller boasted, the more miraculous it became. Something about people coming from all directions, the Purple Star Emperor descending to the mortal world, and the Eternal Emperor. He boasted so much that even she, the Emperor's wife, blushed. Reward him with 10 taels of silver. Ban Han also wanted to reward him for his shameless spirit of flattering the Emperor. Yes. Guest, please come this way. A waiter led a man in a blue robe up the stairs. When the man saw Ban Han, he stopped. Sensing that someone was looking at her, Ban Han turned her head to look back. She felt that the man not far away looked familiar. After thinking for a moment, she said, Yan Zhen? 10 years ago, Yan Zhen was still a hothead with a white face and no beard. Now, he had a beard and fine wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. She almost didn't recognize who he was. Back then, she seemed to have heard someone around her mention that Yan Zhen had gone to another place to work. Since then, she hadn't heard any news about him. This official greets. Madame Huang. Yan Zhen was stunned for a moment, then he stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Ban Han. They hadn't seen each other for 10 years, but the woman in front of him seemed to have been treated well by time. She was still as beautiful as before. The moment he saw her, Yan Zhen thought of the red-clothed woman on horseback. She was so unrestrained and beautiful that even breathing a little heavier was blasphemy to her. Ban Han couldn't help but laugh at the inexplicable title of Madame Huang. She pointed to the table next to her and said, "Sit." "Thank you, madam." Laughter and cheers came from downstairs. The atmosphere was very lively, but Yanjin felt that it was unreasonably quiet. He carefully sat down on the chair and lowered his head. He didn't dare to look at Ban Han's face. Speaking of the wise and powerful emperor, we have to mention our empress. His Majesty is the Lord of Purple Star. The empress is the reincarnation of the phoenix of the 9 heavens. There is a master who once said that the empress and his majesty were a pair in heaven. Ban Han couldn't help but laugh. She said to her subordinate, "This storyteller is a talent. The wife of the Lord of Purple Star is the phoenix of the 9 heavens. He has such a good brain. It's a waste to let him stay here. Find out his identity. If there is no problem, take him back and let him and his majesty." She paused, curled her lips, and didn't say anything else. "No need to take him back. I already heard." Xianxia strode over and sat down next to Ban Han. "Hua Hua, did you miss me?" Ban Han rolled her eyes and didn't want to talk to him. This subject greets Master Huang. Yanjin didn't dare to reveal Xia's identity. The moment Xia appeared, he hurriedly stood up and bowed. "Yan Zhongzhen?" Xia looked at Yanjin, then turned to look at Ban Han. What a coincidence. Ban Han lowered her head and drank her tea, ignoring him. Yanjin stood with his hands cupped and his waist bent. He was no different from the dull and honest officials in court. 10 years ago, Yanjin had the courage to confess to the woman he liked. He would also impulsively protest against his parents by going on a hunger strike. He would even run to a woman's door and stand there like a fool. But 10 years later, he didn't have such courage and absurdity. He was already 30 years old. Like everyone else in the officialdom, he knew what to do and what not to do. When he was young, he didn't know what was important and had unlimited courage. Now that he had grown up, he didn't know whether to laugh at himself or sigh when he thought back to the past. He stood on the side and watched as His Majesty gently coaxed the Empress. In the end, the Empress finally gave His Majesty a look. His Majesty was overjoyed. He grabbed the Empress's back and made a bunch of promises. His attitude was as humble as a young man chasing after his beloved woman. His Majesty and the Empress had been married for more than 10 years. How could he still coax the Empress like this? He quietly stood on the side, as if he was a table or a chair in a tea house. When the Emperor and the Empress stood up and prepared to return to the palace, he bowed and saluted. "Farewell, Master and Madam." Ban Han wanted to turn around to look at him, but Xia turned around and blocked her line of sight. "Let's go back, okay?" She poked Xia's waist and snorted. But when Xia held her hand, she didn't refuse. Yanjin bowed and sent the two downstairs. It wasn't until the Emperor and the Empress entered the carriage that he dared to raise his head and take a closer look. Then, he bowed again and stood with his head lowered, bowing towards the carriage. "Master and Madam, please take care. What happened in the past was in the past. Your Highness, today's lesson is over. I'll take my leave. Take care, teacher." Rongxing stood up and bowed to the teacher. After the teacher left, he turned and walked out. The guards and eunuchs outside hurriedly followed, but no one helped him take the bag of books in his hand. This was His Majesty's order. He said that as a student, His Highness should take good care of his books. It was ungentlemanly to let others take his books. Fortunately, although the Crown Prince was only 7 or 8 years old, he was a very sensible child. He didn't feel wronged when His Majesty let him take his books. Every day after the lesson was over, Rongxing would go to the imperial study to have his father check his homework. After the check, the father and son would go back to the harem together to eat with his mother. However, something unexpected seemed to have happened today. He even heard his father reprimanding the courtiers. His father had always been a person who didn't show his happiness. Someone must have stepped on his bottom line to make him so angry. Your Highness, Wang Da, who was guarding outside the hall, saw Rongxing and bowed to him. His Majesty is talking with the courtiers inside. Do you want to go in now? Rongxing thought for a moment. You lead the way. He wanted to know who made his father so angry. Your Majesty, your harem has been empty for more than 10 years. Now that we have won a great victory, the weather is good, and the crops are abundant. If the envoys of the other countries know that our harem only has one empress and you only have one son, what will they think of us? Hearing this, Rongxing paused. His expression didn't change. He walked to the center of the hall and bowed to Xianxia. Your son greets His Majesty. Xianxia saw her son and her expression softened slightly. She reached out and beckoned him to sit beside her. Turning her head, she said to the courtier, "This is the first time I've learned that the measure of an emperor's quality is the number of women in his harem and not his political achievements. How many emperors in history have been destroyed by women? You actually want to persuade me to take concubines and indulge in women. What are your intentions?" Your Majesty. The courtier knelt down with a pale face. Your humble servant didn't mean that. I just want you to add more helpers for the crown prince. Rongxing's eyebrows twitched. He flipped open the homework book in his hand and did not interrupt. His mother had told him that instead of talking nonsense with these idiots, it was better to think about what to eat next. Anyway, these idiots' words were useless and would only make Imperial Father hate them more. The more intelligent a person was, the more they couldn't stand idiots. Imperial Father was so wise, how could he tolerate this kind of person? Rongxing was right. Not long after, this official was scolded by his father. He was even listed as a treacherous official because of leading His Majesty to be infatuated with women. Rongxing, who watched the whole process, felt that his father's position in his mother's heart didn't fall because of his shamelessness and persistence. These words are good. I can already see some strength of character. Rongxia commented on Rongxing's handwriting and reached out to touch his forehead. Well, put everything away. Let's go back and have dinner with your mother. Rongxing obediently put away his homework. He held the book in one hand and Rongxia held his other hand. He listened to his father tell him some stories as they walked. Imperial Father was not strict to him in the true sense of the word. He heard from a few study companions that some young masters from aristocratic families had to memorize and practice writing since they were young. If they did something wrong, they would be punished by their father. Imperial Father was not so strict to him, but he still worshipped his father because the other teachers were not as knowledgeable as his father. Staying with his imperial father would broaden his horizons. Staying with his imperial mother, he was happy every moment, and he would come into contact with many new and interesting gadgets. Every time he heard about other young masters, he felt that he was so lucky to have such parents. But the more it was so, the more he would not allow himself to slack off. His parents had put in so much effort. If he did not repay them, how was he different from a beast? The father and son did not walk fast, but the imperial study was not far from the harem, so they soon arrived at the inner hall of the Great Moon Palace. When they entered, Ban Han was singing. Seeing them come in, Ban Han sat up straight on the chaise lounge and waved to Rongxing with a smile. Son, come and have a look with your mother. Don't you look better today? Rongxing ran to Ban Han quickly. Ban Han pinched his white and tender face. You look better today than yesterday, so it's useful to eat obediently. Mother, I'm 7 years old. Rongxing covered his face. His mother had been saying this kind of lie to children for several years. Couldn't she change it? You're 7 years old, not 17. Ban Han touched his palm. After making sure it was not hot or cold, she said to Rongxia, I asked the imperial kitchen to make rabbit buns for you and Xianxia. Remember to try it later. Rongxia laughed. He was a man in his 30s, but he wanted to eat the same thing as his son. However, Momo insisted that he had lived a boring childhood and wanted to make up for his childhood with Xianxia. Therefore, he often prepared things for Xianxia and secretly prepared a share for him, which made him not know whether to laugh or cry. Although he felt a little helpless, he still cooperated with his mother. Okay. After all, it was Huahua's good intention. He could not bear to spoil it at all. The rabbit buns were charmingly naive, soft and delicious. Rongxia could not help eating one more. He turned his head and saw Ban Han looking at him with a smile. He lowered his head and whispered in her ear, Huahua, what are you smiling at? Ban Han smiled and said, I'm thinking that you must be as cute as Xianxia when you were a child. Rongxia turned to look at Rongxing. He was eating a rabbit bun very seriously. His cheeks were bulging. At first glance, he looked like an innocent little white rabbit. He shook his head and said, "I was not as cute as Xing'er when I was a child." "Who said that?" Ban Han held his hand and said, "You are an old man in your 30s now. You are still so cute, not to mention when you were a child." Rongxia thought, an old man? He touched his face. Tomorrow, he would ask the imperial physician to find some formulas to nourish his skin. What if one day Huahua disliked him because of his old age? After dinner, the family of three chatted for a while. Rongxia asked someone to send Rongxing to rest. He and Ban Han also prepared to wash up and go to bed. However, he did not know whether it was because he was happy that he ate too much at night. He felt a little uncomfortable in his sleep. When he opened his eyes, Huahua was no longer by his side. "Your Majesty, are you up?" Wangda stood outside the tent and asked. Rongxia looked at the empty space beside him and could not help but reach out to touch it. It was cold to the touch. He could not help but frown. It was just dawn. With Huahua's personality, how could she be willing to get up so early? However, he saw that Wangda looked normal and did not look like something was wrong, so he did not ask. When he went to court, he looked at somewhere in the lower right corner. His father-in-law and brother-in-law were lazy and did not come to court. There were also a few old foppish men. Did they discuss not to come to court today? In the past, when they did not come to court, they took turns to be lazy. Why did they do it so openly today? Rongxia felt a little uneasy. Fortunately, there was nothing to do at court today. He was occasionally distracted and no one noticed anything wrong with him. After court, he flipped through the memorials in the imperial study. It said that there was a drought in Shizhou. The people were affected by the disaster and did not have enough to eat. His frown deepened. There was a big harvest of wheat beans this year. How could they not have enough to eat? He threw the memorials aside. His face was like a cloudy day that was about to rain. "Wangda, where is Her Majesty?" "Her Majesty." Wangda was stunned. His Majesty was not fond of women and would not mention women in the imperial study. What was wrong with him today? "Your Majesty, which Her Majesty are you asking about?" After saying this, he found that His Majesty's eyes had become very strange. It was as if His Majesty was sizing him up and guarding against him. "Who do you think I am asking about?" Wangda complained in his heart. There were only a few concubines in the imperial harem, but His Majesty did not value any of them. It was good enough that he could enter the imperial harem a few times a month. How would he know who His Majesty was asking about? Maybe concubineda? Rongxia's eyelids trembled slightly. The imperial study suddenly quieted down. He stared at Wangda for a long time. "Let me ask you, how is the Duke of Jingting and his family?" "The Duke of Jingting?" Wangda thought carefully. "Your Majesty, are you talking about Ban Shuiqing, the son of the Princess Royal of Daning from the previous dynasty? His family was stripped of their titles by the King of Violence as early as 12 years ago. Later, it was because of your care that his family was able to live a prosperous and peaceful life in Yujing province. But perhaps you remembered incorrectly. Ban Shuiqing is not a duke, but a marquis." Bang! Rongxia's hand that was holding the teacup trembled. The teacup fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" Wangda looked at Rongxia worriedly. "I will call the imperial physician." "No need." Rongxia stared at Wangda. "What about his daughter, Lady Ban?" "Lady Ban. Lady Ban." Wangda knelt on the ground in fright. "Lady Ban was assassinated a long time ago." "Your Majesty, did you forget? That year, you led the troops into the pass to ascend the throne. Later, you met Lady Ban by chance and invited her to a tea house. When Lady Ban went out, she was assassinated. You pitied her because she was a sentimental person, so you specially ordered her to be buried as a commandery princess, and assassinated?" Rongxia only felt that his head was buzzing. He could no longer hear what Wangda was saying. The entire world was spinning, and it was bone-chillingly cold. Pooh. He spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the back of his hand red. Your Majesty, quickly summon the imperial physician, the imperial physician. Wang De was so scared that his face turned pale. He scrambled to the door. Quickly summon the imperial physician. Xianxia ignored Wang De, who was lying on the ground. He quickly stepped out of the imperial study and came to the back hall of the Great Moon Palace. This place was both familiar and strange to him. He was familiar because the bricks and tiles here had not changed. What was strange was that there was no trace of Huahua here, as if Huahua had never appeared here. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? Your Majesty. Your Majesty. He turned around and looked at the palace maids and eunuchs kneeling on the ground behind him. He clutched his chest and spat out a few mouthfuls of bright red blood. Without Huahua, what was the use of him having this world? Last night, he had just had dinner with Huahua. She was lying beside him and said that she would make him a fruit bag in the imperial study today. Why did he wake up early in the morning and find that everything was gone? Huahua was dead, she died 12 years ago, and died in front of him. He even buried her with the rights of a commandery princess. This was not true. This was impossible. How could he treat her like this? Wang De was shocked to find that His Majesty was crying for him. In front of all the palace maids, he cried bitterly, as if he had lost the most precious thing that he relied on to survive. His Majesty did admire Lord Ban back then. Otherwise, he would not have buried her with the rights of a commandery princess. After her death, he even specially ordered to take care of the Ban family and let them move to Yujing State so that they would not be bullied in the capital. But that was all. In the past decade or so, His Majesty rarely mentioned Lord Ban. At most, he would go to the frozen lake in the Imperial Garden to take a walk and stare at the frozen lake in a daze during the coldest time of winter. Why did he suddenly mention someone who had not been mentioned for 10 years and was so sad? 2 days later, the Chongqing of Gojoseon, who was imprisoned in the prison, was sentenced to death by His Majesty. That day, Wang De was guarding outside the palace of the Great Moon Palace. He heard His Majesty crying again and again, like the cry of a lonely goose. Huahua, he vaguely heard the name. Was that Lord Ban's maiden name? There was a woman like Ho, quiet and beautiful. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? Xianxia opened her eyes and looked at the woman beside her. She reached out and held her tightly in her arms, so tightly that there was no gap between them. Did you have a nightmare? Ban Han gently patted him on the back as if she was coaxing him when he was young. Don't be afraid. I'm here. She had been with Xianxia for more than 10 years. This was the first time she had seen him cry in a dream. What sad thing did he dream? Huahua, Xianxia choked. Don't leave me. What are you talking about? Ban Han touched his face and felt tears on her hand. Her fingertips trembled. You and Xing'er are here. Where can I go? Holding the woman in his arms, Xianxia felt warm all over. It was just a dream. Everything was fake. Huahua was alive and well. She was his empress in his arms. He did not let her lie alone in the ground without a title. He only gave her the dignity of a princess at the time of the burial. A country without Huahua was so lonely and terrible. Huahua. Yes? Having you is the luckiest thing in my life. Pfft, Ban Han smiled and kissed his wet eyes. So am I. There were many accidents in life. The most beautiful accident was that they met, fell in love, and were together. Only with you in the world can I live. The end of chapter 147. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.